Chapter 67. Feeding the Tyrant by Mouth. Chapter 67. Feeding the Tyrant by Mouth. My lord, I finally found you. A sword-wielding guard rushed over at this moment. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Mingli withdrew his gaze from Feng Xiyao. What's happened? The servant glanced at the woman beside him. Noticing that his master didn't intend to hide anything, he spoke up. Madam Elder is gravely ill and has ordered you to return immediately. Startled, Lin Mingli turned back to Feng Xiyao. I have something urgent to attend to. I must leave now. Feng Xiyao, upon hearing what his subordinate said, quickly nodded. All right, hurry back then. Looking at her, Lin Mingli hesitated for a moment before asking. May I ask? What's your name, miss? I'm Feng Xiyao. With the answer he desired, Lin Mingli's lips curled into a gentle smile. Recalling something, he removed the jade pendant from his waist and offered it to her. This is a token of our meeting. Consider it a gift for you. Staring at the exquisite jade, Feng Xiyao refrained from taking it. This jade is beautiful and seems quite valuable. I can't accept it. Seeing her refusal, Lin Mingli pressed his lips together and gently took her hand, placing the jade in her palm. This jade is quite ordinary. Its true value lies in being cherished by you. It was Lin Mingli's first time taking a girl's hand so proactively. After handing it to Feng Xiyao, he quickly let go. Although his expression remained calm, his ears had turned crimson red, a sight unseen by her. Standing nearby, Zhang Dong, one of Lin Mingli's subordinates, almost burst out laughing upon hearing his master describe the jade as ordinary. This was an exquisite blood jade, exclusive to the Lin family and invaluable. It was also intended as a gift for the future wife of the young master, yet he downplayed it as something mundane. Oh, all right then, I'll accept it. Thank you very much. Feng Xiyao clenched the item in her hand tightly. Seeing that she was willing to accept it, Lin Mingli's eyes crinkled with a smile, his grin deepening on his face. Observing his young master being so easily pleased, Zhang Dong pursed his lips and interjected, reminding him, Master, it's getting late. Let's head back quickly. Lin Mingli nodded, bid Feng Xiyao farewell, and turned to leave with his men. After a few steps he couldn't resist looking back. Spotting Feng Xiyao intently examining the jade pendant in her hands without glancing at him, a tinge of disappointment washed over him. He lowered his head and reached into his bosom to touch the hairpin nestled there. Let's go back, he said. Feng Xiyao examined the jade in her hand, then lifted her gaze to watch Lin Mingli's receding figure. Just as she was about to avert her eyes, she caught sight of two familiar silhouettes. Emotsongyan Qinfang, I'm over here. Upon seeing the two approaching her, she hastily hid the jade pendant. Emotsongyan stood before her, noticing the bright smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Recalling the report from his covert guards, his eyes darkened. Just the queen alone? Feng Xiyao shook her head. No, I got pushed onto the bridge and fell. A man helped me up, so we strolled around for a bit. Qin Feng, overhearing this, glanced at his master's grim expression and promptly spoke up. We've been searching for you all along. Master. Was worried about you all night. Worried about me? Emotsongyan was all cozy with Kong Shuer. If it weren't for my quick grab on something, I would have been trampled in that chaotic crowd. At the thought, Feng Xiyao shot him a glare. He doesn't worry about me at all. He's concerned about his newly acquired concubine. I hold no significance in his eyes. Observing her spending the entire night with another man and still daring to scold him, Emotsongyan reached out to pull her back. Feng Xiyao frowned at being tugged. What are you doing? The man's face was dark as he spoke coldly. Back to the palace. Choosing a date. In recent days, rumors had spread throughout the palace that Kong Shuer was now the favored one, and the emperor summoned her every night for his pleasure. Feng Xiyao merely smiled upon hearing this, focusing on counting her treasures each day. Empress, His Majesty requests your presence. Just as Feng Xiyao was engrossed in her counting, Rui rushed in. I'm not going. Tell him I'm unwell. Feng Xiyao had no desire to witness their affectionate display. Otherwise, she might just vomit up her dinner from the night before. Seeing her turn away, presenting her back to him, Rui assumed she was upset over the emperor's new favorite. She hurried forward. Empress, you can't do this. If you give up so easily, His Majesty will truly be taken away. Feng Xiyao paused in her actions and looked at Rui, speechless, who wore a worried expression. I don't care if he gets taken away. Besides, if someone can be so easily snatched, then they were never truly yours to begin with. Rui looked puzzled, but seeing Feng Xiyao turn back to her counting, an idea struck her, and she smiled mischievously. Since your Majesty has said so, let them be. But I've heard that these past few days, the emperor has bestowed a great deal of gold, silver, and jewels upon imperial noble consort. What? How much? Feng Xiyao quickly turned around. Seeing her plan succeed, Rui suppressed her laughter. Not much, really. This servant only saw several large chests carried into the Chaoyang Palace. I have no idea how much is actually inside. At the mention of the numerous chests, Feng Xiao's jealousy seethed to the point of grinding her teeth. She had risked her life and gone to great lengths to assist the tyrant, only to receive a fraction of what Kong Shuer had acquired in just a few days. I can't allow this. I'm the most loyal courtier by His Majesty's side. This opportunity for wealth cannot be snatched away from me. Rui didn't understand the term lickdog, but she was glad to see Feng Xiao regain her fighting spirit. The label didn't matter to her, as long as it motivated her mistress. Eagerly, Rui echoed her sentiment. Yes, your majesty belongs to you alone, and no one else should take that away. Feng Xiao rose from her seat, ready to head to Zijin Hall. Rui, however, promptly stopped her. Your Highness, after not seeing the Emperor for so long, you can't go empty-handed. Ah, then what should I bring? Standing at the entrance of Zijin Hall, they could hear the soft giggles coming from inside. Hearing those sounds, Feng Xiao hesitated to enter. Rui, sensing her unease, tried to encourage her. Empress, hurry in. The Emperor will surely be delighted to see you. Recalling the numerous chests of gold and silver treasures, Feng Xiao clenched her teeth and entered with her offerings. Upon seeing Feng Xiao, Kong Shuer's smile faded from her face. Empress, upon catching sight of her, maintained his expression, but his gaze shifted to Kong Shuer. Beloved, carry on. Kong Shuer nodded and continued recounting their childhood escapades. Feng Xiao, noticing his disregard, approached the table and placed the chicken soup she had prepared on it. She curled her lips into a smile and said, Your Majesty, this is a special chicken broth I made for you. Please give it a taste. Upon hearing that it was specially made, Empress thought of how he had deliberately ignored her these past few days. Realizing that she must have been missing him, she had prepared this dish to win his favor. With this thought, Empress felt a sense of satisfaction, though his expression remained unchanged. He merely said casually, The Empress's intentions are appreciated, but I have just had soup prepared by Shuer. I am not in the mood for more at the moment. Feng Xiao cast a glance at the empty bowl on the table, feeling indignant. Why does he drink someone else's but not mine? The tyrant must have something against me. Ignoring her, Empress lifted his gaze to Kong Shuer. His smile warm and gentle. It is still my beloved concubine who knows best how to please me. Feng Xiao glared at the two exchanging subtle affection, an evil idea suddenly forming in her mind. She picked up the chicken soup, took a large sip, then grabbed Empress's collar. Leaning in, she kissed him, feeding the soup from her mouth into his. Empress. Kong Shuer's eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 68. Kong Shuer's fuming anger. Chapter 68. Kong Shuer's fuming anger. Empress reached out to embrace her. Feng Xiao fed him, then released him only to kiss again, savoring the taste. After repeating this a few times, she licked her lips, still feeling unsatisfied as the pot was nearly empty. Although she claimed to be feeding Empress, half of the soup had ended up in her own stomach. The chicken soup made by Rui is still so delicious. Seeing the greasy shine on both their lips, completely erasing the Emperor's regal image, Kong Shuer didn't push Feng Xiao away but allowed her to behave freely. Your Majesty, are you all right? Kong Shuer approached, filled with concern. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiao became displeased. Imperial noble consort Kong, what do you mean? The Emperor can drink your chicken soup, but not mine. Kong Shuer bit her lip. Empress, the Emperor doesn't usually drink soup like this. Feng Xiao wiped her lips, noticing Kong Shuer's concern for Empress and recognizing her jealousy. She curled her lips into a smile. Imperial noble consort Kong, if you're unhappy with how I feed the Emperor, you can do it this way next time. She glanced at the tyrant. I'm sure the Emperor would be more than pleased. Empress frowned slightly. This damned woman was treating his palace like an ordinary restaurant? Seeing the Emperor's darkened expression, Kong Shuer was at a loss for words. Though the Emperor had summoned her to his bed every night recently, they hadn't done much. He was often engrossed in reviewing documents until the late hours of the night, and she had to accompany him, for despite being called to serve as his concubine, she was essentially there to grind ink. Thinking about this, she felt indignant. With no intimate relations whatsoever between her and His Majesty, this damn Feng Xiao dared to feed him right off the bat. Empress gazed at the indignant Kong Shuer and spoke gently. Beloved concubine, you've been weary these past few days. Go back and rest. Kong Shuer opened her mouth, about to refute that she wasn't tired, but the Emperor's unwavering tone made her hesitate. She could only bow in farewell. Then, Your Majesty, this concubine takes her leave. Looking at Feng Xiyao, she reluctantly gave a slight bow before leaving. Once they were gone, the smug smile on Feng Xiao's lips faded as she walked over to sit in a chair. The Empress isn't here to grind ink for me? Seeing her sluggish demeanor, Empress found it amusing. My hands ache so I can't grind ink. Besides, the journey here has been tiring, and I need a moment to rest. Recalling the distance between Fengchun Palace and Zijin Hall, Empress pursed his lips. I take it the queen means to move next to me. Don't flatter yourself, you dog. Who would want to move here and argue every day? No, this concubine is simply tired, and Fengchun Palace is perfectly fine. I have no intention of moving. Empress's smile faded from his face. This woman was stubborn through and through, even when he had gone so far. Very well, if the queen doesn't wish to come, I won't insist. However, there is an important matter that requires the queen's attention. Feng Xiyao looked up at him. What is it? Moving closer to her, Empress bent down and scooped her up in his arms, all under her bewildered gaze. Ah, Empress, what are you doing? Feng Xiyao, startled, reached out to clutch the man's neck, her almond-shaped eyes wide with alarm. Noticing her tender and innocent expression, a faint smile tugged at Empress's lips. He carried her over to the dragon throne and sat down, holding her firmly within his embrace. Since the Empress wishes to rest, why bother looking for another place? Rest right here in my arms. Feng Xiyao struggled a bit but found herself unable to break free. She shot the man a glare. What's gotten into you now? Could it be that because I displaced Kong Shuer? He's trying to disgust me. Empress's hand paused in midair, holding the book. The smile on his face faded. The Empress finds it disgusting to be in my arms? It had been a long time since Feng Xiyao had heard this voice, cold and devoid of any emotion. Recalling the last time she'd heard it, when she was electrocuted until she fainted, alarms went off in her mind. She quickly wrapped her arms around the man's arm. No, I didn't mean that. Because these few days the Emperor has been constantly with Kong Shuer, and I'm feeling jealous. Empress was taken aback by her words, his eyes lowering to study her vulnerable appearance, filled with anxiety and tension. Despite hearing her inner disdain for him, her current demeanor didn't seem like she was lying. Seeing this, something in his heart seemed to melt, and a hint of a smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Since you put it that way, then I'll choose to believe you. Relieved that the tyrant finally smiled, Feng Xiyao secretly sighed in comfort. Worried about displeasing him, Feng Xiyao reached out to wrap her arms around his waist, pressing her face against his chest. With such a comfortable pillow, why not make use of it? Recalling the last time she caught sight of the handsome man bathing, his broad shoulders, narrow waist, chiseled abs, and muscular pectorals had left her so mesmerized that she couldn't help but drool. If Tyrant were unclothed, it would be easier to take advantage. Feeling her hand withdraw from his body, Empress experienced a mix of pleasure and torment. After a long while, when he sensed the woman in his arms had fallen asleep, he lowered his head, his gaze fixated on her delicate, vibrant face. Despite her striking appearance, crude behavior, and haughty manners, Empress couldn't explain the peculiar feeling she stirred in him. Seeing her pout in her sleep, murmuring something indistinct, he found her irresistibly adorable. He gently lifted her chin and placed a soft kiss on her lips. Your Majesty, this subject has. Xiao Feng entered, only to witness the Emperor secretly kissing the Empress. Startled, he quickly bowed his head. Internally, he sighed dramatically. Why is it always me? Where's my sword? Upon hearing the sound, Empress raised his hand, signaling for silence. Next, he carefully placed Feng Xiyao onto the bed and gently covered her with a blanket. Empress's expression was cold, a stark contrast to his earlier lightheartedness and joy. What is it? Xiao Feng wished he could find a hole to bury himself in. With great determination, he reported the news. Your Majesty, the preparations for the Grand Tutor's funeral are complete. Madame Su is also aware of what the Grand Tutor had done previously. However, she asked if Your Majesty could leave that residence to her. She wishes to take in the concubine and children the Grand Tutor had raised and live together as a family. Recalling the woman who had spent her life serving others, Empress felt a pang of guilt. As a child, Madame Su was always the kindest to me. I've always regarded her as another mother. Whatever she asks for, just fulfill it. Xiao Feng raised his hand. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll attend to it immediately. With the order given, Xiao Feng swiftly turned and ran out of the Zijin Hall as if a monstrous flood was chasing after him. Approaching the door, Xiao Feng heard a muffled laughter. He followed the sound and saw Eunuch Hai trying to stifle his giggles with his hand. Upon seeing him, Xiao Feng's irritation grew. You did that on purpose. You didn't tell me Her Majesty the Empress was here, time and again. Eunuch Hai waved his hand, his smile stretching wide, revealing all his teeth. My lord, this old servant tried to tell you several times, but you rushed in without giving me a chance. Xiao Feng was speechless. He glared at the old man before turning around and storming off angrily. Watching Xiao Feng's departing figure, Eunuch Hai shook his head and sighed in admiration. Truly a spirited young lad. Chapter 69. Kong Shuer's Poisoning. Chapter 69. Kong Shuer's Poisoning. At Lin Manor. In the study, Lin Mingli took out the hairpin Feng Xiyao had given him and stroked it gently, his eyes softening as he recalled her vivacious image. Miss Feng Xiyao. Zhang Dong returned from his investigation to find the young master staring intently at the hairpin in his hand. He hesitated before entering. Noticing Zhang Dong standing at the door, Lin Mingli put away the hairpin and lifted his gaze towards him. Still not coming in? Master. Zhang Dong cautiously stepped inside. How is it? Did you find out which family she belongs to? No lady was identified, but I found someone with the same name and surname. The same name and surname? Lin Mingli was puzzled. Zhang Dong gritted his teeth, divulging the results of his investigation. I couldn't determine which family she's from, but Feng Xiyao shares the same name and surname as the current empress. The empress. Lin Mingli sat up straight. That can't be true. I've heard that the current empress is well educated and refined, a renowned talent in Shangjing. Recalling the playful and vivacious woman from that night, so fond of eating and amusement, it seemed like two entirely different personalities. You must thoroughly investigate this. Help me find her no matter what. Just as they were conversing, an elderly lady using a cane entered the room. What are you searching for that has my precious grandson so agitated? Upon seeing Madame enter, Lin Mingli hurried to assist her, voicing a gentle complaint. Grandma, with the great distance between us, you could have simply sent a message if you missed your grandson. Yet, you insisted on making this arduous journey yourself. The elderly lady wore a benevolent expression, her smile warm and approachable. I simply couldn't resist thinking about my precious grandson and had to come over. It had been a year since Lin Mingli last returned home, and upon his brief visit, he left again. The matriarch, overwhelmed with longing, feigned illness to summon him back. It's my fault, grandmother, for always making you worry about me. Lin Mingli held his grandmother's hand, regretting his previous departure that kept him away from home for an entire year. Since you feel guilty towards me, then quickly find a wife and give me a grandchild. That would truly make me joyful. At the mention of this, Feng Xiao's smiling face appeared in Lin Mingli's mind, causing him to curve his lips into a smile. Seeing her grandson's face blossoming with affection, the elderly matriarch found her answer. Her eyes crinkled with happiness, temporarily forming crescents from her laughter. It seems my grandson has found his heart's desire. Grandma, I'm not even sure of her feelings yet. Lin Mingli blushed slightly. Hearing his admission, the elderly lady laughed, her eyes gleaming with joy. With a fine young man like my grandson, how could any maiden not be smitten? Upon this, Lin Mingli grew excited. Grandma, are you saying she will truly like me? The old matriarch tapped his forehead affectionately. You have your father's stubbornness. Just like him once you set your heart on someone. It was love at first sight for Lin Mingli's father with his mother. He relentlessly pursued her until they were married. Even after his wife's passing, Lin's father never took another woman. Grandma wishes for you to find the one you love and live happily together. If she is indeed the one, you must strive wholeheartedly for her affection. Lin Mingli nodded, his eyes shining. I understand, thank you, Grandma. Whose daughter is that young lady? How does she look? Upon this inquiry, Lin Mingli found himself at a loss for an answer, as he hadn't managed to gather such information. With a tinge of disappointment, he replied. Her name is Feng Xiyao. As for her family background, grandson has yet to find out. Hearing this, the elderly matriarch assumed she might be from a humble family. If she were from a prominent family, news of her would have surely reached their ears. Seeing his grandmother in deep thought, Lin Mingli promptly took her hand. Grandma, no matter who she is or where she comes from, grandson has fallen for her. The old lady chuckled softly. Yes. The girl my grandson has taken a liking to must be exceptional. Grandma doesn't insist on her being from a noble family. After all, we have everything we need. The purpose of bringing her into our home is to ensure she leads a life of happiness. Hearing Grandma's consent, Lin Mingli happily embraced her. Beside them, Zhang Dong, witnessing the young master's priceless smile, couldn't help but comment. Yes, the young master gave away his jade pendant on the first meeting and claimed it was just an ordinary one. Grandma, upon hearing this, glanced at his waist, where the jade pendant was no longer in sight. She felt a mix of frustration and amusement. Your eagerness might just scare the girl. Lin Mingli wore a self-satisfied grin. No, she doesn't know. Seeing her grandson's innocence, the old lady wasn't sure if she should be delighted or saddened. She reached out to pat his head. Grandma hopes that your feelings won't be in vain. At the Chaoyang Palace, Kong Shuer returned to her chamber, angrily plopping onto a luxurious couch. That wench Feng Xiyao, she dared to. In broad daylight. From his hidden spot, Murong caught her tirade and smirked softly. A woman like Feng Xiyao, even he would be captivated by her beauty. How much more so for Emperor Mo Tsongyan? Do you truly harbor such affection for the emperor? Using an illusionary technique, Murong's voice echoed softly in Kong Shuer's ear. Startled, she quickly nodded. I fell in love with his majesty at first sight, before I even knew he was the emperor. Not like Feng Xiyao, who only loves the emperor's status. Murong, however, didn't expose her false facade, merely speaking with a casual tone. If you like it, then work hard for me. If you do everything well, I'll fulfill your wish. In a while, Consort Li will be here. I hope you can seize the opportunity. At the thought of Consort Li's detestable expression, Kong Shuer gritted her teeth. I'll definitely seize this chance. Consort Li, accompanied by Inger, reluctantly arrived at the Chaoyang Palace. Why has Sister Consort Li come over? Consort Li didn't want to indulge in pleasantries. If not for wanting her cousin to see her, she would never have set foot in the Chaoyang Palace again. She lifted her chin. Kong Shuer, it was my fault last time. I'm here to apologize. These pastries were specially made in my palace kitchen. Take them as an apology. Consort Li motioned for Inger to bring the items forward. Although Kong Shuer had no interest in these things, a sudden thought crossed her mind, and she received them with a smile on her face. I'll thank Consort Li then. I won't let your kindness go to waste. I'll definitely finish it all. Disregarding the pretense of sisterly affection with Kong Shuer, Consort Li finished her words and left with her attendants. Watching them depart, Kong Shuer curled her lips into a sly smile. Lin Baoning, for my position as empress, you'll have to be the one to sacrifice. There's trouble, your majesty. Imperial noble consort Kong has been poisoned. Upon hearing this, Emotsanyan hurried to the Chaoyang Palace. Feng Xiyao, eager to witness the commotion, followed suit. Kong Shuer's face was pale, her lips tinged with blue, giving off an appearance of frailty and vulnerability. Upon seeing Emotsanyan, she hurriedly reached out to him. Your Majesty, you've finally come. Emotsanyan subtly stepped back and nudged Feng Xiyao forward. Feng Xiyao was pushed to the bedside of Kong Shuer. Looking at her pitiful outstretched hand, she raised her own hand and firmly grasped it. Imperial noble consort Kong, are you all right? Seeing her hand being held by Feng Xiyao, Kong Shuer gritted her teeth in anger. Chapter 7 Emperor, Consort Li is trying to harm me. Chapter 7 Emperor, Consort Li is trying to harm me. Kong Shuer tried to break free from Feng Xiao's grip to reach for Emotsanyan's hand, but Feng Xiyao held on tightly. Consort Kong, how did you end up poisoned? Could it be that you're upset the emperor didn't summon you for his company tonight, and you accidentally consumed something poisonous in your anger? How careless of you with your own health. Kong Shuer clenched her teeth and forcefully pulled her hand away, looking at Emotsanyan with teary eyes. Emperor, Consort Li is trying to harm me. As she spoke, she glanced at Chang'e, who was standing nearby. Seeing this, Chang'e quickly knelt down. Emperor, Empress, please avenge my lady. My lady returned to the palace as instructed by the emperor. Unexpectedly, Consort Li came over, claiming she wanted to apologize. She left a plate of desserts behind before leaving. And just before she left, she insisted that my lady consume them, or else it would mean she refused the apology. Her Highness was concerned that the emperor would be troubled by this matter again, so even though she didn't like it, she still ate the dessert, Chang Huan said, her voice cracking with tears. I didn't expect that after my lady finished eating, she soon started to have severe stomach pains and was rolling in bed. I wanted to inform the emperor, but Her Highness said she didn't wish to disturb him, and that's why we waited until now. Feng Xiyao couldn't help but shake her head upon hearing this. Kong Shuer's maid is quite articulate. She managed to turn a self-inflicted poisoning into a melodrama about an emperor's well-being. No matter what happens to me, it doesn't matter. Not only did she draw attention to herself, but she also implicated Consort Li in the process. That won't do. Rui must learn from this, or else all she knows how to do is cry. Emotsanyan's face was stern as he instructed Zhou Ninghai standing nearby. Go summon Consort Li. Once the others had left, Kong Shuer looked at Emotsanyan with teary eyes. Your Majesty, my stomach hurts. Feng Xiyao rose gracefully, intending to give up her seat. Emotsanyan approached and gently pressed Feng Xiyao back down, standing behind her. He spoke with concern in his voice. My beloved concubine, you have suffered. Kong Shuer. Noticing her hand reaching out persistently, Feng Xiyao couldn't bear to see such a delicate beauty in distress, so she grasped it once more. Imperial noble consort Kong, rest assured. If it truly was Consort Li who administered the poison, the emperor will surely uphold justice for you. Noticing the queen's earnest expression and her tight grip on her hand, Kong Shuer gritted her teeth and replied, Thank you, Her Majesty the Queen, for your comforting words. No worries, it was just casual talk. If you'd like to hear more, I can certainly elaborate. Cough. Emotsanyan gave a light cough. Feng Xiyao promptly curved her lips into a smile, forcefully pushing Kong Shuer's hand under the covers. You have stomach pain. Be careful not to catch a cold. Kong Shuer gritted her teeth in frustration. She had clearly wanted to hold hands with the emperor, so why did Feng Xiyao have to intervene? Before long, Consort Li was escorted in. Gazing at the lifeless Kong Shuer in bed, she burst into laughter. What happened to Imperial Noble Consort Kong? Have you done too many wrongs that Buddha has come to claim you? Changle stepped forward. Empress Consort Li, my lady became like this after eating the pastries you sent. The joyous Consort Li froze. Seeing Songyan's cold gaze fixed upon her, she widened her eyes. Kong Shuer, you dare to frame me? Are you trying to risk your life? Kong Shuer observed Consort Li's furious outburst. Realizing that she had fallen into a trap, swiftly she pushed Feng Xiyao aside and clung to Songyan. Your Majesty, this concubine is so frightened. Consort Li wants to kill me. Songyan glanced coldly at Consort Li. Bowning, I always thought you were merely headstrong but well-intentioned. I never expected you to dare do such a thing. Consort Li retreated under the intensity of the man's gaze, tears streaming down her face. Cousin, I didn't. Why don't you believe me? Seeing Consort Li's reddened eyes from crying, Feng Xiyao felt a twinge of guilt. Lin Bowning was the only woman who genuinely loved the tyrant. Though arrogant and domineering, she had a good heart. In the end, her death was a breath of fresh air amidst the tyrant's court. Songyan silently pushed away Kong Shuer and approached Consort Li. I know you're envious of my affection for Shuer, but you shouldn't entertain such harmful intentions. Noticing the ruthless glint in Songyan's eyes, Consort Li broke down in tears, shaking her head in denial. Prince, I didn't mean to harm Kong Shuer. I only wanted to send some pastries as an apology. I swear I truly didn't. Consort Li pleaded, clutching at the man's sleeve. Songyan ignored her, forcefully shaking off her hand. Consort Li stumbled and fell to the ground. Seeing Consort Li in such a state, Feng Xiyao felt a twinge of sympathy despite her previous animosity. She approached and helped the fallen woman up. This time, Consort Li did not push her away. After assisting Consort Li to her feet, Feng Xiyao raised her gaze to meet Songyan's cold stare. Your Majesty, I believe there is more to this than meets the eye. Even if Consort Li intended to poison Imperial Noble Consort Kong, why would she openly deliver pastries? If anything were to happen to Imperial Noble Consort Kong, she would be the prime suspect. Consort Li looked at Feng Xiyao, tears streaming down her face. Hearing this, Songyan scoffed coldly. No one else would dare to do such a thing, but Lin Bowning is always arrogant and thoughtless. She's definitely capable of it. Feng Xiyao was speechless. Is that how guilt is determined? She cast a sympathetic glance at the stunned Consort Li. It seems your lack of wit has become a well-known fact throughout the palace. Kong Shuer hastily signaled for Changle to add more firewood. Changle nodded and crawled on her knees to Songyan's feet. Your Majesty, my lady fell ill after consuming the food sent by Consort Li. She's been vomiting and having diarrhea. My lady has been worried about your Majesty's health these past few days and hasn't had an appetite. Today, she only ate the desserts from Consort Li. Feng Xiyao, upon witnessing the palace maid's attempts to defame Lin Bowning with every word, couldn't help but intervene. Songyan interrupted her. Empress, cease defending Consort Li. All evidence points to her guilt. Anyone who dares to plead on behalf of Consort Li will also face punishment. As Feng Xiyao prepared to argue her case, she was forcefully pushed aside by Consort Li. Get lost, Feng Xiyao. I don't need your pity. Feng Xiyao stumbled, but Songyan swiftly caught her before she fell. Songyan's voice was cold and firm. Consort Li has poisoned Imperial Noble Consort Kong. Thus, her title as a noble consort is revoked, and she will be demoted to a common concubine. Her salary will be halved, and she will be confined in the embroidered spring palace for 2 months. Feng Xiyao clenched her teeth at the announcement. I can accept all of that, but my allowance is already meager. Cutting it in half would truly be a matter of life and death. Finished speaking, Songyan turned to Feng Xiyao. Does the Empress still wish to intercede? Gazing at the heartbroken Consort Li, Feng Xiyao shook her head. Not at all. With Consort Li taken away, the matter was settled. Thank you, Your Majesty, for standing up for your concubine. Kong Shuer expressed gratitude with her words, but inwardly, she was still disgruntled. Her body ached terribly, yet Lin Bowning had escaped the cold palace? Then my beloved concubine, rest well. I'll come see you again tomorrow. As Songyan spoke, he took Feng Xiao's hand to leave. Kong Shuer hastily held on to him, her eyes brimming with tears. Can't Your Majesty stay with your concubine just a little longer? Chapter 71. Songyan, are you crazy? Chapter 71. Songyan, are you crazy? Seeing how merciless Songyan was even towards the woman who loved him deeply, Feng Xiyao hurriedly agreed with him. Yes, Your Majesty, Imperial Noble Consort Kong has been poisoned. She needs comfort right now. Kong Shuer glanced at Feng Xiyao and curled her lips in satisfaction. You finally know your place. But Songyan had never been one to care about moral principles. He smirked coldly. The Empress also said that Shuer has been poisoned. I'm not a physician, so I can't be of any help here. On the contrary, my presence might disturb her rest. Kong Shuer shook her head hastily. No, Your Majesty. You're more useful than those physicians. Seeing you makes me feel better. Oh. Emotsongyan nodded solemnly. So Schwer isn't in that much pain after all. It seems like I've been too harsh on Consort Li. No, Your Majesty, it hurts a lot. Emotsongyan had been waiting for this response. He covered Kong Schwer's face with the quilt and gently patted her. Then, if my imperial love is uncomfortable, you should rest promptly. Otherwise, I'll be distressed over your ailment. With that, he drew Feng Xiyao closer. My imperial love, have a good rest. The Empress and I will visit you again tomorrow. Saying this, he led her away. Upon seeing the Emperor depart, Kong Schwer angrily sat up and pounded the bedboard in frustration. This damned Feng Xiyao. The Emperor must have stayed because of her. Exiting the Chaoyang Palace, Feng Xiyao pulled away from Emotsongyan's grasp. Your Majesty, I'm feeling unwell and wish to return to Fengchun Palace for some rest. Noticing her bowed head, Emotsongyan approached her with concern and asked, Empress, what seems to be the matter? Feng Xiyao lifted her gaze, a hint of irritation in her eyes. I feel unwell, and discomfort that seems to permeate my entire being. I cannot pinpoint the exact source, but I desire to return and rest. Aware of her current irritation, Emotsongyan didn't tease her further and simply nodded in agreement. Since the Empress is feeling unwell, let's return. It was the first time Feng Xiyao had seen the tyrant so accommodating. She kept looking back as they walked, fearful that he might suddenly fly into a rage. Upon returning to Fengchun Palace, Feng Xiyao counted her treasures before going to bed. Due to the previous incident where her accumulated treasures were plundered, she now felt the need to check them every day before she could sleep soundly. As she dozed in a daze, she sensed someone's gaze upon her. She opened her eyes to find the tyrant leaning over her. Aya! Feng Xiyao let out a piercing, squirrel-like shriek in fright. Emotsongyan reached out unhappily to cover her mouth. Don't scream, it's me. Feng Xiyao wriggled free from his grasp and glared at him fiercely. What are you doing, Your Majesty? Don't you know that fear can kill? Tyrant, looking handsome doesn't give you the right to be terrifying. Emotsongyan chuckled and climbed onto the bed. I've been swamped with official duties, but as soon as I finished, I rushed over to accompany my Empress. Feng Xiyao was speechless, moving aside with an insincere smile. Haha. Then this humble one is truly overwhelmed by your favor. Emotsongyan found it amusing. The Empress should indeed feel honored. Fed up with his antics, Feng Xiyao rolled over and resumed her sleep. Emotsongyan drew near, his breath caressing the nape of her neck. She shifted away again, yet he persisted in following her. After a while of this back and forth, they reached the wall with nowhere left to retreat. But with the man pressing closely behind her, Feng Xiyao angrily turned around. Emotsongyan waited for her to turn around before promptly sweeping her into his arms, holding her tightly. Feng Danyao, you've got a problem. Can't you let people sleep in peace? I'll sleep my way and you sleep yours. Seeing the man's shamelessness, Feng Danyao was instantly at a loss for words. She knew that if they continued arguing, there would be no chance of a good night's sleep. Suppressing her anger, she closed her eyes. I'm not angry, I'm not angry. After a while, noticing that the one in his arms had fallen asleep, Emotsongyan gazed at her for a long time. Seeing her sleeping soundly, he suddenly curved his lips into a smile. On the bustling street, as Emo Lingyun returned from his official court duties, he passed by Fragrant Rain Pavilion and noticed a sign advertising new arrivals. He dismounted his carriage and approached the shop. Upon seeing Emo Lingyun, the proprietor hurriedly welcomed him. Prince Nanan arrives at just the right time. Fragrant Rain Pavilion has just received unique new stock, all exclusive to Shangjing. Emo Lingyun was a regular customer of the store. He picked up an exquisite box on display and carefully examined its contents. The owner eagerly spoke up. Your Highness, there are only 2 of these rouge sets. Our young master has taken one, leaving only this box remaining. This rouge is not like any ordinary kind. Its scent soothes the mind, and when applied to the face, it has the added benefit of beautifying and rejuvenating the complexion. Beautifying and rejuvenating, you say? Emo Lingyun thought of Zhonglui. Her lively spirit and playful attempts at elegance brought a smile to his lips. Very well, I'll take this box of rouge. Saying this, she cast her gaze around at the luxurious brocades and silks surrounding them. Having been married for so long without properly spoiling her with gifts, he felt it was high time to make up for it. The silks and satins here are of exquisite quality, and this duke has always been quite pleased. Pack all the new arrivals from your store, be it jewelry or attire, and have them delivered to the estate. Someone will settle the payment upon arrival. With that, Emo Lingyun tenderly held the box in his hands and walked out. The shopkeeper was perplexed. Usually, wouldn't these items be directly delivered to the general's manor? Why was it being sent to the prince's estate this time? Suspecting that he might have misheard, the shopkeeper hurriedly followed after him. The prince wishes to present it to Miss Lin. I can have it immediately delivered by my subordinates. Emo Lingyun paused in his steps. Indeed, whenever there was something exquisite in the store, Emo Lingyun would promptly have it purchased and sent straight to Lin Ling. Recalling the foolish deeds he had committed over the years due to Lin Ling's lies, Emo Lingyun wished he could put her to death. When did I say where it should be delivered? Noticing the Duke's displeased expression, the shopkeeper hurriedly lowered his head. Why yes. Your Highness can decide where it should be delivered. I acknowledge my mistake. Emo Lingyun ignored the terrified shopkeeper and turned to leave the general's manor. Due to the incident, Lin Ling was too frightened to venture out for several days. By the time she mustered the courage to reach out to Murong, he had already vanished without a trace. Miss, this servant couldn't locate Lord Murong. I searched everywhere he was last seen but to no avail. The maid Yuer reported as she entered. Recalling that fateful day when someone attempted to kill Murong, Lin Ling clenched her handkerchief tightly. Brother Murong is an unparalleled warrior. No one can match his skills. He must be safe. You must search diligently. Yuer nodded in agreement. Yes, this servant will go at once. Spotting Yuer preparing to depart, Lin Ling hurriedly called her back. Has Emo Lingyun come looking for me these past few days? Yuer shook her head, but then remembering what she had just seen on the street, she quickly spoke up. Just now, this servant saw the Duke exit the Fragrant Rain Pavilion on the street. Fragrant Rain Pavilion? Upon hearing this, Lin Ling broke into a triumphant smile. This Emo Lingyun must know that I'm angry, and is planning to buy something to appease me. Yuer nodded. Yes, in the past few years, whenever there's anything new at the Fragrant Rain Pavilion, the Duke would send it to General's manor without a second thought. This time he's definitely trying to win favor with Miss. The thought of more gold and silver jewelry within her reach instantly lifted Lin Ling's spirits from her recent gloom. With how Emo Lingyun has treated me, I can't just forgive him so easily this time. Even after accepting his gifts, I'll give him the cold shoulder for a few days. Chapter 72 Feng Xiao's Silver Tongue. Chapter 72 Feng Xiao's Silver Tongue. Early in the morning, upon hearing that Consort Li had been demoted and confined, Lin Yuquan disregarded the emperor's orders and rushed straight into the Empress Dowager's Shokong Palace. Seeing her brother arrive, a smile appeared on the Empress Dowager's face. Why is brother here? Lin Youchuan's expression was cold. As Empress Dowager knows that I am your brother. Do you also know that Baoning is your niece? Yet you just stood by and watched her being bullied. The Empress Dowager had already heard about the events at the Chaoyang Palace last night, and knew the entire story. Sighing, she spoke slowly to her brother. Does brother know what Baoning has done? She poisoned an imperial noble consort in the harem. If not for the fact that she is my niece, she would have been cast into the cold palace long ago. Angry, Lin Yuquan retorted. How can you all believe that wench and her maid's words and accuse Baoning of the poisoning? Did any of you investigate? General, you've overstepped your bounds. Upon hearing the news early in the morning, Emo Tsongyan rushed to Shokong Palace with Feng Xiyao in tow. Feng Xiyao approached the Empress Dowager and soothingly patted her hand. Emo Tsongyan met Lin Youchuan's furious gaze with a cold stare. Uncle, all the evidence is there. There were witnesses and tangible proof at the time, not to mention Consort Li's clear motive. On the very day Imperial Noble Consort Kong was granted her title, Consort Li led a group to ransack Chaoyang Palace and engaged in a fierce altercation with her. Given Consort Li's temperament, Uncle must know she wouldn't let the matter rest and would seek revenge. Later that same day, after consuming the pastries sent by Consort Li, Imperial Noble Consort Kong fell violently ill. The court physicians found the same poison in the dessert. With all this evidence, does Uncle still believe that Consort Li has been unjustly accused? Noticing Lin Youchuan's deteriorating expression, Emo Tsongyan pressed on with his argument. And I am the emperor, one who relies on evidence. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuquan was filled with fury. Your Majesty, you must remember who your true family is and who helped ascend you to this position. Don't push it too far. Feng Xiyao commented. These words hold hidden danger. Could it be that Lin Yuquan is plotting a rebellion? But in the book, it doesn't happen so soon. It says he received assistance from a mysterious figure, gained vast wealth and weapons, and then rebelled even though he ultimately failed. Contemplating this, Feng Xiyao furrowed her brow. Could it be that he has already obtained what he needs? Upon hearing this, Emo Tsongyan's eyes darkened slightly, but he chuckled lightly. That's precisely why I must handle this matter fairly. Otherwise, the people of Great Xia would perceive the general as overstepping his bounds and ignoring the law. You. Lin Yuquan was at a loss for words. Spotting that he still had more to say, the Empress Dowager conveniently fell into a headache. Feng Xiyao, what's wrong with mother? She asked worriedly. The Empress Dowager clutched her head in pain. My old ailment is acting up. Seeing this, Emo Tsongyan stepped forward and gently laid the Empress Dowager on a cushioned bench. Someone, call for the imperial physician. Observing the Empress Dowager's suffering, Feng Xiyao, as the ideal daughter-in-law who was well supported and treated kindly by the Empress Dowager without any unwarranted troubles, felt indignant. She met Lin Youchuan's icy gaze. General Lin, you're satisfied, having upset the Empress Dowager like this. If you have grievances, go find out the truth yourself. Do you think you're the only one who's a father? Kong Lu is a father too. Kong Jiaoyi is the daughter of Minister Kong Lu. Her daughter has been wronged by Consort Li, yet she hasn't caused you trouble. How dare you come to Shokong Palace to question her? If I were Kong Lu and found out that my daughter was harmed by your daughter, I'd stomp your face flat. The room fell silent, with no one daring to speak. Lin Yuquan glared at Feng Xiyao with a fierce look in his eyes. This damned queen, this damned Kong Lu. Remembering that it was not yet time to resort to military force, Lin Yuquan clenched his fists and forcibly held back his anger. Since that's the case, I'll disturb Her Majesty's rest no longer. Your servant takes his leave. With that he turned and left. Seeing that he had finally gone, Feng Xiyao breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Youchuan's gaze just now had made her think he was about to punch her. Turning to meet Emotsongyan's admiring gaze, she lifted her chin proudly. Nanan Prince's mansion. Luor, I'm back. Zhang Luai stepped out of the room to find Emo Lingyun approaching with a beaming smile on his face. In the past, Emo Lingyun seldom smiled in the mansion, but these past 2 months he seemed to have smiled more than all the previous times combined. With a composed expression, Zhang Lui said, "Now that the Duke is back, we can have our meal." She then lifted her foot and headed towards the inn. Holding the box in his hand, Emo Lingyun felt a pang of disappointment when he realized she barely acknowledged him. Despite pestering her for months, she still remained distant and cold towards him. Emo Lingyun clenched the box tightly and called out softly to her retreating figure. "Luor, how can I get you to pay me even a little attention?" Zhang Luai paused in her steps but didn't turn around to look at him. After a moment's silence she spoke slowly. "Your Highness jests. To you there is no such notion as whether I should or should not respond. How could there be, when it never existed in the first place?" With that, she lifted her foot and left without hesitation. Emo Lingyun gazed earnestly at her departing figure. The thought of her treating him this way from now on left an empty void in his heart, making his breathing heavy. She was absolutely right. Back then, he had been cold and indifferent towards her. Compared to that, she was now much better than his former self. Recalling his previous neglect and indifference towards her, Emo Lingyun felt a sense of irony. He deserved it indeed. But the moment he considered the years of disregard she had endured from him, he couldn't bear her few days of coldness now. He could empathize with the helplessness and disappointment she must have felt back then. Emotsongyan bitterly reproached himself. Raising his gaze, his determination solidified. "Luor, I won't give up easily." After the meal, Emo Lingyun, without a word, held back Zhang Luai who was about to leave and carefully took out the rouge box. "This box of rouge was what I stumbled upon on my way back. The shopkeeper mentioned that its fragrance has a soothing effect, and when applied to the face, it's said to enhance beauty and promote a healthy complexion." He offered it to her like a precious treasure. His eyes filled with anticipation. "Luor is already so stunning. With this you'll look even more radiant." Noticing his cautious tone and earnest gaze, as if he feared her rejection, Zhang Luai felt a warm glow in her heart. But then she recalled the rumors about Emo Lingyun frequently purchasing costly jewelry to send to the general's manor. Despite their years of marriage, he had never given her anything. Now out of the blue he presents her with rouge. Could it be that this was something Lin Ling rejected, and he's now passing it on to her? Silence persisted as they gazed at each other. As Emo Lingyun's expression shifted from joy to anticipation, and finally to disappointment, Zhang Luai reached out and took the box. "Thank you, Your Highness." Seeing her accept it, Emo Lingyun's face lit up with joy, his eyes sparkling like a child who had just received candy. Zhang Luai looked at the box in her hand and couldn't help but smile wryly. "Why am I so happy just because my concubine accepts this rouge?" she asked. "Of course. It means Luor is willing to accept something from me, which is a great start. Alright, since there's nothing much to do today, let me see you apply this rouge." With that, Emo Lingyun scooped her up into his arms and dashed toward their chambers. "Ai, what are you doing? Put me down." Zhang Luai blushed at his sudden action. "No way." Emo Lingyun refused outright. "How proper is this behavior?" Servants passing by the residence couldn't help but steal glances and suppress their giggles at the sight of the two. "Has the Duke caught up with the Duchess?" A servant sweeping nearby nodded. "It does look like that." "Excellent. Our royal residence will soon be blessed with a young prince or princess." Chapter 73. The Thoughtless Emo Lingyun. Chapter 73. The Thoughtless Emo Lingyun. The two arrived at the room and were about to enter when they were stopped by the butler. "Your Highness, General Lin has caused a ruckus in the palace, infuriating the Empress Dowager to the point of a headache. The Emperor orders you to hurry to the palace." Zhang Lui's faint smile faded. "Hurry to the palace then. We can continue our discussion when you return." Concerned for the Empress Dowager, Emo Lingyun set her down gently and spoke softly. Go have a beauty nap and wait for me. I'll go see what's happening. Seeing how obedient she was, Emo Lingyun couldn't resist planting a deep kiss on her cheek. Wait for me. Inside the royal palace, Emo Lingyun rushed to the Shokong Palace, only to find the three of them engrossed in casual conversation. Her imperial elder sister was speaking with a pleased expression, while her brother and the Empress Dowager listened attentively, occasionally breaking into laughter. Emo Lingyun. Didn't they say she was angered to the point of fainting? Spotting him approaching, the Empress Dowager hurriedly called him over. Here comes Lingyun. Quickly, come and listen to your imperial elder sister's jokes. The Empress Dowager said joyfully. Emo Lingyun's anxiety vanished in that instant. Mother, you gave me quite a scare. Upon seeing Emo Lingyun, Feng Xiyao raised an eyebrow. Ho, here comes the thoughtless Emo Lingyun. Emo Lingyun furrowed his brow. It seemed that this imperial sister had a profound misunderstanding about him. He approached the Empress Dowager and asked, Mother, are you all right? The Empress Dowager shook her head. I'm fine, I'm perfectly fine. You have no idea, just now we put on a little act, and your imperial sister played her part beautifully. Overjoyed, the Empress Dowager recounted the events that had transpired. Emo Lingyun slightly knitted his brows. Uncle has become quite daring. Upon hearing this, the smile on the Empress Dowager's face faded. It was my fault for spoiling them. I shouldn't have indulged them like that before. Feng Xiyao put down the pastry in her hand and shook her head. Mother, you're mistaken. With someone like Lin Yuquan, even if he wasn't indulged by you, he would eventually. She was about to say rebel, but Feng Xiyao quickly reconsidered. The event hadn't occurred yet, so she shouldn't be speaking of it casually. After a moment's contemplation, she continued. He would still be arrogant and disrespectful. Seeing Feng Xiao's lovely peach blossom eyes darting around, Emo Tsongyan chuckled and gently wiped away the crumbs from the corner of her mouth. Yes, the Empress is right. Mother, don't blame yourself too much. It was the first time Emo Lingyun had seen his elder brother look at a woman with such an expression. He surreptitiously observed Feng Xiyao. He had always known that she was attractive. Before Feng Xiyao became his sister-in-law, her beauty was renowned throughout Shangjing. But he never expected her personality to be so lively. Not only were her bold words and actions surprising, but the fact that he could hear her inner thoughts astounded him even more. Noticing Emo Lingyun's lingering gaze on Feng Xiyao, Emo Tsongyan softly cleared his throat, expressing his displeasure. Emo Lingyun snapped back to reality, smiling awkwardly. Empress seems to have changed compared to before. Feng Xiao's face lit up with a charming smile. Yes, she's become even more beautiful. Emo Lingyun chuckled and nodded. Indeed. They continued chatting for a while. Recalling that someone was waiting for him at home, Emo Lingyun stood up and spoke. Mother, please enjoy your conversation. I must take my leave first. There are important matters at the mansion. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiao's expression soured. Important matters, huh? Not going to dawdle with Lin Ling again, are you? The Empress was displeased by this remark. Why are you leaving so soon? Who could be waiting for you? Thinking of Zhonglui, Emo Lingyun smiled gently. Yes, mother. Indeed, Emo Lingyun, how can you be so lacking in wit? For years, you've been showering Lin Ling with chests upon chests of gold and silver trinkets as if they were worthless. You're unaware that Lin Ling has always treated you like an ATM, turning to you whenever she needs money. When she first met the original male lead, she even borrowed from you to support him, knowing full well you'd never ask for it back. And yet, you happily handed over your wealth to her time and again. There's no need to mention the end. In a few months she'll claim to have had your child, and you'll unknowingly raise someone else's offspring. Afterward, the two of them will collaborate to bring down Great Xia. Emo Lingyun, wake up and smell the coffee. If Feng Xiyao didn't fear revealing that she wasn't the original owner, she would have forcefully opened Emo Lingyun's skull just to see if his brain was made of mush. Emo Tsongyan listened without any change in expression, but inwardly, he had already cursed his younger brother countless times. The Empress Dowager was filled with disappointment, shooting him several disapproving glares. Upon hearing this, Emo Lingyun recalled his constant lending of money to Lin Ling fueled by her deceit. He clenched his fists, determined to reclaim what was rightfully his. Realizing that his imperial sister-in-law had misunderstood the situation, Emo Lingyun raised his gaze, ready to clarify that Zhang Luoi was the one waiting for him. However, when he looked up, he found the trio staring at him with anger in their eyes. Emo Lingyun. Emo Tsongyan sipped his tea, then spoke calmly. The royal treasury has been depleted these past few days. For the sake of stability in the Great Xia, the Nanan Prince's allowance will be halved. What? Emo Lingyun's eyes widened. He looked to the Empress Dowager, hoping for her objection, but she only nodded in agreement. I concur with the Emperor, the Empress Dowager declared. Feng Xiyao took a bite of the green dumpling in her hand. I agree too. At General Lin's residence. How was it? Did the Feng Xiyao pavilion send over the items? Lin Ling was eager, as she had lent all her silver to Murong and hadn't purchased new clothes or accessories in a long time. Yuer shook her head. This servant doesn't know what's going on either. Usually, it would have been delivered by now. Lin Ling was somewhat infuriated. That damned Mo Lingyun. He didn't even bother to tell that dog servant to hurry up. Seeing her mistress upset, Yuer hurried to console her. Miss, please don't worry. Perhaps there were just too many items this time, and they need time to sort them properly before delivering. Hearing that there were numerous items, Lin Ling's mood improved. Thinking of Mo Lingyun, she said smugly, "Humph, even if he is a prince, he's still beneath this lady's feet." Seeing her mistress' mood, Yuer quickly agreed. Yes, yes, our miss is so beautiful. You shouldn't forgive his highness easily, so he'll learn his lesson. Relieved by the compliment, Lin Ling sat up. Come on, let's go to Fragrant Rain Pavilion. It's a perfect chance for this lady to make her choices. Chapter 74. Imperial Sister, best wishes to you. Chapter 74. Imperial Sister, best wishes to you. Arriving at the Fragrant Rain Pavilion, Lin Ling entered with an air of confidence. The owner, noticing her elegant attire, hurried over to greet her. Miss, please browse freely. Our shop has everything you could need, from cosmetics to jewelry, all in various styles and freshly stocked. Lin Ling took a step back, waving her handkerchief with a hint of disdain. Yuer stepped forward. Owner, my lady is Miss Lin, the second daughter of General Lin's household. Upon hearing this, the owner's smile widened even more. So it's Miss Lin. I finally have the chance to meet you in person. Every time before, we would deliver items to the general's residence but never had the pleasure of meeting Mississippi. You're a major patron of our Fragrant Rain Pavilion, and I should have paid a visit earlier. Yuer scoffed. Owner, not just anyone can meet my lady. Indeed, indeed. Miss is incomparably beautiful. It's a blessing for me to have this opportunity. Lin Ling felt exhilarated by the compliments and stepped forward to inspect the shop. She admired the exquisite jewelry and ethereal dresses, her eyes revealing her admiration. After a while, she pointed at a simple purple robe. Apart from this dress, wrap up all the other clothes for this young lady. And these accessories as well. The Chaoyang Flower Festival is in 2 days. I'll give them to my sisters. This rouge is quite nice too, get me a few boxes. Lin Ling almost emptied the entire store, and the owner was so delighted that his smile almost distorted his face. Of course. I'll have someone pack it up right away. Lin Ling loved being fawned over and was extremely pleased, her face beaming with joy. Sir, could you deliver the items I ordered this morning along with these to the general's manor? Someone will settle the payment when you arrive. The owner thought carefully. Apart from Prince Nanan, no one else had made a purchase that morning. Seeing them turn to leave, he hurriedly chased after them. Second miss, please wait. Lin Ling, being stopped, felt somewhat displeased. She was just about to invite her girlfriends over to show off Mo Lingyun's affection for her. Yuer, noticing her unpleasant expression, tactfully spoke up. Shopkeeper, you'd better hurry this time. If your delivery hadn't been delayed this morning, my lady wouldn't have come here in person. Shopkeeper. I don't understand. Yuer, growing impatient, explained. Didn't the Southern Peace Prince place a large order here this morning and ask you to deliver it to the general's residence? Why hasn't it arrived yet? My lady is getting anxious. The initially confused shopkeeper suddenly had an epiphany and quickly waved his hands. Miss must have mistaken. Those items weren't meant for the general's residence. They were destined for the Southern Peace Prince's estate. Delivered to the Nanan Prince's estate? Lin Ling was somewhat puzzled. Didn't they always send it straight to the entrance of the general's mansion before? The shopkeeper chuckled. I'm not sure, but that's what the prince instructed. Yuer pondered for a moment before chirpily speaking up. Miss, His Highness is planning to personally deliver it as an apology. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling's initial confusion dissipated, and she chuckled lightly. This Mo Lingyun, why didn't he do this earlier? The shopkeeper, not understanding their conversation, asked. So miss, how should I proceed with these items? Should I send them directly to the general's mansion? Yuer replied. Of course, straight to the general's mansion. And boss, you'd better hurry up. My lady doesn't wish to wait any longer. Internally, the shopkeeper grumbled. They've already said it's for the Nanan Prince's estate, so what's with all this waiting? However, as both were customers, the shopkeeper maintained a cheerful expression. Yes, I'll make sure it's done promptly this time. The morning rush was due to the Duke's extensive orders. We were simply overwhelmed. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling's smile deepened involuntarily. All right, Yuer, let's go. Yuer responded. Yes, ma'am. Then she turned to the shopkeeper and reminded him. Deliver the items that my lady has chosen. You can directly seek payment from the steward of the Nanan Prince's estate. Of course. Though the shopkeeper was puzzled, he nodded obediently. He didn't care who paid as long as he received his due. When Zhang Luo woke up and found Emo Lingyun absent from the room, she got up and went out. The maid Jinger approached her hastily. Your Highness, the Duke hasn't returned yet, but the Fragrant Rain Pavilion sent over quite a few items. The steward said they were the Duke's gift for you. Fragrant Rain Pavilion? Zhang Luo had never heard of it. Jinger nodded cheerfully. Yes, Fragrant Rain Pavilion is a very famous shop in Shangjing. Many high-ranking officials and nobles like to go there to purchase goods. The cosmetics and powders sold there are especially beloved by noble ladies. Curious, Zhang Luo asked. Is it really that good? Jinger shook her head bashfully. I'm not sure, Mississippi. I've never used them before. If the princess takes a look, she'll know. Let's go have a look then. The two entered the living room and saw 3 large boxes placed in the center. Upon seeing Zhang Luo, the butler called for the servants to open them. Approaching, Zhang Luo found the boxes filled with dazzling jewelry and clothing. The accessories were innovative, with designs she had never seen before. Picking up one of the garments, she noticed its simplicity yet elegance, making it quite beautiful. Spotting the smile tugging at the corners of Zhang Luo's lips, the butler spoke with a gentle smile. Princess, these are all gifts from the prince. He said he hopes you will like them. Jinger smiled and said, looking at how you are, you must really like it. Jinger was a maid that Emo Lingyun had specially found for her. She was cheerful, lively, and straightforward, not one to keep secrets. These past few days it was this treasure of a person who kept her company, otherwise, boredom would have truly set in. She picked up a box of rouge from the chest and handed it to Jinger, a hint of a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. You said you've never used it before, now you have. No, this is a gift from the Duke to the Duchess. I, a mere servant, cannot accept it. Jinger hurriedly waved her hands. If Emo Lingyun gave it to me, then it's mine now. I can give it to whoever I want. As she spoke, Zhang Luo looked at the butler. Right. The butler promptly agreed. Yes, exactly what the Duchess says. Upon hearing this, Jinger couldn't help but curve her lips upward in happiness as she happily accepted the rouge box. Thank you, Duchess. In the Imperial Palace, determined not to let Emo Lingyun return as someone's lapdog, Feng Xiyao engaged him and Emo Tsongyan in a card game within the Zijin Hall. To her surprise, these two ancients picked up the rules after just a couple of rounds, and in the end, Feng Xiyao was the one who lost the most. Lady Empress loses, drink up. Emo Lingyun was slightly tipsy. Emo Tsongyan, on the other hand, had won the most and remained completely sober. Fuming, Feng Xiyao shot a glare at Emo Lingyun before draining the cup in one go. Seeing her tongue dart out from the spiciness, blushing with a rosy glow, Emo Tsongyan's gaze softened significantly. Noticing the late hour, Emo Lingyun sat up straight and shook his head slightly. No more games, no more games. My queen is still waiting for this king back at the mansion. The queen is waiting for you? Emo Lingyun, why didn't you say so earlier? Feng Xiao's anger flared upon seeing the pile of wine she had consumed. He clenched his fists, ready to give Lingyun a couple of taps, but was instead pulled into Emo Tsongyan's embrace. All right, since the queen is waiting for you, you'd better hurry back. Observing his elder brother's dark, intent gaze on the Empress, Emo Lingyun understood his intentions and gave a knowing smile. Wishing you good fortune, Imperial Sister-in-Law. Chapter 75. Does the Empress still want it? Chapter 75. Does the Empress still want it? Seeing Emo Lingyun leave, Feng Xiao's mind was spinning. She reached out to grab him. Don't go back to being a lapdog. Emo Tsongyan found her adorable with her rosy lips and delicate, slightly flushed face. Her enchanting eyes shimmered like silk, stirring his emotions. He leaned in for a kiss, but Feng Xiyao blocked him, covering her mouth with her hand. With bright, innocent eyes she asked foolishly, Emo Tsongyan, what do you want? Amused by her blocking her mouth while asking what he intended to do, Emo Tsongyan gently pulled down her hand and kissed her. Her mouth was small, and Emo Tsongyan held it in a long lingering kiss. Only when he sensed her struggling for breath did he release her, gazing into her eyes with a mischievous grin. Now, Empress, you know what I'm about to do, don't you? Feng Xiyao reached out to twirl his fallen hair around her fingers, her expression adorably bashful. Seeing her silence, Emo Tsongyan waited patiently. After playing with his hair for a while, Feng Xiyao seemed to recall something, blushing as she covered her face, her voice soft and coquettish. You're kissing me. Emo Tsongyan found her utterly charming. He gently pulled down her hand, looking at her intently with a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Would the Empress like more? Feng Xiyao licked her lips, recalling the tender sensation just moments ago. Her eyes curved into a delighted smile. Yes. Speaking, she reached up to wrap her arms around Emo Tsongyan's neck. Emo Tsongyan leaned in again, capturing her tongue that had playfully grazed his lips. He kissed her deeply, gripping her slim waist tightly and drawing her closer into his embrace. Feng Xiao's head was already spinning, and the kiss only made her dizzier. Following his lead, she stealthily extended her tongue to entangle with his. Just as Empress was lost in the kiss, the woman's arms around him gradually loosened, and her head tilted to rest on his chest as she fell asleep. Empress, who was still not satisfied, furrowed his brows. Looking down at the sleeping woman, he gently nibbled on her chin, somewhat speechless. I should have stopped you from drinking so much. In General Lin's residence, several women's voices echoed from the backyard. Second Miss, how did you manage to win the heart of a man like the Southern Peace King? Do you have any secrets? Exactly, Sister Lin, do share your secret with us. Let us find husbands as admirable as the Duke. One of the women in purple chuckled, covering her mouth. What secret? I believe the key lies in Second Miss's beauty. Any man would be smitten. Lin Ling basked in their praise, her smile radiating with satisfaction. Among them, Lin Ling was the only legitimate daughter, while the others were concubine-born daughters of the estate. They all fawned over her, and it was this sense of superiority that made Lin Ling enjoy their company. Chan Wanru, dressed in green, chuckled softly. Indeed, the allure of Second Miss Lin is so captivating that even we are enchanted. Not just the Duke. Let alone the Duke, any man who beholds her would be captivated and reluctant to leave. Amidst their compliments, Lin Ling's laughter echoed, her smile stretching from ear to ear. You're just teasing me. I'm not that remarkable. As she spoke, she glanced at Chan Wanru by her side and casually remarked, Miss Chan is the princess's bosom friend. Perhaps we'll all benefit from your connection in the future. Chan Wanru's smile deepened. Second Miss jests. It is the princess who holds me in esteem. Otherwise, with my humble status, I would never have the chance to come close. Your sister is truly capable to have gained the princess's favor. The others echoed in agreement. Everyone chuckled, understanding that Lin Ling was the princess's cousin, and her words were simply a result of being flattered by Chan Wanru's compliments. After a while, 2 large chests were delivered from the Fragrant Rain Pavilion. Lin Ling sat up straight and instructed her servants to open them. Upon opening the chests, the dazzling clothes and jewelry within instantly ignited greed in everyone's eyes. Being concubine-born daughters, they knew that the finest items at home were usually reserved for the legitimate daughter, leaving little for them. Seeing such exquisite attire and accessories for the first time, their eyes sparkled with desire. Chan Wanru took a glance but did not share the same greedy expression as the others. Although her elder sister, the legitimate daughter, always had the first pick at home, Emo Qingcheng frequently gifted her valuable jewelry. She had already received quite a collection from the princess's residence. Listening to the gasps of admiration around her, Chan Wanru secretly sneered. Observing the eager reactions, Lin Ling stepped forward unfazed. I have abundance of these items. If you all like them, feel free to choose for yourselves. Upon finishing their words, everyone lost their composure and scrambled for the items wildly. These were products from Fragrant Rain Pavilion. Not only had they never laid hands on them before, they had never even seen such luxuries. They had only heard from their elder sister at home that she admired them but could not afford them due to their exorbitant price. Now that Lin Ling had produced 2 large trunks of these items, the others couldn't help but feel envious of her. The shopkeeper, who stood by, saw that the goods had been delivered. He bowed to Lin Ling, looking a little embarrassed as he said, Second Miss, about the silver. Yuer stepped forward and pulled the shopkeeper aside. She whispered, Didn't I tell you to retrieve it from Nan and Prince's estate? The proprietor nodded. Then we'll be troubling Miss to send someone with us. Otherwise, we won't have any evidence. Worried that Lin Ling might become displeased upon hearing this, Yuer pulled the proprietor aside and spoke proudly. Come on, I'll go with you. The people at the Marquis Manor know me. Mo Lingyun had been rather inebriated, but the journey back in the carriage sobered him up slightly. Nonetheless, he still stumbled as he entered the Marquis Manor. Luor, I'm back. Upon his return, the butler hurried to inform the queen. Mo Lingyun waved away the servants who attempted to assist him. He staggered towards his chamber, repeatedly murmuring Luor's name. Zhang Luo rushed out and found him sprawled unceremoniously on the lawn, continuously calling out her name. What happened to His Highness? She inquired as she approached. The butler followed closely behind. I'm not sure. He's been like this since returning from the palace. Must be from drinking. Zhang Luo furrowed her brow slightly and approached to lend a hand in helping Mo Lingyun up. Your Highness, are you all right? Hearing the familiar voice, Mo Lingyun let out a silly grin and tugged on her arm as she reached for him. Ah! Zhang Luo was pulled by him and landed in Mo Lingyun's arms. She lifted her eyes in embarrassment, only to meet the silly smiling man. Mo Tsongyan lowered his head, his smile both foolish and cunning. Luor, you smell so good. Seeing this, the butler and Jinger nearby hurriedly stood up and left, lest they witness something they shouldn't. Please take good care of His Highness, we'll be on our way first. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo was about to stop them from leaving. But Mo Lingyun drew near her, his slightly flushed eyes gazing intently at her as he softly spoke. Luor, I've missed you so much. As he spoke, his gaze slowly drifted towards her rosy lips, darkening with intensity. Lu, or may I kiss you? Upon seeing that look in his eyes, Zhang Luai immediately knew what he intended to do. Before she could even express her refusal, Mo Lingyun embraced her and kissed her deeply, forcefully parting her lips with his tongue intruding into hers. Chapter 76. I want a divorce. Chapter 76. I want a divorce. Jinger and the butler stepped out just in time to encounter a servant rushing over. The maid from the general's manor is here to see you, butler. The butler frowned and headed towards the entrance. Upon seeing that the visitor was Lin Ling's maid, the butler shot an annoyed glance at the servant who had conveyed the message. Upon seeing the butler, Yuer turned to the shop owner and said, "Just ask this butler for it." The proprietor stepped forward and respectfully handed over a piece of paper. "This is the merchandise Miss Lin Tu took from Fragrant Rain Pavilion. Please settle the bill." The butler took the paper and immediately spotted the sum of 30,000 taels at the bottom. The corner of his mouth twitched. Who said that the Marquis Manor could settle the bill? With that, he returned the paper to the proprietor, his expression darkening. The boss felt awkward and turned to seek help from Yuer behind him. Yuer was taken aback, then she walked over with anger in her eyes. "Steward, don't you recognize me? I'm Miss Lin's personal maid." The steward had never been fond of Lin Ling and her maid. The prince had also instructed him not to show them any leniency if they crossed paths in the future. Now his patience was running thin. However, as the steward of the prince's estate, he couldn't lose his temper. Instead, he suppressed his anger and spoke calmly to the boss. "Whoever takes these items is responsible for the payment. Our prince's estate doesn't bear that responsibility." Upon hearing this, Yuer was displeased. "Steward, what do you mean? Didn't you know that the prince has always paid for these before?" The steward nodded with a smile. "I do, but that was due to His Highness's generosity. Now that there's a princess, he naturally can't spend on those unrelated to him anymore." Yuer sneered. "Unrelated, huh? Steward, you're quite bold. The prince adores Miss so much. If she were to hear your words and become upset, I suppose you don't value your life." The butler's expression was aloof. "Then be sure to convey this to your lady. There's no need for her to visit the prince's residence in the future, nor should she bring any more of these disorderly items to associate with our estate." Fearing reprimands for unfinished tasks, Yuer hurriedly followed. "Steward, how daring of you! I demand to see the prince." Jinger, who had followed, couldn't bear to listen any longer. She approached and gently pushed Yuer back out before she could enter uninvited. "Yapping about dogs all the time. Is this how your general's manor teaches its servants? The prince himself has ordered no beggars to be at the gate, yet here you are." Upon hearing that they considered her a beggar, Yuer's face contorted with anger. "You lowly servant, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you know who my lady is?" Interrupting before Yuer could finish, Jinger spoke up. "I might not know which forest your ladybird hails from, but she's still a noble lady, isn't she? She must have some wealth. Why then does she constantly come to my prince asking for money?" At this point, Jinger seemed to have discovered a secret and exclaimed loudly, "Oh my heavens, could it be that second Miss Lin really has a secret lover outside?" It was the time when people were out buying groceries and preparing meals. With Jinger's loud voice, the gossipy passers-by on the road all stopped in their tracks. You dare to say that my lady keeps a lover?" Yuer knew that her lady indeed had Murong, but she was clearly flustered now that it had been exposed so suddenly. "I didn't say anything now. You're the one who said it." Although the people of Great Xiao were open-minded, it was absolutely forbidden for a young maiden to keep a lover outside. Jinger deliberately drew attention to herself. If they dared to come asking for money, they shouldn't be afraid of losing face. "My prince and princess are currently deeply in love. How can your lady have the audacity to come and demand money?" The steward just mentioned that, in the past, the prince took pity on their cousin relationship and lent your lady some money. But you can't be so greedy, showing up here with people to demand payment. A beggar at least has the humility to kneel and plead, but you just brazenly reach for cash with your face held high. The crowd below erupted into discussion. "I heard rumors that Prince Nanan had a fondness for Miss Lin. Now it seems she's the one clingy to His Highness. I was wondering myself. A few days ago, I saw Prince Nanan out with his consort, and his eyes were filled with adoration for her. This Miss Lin truly thinks of herself as a celestial fairy, behaving so hypocritically." Amidst the chatter, Yuer shouted indignantly, "You're all mistaken. It's clear that Prince Nanan is the one who fancies my lady, constantly pursuing her." Jinger's voice rose in response. "Don't listen to her nonsense. Our prince once fell into the water and was rescued by a kind stranger. This Miss Lin, however, took credit, claiming she was the one who saved him. Our prince, trusting her blindly, showed her extra care. Who would have thought she'd exploit being his savior and frequently demand money from the palace? Our prince only recently discovered that the one who saved him wasn't Miss Lin. He intended to let bygones be bygones, but they still came asking for money." Upon hearing this, everyone grasped the situation. So it was a fraud who took credit for being the savior. A swindler stealing people's money. A shameless swindler daring to show up here. Everyone attacked this fraud. A voice rang out, and the crowd started throwing their vegetables. Swindler, get out of here! Jinger shouted fiercely. Yuer was bombarded with vegetable leaves, leaving her utterly humiliated. Recalling her former arrogance, the butler held back his laughter and whispered to a servant nearby. From now on, don't let just anyone barge in and disturb His Highness and the Duchess. You won't be able to bear the consequences. I understand, your servant won't dare do it again. As they were deeply engrossed in their kiss, Zhang Luoyi lost herself, grasping Emo Lingyun's neck tightly. Emo Lingyun eagerly raised his hand to slip off her outer garment. Feeling his hand touch her chest, Zhang Luoyi recalled how he was drunk the last time and mistook her for Lin Ling. At this thought, she shuddered and abruptly pushed him away, opening her eyes wide. Emo Lingyun, who was deeply immersed in the kiss, frowned in displeasure at being suddenly pushed away. Zhang Luoyi's face flushed red as she hastily got up to dress herself, ready to flee. Emo Lingyun swiftly caught her, his face filled with displeasure. Luor, what's wrong? Zhang Luoyi bit her lip in anger, frustrated that she had almost been swayed by this man. She turned around and glared at him fiercely. Your Highness, you're fully awake now, aren't you? Emo Lingyun had originally been inebriated, but the anger stirred him into consciousness. Seeing her cold expression, completely devoid of the earlier enchantment, Emo Lingyun asked worriedly, Luor, what happened to you? Zhang Luoyi replied coolly, nothing. With that, she shrugged off Emo Lingyun's hand and quickly ran back to her room. The next morning, news spread throughout every corner of the city that second Miss Lin was a fraud, a dissolute woman who kept a lover outside. Zhang Luoyi learned of the scandal too. Recalling how much Emo Lingyun had cared for Lin Ling before, she sat alone in a pavilion, deep in thought for a long time. Princess, it's only early spring. Be careful not to catch a chill. Jinger approached and gently draped a cloak over her. Where's His Highness? Jinger replied hesitantly. His Highness? He's out on official business. Noticing Jinger's evasive gaze, Zhang Luoyi knew that Emo Lingyun had gone to see Lin Ling again. With such a significant event unfolding, he must have gone to console his beloved. She gave a wry smile and after a long while, looked into the distance before softly speaking. Jinger, I want a divorce. Chapter 77 More Kissing and Hugging. Chapter 77 More Kissing and Hugging. That night, Feng Xiyao was once again pulled into the endless realm. This time not only was there the faulty system, but also a mountain of gold. Congratulations, host. Your life value has finally reached the first major milestone of 30%. As a reward, you receive a mountain of gold. FFF. What? This massive mountain of gold is mine. Staring at the towering heap of gold before her, Feng Xiao's words stumbled with excitement. The system responded. Yes, host. You can spend this money however you wish. Since you've received a reward, the punishments in the future will naturally become stricter. Mesmerized by the glittering gold, Feng Xiao nodded absent-mindedly. Punishments. Seeing her eyes fixated on the mountain of gold, the system, fearing that she might curse at it later when she faced a punishment, spoke gently. Now that the host has reached 30%, the process must continue uninterrupted. If interrupted, the host will be erased. What did you say? The money-minded Feng Xiyao was interrupted by these words. System. Regardless of the host's current health, it must keep increasing. If it decreases, the subsequent lightning strikes will double in intensity, and then triple, repeating this cycle until the host can no longer withstand it, and their original body perishes. Feng Xiyao, who had been basking in happiness, was stunned. What's going on? Just tell me straight if you want my life. System. The host has already overcome the most challenging first hurdle. With proper effort, the mission can certainly be accomplished. Feng Xiyao knew her own limitations. She didn't have the confidence to complete the task. Being near the tyrant alone made her heart race with fear. When the original female lead arrived, there would be no place for her. She pleaded. Can I just run away with this gold? Forget about altering the original storyline at 60% or fulfilling wishes at 100%. I don't want any of it anymore. System. He, amused by the host's wit. Upon hearing the system's sardonic tone, Feng Xiyao dropped the pretense and directly inquired. You mean I have to steadily increase my vitality? Or else I'll be eliminated, or trapped here indefinitely? System. That's right, there's no turning back, only moving forward. Feng Xiyao let out a long sigh. My fate lies in the heavens, not in my own hands. Gazing at the enormous pile of gold before her, she dashed forward and embraced it, then lay down upon it entirely. Let's set aside the matter of life and death for now. I want to make the most of the present. The system, seeing her optimism, couldn't help but laugh. It's precisely because of the host's mindset that in the future, if the host wishes to withdraw money from here, you can do so with your thoughts. However, there will be a limit to how much you can withdraw at once. This gold will remain stored within the host's mind, thus avoiding any suspicion from others. It seems that you're looking for a continuation or a specific context to provide an elegant and appropriate English translation. Please offer the lines you wish to have translated or the broader context of your request, and I'll be more than happy to assist you in crafting a refined translation. Feng Xiyao opened her eyes to meet the tyrant's profound gaze, their faces inches apart. Peering discreetly, she realized she was clinging onto the tyrant like an octopus, her hands and feet wrapped around him, her face nestled against his chest. Noticing Empress darkened gaze upon her, Feng Xiyao softly lowered her legs. Just as she was about to release her hold, he firmly grasped her hand with a meaningful smile. The Empress must have been dreaming of something to have kissed and embraced me just now? Kissed and embraced? Feng Xiyao was stunned. Am I that desperate that I would even dare to embrace a tyrant? Empress raised an eyebrow. Did embracing him make this woman feel so starved? With this thought, he pulled Feng Xiyao into his embrace. Since the Empress has hugged me, I naturally have to return the favor. Feng Xiyao was about to resist, but remembering that the tyrant was crucial to increasing her vitality, she held back. For the sake of my life, I have to fawn over this tyrant and not provoke him, Feng Xiyao thought, and promptly she reached out to embrace Empress, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Your Majesty, if you want to hold me, please do so. I'm more than happy. Empress's attention was immediately drawn to the word fawn, in Feng Xiao's words. Recalling the image of her delicate tongue when he kissed her, his handsome face flushed red. He sat up on the bed, his cheeks still flushed as he exclaimed, Feng Xiyao, how can you be so shameless? Feng Xiyao responded puzzled. What did I do wrong? Didn't you ask for a hug? And now I'm the one who's shameless for returning your hug. Empress found himself at a loss for words. Feng Xiyao leaned closer, noticing the slight flush on the tyrant's face and his innocent expression. She suddenly found it amusing. I never would have guessed that this tyrant could be so bashful. If you keep this up, your vitality will surely rise. Empress looked at Feng Xiao's grinning face. Although he was annoyed, he couldn't help feeling stirred up for some reason. It was his first time encountering such a bold woman. His cheeks grew warm. Suppressing the strange sensations in his heart, Empress got out of bed, avoiding eye contact. Empress, rest well. I must attend the morning court session. Seeing the man's flushed face, Feng Xiyao glanced curiously at his lower body. I've heard that men can become excited when they wake up in the morning. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiao's gaze openly lingered on his intimate area. Empress gritted his teeth and swiftly turned to leave. Watching the tyrant's hasty retreat, Feng Xiyao was filled with confusion. Great Xia's emperor, do you really need to be so innocent? Exiting Fengchun Palace, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Empress's lips. He was quite curious about how Feng Xiyao would attempt to flatter him. But then, remembering her clumsiness, he frowned. If she was so eager to flatter him, why not strip off his clothes and let her have her way? Unaware, Feng Xiyao, lying comfortably in bed, had no idea that her casual comment had disrupted Empress's thoughts for the entire day. Lin Ling had spent the whole day fuming. She had intended to boast, but instead, she had ended up embarrassing herself, being ridiculed by the people of Shangjing, and wasting a considerable amount of money. Yuer covers her face as she steps forward. Miss, should we return everything? Lin Ling erupts in anger. Hasn't this young lady lost enough face already? Must I lose even more? With not much to begin with, Lin Ling is now left penniless after settling the bill, having even sacrificed many of her jewels. What angers her most is that Mo Lingyun has discovered that she was not the one who saved him years ago. Upon their encounter, he humiliates her. How could the always privileged Lin Ling swallow such humiliation? Mo Lingyun is nothing. It's his good fortune to be used by this young lady. If it were Brother Murong, forget about this mere sum of money. He'd give me the entire world. Yuer eagerly nods. Yes, young Master Murong is the best. Mo Lingyun can't even compare to the tip of his finger. The thought of Murong brings comfort to Lin Ling's heart. Speaking of the devil as the two discuss Murong, he silently approaches behind Lin Ling. Spotting Murong, Yuer, relieved to be rescued from the situation, happily exclaims, Miss, look who's here. Chapter 78. Intimate Tangle of the Scoundrel and His Mistress. Chapter 78. Intimate Tangle of the Scoundrel and His Mistress. Lin Ling turned around in delight, her eyes sparkling as she saw Murong. Tears then began to stream down her cheeks. Big brother Murong, you're finally here. Linger missed you so much. She rushed over and threw herself into Murong's arms. Yuer quickly stepped outside the courtyard to keep watch for them. Having failed to win Feng Xiyao, Murong looked at the delicate woman in his embrace and curved his lips into a smile. Linger, I've missed you too. Lin Ling cried pitifully, pulling away from him. If big brother Murong missed me, why didn't you come to see me these past few days? Murong drew her back to face him. I encountered some people who wanted to kill me. I was worried that it would put you in danger, so I didn't come to find you. Lin Ling's eyes reddened. Is that true? Murong chuckled softly. Silly girl. You're the only one in my heart. Brother Murong. Lin Ling embraced the man, pressing herself closely against him. Murong reached out to embrace her waist, his hand roaming over her body. They held each other for a moment, and Murong whispered softly into Lin Ling's ear. Linger, I've been hunted these past few days and have nowhere to turn. I was wondering if I could stay here with you for a couple of days. Well. Lin Ling hesitated. As an unmarried young lady, if it were discovered that she had a man hidden in her room, her reputation would be ruined. Observing her hesitation, impatience flickered in Murong's eyes. However, with the palace under strict search, he dared not leave. Moreover, without any money, he couldn't go anywhere else. I'm truly sorry for putting you in a difficult position, Linger. I suppose I should hide in the depths of the forest for a while. But not seeing you during this time will bring me great sorrow. Noticing his earnest expression, Lin Ling gritted her teeth. Nothing will happen, Brother Murong. Just stay here. My house is safe, and nobody would dare to search it. Murong hugged Lin Ling joyfully. I knew Linger loves me the most. Don't worry, I won't let you down when I gain power in the future. Aha, I love Brother Murong the most. That damned Emolingyun should just disappear. At the mention of Emolingyun, Murong hurriedly asked, Linger, how's your plan to get along with Emolingyun and win his trust? The topic irked Lin Ling. Emolingyun already knows that I'm not his savior. He's very annoyed with me now, and I hate him to death. What? Murong pushed her away abruptly. Emolingyun found out the truth? Pushed aside abruptly, Lin Ling wore a puzzled expression. Yeah, so what if he knows? I don't care about him at all. Murong frowned. Emolingyun was a significant cash cow. Without him, would he have to rely on this woman to support himself? Her money wouldn't even come close to satisfying his needs. Murong was about to lash out but quickly realized that only Lin Ling could help him now. He swallowed his frustration and tried to reassure her. Linger, for my ambition, you must win back Emolingyun's affection and keep him loving you. But he already knows I wasn't the one who saved him. Just the other day, he humiliated me terribly. I refuse. Lin Ling released him and turned away. Murong was impatient with coaxing women, but he suppressed his annoyance and continued in a gentle tone. Linger, you know how desperately I need money to revive Country Dragon. And Emolingyun is the perfect candidate. He loved you for so many years. If you take the initiative to win him over and draw near, I believe he'll change his heart. Just think of it as securing your position, alright? Convinced, Lin Ling turned to face him. Brother Murong, I'm doing this for you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't go near Emolingyun again. Noticing that he had finally convinced her, Murong curved his lips into a smile and pulled her into his embrace. Alright, Linger loves me the most. The two embraced once more, but each held their own hidden intentions. Lin Ling. Brother Murong is destined to be an emperor. I must hold on to him tightly. Murong. Damn woman, if not for not finding anyone else, why would I bother coming here to coddle you? With this thought, a plan began to form in Murong's mind. In the Princess Xuanyang's residence. With the annual Chaohua festival just days away, Emo Qingqing instructed artisans to craft exquisite jewelry pieces. As she gazed at the intricate ornaments, Chan Wanru praised them from the side. These accessories are truly lovely, fit only for a princess, not us common folk. Emo Qingqing removed the hairpin, contemplating to give some to Wanru. But her words were interrupted by an icy voice. Li Chuang entered, casting a casual glance at the jewelry on the table. Merely vulgar trinkets, you two possess innate beauty that needs no enhancement. Emo Qingqing lifted her gaze. Though he addressed you two, Li Chuang's eyes were fixed on Chan Wanru. She furrowed her brows slightly, realizing now what she had overlooked before. Chan Wanru blushed and giggled. Big brother Li always teases me and the princess. As she spoke, her eyes filled with longing as she gazed at the items in the dressing box. But these ornaments are genuinely beautiful and perfect for the princess. Observing the tense atmosphere between the two, Emo Qingqing recalled Feng Xiao's words. These two had long been secretly involved. Emo Qingqing pursed her lips, forcefully suppressing her suspicions. Seeing her remain silent for a while, Li Chuang reminded her with some displeasure. As the princess's intimate friend, she would naturally gift you such items. I see. In that case, I shall thank the prince beforehand. Chan Wanru met Li Chuang's fiery gaze head-on, deliberately emphasizing the word prince consort in her response. Perceiving the affectionate undertones in her voice, Li Chuang smiled indulgently, and their intimate atmosphere deepened. Emo Qingqing sneered inwardly. Had she heard Chan Wanru call Li Chuang her prince consort before, she would have been ecstatic, eager to shower her with everything she owned just to impress him with her generosity. But something was amiss between these two now, and Feng Xiao's words echoed in her mind. These items were crafted from what my mother gave me. They are part of my dowry and cannot be given to anyone. Upon hearing this, the cheerful expression on Chen Wanru's face froze, and she shot Li Chuang a pitiful glance. It's the princess's dowry, of course it can't be given to anyone else. As she spoke, she angrily punched the man. Oh, brother Li, it's all because of you that the princess misunderstands me as wanting it. Li Chuang's face remained cold and distant. The Li family has always been simple folk. If the princess were to marry me, she surely couldn't adorn herself with gold and silver. Our ancestors would blame us from above. Each word Li Chuang spoke now grated on Emo Qingqing's nerves. She held back her anger, barely managing not to lash out. Only now did she realize that, at some point, she had unknowingly started to obey Li Chuang blindly. If he had said such things before, she would have felt deeply ashamed. But now, his words only sounded mocking. She took a deep breath and said coldly, "Are you done? When you are, both of you get out of my palace." Li Chuang was always arrogant. Even though he was just a guard in the mansion after catching the princess's eye, everyone treated him with great respect. Emo Qingqing, in particular, had gone out of her way to please him. Upon hearing her indifferent tone, he turned away in anger. Chapter 79. Teaching Kong Shuer a lesson on behalf of Consort Li. Chapter 79. Teaching Kong Shuer a lesson on behalf of Consort Li. Seeing Li Chuang leave in anger, Chen Wanru hastily pleaded, "Princess, you should quickly go and console big brother Li. He's upset." Emo Qingqing remained motionless, sitting before the dressing mirror as she continued trying on accessories. "If you're worried, then you should go console him." Chen Wanru's expression changed, and she cast her eyes down looking dejected. "Please don't be angry with big brother Li because of me. I'll be very sad." Emo Qingqing stopped what she was doing and lifted her gaze to look at the woman before her. Their paths had crossed because back then, when she had fallen into the water, Chen Wanru had ordered someone to save her. After seeing her being bullied by her elder sister, Emo Qingqing had stepped in to rescue her. Since then, Chen Wanru had been by her side, and now they were known to all as bosom friends. Recalling Feng Xiao's mention of the design, she clenched her fists. She had always suspected that someone was deliberately trying to harm her. To think that it was the person who had ordered her rescue who was behind it all. She hadn't been able to uncover the truth before. If she were to investigate through Chen Wanru, who knew what she might discover? With this in mind, she spoke. "All right, you may leave as well. This princess is feeling weary." Noticing the peculiar gaze directed at her, Chen Wanru felt a twinge of guilt. "Very well, then princess should have a good rest." After the person left, Emo Qingqing summoned her covert guards. "You go and investigate if Chen Wanru was the one who intentionally harmed me back then." "And Li Chuang?" the covert guard replied. "Yes, your highness." As the covert guard vanished, Emo Qingqing was left alone in the room. Looking at herself in the mirror, she had been so preoccupied with chasing after Li Chuang that she almost forgot she was also a princess known for her ruthless tactics. Seeing Chen Wanru rush out with slightly reddened eyes, Li Chuang furrowed his brows deeply. "Did Emo Qingqing bully you again?" Chen Wanru shook her head. Recalling the gaze Emo Qingqing had cast upon her just now, she worriedly said, "Big brother Li, the princess seems to have changed. Does she know about what happened in the past?" The thought of Emo Qingqing's infatuation with him made Li Chuang chuckle. How could she possibly know? With her being that kind of woman who only has men on her mind, even if she did find out, all I'd need to do is say a few nice words and she would undoubtedly throw herself at me. Aha! Chen Wanru nodded. Unable to resist her bright smile, Li Chuang reached out to embrace her. Chen Wanru also wrapped her arms around the man, and the two of them embraced tenderly. This was Li Chuang's courtyard. No one dared to enter without his permission, which was why they felt free to act so boldly. Unbeknownst to them, Emo Qingqing from a distance had witnessed their intimate embrace. Her fists clenched fiercely, her fingers digging into her flesh. She had only intended to follow and observe, but she hadn't expected to witness this scene. These two treacherous lovers had kept their deceit hidden so well, truly believing her to be a fool. It was impossible not to feel pain and sorrow for the man she had loved for so many years. However, Emo Qingqing's predominant emotion was anger. As a princess, she had been shamelessly deceived by them. She would ensure that these two would not have an easy time. With her status, she could easily dispose of them, but she intended to make them suffer first. Inside Fengchun Palace. After spending a few days as a dependent, Feng Xiyao ventured to the imperial garden for a stroll, overhearing a hushed conversation between several palace maids. "One thing about Consort Li, her temper has been horrid lately. I dread having to deliver meals to her. Indeed, I've heard she's been hitting people and smashing things. It's like a vulgar street brawl. No wonder the emperor has lost favor with her. Yes, it's said that the emperor is now most fond of imperial noble consort Kong. In a couple of days, she might be promoted to the rank of a concubine." I should have attended to Imperial Noble Consort Kong instead. Perhaps I wouldn't be tasked with delivering food to Consort Li now. After just a few days apart, Feng Xiyao was astonished to see how much Consort Li's situation had deteriorated. Observing the reluctant mate trudging towards Xiaochun Palace, Feng Xiyao followed suit. Upon reaching the entrance of Xiaochun Palace, she could hear the shattering of objects even before entering. Ah, wretch, you dare serve me leftovers. How dare you? Did that vixen Kong Shuer order you to do this? I want to see the emperor. Feng Xiyao hastened inside, only to witness belongings scattered about. A maid toppled over, and the other palace maids keeping their distance. Consort Li, once radiant, was now in a state of furious uproar. Consort Li. Observing her intention to strike the fallen maid, Feng Xiyao quickly called out to stop her. Upon seeing that the newcomer was Feng Xiyao, Consort Li sneered mockingly. The Empress has come to watch my disgrace. Feng Xiyao ignored her, instead casting a glance at the food on the ground, which still emitted a faint sour smell. She furrowed her brow. Feng Xiyao wasn't there to intervene on Consort Li's behalf. If this meal had been intended for her own consumption, she would have reacted even more fiercely. The maid, upon seeing Feng Xiyao, hurriedly crawled towards her. Empress, save me. Consort Li wants to kill this servant. Feng Xiyao gave a cold laugh. You dared to serve these to Consort Li. If she kills you, it's your own fault. Consort Li's chest heaved with anger. This lowly maid doesn't have the guts. It must be that vixen Kong Shuer who instigated this. Feng Xiyao crouched down and looked at the maid on the ground. Did Imperial Noble Consort Kong instruct you to do this? The palace maid's gaze flickered, and she dared not speak. After all, Kong Jowie was now the favored consort. No one dared to provoke her. Noticing her evasive eyes, Feng Xiyao confirmed her suspicion. I warn you, Consort Li is merely under house arrest, not deposed. If any of you dare to bring such items again, I shall not spare you. Enough, you may leave now. The palace mates hastily rose to their feet, exiting with fearful steps. Consort Li met Feng Xiao's intrigued gaze and haughtily harumphed. Don't try to show your queenly airs in front of me. I'm not afraid of you. Seeing how endearing this person was and that she was being bullied due to the tyrant, Feng Xiyao felt a twinge of sympathy. This woman might be spoiled, headstrong, and overbearing, but as the Empress Dowager had mentioned, her heart wasn't evil. She simply loved Emotongyan too much. Consort Li, don't you dare die on me. This palace hasn't frightened you enough yet. Speaking of this, Consort Li hugged her arms tightly, her gaze fixed intently on her, for fear that Feng Xiyao would bring out that damnable rat again. Noticing her fear, Feng Xiyao chuckled and shook her head. All right, no more frightening you. Saying this, she turned and left. Consort Li. Feng Xiyao, what do you intend to do? Without turning back, Feng Xiyao replied. I've been rather idle lately. I'll take the opportunity to teach Kong Shuer a lesson for you. Hearing this, Consort Li was momentarily taken aback. Recalling Feng Xiao's intimidating tactics, she let out a soft chuckle. Upon realization, she quickly composed herself and wiped away her smile. Humph, Feng Xiao, don't think I'll be grateful to you. Inside the Chaoyang Palace, Kong Shuer was lounging on a luxurious couch, leisurely enjoying some snacks. Chang'e rushed in hastily. Milady, Her Majesty the Empress is here. Chapter 80. Kong Shuer's tearful complaint. Chapter 80. Kong Shuer's tearful complaint. Upon hearing this, Kong Shuer remained still until Feng Xiyao entered the room. Only then did she slowly rise and gesture for support. I, your humble servant, pay respects to Her Majesty the Empress. Feng Xiyao ignored her, instead taking her time to observe the elegant and luxurious interior of the room. May I ask why Her Majesty has come? Feng Xiyao, today, I saw the meal that the palace maids prepared for Consort Li. Taking her place on the main seat, Feng Xiyao lifted her gaze to look at Kong Shuer indifferently. Kong Shuer glanced at Chong Huan and instantly dawned a smile on her face. I am unwise and cannot fathom what my senior sister wishes to convey. Feng Xiyao sneered. You do not know? Foreseeing Consort Li's response, she signaled to Rui, who was by the door. Rui entered, carrying the scattered meal that had fallen to the ground. Feng Xiyao looked at Kong Shuer with a soft laugh. Since the food was sent by Imperial Noble Consort Kong's order, you should eat some. The pungent smell wafted over, causing Kong Shuer to step back in disgust. Empress, what proof do you have that it was this concubine who instructed someone to send it? You're slandering me. I'm going to see the emperor. Before Kong Shuer could leave, Feng Xiyao descended and grabbed her, slapping her across the face. How dare you leave while this palace is still speaking? Kong Shuer tumbled to the floor from the blow. She covered her face, her eyes filled with disbelief. Empress, you dare to strike me? Feng Xiyao shook her hand and lifted her gaze, meeting hers with a cold stare. Do you think I didn't know about the incident where you caused me to fall into the water last time? Kong Shuer felt a moment of guilt but quickly denied it. Empress, you are slandering me. I have no idea what you're talking about. This concubine doesn't understand. Feng Xiyao raised an eyebrow. Don't understand? As she spoke, a wicked smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Since you claim not to understand, then I'll have someone throw you in to ponder whether or not you committed such an act. Seeing that Feng Xiyao wasn't joking, Kong Shui's face paled with fear. Now that Consort Li had been stripped of her power, the entire harem was under the Empress's control alone. She dared not treat the Empress the same way she had treated Consort Li before. Observing Kong Shui's wandering eyes, Feng Xiyao knew she was up to something mischievous again. She gestured to Rui who stood nearby. Go and help Imperial Noble Consort Kong recall her memories properly. Rui nodded, then promptly pinched Kong Shui's arm hard, making her shriek in pain. You lowly servant, how dare you pinch this palace? Do you want to lose your life? Rui slapped her across the face, dazing her. Imperial Noble Consort Kong, do you intend to defy Her Majesty the Empress's order? Kong Shui glared at Feng Xiyao with fury. Empress, you dare to hit me? I'll tell the Emperor. The Empress chuckled nonchalantly. Go ahead and tell him. But for now. With a wicked grin spreading across her lips, she continued. What do you think you're doing? Kong Shui's swollen cheek and bruised arm bore witness to the punishment she had endured. Chong Huan, standing by, dared not express his anger but obediently remained at the side. After Yui finished scolding Kong Shui, Feng Xiyao approached. Kong Shui, remember this lesson well. If you ever entertain any ill intentions again, I won't spare you next time, Feng Xiyao warned. In pain and fury, Kong Shui lifted her gaze to glare at her fiercely. Observing her swollen face, Feng Xiyao couldn't help but chuckle softly. Don't glare at me like that. I'm doing this for your own good. Consort Li is the Empress Dowager's niece. If she finds out how you've treated Consort Li behind her back, she won't let you off lightly. At that point, not even the Emperor himself, let alone the heavens, could save you. Speaking of the Empress Dowager, Kong Shui gritted her teeth in anger. Last time, it was that old hag who had punished her by sending her to Chongqing Palace. There, she was beaten and scolded during the day, and left alone at night in that eerie place. Seeing fear in Kong Shui's eyes, Feng Xiyao finally relented. As she left, she didn't forget to issue a warning. If there's a next time, I'll throw you into the river to feel it for yourself. I always keep my word. Not until they were gone did Chong Huan rush over to help Kong Shui up, only to be shrugged off. You bunch of useless minions, all you do is eat and watch as this palace is being beaten and humiliated. With her head bowed, Chong Huan replied. But your highness, she's the Empress. We dare not resist. Kong Shui seethed with anger, sitting up and kicking Chong Huan several times fiercely. You good-for-nothing servants, you deserve to be servants for life. Kong Shui's venting brought her some relief. Come, let's go and meet the Emperor. Inside the Zijin Hall. Upon hearing that Feng Xiyao had gone to the Chaoyang Palace to mete out punishment, Empress chuckled softly. Qin Feng lowered his head. Your Majesty, there were reasons behind the Empress's actions. Empress coldly interrupted. I am aware. There is no need for you to emphasize it. The two of them had grown up together, and Empress knew that Qin Feng was clueless about matters between men and women. Sometimes he was just too oblivious to maintaining boundaries. I have received news that General Qin will return victorious in a few days. Prepare yourself to welcome him back. Hearing that his father was coming home, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty, for informing me. No sooner had the words left his lips than a weeping voice echoed from outside. Your Majesty, please protect your concubine. Kong Shui rushed in, sniffling and sobbing. Upon seeing her swollen face, Empress frowned. What has happened to you, my beloved concubine? Hearing this, Kong Shui felt even more wronged. She recounted how Feng Xiyao had blindly attacked her without reason, leaving out the part about serving the leftover food to Consort Li. As Kong Shui portrayed Feng Xiyao as an arrogant and lawless person, Empress tried to find a counter-argument. But upon reflection he realized she actually was. Listening from below, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a urge to punch the woman too. The Empress was such a kind-hearted and innocent person. Truly a remarkable individual. Your Majesty, you must avenge me. Kong Shui sobbed, attempting to grab Empress's hand, only to have him evade her. Your Majesty. Empress rose, his handsome brows furrowing as he spoke with anger. My beloved concubine, don't be afraid. I'll right this injustice for you at once. With that he turned and left the room. Qin Feng glanced at the stunned woman before following Empress out. In an instant Kong Shui was left alone, her thoughts in disarray. She sensed something amiss but couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. In Fengchun Palace. Oh, you silly Rui, that's not how you play. Even before entering, they could hear the laughter of women inside. The two of them stepped in slowly, curious about the scene awaiting them. Feng Xiyao and Rui were seated beneath the peach blossom tree. A lush carpet spread out on the ground between them, both engrossed in the chess pieces in their hands. Feng Xiyao was explaining the rules of Gamoku to Rui, oblivious to the man who had approached them from behind. Rui, you're much cleverer than the emperor. If you play earnestly, you'll surely surpass him one day. As Feng Xiyao finished her words, Rui noticed the emperor approaching them, causing her body to instantly go limp with surprise. Chapter 81. A kiss for an item. Chapter 81. A kiss for an item. Feeling a shadow block the sunlight, Feng Xiyao looked up to see Emotsongyan looking at her with a teasing smile. Kong Shuer actually went to complain that fast. Seeing her sitting calmly, Emotsongyan raised an eyebrow. Empress, are you not going to rise and pay your respects to me? Feng Xiyao pouted, reluctantly standing up, preparing to bow. However, her arm was firmly held by the man, preventing her from kneeling. Still no respect from the Empress? The man remained unperturbed. Feng Xiyao replied, is this tyrant dog insane? How am I supposed to bow with you holding on to me like this? Emotsongyan gazed at her intently, his face serious but a hint of amusement in his eyes. Wanting to bow, Feng Xiyao found her hand held tightly by the man once more. Observing Emotsongyan's mocking expression, Feng Xiyao knew he was teasing her. Suppressing the roar within her, she forced a sweet smile onto her lips. The weather was delightful that day. As the breeze blew, cherry blossoms fell gently from the trees. Gazing at her exquisite, enchanting face with curved eyebrows and a playful twinkle in her eyes, Emotsongyan was momentarily captivated. In that instant, Feng Xiyao pretended to stumble, forcefully slamming her head into Emotsongyan's chest. A muffled groan echoed, followed by both of them collapsing to the ground. Feng Xiyao landed on top of Emotsongyan, her face beaming with triumph. Humph, tyrant, you dared to play with me. Yet with concern she asked, Your Majesty, are you all right? Qin Feng. Perceiving the intimate atmosphere between the two, she feared being caught up in it and hastily stood up to make her escape. Noticing Qin Feng staring blankly at the couple, Rui, concerned that his presence might disrupt their private moment, approached him. Sir, let's withdraw for now. Qin Feng followed her out, but as they reached the door, he couldn't resist turning back for one last glance at the pair. Seeing her triumphant smile, Emotsongyan didn't disturb her delight. Instead, he pretended to be astounded, amusing her even more, causing the corners of her mouth to curve even higher. When she had finished laughing, he spoke slowly. I've heard that the Empress went to confront Imperial Noble Consort Kong? At this mention, Feng Xiao's joy vanished momentarily. She climbed off the man, smoothing out her clothes. Emotsongyan. He hadn't said anything offensive, so why was she suddenly upset? Feng Xiao gazed at him with a cold detachment. So, Your Majesty is here to avenge Princess Kong Shuer? Emotsongyan rose and moved closer to her. Does the Empress believe she was right in doing so? I was wrong. Then, how should Your Majesty punish this concubine for Princess Kong Shuer's sake? Emotsongyan nodded seriously. Let me ponder on that. Oh. Well, tyrant, about that pretense of affection. Have you actually fallen for Kong Shuer? Feng Xiyao frowned, eyeing Emotsongyan warily. Enough. I'll confiscate the queen's most beloved possession. Emotsongyan pondered for a moment before speaking in a detached tone. What? Feng Xiyao was taken aback. Though she possessed a figurative mountain of gold, the amount she could withdraw at any given time was limited. The treasures the tyrant bestowed upon her held great significance. You can scold me, even hit me, but you're not allowed to touch my treasures. Disregarding her, Emotsongyan made a move to call for someone. Feng Xiyao swiftly covered his mouth with her hand, her bright and enchanting eyes glaring at him. Your Majesty, must you be so ruthless? Emotsongyan was exasperated. This damned woman never knew how to act coquettishly or submit, which would have spared her any punishment. Instead, she accused him of being heartless. I'm ruthless? Then why didn't you think about the consequences when you struck Imperial Noble Consort Kong? Emotsongyan said deliberately. Fine then, it's truly all because of Kong Shuer. Feng Xiyao was furious, and the outcome would be severe. She released Emotsongyan, her gaze turning cold. Since Your Majesty insists, then take them away. Oh. Emotsongyan was taken aback by her obedience, momentarily at a loss for words. Before he could say anything, Feng Xiyao turned and retreated into her room, slamming the door shut behind her. Gazing at the firmly closed door, Emotsongyan's brows knitted tightly together. Recently, Kong Lu and Lin Yuquan have been engaging in intense rivalry. Lin Yuquan orchestrated schemes that disrupted the business of several establishments under Kong Lu's name. Nor did Kong Lu hold back, sending people to set fire to Lin Youchuan's estate, causing him tremendous losses. Their animosity escalated into a prolonged feud, reaching a crescendo during morning court sessions where they besmirched each other, casting a pall of tension over the imperial hall. Emotsongyan imposed a direct punishment on the two, confining them to their quarters for 2 months and withholding their annual salary. Only then did they finally cease their uproar. The two were engaged in their rivalry, and Emotsongyan found delight in it, knowing that while they wouldn't cross the line in public, their animosity behind closed doors would only intensify. After settling the duo, Empress made his way to Fengchun Palace. For 2 days, Feng Xiyao had locked herself in her room, eating and drinking as usual, all to avoid him. When Rui brought her food to the door, a narrow gap opened, and a pair of delicate lotus root-like wrists reached out stealthily. Standing by the door, Empress firmly grasped them, instantly alerting the woman inside who struggled to withdraw her hands. Finding the situation amusing, he called out to the tightly shut door. "Empress, if I'm to seize your treasure, how can I do so with you hiding in there?" Upon hearing this, Feng Xiyao, who was standing right at the entrance, felt her fading anger ignite anew. "Vile tyrant, I've been hiding for 2 days, and you still won't let me be." With that, she threw open the door and confronted Empress's deep, piercing gaze with a fiery demeanor. These few days of indulgence had rounded out Feng Xiao's formerly delicate features, softening her allure while adding a touch of liveliness. She seemed so plump that one felt the urge to pinch her cheeks with just a glance. Empress was tempted to do just that, but he held back to maintain his composed demeanor. Seeing the man's stoic expression and deep, dark eyes, Feng Xiao's anger dissipated instantly. Her tone softened as she asked, "The emperor truly intends to seize them?" Noticing her surrender, Empress chuckled softly. If she had been like this from the start, he wouldn't have minded not just those items, but even letting her choose anything she liked from the treasury. Disregarding her, Empress pushed open the door and stepped in. His gaze fell upon the bed filled with gold and silver treasures. She must have been counting these during her days in hiding, he surmised. What a little money grubber. Empress suppressed his laughter, lifting his gaze to the woman behind him with a pitiful expression. "Empress, tidy it up and hand it over to your majesty." Feng Xiyao pinched her own thigh, her eyes reddening. "Your majesty, can you not take it away? This concubine knows her mistake." Though she verbally acknowledged her fault, her thoughts were elsewhere. Next time, hit Kong swear so hard she can't even crawl to complain. Empress choked on his words, intending to scold her, but seeing her pitiful expression, he immediately found it hard to be stern. Noticing her delicate and vulnerable demeanor, the man's deep eyes darkened slightly as he leaned closer, whispering to her. "Since the empress doesn't wish for her belongings to be confiscated, then kiss your majesty. 1 kiss in exchange for 1 item." "Oh." Feng Xiyao retreated with disdain. Chapter 82. Empress eyebrow drawing. Chapter 82. Empress eyebrow drawing. Seeing Feng Xiao's disdainful expression, Empress felt a sting in his heart. He whispered softly, "How could it be? Does the empress not wish to?" Feng Xiyao noticed the displeasure in his tone when he mentioned not willing. She grinned and lifted her gaze to meet his. "Your majesty, you wouldn't just want me to kiss you, right? Say it directly if that's what you want. Why beat around the bush like this?" Observing her mischievous smile and teasing tone, Empress, being an arrogant man, couldn't tolerate someone exposing his hidden thoughts. He instantly blushed with anger. "Empress, don't take yourself too seriously. How could I possibly want to kiss you? It was just a jest." With that, he picked up those treasures. "Well, I've already given you the chance, but you didn't cherish it. The items are now confiscated." Observing that Empress's response was completely off topic, just as Feng Xiyao was perplexed, he turned to leave with his belongings in hand. Your majesty, I was wrong. Please spare me this once, okay? Tyrant, your little schemes are obvious to everyone. You can't even bear to have them mentioned." Empress gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn woman. Choosing not to engage her further, he left mercilessly. "Empress." Feng Xiyao dashed out, calling his name loudly. By the side, Rui approached, having just noticed the emperor's displeased expression. It seemed the empress had angered him again. Such unpredictable temperament in this tyrant. Rui promptly covered her mouth. "Your Highness, you mustn't say that. It seems that you're looking for a graceful and contextually appropriate English translation for a segment of text, but the content you've provided is simply ellipses, which indicate omitted words or a pause in speech. Please provide the actual text you'd like translated, and I'll be more than happy to assist you in crafting an elegant translation." At the Southern Peace Prince's mansion, Empress noticed that Luor had become even more distant from him ever since their last kiss. Assuming it was because he had kissed her without her consent and upset her, he refrained from speaking much during his days in the mansion. "Luor, do you have any plans for today? If you feel like going out to play, I can accompany you." Empress held her shoulders as he spoke to Zhang Lui, who was currently gazing into the mirror, grooming herself. Zhang Lui gently removed his hand and replied coolly, "No need, your highness should attend to your important matters. There's no need to worry about me." Empress's heart sank, filled with frustration. They were clearly getting closer to each other just a few days ago, so why did they seem to have returned to square one? Observing her pick up an eyebrow pencil, Empress suppressed his gloominess and forced a smile. "Come here. Let me help you draw your eyebrows. Zhang Luo was taken aback for a moment, and the eyebrow pencil was already in his hand. Mo Lingyun lifted her delicate chin, bending down to draw carefully. Zhang Luo wanted to say something, but seeing his earnest expression, she held back. All done. After a while, Mo Lingyun released his hold, beaming with pride. I never would have guessed that this king is actually a hidden master at drawing eyebrows. Zhang Luo looked at herself in the mirror. Thanks to Mo Lingyun's touch, her eyebrows slightly arched, adding a touch of liveliness and openness to her appearance. Mo Lingyun's satisfaction grew as he gazed at her. Luo is still the most beautiful, no matter how I draw them. Zhang Luo, whose mood had initially been lightened, thought of Lin Ling knowing that he liked her so much. He must have done the same for her. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Such deft hands, does the Duke draw for others as well? Mo Lingyun quickly shook his head. No, this is the first time. Jinger, observing the Duke's meticulous care for the Duchess from the side, couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart when she recalled the Duchess's mention of divorce earlier. During their days together, she had noticed how deeply the Duke doted on the Duchess, and she couldn't understand why she often heard servants speak of the Duke's previous coldness towards the Duchess. This was far from coldness, it was plain ardor. Mo Lingyun had intended to spend the day with Zhang Luo, but he was summoned to the palace by Mo Tsongyan. Before leaving, he entrusted Jinger with a loving request. Take good care of the Duchess, don't let her tire herself out. As he spoke, he looked at Zhang Luo, who smiled at him. Mo Lingyun's heart swelled with emotion, and his charming phoenix eyes curved into a warm smile. Luo, wait for me, I'll be back soon. Zhang Luo nodded gently. Yes, your highness, be cautious on your trip. Mo Lingyun mounted his horse. Seeing the lady at the gate gazing at him, he couldn't help but rush back to give Zhang Luo a deep kiss on her cheek. I'll bring you chestnut cakes when I come back in a bit. With many people passing by, Zhang Luo blushed from his sudden affection. She bashfully lowered her head. I understand, your highness. Hurry along, don't keep the emperor waiting. All right, I'll be back soon. With that, Mo Lingyun spurred his horse and rode off. As they watched him leave, the two were about to enter the residence when a servant from the Zhang household rushed over. Your highness, this lowly one pays his respects. Noticing that her family had arrived, Zhang Luo furrowed her brow. What's going on? The servant said. Your highness, Lord Zhang is unwell and has summoned you to visit him. Recalling her father's repulsive countenance, Zhang Luo sneered coldly. He has so many children from his concubine, surely there's someone to tend to him when he's ill. There's no need for me to go back, right? The servant felt a twinge of guilt. Your highness, Lord Zhang has always been thinking about you. Now that he's seriously ill, he wishes to see you just once. Please pay him a visit. Zhang Luo was about to retort that his health was none of her concern, but then a significant matter suddenly crossed her mind. Since he misses me so much as his daughter, I'll go and see him. Mo Lingyun dashed into the Zijin Hall. Eldest imperial brother. Mo Tsongyan lifted his gaze, giving him a cold, distant look. Why are you so late? Recalling Luor's blushing face, Mo Lingyun's smile was as if it held no value. Well, with a charming wife at home, one tends to be a bit slower. Mo Tsongyan was somewhat surprised. Didn't he used to be troubled by the arranged marriage by the previous emperor? How did his attitude change so quickly? All right, eldest imperial brother, if there's anything you need, tell me quickly. I still have to go back and accompany my wife. Although Mo Tsongyan had his doubts, as long as Mo Lingyun no longer had any intentions towards Lin Ling, he didn't wish to probe further. The people I dispatched found a group of exceptionally fierce bandits in Province Su. They've been plundering and causing chaos in the region for the past 2 years. Send your men to deal with the situation. Mo Lingyun. Shuzhou. Zhang Manor. This was Zhang Luo's second visit to her parents' home since her marriage, the first being her return after the wedding, also done alone. The butler waiting at the entrance let her in. Upon entering the living room, she saw Father Zhang leisurely sipping his tea, appearing completely healthy and not at all like someone who was ill. Zhang Luo had expected this and showed little reaction. Upon seeing her arrival, Zhang Luoqing glanced behind her, noticing the absence of the Duke. Unable to resist, he taunted. Sister, the Duke didn't come with you again, huh? Zhang Luo had never held much affection for her half-sister. As a child, she had endured difficult days under her stepmother, Lady Feng, and Zhang Luoqing had repeatedly caused her trouble. By the side, Feng Shi, fearing that this young vixen's anger might spoil their plans, hastily interjected. It must be that the Duke had some urgent matters to attend to, that's why he didn't come. Zhang Luoqing gave a cold snort. Who doesn't know that she has never been favored by the Duke? Talking about urgent matters is just an excuse not to come with her. Zhang Luo remained silent, her gaze icy as she stared at them all. Despite everything, Zhang Lui was now a duchess. Father Zhang put on a show of disciplining her. Qing'er Lui is now a duchess. You must not speak recklessly. Chapter 83. Zhonglui punished with kneeling at the ancestral hall. Chapter 83. Zhonglui punished with kneeling at the ancestral hall. Zhang Luoqing glared at her, reluctantly closing her mouth. Father Zhang had secretly inquired about the news from the Nanyang prince's estate. He knew that this woman had somehow won the prince's favor, so he couldn't treat her as he used to. With this in mind, he put on a smiling face. Luoi, it's been a while. You've lost weight. Father has tried to see you several times but failed. The servants must not have informed you. Indeed, Zhang Luoi was unaware of his attempts to find her. Even if they had told her, she might not have come anyway. Zhang Luoqing couldn't help but speak up again. Father, stop making excuses for her. She's a princess now. She probably looks down on us. Father Zhang shot an annoyed glance at Zhang Luoqing, silencing her. Feng Xiyao, standing nearby, also tugged at her, gesturing for her to keep quiet. Luoi, we're all family. There's no need for me to beat around the bush with you. I'll just come straight to the point. It's been over 3 years since you married into the royal household. Why is your belly still empty? This can't continue. Zhang Luoi's expression was cold. Father, this is a private matter between the Duke and me. It seems you're overstepping your bounds. Luoi, we're only thinking of you. After all these years, not having a child, either a son or a daughter, must make your position rather uncomfortable, don't you think? Madame Feng said with a light smile. Aunt, you're mistaken. I find this seat quite comfortable. Zhang Luoi retorted. Feng was taken aback. The one who would previously remain silent even under 3 strikes now dared to defy her. Father Zhang frowned. Luoi, Feng is your aunt. You mustn't defy her. Not wishing to stand any longer, Zhang Luoi walked over to the tea table and sat down, ignoring them completely. She had been too lenient with them in the past, allowing their arrogance to flourish. Today, she was here to reclaim what her mother had left for her, and she needed to assert herself. My mother passed away long ago. She was just a concubine, not worthy of that title. Feng had spent her entire life striving for the status of a legitimate wife, but Father Zhang, fearing the scorn of others, stubbornly refused to promote her. Although she was officially a concubine, she held herself with the airs of a main wife within the household. This young upstart dared to say she was unworthy? Father Zhang scolded. Luoi, you're becoming more and more disrespectful. Zhang Luoqing chimed in. Zhang Luoi, you an unloved woman have no right to speak about my mother. Glancing at the tea on the table, Zhang Luoi had no desire to touch anything from the Zhang household. Raising her gaze, she asked coldly, You didn't call me here just to chat about family matters, did you? Remembering his plan, Father Zhang suppressed the urge to lash out at her. Luoi, after all these years married to the Duke without bearing any children, your father and your aunt have decided to marry Luoqing to him. It would alleviate some pressure on you. Zhang Luoi was astonished by the family's audacity, finding the situation so ridiculous that she could only laugh through her anger. Father, who do you think you are? Do you believe that with just a word, Mo Lingyun would accept Zhang Luoqing as his concubine? Father Zhang frowned. How dare you speak like that? You're now a princess. If you were to ask the prince, would he refuse? Moreover, if Qing'er gives birth to a son and raises him under your name, it would save you from embarrassment. Madame Feng hastily nodded. Yes, then you'll have your own child, and no one will be able to criticize you. Zhang Luoi knew her family could stoop even lower, but she held back her anger and pressed on with her question. So, is she to become a concubine in the prince's residence or? Father Zhang harumphed. Of course not as a concubine, but as a secondary princess, equal in status to you. Zhang Luoi nodded in understanding. Seeing this, the trio assumed they had succeeded, only for Zhang Luoi to dash their hopes with her words. You can all go wash up and sleep. The prince won't agree, and neither will I. As she sized up Zhang Luoqing from head to toe, she taunted. Besides, with her background as a concubine's daughter, the prince wouldn't spare her a single glance. You'd better wake up from your dreams. The cheerful expression on Zhang Luoqing's face froze as she pointed at her, seething with anger. Zhang Lu. Before she could finish her words, 2 slaps landed on either side of her face. Slap. Slap. Qing'er, who had been silent all along, delivered the blows and then shook her hand to alleviate the pain. Initially, she was unaware of the situation, but now she realized how outrageous this family was. Daring to speak to the Wang Fei in such a manner and even attempting to force her to arrange a concubine for the Wang Yi. Zhang Luoqing covered her stinging face and shrieked. Ah, you lowly maid, you dare to hit me. Qing'er protectively stepped in front of the other person and spoke with a chilly tone. That's because all of you deserve it. First, for failing to pay respects to the Wang Fei upon meeting her. Second, for daring to insult the Wang Fei. Third, for pressuring the Wang Fei to find a concubine for the Wang Yi. All these offenses combined warrant punishment. Should we really delve into it, not a single one of you would escape punishment. Zhang Luoi looked at Qing'er with satisfaction. Though this young lass had a fiery temper, she knew how to speak her mind. Father Zhang's face turned ashen from the rebuke. You ungrateful son. Do you not discipline your servants? Zhang Luo lifted her gaze and spoke coldly. Father, don't you think she speaks the truth? Or are you suggesting that you do not abide by the laws of Great Xia? Zhang Luoqing. She is our father. You'll be struck by lightning for speaking to him like that. Madame Feng also stepped forward to criticize. Luo, even Auntie thinks you're in the wrong. How can you speak to your father like that? Zhang Luo chuckled. She hadn't even said anything offensive yet. Enough, I have no intention of wasting time arguing with you. The idea of marrying into the royal house should not even cross your minds. Moreover, I have an important matter to discuss today. Addressing Father Zhang, she continued. Father, what about the dowry mother left for me? Return those belongings. If you don't, I'll go to the palace and seek the Empress Dowager's judgment. You wouldn't want her to learn of the disgraceful affairs in this household, would you? The mention of the dowry stirred a pang of guilt within Father Zhang, as he knew it had long been depleted by the family's extravagance. There was no way he could produce it now. These days, Father Zhang had already encountered setbacks in the court. If the Empress Dowager were to find out about this, his position would be in jeopardy. Enraged by the thought, he slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Zhang Lui, I am still your father, and you dare to threaten me? It seems you've grown far too independent. He then turned to the butler, issuing orders. The Duchess is a member of our Zhang family. I may not have the right to discipline her, but her ancestors certainly do. Escort her to the ancestral hall, and let her ponder over her actions. Would you dare? Jinger exclaimed, her voice laced with defiance. Father Zhang remained silent, simply nodding at the butler with a meaningful glance. The butler waved his hand, and his minions swarmed forward. Jinger had some martial arts skills, but she was no match for so many opponents. After knocking one person down, two burly men rushed up and firmly grasped her arms. Jinger! Worried that Jinger might get hurt, Zhang Luo called out to her with concern. How dare you? Then Zhang Luo was directly escorted to the Zhang family's ancestral hall. As they approached, thunder began to rumble in the sky. Seeing the servants force the queen to kneel in the open center of the shrine, Jinger struggled fiercely in anger. To treat the queen this way, you must not value your lives. When the duke arrives, he'll have all of you executed. Chapter 84. My lady, are you alright? Chapter 84. My lady, are you alright? Zhang Luo struggled desperately, but her efforts were in vain against the grip on her arm. The thunder grew louder, and soon heavy rain poured down relentlessly. From beneath the eaves, Zhang Luoqing watched the woman in the rain with a smug expression. You dared to defy your father, you ungrateful child. Now even heaven is punishing you. Please calm down, Lord. I believe Luai just needs time to adjust after not seeing father for so long. She'll come around soon, Feng comforted, soothing Father Zhang's anger. Seeing the princess drenched in the rain while these audacious people discussed her fate, Jinger clenched her fists. If only she had studied martial arts diligently before, she would have been able to protect the princess. As the rain intensified, Feng grew worried that if something happened to the lady, her precious daughter would never enter the palace. She hurriedly reminded Father Zhang. That girl isn't saying anything. I think her temper has subsided. We should quickly get her to agree to the marriage with Luoqing. Upon hearing this, Father Zhang's eyes flickered. Regardless of the situation, he had to handle Qinger's matter properly. Otherwise, with Zhang Luo's stubborn personality, she would be of no help to his political career. Should he return the wretch's belongings to her and secure her consent, it would be for the best. After all, once Qinger enters the duke's residence, whether he chooses to give her anything further will be entirely at his discretion. With this thought in mind, Father Zhang cleared his throat and spoke. Luai, if you consent to Qinger entering the household, I, your father, will return your mother's belongings to you and refrain from further pursuing your act of disobedience today. How about it? Zhang Luai indignantly retorted. That item was originally left to me by my mother. Why should I use it as a bargaining chip? You're being incredibly presumptuous. Father Zhang was exasperated, pointing at her. I've already shown you great favor, don't push your luck too far. Zhang Luoqing asked. Do you have to make father angry until he falls ill? Disinterested in engaging with these people, Zhang Lui lowered her head. When she was young, she was often punished by Madame Feng and made to kneel in the ancestral hall during heavy rain. This had resulted in her legs aching subtly on rainy days ever since. Now, immersed in the water, she had lost all sensation of pain, and her head felt increasingly heavy. What are you doing? A deep voice echoed, capturing everyone's attention. Gu Qingheng knew that Zhang Lui had returned to her parents' home today. He hadn't seen her in a long time and had secretly come to visit her at the Zhang residence, only to witness this scene. Qingheng is here. Father Zhang felt a twinge of guilt and put on an insincere greeting. Although Gu Qingheng was a junior, his formidable background was not to be trifled with. Back then, when the scandal of favoring a concubine over his wife spread throughout the city, the Gu family had severed all ties with the Zhangs. They even frequently obstructed him in court affairs. Zhang Luai lifted her gaze to see Gu Qingheng, a hint of a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Cousin. Spotting her kneeling in the pouring rain, Gu Qingheng ignored the downpour and rushed forward to push away the servant who was holding her down. She is now a princess and you dare to treat her like this? Have you lost your minds? The restraints on her arm vanished, and Zhang Luai swayed before steadying herself with a hand on the floor. Gu Qingheng wanted to lend her support, but considering their differing social standings now he was hesitant, fearing that it might tarnish her reputation. Cousin. I'm fine. Seeing his concerned gaze, Zhang Luai forced a small smile for him. Observing this, Madame Feng sneered. Cousin, this is an affair of the Zhang family. Have you overstepped your boundaries? Gu Qingheng took the umbrella offered by his subordinate and held it over Zhang Luai's head, meeting the speaker's gaze with a cold expression. Aunt Feng has misunderstood. My aunt instructed me to take care of little E before she passed away. How can fulfilling my aunt's wish be considered meddling in others' affairs? Moreover, cousin is now a noble queen. Who has given you the audacity to treat her so? Daring to risk your lives. Father Zhang gritted his teeth. The Gu family had always been at odds with him, and he never expected them to stir up trouble again at this crucial moment. Gu Qingheng, Zhang Luai is my daughter. Am I not allowed to discipline her? On the contrary, you, her cousin, are overstepping your bounds. Gu Qingheng had no desire to engage in conversation with these people. He might lose control and harm them if he did. Jinger struggled free from her restraints and ran over. Consort, are you all right? Gu Qingheng responded. Hurry and support your consort. I'll lead us out of here. Jinger was on the verge of tears as she helped Zhang Luai up. Consort, let's go home. Zhang Luai felt dizzy and leaned entirely on Jinger for support. Feng, worried that if Zhang Luai left now, her plans for Jinger would be ruined, tugged at Father Zhang's sleeve. Father Zhang signaled the butler to intercept them. Blocked, Gu Qingheng turned around and said coldly, What else do you want? Father Zhang suppressed his fury and looked at Zhang Luai. Luai, as your father, I don't wish to make things difficult for you. Just now I mentioned that if you agree, you don't even need to think about it. Zhang Luai interrupted him coldly before he could finish. Father Zhang was utterly enraged. His usually submissive daughter dared to defy him now. I see that you've grown too bold. As your father, I'll teach you today how to honor your parents. Someone, bring me the family discipline. Seeing the situation, Jinger understood that they couldn't easily leave now. Taking advantage of the unnoticed moment, she secretly fled. At this point, only the Duke could save the Duchess. The Zhang family's punishment was not something anyone could endure. It was a whip soaked in salt water and covered in barbs. A single lash could tear one's back to shreds. It was truly horrifying. Back when she was young, Zhang Luai had been falsely accused by Zhang Luoqing of pushing her into a river. As a result, Father Zhang had lashed her with the whip, leaving her bedridden for an entire month before she could stand again. Now she felt a renewed sorrow for this father of hers. You dare? If you injure me, not only will you and your family suffer, but the entire Zhang residence will be razed to the ground because of that one strike. The butler hesitated. Previously, it was fine if they scolded or punished the eldest miss since no one stood behind her. But now her status was different. With a stiff neck, Father Zhang bellowed at the butler. Hurry up and fetch it. The butler nodded, approached the ancestral shrine, and retrieved the whip, handing it over to Father Zhang. Gu Qingheng didn't expect them to actually dare. He promptly stepped in front of Zhang Luai, shielding her. Gu Qingheng, get out of the way. This is a matter of the Zhang family. Father Zhang exclaimed. He gestured to his subordinates to pull him away. Uncle, even a tiger doesn't devour its own cubs. No matter what, cousin is your daughter. Even if you disregard her status as the queen, you should still think of her as your flesh and blood. How can you be so heartless? Without anyone supporting her, Zhang Luai fell to the ground. Seeing Father Zhang approaching with the whip, she sneered. He has never treated me as his daughter, so how could there be any question of his heartlessness? Jinger managed to escape from the Zhang residence and ran towards the palace without caring for her life. After discussing state affairs, Mo Lingyun and Mo Tsongyan left the palace in high spirits, planning to return home to accompany their wives. They already missed Luor after just a short while apart. As they stepped out of the palace gates, they saw Jinger drenched in rain, running desperately towards them. Your Highness, something terrible has happened. The queen. She was beaten at the Zhang residence. Chapter 85. Mo Lingyun's arrival. Chapter 85. Mo Lingyun's arrival. Father Zhang held the whip, looking coldly at Zhang Luai on the ground. Servants hurried forward to pull her up, forcing her to kneel. Seeing Father Zhang lift the whip high, Gu Qingheng broke free from his restraints and rushed over to shield Zhang Luai. Ugh! The whip struck fiercely against Gu Qingheng's back, blood seeping through his green garment. Upon hearing Gu Qingheng's muffled groan, Zhang Luai struggled to lift her gaze. Witnessing the bloodstains on his clothes, tears fell from her eyes. Cousin! Gu Qingheng gritted his teeth, forcing a smile for her. It's all right. Drag him down. The subordinate promptly pulled Gu Qingheng back down, forcefully pinning him to the ground. Seeing Zhang Luoi's pitiful state, Zhang Luoqing smirked triumphantly. With the way you two are so concerned for each other, one might mistake you for having some past connection. Zhang Luoqing's words struck a chord with Feng. She glanced between the two and, noticing the tender expression in Gu Qingheng's gaze as he looked at Zhang Luoi, she recalled her own youth and understood the implications of that look. Throughout the journey, Mo Lingyun listened to Jinger's account, veins pulsating in his forehead from anger. They rode their horses swiftly to the Zhang residence. The servants at the entrance, not recognizing the visitors, attempted to stop them, only to be kicked aside by Mo Lingyun. Upon arriving at the ancestral hall, they saw Father Zhang raising his whip, ready to strike. Halt! Mo Lingyun threw a dart, which sliced through Father Zhang's hand, causing him to cry out in pain and halt his motion. Zhang Luoi lifted her gaze to the newcomer, furrowing her brow slightly before collapsing. Luoer! Mo Lingyun rushed forward to catch her. Seeing her pale face and drenched state, Mo Lingyun was furious enough to kill. He glanced around at the crowd, then scooped up Zhang Luoi and rose to leave. Luoer's safety was paramount. Bring them all to the prince's residence. It seems that you're looking for a continuation or a specific context to provide an elegant and appropriate English translation. Please offer the lines you'd like translated, along with any surrounding context, so I may assist you effectively. After several days of gloom, Feng Xiyao reluctantly rose from her bed, motivated by the need to preserve her vitality, and made her way to the Zijin Hall. Upon entering, she saw Kong Shuer looking at Emotsongyan with a bright smile as he ate. Your Majesty, I prepared all of these early in the morning. I hope they suit your palate. Emotsongyan's expression was profoundly cold, but upon catching sight of Feng Xiyao entering through the door, a hint of a smile instantly curled up at the corner of his lips. Whatever my beloved concubine prepares, I cherish it all. Feng Xiyao, how can you do that? Last time you didn't even glance at what I made, and I had to force you to drink it. Yet, you love everything Kong Shuer prepares. Tyrant, you're being utterly discriminatory. Kong Shuer was overjoyed. If the emperor likes it, I will make it for you every day. Mid-sentence, she noticed Feng Xiao's arrival and approached with a displeased bow. Your Majesty, this humble concubine pays her respects to the empress. Feng Xiao nodded perfunctorily. She glanced at the bowl on the table, now empty, indicating that the tyrant must have enjoyed it immensely. Feng Xiao felt indignation stirring within her. While it's certainly disheartening to witness my own failure, Kong Shuer's favoritism stings even more. Upon hearing this, Emotsongyan straightened his back, a delighted smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. What is the queen here for? Feng Xiao grinned softly. Your subject misses the emperor, so naturally, I came to see you. Emotsongyan nodded. Well, once the queen has had her fill, she may leave. Kong Shuer pursed her lips and chuckled, raising an eyebrow at Feng Xiao. Her gaze seemed to convey, see? The emperor is asking you to leave promptly. Feng Xiao was almost driven to cardiac arrest by anger. These shameless lovers should be locked up for good. Worried that she might lose control and start a fight with Kong Shuer if she stayed any longer, she took a deep breath and bowed slightly towards Emotsongyan. Since the emperor has spoken, this subject will take my leave. With that she turned and left. Emotsongyan. This wasn't how he had envisioned it at all. Would Feng Xiao, this damn woman, ever know how to be coy or speak softly? Eunuch Hai, standing by the entrance, noticed Feng Xiao's indignation as she strode out. He hurriedly approached to inquire. What has happened to Her Majesty the Empress? Feng Xiao's chest rose and fell with anger. Has His Majesty been spending these past few days with Imperial Noble Consort Kong? Eunuch Hai nodded. Indeed. Observing Feng Xiao's distressed expression, he quickly explained. It's just to grind ink for the evening, and she will leave after that. The emperor rarely smiles at her, so it seems he doesn't favor her much. Favor her much? Your Highness, it looks like he likes her very much. Recalling the tyrant's priceless smile just now, Feng Xiao spoke indignantly. Eunuch Hai waved his hand. Oh no, Empress. His Majesty loves you the most. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given you the jade pendant he's had since childhood, would he? That jade not only has the functions I mentioned earlier, but also allows you to come and go from the palace freely. Be it high-ranking officials or common folk, all must pay respects upon seeing it. Amongst all that was said, what Feng Xiao latched onto were the words, come and go from the palace freely. The Southern Peace Prince's mansion. Zhang Luoi slowly opened her eyes to meet Mo Lingyun's concerned gaze. Luoer, you're finally awake. Mo Lingyun grasped her hand excitedly. Zhang Luoi managed a weak smile. After 2 days of rest, seeing that she was in better spirits, Mo Lingyun instructed his subordinate, bring those people here. As he spoke, he looked at Zhang Luoi. Luoer, this prince will avenge you. He draped a cloak over her and scooped her up into his arms. Zhang Luoi wrapped her arms securely around his neck, feeling safe in his embrace. Exiting the room, she found Father Zhang and the others kneeling in the courtyard. Mo Lingyun placed the woman he held in his arms onto a luxurious chair in the yard to bask in the sun. His icy gaze fell upon the kneeling figures before him. Noticing the servants trembling with fear, Mo Lingyun commanded, "Take those who dared to manhandle the queen down and have them beheaded. Your Highness, please spare us." The burly men were dragged away, screaming for mercy. Zhang Luoqing watched in horror as they were taken away, shrinking back in fear. She had only known that the Duke was handsome but had no idea he could be so ruthless. It made her scream out in terror. "Daddy, Mother, I don't want to marry the Duke anymore." Father Zhang's face flushed with embarrassment, regretting bringing up the topic. Mo Lingyun gave Father Zhang, who was now drenched in sweat, a cold glance. Suddenly he understood something and couldn't help but sneer. "I, the Duke, am unaware when this mansion has fallen under Lord Zhang's jurisdiction. Duke, this old minister knows his fault and will not dare again." Such people would never truly be deterred. If they had injured Luo'er, Mo Lingyun wouldn't have let them off so easily. He signaled to his aide to bring forth the whip they had taken from the Zhang residence, swinging it in his hand. "Lord Zhang must take responsibility for his actions. You should have considered the consequences of injuring the Duchess." At the sight of the whip, the trio were so terrified that they nearly collapsed. Mo Lingyun couldn't bear to imagine how much pain Luo'er would endure if struck by it. His anger intensified. "The Duchess, whom I cherish, was bullied to such an extent by you all. If I don't mete out punishment, I, Mo Lingyun, shall renounce my surname." Observing Mo Lingyun's deep concern for Zhang Luo'er, Feng immediately scrambled forward with an idea in her mind. "Your Highness, we had no intention of treating her that way. However, we discovered an ambiguous relationship between Luo'er and that cousin Gu from the Gu family. For the sake of the Zhang family and your Highness, we felt it necessary to enforce family discipline upon her." Chapter 86. Feng Xiyao visits Nanan Prince's mansion for the hubbub. Chapter 86. Feng Xiyao visits Nanan Prince's mansion for the hubbub. Equipped and ready, Feng Xiyao sauntered out of Fengchun Palace in masculine attire, strutting right up to the palace gate. When the guards attempted to stop her, she promptly produced a white jade pendant. The guard, upon seeing the jade, stepped back and bowed respectfully before her. Feng Xiyao stroked the pendant, murmuring to herself, "I didn't expect this to actually work." A palace maid, who had been instructed by Kong Shuer to keep an eye on Feng Xiyao, witnessed her departure in disguise. Knowing that she could now report back, she hurriedly conveyed the news to Kong Shuer. Wandering around the streets, Feng Xiyao enjoyed a sweet glutinous rice ball. As she looked up, she spotted a grand mansion. Even from the entrance, it exuded opulence, and numerous guards stood watch outside. She wondered what was happening within. Feng Xiyao shook her head. "Tisaitheske, with so many people, they'd bankrupt me just with rice porridge alone." Then, she noticed the grand calligraphy emblazoned above the gates. "Nanan Prince's mansion. I wondered who could be so grandiose. It's the Tyrant King's brainless younger brother." Thought of this, Feng Xiao's eyes lit up as she walked straight over. The guard at the entrance raised his hand to block her path. "How dare you? This is the prince's residence." Feng Xiao produced an jade pendant. "Do you know what this is?" The leader, upon seeing the jade in her hand, sized her up and, though perplexed, signaled his subordinates to step back. "Milady, please proceed." Feng Xiao put away the jade and entered the mansion directly. Admiring the grandeur and elegance of the Nanan Prince's estate, with its fine wooden furniture made from golden nanmu, and its uniquely decorated courtyard, she couldn't help but marvel. The books say that Mo Lingyun, being born later, didn't experience the same events as his elder brother, and thus enjoyed the love and care of the Empress Dowager. This has made his nature innocent. He has no interest in the throne, but he excels in business. Several of the most popular taverns and restaurants in Shangjing belong to him, along with numerous shops, making him quite wealthy. Unfortunately, he's a hopeless romantic who fell for the wrong person. He pours his earnings into Lin Ling, indirectly benefiting the original male lead, who uses this money to bribe many people, gaining significant advantages early on. From afar, Mo Lingyun could hear a familiar voice grumbling. Without a second thought, he knew who it was. Sure enough, Feng Xiyao appeared from the distance, approaching with an animated expression upon seeing the crowd gathered. "Hey, Mo Lingyun." Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Luo'er lifted her gaze and spotted a handsome man in a green robe heading their way. Looking at the newcomer, she felt a strange sense of familiarity. After a closer inspection, she suddenly recognized who it was and tried to rise to pay respects, but was stopped by the person. Mo Lingyun furrowed his brow slightly. "Why are you here? Where's your brother, the emperor?" Feng Xiyao raised an eyebrow. "Why can't I come just because he is here?" Mo Lingyun. Wasn't it inappropriate for the empress to visit her younger brother's home alone? But he knew that this person held a special place in his brother's heart, so he decided not to comment. If she wanted to watch the spectacle, let her. Jinger's gaze fell on the man's hand supporting the Duchess, filled with indignation. "Sir, please release your grip." Her words drew the attention of everyone present. Even the 3 quivering figures kneeling on the ground turned to look at them. Recalling that she was currently in male attire, Feng Xiyao promptly withdrew her hand. "I apologize, it was a misunderstanding." Jinger shot her an admonishing glance. "Impudent rascal, to dare touch the princess in front of the duke. Do you have a death wish?" Seeing Jinger's guarded expression, Zhang Lui wanted to explain but was unsure how to proceed. She could only offer Feng Xiyao an apologetic smile. Focusing on the kneeling figures on the ground, Feng Xiyao was perplexed. They didn't seem to be dressed like they belonged to the duke's household. "What's the matter with these people?" she inquired. The mention of them stirred Jinger's ire, and she promptly recounted the incident from a couple of days ago when Zhang Lui had been bullied. "Oh." Feng Xiyao nodded upon hearing this and turned her gaze to the people on the ground. "I never would have guessed that this is the Zhang family, the very family that ruined Zhang Lui's life." She directed her words at the beefy old man lying on the floor. Father Zhang, a mere minor official who climbed the ranks thanks to his wife's position as a minister of personnel. Upon achieving success, he brought in his secret lover, the white moonlight of his past, as a concubine, showering her with affection daily until his wife fell ill with a broken heart and passed away young. And yet he shows no remorse. If it weren't for Great Xiao's laws forbidding concubines from becoming the main spouse, he would have elevated her status. He neglected his deceased wife's daughter, allowing her to be tormented by the Feng family. How can such a selfish person deserve to be called a father? As for this Feng woman, she isn't any better. She knew Father Zhang in her youth, but he abandoned her to marry the daughter of a high-ranking official for his own career advancement. After giving up hope, she planned to settle with an honest man. However, Father Zhang found her again, complaining that the wealthy lady couldn't provide the warmth of a real home, being too rigid and uninteresting. He proposed to keep Feng outside and bring her into the household once everything was stable. Feng realized that marrying an ordinary man held no prospects, so she ditched the honest man and reunited with Father Zhang. Unbeknownst to her, she had become pregnant with the honest man's child. To secure a life of luxury and prestige, she claimed the child was Father Zhang's. After successfully entering the Zhang residence, she drove Zhang Lui's mother to her death, then began tormenting the young Zhang Lui. No firewood during winter, stale food in summer, and constant punishments of kneeling in the ancestral hall, leading to her current leg ailment. Such a cruel person managed to live until the end. Feng Xiyao shook her head before looking at the weeping, cowering woman. This must be Zhang Luoqing, even more foolish than Consort Li. Despite her lack of wit, her bullying tactics rival those of Consort Li. At such a tender age, she was already malicious enough to push Zhang Lui into an icy lake during winter. If not for Zhang Lui's mother's cousin who sought a doctor, she would have perished in that cold season. Not only did she tear Zhang Lui's clothes, but she also frequently bullied her alongside the servants. The worst incident occurred when she herself lost her balance and fell into a pond, yet she falsely accused Zhang Lui of pushing her. Due to this, Father Zhang resorted to corporal punishment against Zhang Lui, leaving her back a gruesome sight. If not for her strong will to survive, she would have succumbed to those lashes long ago. Thinking about it, Zhang Lui led a miserable life. The one she loved humiliated her, treating her with disdain while pining for another woman. After being repudiated, she was sold by her father to an older man. Ultimately, she took her own life to end her suffering. Recalling these events, Feng Xiyao found fault with everyone around her, deeply empathizing with the girl's plight. Despite her kind heart and innocent nature, she suffered through life without any reprieve, only to meet an unfortunate end. Upon hearing Feng Xiao's thoughts, Mo Lingyun clenched his whip, veins bulging on his hand. No wonder Luor had always complained about leg pain before. When they returned from the palace, he dismissed her complaints as mere fussiness, promptly ignoring her and returning home in the carriage, leaving her to suffer alone as she walked back to the mansion. The root cause lay here. Mo Lingyun was torn between despising the cruelty of those people or his own callousness towards her. Chapter 87. Feng Xiao's Heroic Rescue. Chapter 87. Feng Xiao's Heroic Rescue. Mo Lingyun fiercely lashed the whip onto the ground, leaving an instant scar on the floor. The three of them trembled even more at the sight. Father Zhang pleaded, "Your Highness, spare us. We will never dare to do it again." Noticing how Feng Xiyao had held Zhang Lui's shoulder just now in their flirtatious exchange, Feng perceived an opportunity to turn the situation around. "Your Highness, I'm not lying. Not only is the princess involved with Cousin Gu, she flirts with any man she comes across. She even smiled at that man who touched her shoulder just now. A seductress like her would lure any man into her trap." Before she could finish, Mo Lingyun fiercely whipped her. "Oh!" Feng let out a shrill scream, crying out in agony. Observing her attempt to evade, Mo Lingyun instructed his servants, "Hold her down." As Feng Shi stood up, she was promptly pushed back down. "No, don't hit me, help. A noble prince is about to commit murder." Emolingyun sneered coldly. You're right. This prince intends to kill all of you. Feng Shu's agitation grew upon hearing this. Before she could cry out, Emolingyun relentlessly lashed at her with his whip, causing blood to drip from the barbs onto the ground. After a few blows, Feng Shu passed out from the pain. Emolingyun ordered coldly, "Fetch some cold water to splash on her and wake her up." He then turned to Father Zhang. "Lord Zhang, it's your turn." Seeing Feng Shu in such a state, Father Zhang trembled uncontrollably. He looked pitifully at Zhang Lui. "Lui, I am still your father. Beg the prince to show mercy for your father." Zhang Lui gazed at him with icy eyes. Gu Qingheng had said similar words, but he had still shown no mercy towards her. If not for her cousin stepping in, that whip would have struck her instead. Understanding Luor's intentions, Emolingyun directly lashed out fiercely at Father Zhang. With just one blow he was silenced, collapsing to the ground, unable to utter a sound. Showing no mercy, Emolingyun continued to deliver several more blows. Feng Xiyao watched, almost clapping in approval. If not for the lack of an excuse, she would have gone up to administer a few more lashes herself. As Zhang Luoqing witnessed her parents collapse from the blows, she was utterly terrified and tried to run away, only to be held down firmly by the servants. Don't hit me, don't hit me. I know I'm wrong. Zhang Lui, please spare me, I'm your sister. I won't dare do it again." Tears and snot flowed freely down Zhang Luoqing's face as she cried. Emolingyun continued to lash out ruthlessly, rendering his victims unconscious with just 2 strikes. "Cold water, pour it on them to wake them up," he ordered coldly. Seeing Emolingyun's madness, Feng Xiyao shook her head. The books describe Emolingyun as an energetic young man, not a tyrant with a dark and brooding nature. Perhaps he ate the wrong thing today, for his behavior is so erratic. It seems he's doing this to avenge Zhang Lui. Didn't he have no feelings for Zhang Lui? Why does he now seem so concerned? Could it be that someone has shaken some sense into his head? Or did something happen between them without my knowledge? Emolingyun's lips twitched, casting an annoyed glance at Feng Xiyao. "You should go back. Your brother must be worried if he can't find you." The mention of this made Feng Xiyao uneasy. What worry? He's found a new favorite woman, and they're inseparable these days. He doesn't have time to spare for me. As she spoke, she walked over to survey the fallen individuals. Don't kill them, it would only benefit them. Servants poured buckets of cold water on the ground, rousing the men in pain. Father Zhang, unable to speak, looked at Zhang Lui with pleading eyes. Zhang Lui slowly sat up and approached him. "Where is my mother's dowry? Return it to me." Father Zhang opened his mouth. "Don't hit me, I will return it." With a wave of his hand, Emolingyun, who was about to continue the fight, turned to Zhang Lui, awaiting her words. Zhang Lui took out a prepared list and threw it over. "These are all the items Mother said she wanted to leave for me. You have 3 days to find them and return them to me, or else." Father Zhang, not wanting to die, hastily nodded. "Okay." No longer desiring to see the trio, Emolingyun instructed his servants to throw them out of the palace. The courtyard finally became quiet. Taking Zhang Lui's hand, Emolingyun grinned mischievously. "Luor, I already told you that if I don't kill them, my surname won't be Mo. Now for you, I'm even willing to abandon them. Mo. Shouldn't you compensate me?" Zhang Lui blushed at these words, shooting him an embarrassed glare. "Empress is still here." Unfazed, Emolingyun replied. "Empress has seen it all with Emperor and elder brother. Our little antics mean nothing to her." Feng Xiyao walked over and patted Emolingyun. "You truly understand me." Jinger, overhearing that it was the Empress, glanced at her curiously. So this was Empress Dowager, indeed beautiful. Her elegance and allure could not be concealed even in masculine attire. He had just scolded her. After a brief chat, Feng Xiyao took her leave. She was out to have fun, not to engage in idle gossip. Concerned for her safety while she was alone, Emolingyun discreetly sent someone to follow her. After strolling for quite some time, Feng Xiyao intended to return to the palace. However, as she passed by a narrow alley, she heard cries for help coming from within. Feng Xiyao halted in her steps. "Help me, anyone. Please save me." Indeed, someone is indeed crying for help. Feng Xiyao lifted her foot, intending to rush in, but knowing she was no martial arts expert, she realized her presence might not be of much help. After a moment's thought, she decided to call out instead. "Help! Someone please come quickly." A few of Feng Xiao's subordinates who were nearby hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing them, Feng Xiyao pointed at the alleyway. "Someone is crying for help in there. Quick, go save them." With that said, she entered the alley herself. As they ventured deeper, they saw a young girl being cornered by 2 burly men. Her clothes were torn, and she was desperately pleading with her arms crossed protectively. One of the subordinates rushed forward and knocked the men down with 2 swift punches. Feng Xiyao then ran over, removed her own garment, and gently draped it over the girl. "Miss, are you all right?" Lin Fair lifted her gaze to hear a mellifluous voice, immediately captivated by the person before her. The newcomer was strikingly handsome, with an elegant demeanor and a gaze filled with concern. From a distance, Murong, who was about to rush in, halted his steps. Seeing that the girl had been rescued, he was furious enough to kill. He had meticulously chosen this target, planning to have others assault her, only to swoop in as the hero and win her heart. Yet, fate had played him and now someone else had stolen his thunder. Inside the Zijin Hall, Kong Shuer received the news of Feng Xiyao disguising herself as a man to leave the palace. She curled her lips into a smile and looked up at the man seated high above, saying, "Your Majesty, this humble concubine believes that Empress must have been jealous just now, seeing me by your side. Why don't we pay a visit to Fengchun Palace and see her?" Emot'Songyan had already intended to visit Feng Xiyao, but was struggling to find a suitable reason. Though he was skeptical about Kong Shuer's suggestion, he still nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall grant Shuer this favor and go see her." Chapter 88. Emot'Songyan finds out Feng Xiyao sneaked out of the palace. Chapter 88. Emot'Songyan finds out Feng Xiyao sneaked out of the palace. "Feng Xiyao, you can get up now." She supported the girl. The girl blushed and avoided her gaze, but still relied on Feng Xiao's help to stand up slowly. "Thank you, sir." Seeing her red face, Feng Xiyao wondered if she was feverish from being scared. Those who had been secretly following Feng Xiyao saw that nothing was wrong and quickly retreated to a safe distance to continue their surveillance. After assisting the girl out of the alley, they encountered a group of about 10 people, with the maid in front on the verge of tears. "Miss, where did you go? We were so worried about you." The girl stuck out her tongue bashfully. "I'm sorry, I just wanted to sneak out to listen to a play. I didn't expect to run into some ruffians." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled as she looked at the man beside her. "It was this young master who saved me." The maid glanced at the man, noticing him supporting her lady. She quietly stepped forward to take the girl from his arms. "Thank you, young master, for saving my lady." Seeing that the girl was unharmed, Feng Xiao's lips curved into a smile. "No need to thank me. It's just doing what's right when one comes across injustice. Besides, I didn't really do much." As she spoke, she turned to the girl. "Miss, since you're all right, I'll be on my way. Hopefully, our paths will cross again someday." With that, she turned and left. The girl, watching her departure, grew anxious and asked, "May I ask your name, young master?" Feng Xiyao continued walking, but waved her hand casually. "I'll tell you next time we meet." Looking at his retreating figure, the girl felt a twinge of sadness. An idea struck her, and she promptly pulled on the maid beside her. "Lotus, hurry and follow him. See if you can find out which family he belongs to." Lotus instantly grasped Mrs. Thoughts and nodded with a gentle smile. "Yes." On the surface, Feng Xiyao appeared composed, but inwardly, she was in a panic. She realized she had been out for quite some time, and if she didn't return soon, she would surely be scolded. Noticing her growing urgency, Lotus began to run alongside her. Emot'Songyan led Kong Shuer to Fengchun Palace. Hearing no laughter within, he knitted his brows in concern. Upon catching sight of the emperor, Rui's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly bowed in greeting. "I pay my respects to the emperor. I pay my respects to imperial noble consort." A smile played uncontrollably at the corners of Kong Shuer's lips. "Where is Her Majesty the Empress? Hurry and convey the message. The emperor has come to visit her." Rui gripped her hands tightly, determined not to give herself away. "Her Imperial Highness is unwell and resting inside her chambers." Upon hearing this, concern flickered in Emot'Songyan's eyes. Why is the Empress not feeling well? With that, he lifted his foot and stepped right in. Rui was startled and hurried to intercept, but it was too late. Emot'Songyan had already entered the room. He noticed someone lying on the bed, the covers slightly raised. Emot'Songyan approached with concern, and without hesitation, Rui positioned herself in front of him. "Your Majesty, the Empress is ill. It's possible she could infect you. It would be better if you come back after some time has passed." Kong Shuer. "Is she ill?" She was fine this morning, but suddenly fell ill upon hearing the emperor is coming. Observing the motionless figure in bed and Rui's anxious expression, Emot'Songyan's dark eyes darkened further. He reached out and dramatically pulled back the covers. The palace maid on the bed, realizing her ruse was exposed, scrambled off in a panic. Emot'Songyan's gaze swept coldly across the room. "Where is the Empress?" Rui kept her head bowed, too afraid to speak. Emot'Songyan's smile turned bitter with frustration. He had been looking forward to seeing her, only to find that she didn't care about him at all. As the daylight began to fade, Feng Xiyao picked up her pace and started running. "I must hurry, I must go even faster." Upon arriving at the palace gates, she promptly presented her jade pendant. The guards at the entrance promptly knelt in reverence. Feng Xiyao briskly walked past them. Lotus, hiding at a distance, witnessed this scene with a hand clasped over her mouth in astonishment. She then glanced at the grand palace gates before silently turning away. Fengchun Palace. Rui, I'm back and I'm utterly exhausted. Feng Xiao's legs turned to jelly from the sprint, and she plopped outside the courtyard gasping for air. Upon hearing the voice, Rui glanced at the emperor seated high on his throne, then secretly turned her head while kneeling on the ground. Unable to withstand the pressure, Rui's eyes instantly welled up with tears upon seeing her. Feng Xiao was seated in the courtyard and had not noticed the people inside the house. Spotting Rui's ashen face, Feng Xiao found it amusing. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. The host should be cautious. There is now a risk of decreasing vitality. Startled by this, Feng Xiao quickly realized who was inside and hurriedly entered the room. Upon lifting her gaze, she met Empress dark, brooding stare. The man's face was devoid of expression, his slender phoenix eyes cold and distant. Kong Shuer, standing nearby, greeted her with a light smile. Sister Empress has finally deigned to return. The emperor has been waiting for you a long time. The sight of Kong Shuer immediately irked Feng Xiao. It must be this woman's doing, luring the tyrant over. What should I do? Should I burst into tears and plead for mercy to make the tyrant spare me? But he's cold and unpredictable. He might not fall for such tactics. Recalling how a single kiss had diffused tension with Empress in the past, Feng Xiao glanced subtly at the brooding man. Perhaps I should try that trick. Empress was clueless about what trick she was referring to, but he was genuinely furious, and the consequences would be dire. Fearful of any sudden drop in her health, Feng Xiao approached Kong Shuer and gazed at her intently. Feeling guilty, Kong Shuer asked, "Why does Her Majesty look at me like that?" Feng Xiao rolled her eyes. "Move aside, you're blocking my way." Kong Shuer was seated right next to Empress, a position that didn't belong to her. She turned to him, hoping the emperor would say something on her behalf, but he remained cold and indifferent, ignoring her altogether. Reluctantly, she vacated her seat. Approaching, Feng Xiao hesitated inwardly for a moment before finally making up her mind. Under the puzzled gazes of everyone present, she suddenly threw herself into Empress' arms. "Your Majesty, your servant has a legitimate grievance. Please hear me out." Everyone. Kong Shuer. "Feng Xiao, you shameless one, how dare you hug the emperor? I've never even been close to him." Observing the teary glint in the woman's eyes as she looked up at him pitifully, Empress knew it was another one of her tactics. Yet he couldn't help but speak. "Everyone, leave us." Upon hearing the softened tone, Kong Shuer immediately protested. "Your Majesty," the empress secretly left the palace. Empress' face turned cold. "Didn't you hear what I just said?" Kong Shuer gritted her teeth, shooting Feng Xiao several venomous glances before rising and storming out. Moments later, upon seeing that everyone had departed, Feng Xiao promptly straddled Empress' lap, her dewy peach blossom eyes gazing at him intently. They were in close proximity, and Empress could even detect the scent of green dumplings on her. As he observed her slightly parted rosy lips, his gaze darkened subtly. He raised his hand to gently encircle her slender waist, drawing their bodies closer together. Chapter 89. Let's continue what we didn't finish. Chapter 89. Let's continue what we didn't finish. This gesture made Feng Xiao's face flush slightly. "Empress, speak. How do you explain this?" Empress' deep voice rumbled lowly above her head. "Your Majesty, I was wrong. Please don't be angry." Feng Xiao cried out, feeling helpless. Whenever the tyrant got angry, her health would decrease, and she would be punished accordingly. "Why, oh system, did you have to give me such a setting?" Empress was puzzled. "What system? Explain yourself properly and I'll listen," he instructed. Feng Xiao paused in her pretended act of wiping away tears. "Really? You're actually going to listen?" Spotting the tyrant's cold gaze upon her, Feng Xiao steeled herself and reached out to embrace the man's neck, tears instantly welling up in her eyes. "Imperial Majesty hasn't visited me for several days and has been spending all your time with Imperial Noble Consort Kong. I was truly heartbroken, so I sneaked out of the palace to clear my mind." Seeing her wipe away tears while secretly glancing at him, Empress knew she was lying but still felt delighted deep down. Her willingness to deceive him indicated that she did have feelings for him. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Empress' mouth. So the empress was jealous and left the palace for a whole day to ease her heart? Feng Xiyao expressed her disdain. "Jealous? Please, you're overestimating yourself." Upon hearing this, the slight curve of Empress' lips flattened, and a hint of anger flickered in his eyes. Suddenly he sat up, causing Feng Xiyao, who was straddling him, to fall off. Ouch! Feng Xiyao was both angry and puzzled. What's wrong with the tyrant? Did I not act convincingly enough? Empress gritted his teeth. Fine, he couldn't deceive himself. This woman indeed didn't care about him at all. It was all his one-sided affection. For the first time in his life, Empress felt such defeat, his expression turning even more grim. The empress has run away from the palace. She is to be confined. The attendants who fail to stop her promptly shall receive 30 strikes each. Feng Xiao's eyes widened. Your Majesty, you can't do this. Songyan held her chin, his phoenix-like eyes narrowing. I am the Emperor, and all of Great Xia obeys my command. Does the Empress have any objections? Feeling the threat to its host's safety and fearing punishment, the system reluctantly spoke up. Host, you can't confront the tyrant head-on. You need to be more submissive. Aren't they saying that a coquettish woman has the best fate? Can't you learn from that? Looking into the tyrant's icy gaze, Feng Xiao swallowed her fear with a gulp. Amused to the core. She couldn't possibly be tough now even if she wanted to. Upon hearing this, Kong Shuer at the entrance curled her lips into a smile and called out to the eunuchs outside the room. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and do something. Are you waiting for the Emperor to punish all of you as well? Feng Xiao clenched her fists upon hearing Kong Shuer's voice. After Songyan finished speaking, he glared at her coldly for a moment before lowering his hand and turning to leave. Feng Xiao steeled herself, closed her eyes and grabbed the man's collar, pulling him back. Then she tiptoed and pressed her cool lips against his. Songyan's phoenix eyes, which had been lowered, widened slightly. Feeling that she was merely lightly touching him, he wasn't satisfied. He raised his hand to circle her waist, lifted her up in a princess carry, and deepened the kiss. The two of them continued kissing as they walked towards the bed. Songyan gently laid her on the bed, his lips still lingering. Feng Xiao, dazed from the kiss, regained her senses and placed her hand on the man's muscular chest, pushing him away with effort. Having been interrupted while kissing, Songyan was furious. His slender phoenix eyes, filled with confusion and anger, fixated on the woman beneath him, her cheeks flushed from the encounter. Recalling the need for persuasion, Feng Xiao immediately adopted a meek tone. Your Majesty, please spare my people. Forgive your humble servant, I beg of you. As she spoke, she clasped her hands together, looking pitiful. Please, I beg you. Songyan was both amused and exasperated. It seemed that this woman had kissed him solely for the sake of those outside. I'll spare you all today, but if there's a next time, take your own lives. All of you leave my presence. Kong Shuer was stunned. Wasn't he just filled with rage? How did his tone become so soft? Your Majesty. Without waiting for Kong Shuer to respond, Songyan spoke up. Go back and rest. You must be tired from accompanying me today. Kong Shuer had wanted to investigate what had transpired inside to prompt such a change in the Emperor's attitude, but with his command, she dared not proceed. I beg your leave, Your Majesty. Frustrated and bewildered, Kong Shuer could hardly comprehend how her plan to humiliate Feng Xiyao had ended up like this. Noticing the silence outside, Feng Xiyao was about to heave a sigh of relief when she met the man's fiery gaze, causing her heart to skip a beat. I'm still in trouble, it seems I haven't been rescued yet. Songyan's Adam's apple shifted as he said, Empress, let's continue what we left unfinished earlier. With that, he leaned down to kiss her, gently parting her lips, and his tongue slipped in. The tyrant's advances were too aggressive, and Feng Xiyao found herself momentarily overwhelmed, like a drifting log passively accepting his every move. His scorching breath brushed against her face, the long restrained kiss now tinged with ferocity. Their lips remained entwined for what seemed like an eternity, but Songyan's desires grew beyond a simple embrace. His hands began to wander across her body. Feeling his hand approach her chest, Feng Xiyao instinctively reached to stop him. However, her wrists were swiftly pinned above her head by the tyrant's single hand, rendering her immobilized. His cool lips continued their descent down her neck, leaving Feng Xiao's eyes wide in surprise. No, Songyan, wait a moment. This is moving too fast. Songyan ignored her plea, continuing to kiss her collarbone as he casually spoke. It should have happened a long time ago. Feng Xiao felt like crying. Did she really have to sell herself for this mission? The damn system never mentioned anything like this. In her heart she couldn't help but curse. Damn system, what do I do? The system, too embarrassed to witness the upcoming scene, had already automatically shut down and wouldn't respond to her cries for help. Unaware of her wails, Songyan was displeased that she dared to be distracted during such a serious moment. He nipped at her chest in annoyance. Ah! With such an intimate area bitten, Feng Xiao's face flushed red instantly. She dared not lift her gaze to look at the man on top of her. ***, never having touched a man in 2 lifetimes. Should I fully enjoy this or resist fiercely? Hearing that she had no experience with men, Songyan's mood significantly improved. He was the son of heaven, ruler of the entire Great Xia. No matter if this woman was human or ghost, once she entered the palace, she could only belong to him. With this thought in mind, he quickly reached out to strip the woman beneath him. Just as Songyan was about to pull off her undergarment, Feng Xiyao felt a sudden sharp pain in her abdomen, followed by a warm rush. Her eyes widened. I have my period. Chapter 90 Empress, come here. Chapter 90 Empress, come here. Songyan didn't understand, but seeing her slightly furrowed brow and her ashen face, he stopped his actions. Seeing the confusion on his face, Feng Xiyao gently rubbed her belly, secretly delighted. Your Majesty, my monthly cycle has come. Songyan was taken aback for a moment, his brows knitting together slightly. Monthly cycle? Observing the pain on her face, yet a mischievous glint in her eyes, Songyan instantly grasped the situation. Damn it, just when things were heating up, this blasted monthly cycle arrives. While Feng Xiyao was inwardly rejoicing, Songyan leaned down and fiercely kissed her again. If they couldn't engage in intimacy, at least he could satisfy his craving through kisses. After a long while, when he finally released Feng Xiyao, her lips had turned crimson from his kisses. He spoke with a hint of amusement in his voice. Consider this the queen's punishment. Feng Xiyao shot him a subtle glare. My stomach hurts. I don't want to talk to a tyrant like you. Upon hearing this, Songyan called Rui in and instructed them to attend to her. After everything was settled, he went in to see her again. Feng Xiyao had always suffered from menstrual pain. She thought it would be different in this new body, but alas, it wasn't. Seeing her pale complexion, Songyan placed his hand on her abdomen. A gentle warmth then flowed into her body. With wide, astonished eyes, Feng Xiyao asked, Your Majesty, is this the legendary inner strength? Observing her curiosity, Songyan chuckled lightly. Something like that. Can you teach me, Your Majesty? Feng Xiyao looked at him eagerly. Songyan raised an eyebrow. Why would the Empress learn martial arts? For self-defense, of course, in case I encounter any villains while escaping in the future. Improving physical strength. Feng Xiyao pondered and added. Despite the situation, this woman was still thinking about escape. A chill veiled Songyan's eyes. He had to find a way to dispel her thoughts of fleeing. Seeing his silence, Feng Xiyao pouted unhappily. If you're not going to teach me, then don't give me that sour look. I'll ask Qin Feng instead. No way. Upon hearing she intended to seek Qin Feng's instruction, a flame flickered in Songyan's eyes. Feng Xiyao was puzzled. Why not? Why can't I learn from Qin Feng? If you really want to learn, wait until you recover in a few days. I'll teach you then. Feng Xiyao exclaimed with delight. Great, great. Lin Manor. Upon learning that his sister had nearly been bullied, Lin Mingli was enraged to the point of contemplating murder. How did you protect Miss? The servants obediently knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling in fear. Although the eldest young master was usually mild-mannered and seldom lost his temper, his anger could be terrifying when provoked. Seeing that her actions had caused the servants to be scolded, Lin Feier tugged at Lin Mingli's sleeve, feeling wronged. Brother, don't scold them anymore. I snuck out to listen to the opera by myself. Don't blame them. Lin Mingli was still fuming. If anything were to happen to you, everyone would grieve. None of those who serve you would escape responsibility. Lin Feier, having been scolded, lowered her head and replied sullenly. I got it. After a lengthy lecture, Lin Mingli felt helpless towards his sister. He let out a sigh and left. Once he was gone, Lin Feier hurriedly helped Lotus up. Quickly tell me, which family does that young master belong to? Lotus hesitated when she recalled that the young master had entered the palace. Come on, which family? Lotus leaned closer to her and whispered what she had witnessed. Lin Feier was somewhat stunned. Miss, you should give up. That young master's identity. Indeed, those who catch my eye have extraordinary backgrounds. Lin Feier interjected abruptly. But miss, the waters of the palace run deep. What if? Lin Feier interrupted her. There's no what if. I must enter the palace. Consort, Lady Feng requests an audience. Zhang Luai was seated on a luxurious chair reading when Jinger entered to inform her. She lifted her gaze. Has she delivered what was promised? Jinger nodded. In that case, go and verify the items. If everything is in order, send her away. I don't wish to see her. Jinger hesitated. Consort, Lady Feng says it's a matter of great importance that she needs to discuss with you. Zhang Luai furrowed her brow, pondered for a moment, then rose to exit the room. At the entrance, Feng saw her approach and promptly knelt down. Your Highness, we realize our mistakes, please spare us. Zhang Luai was aware of her father's dismissal from his post. A man with no morals had no place in public service. She gave Feng a dismissive glance. You deserve it. The Emperor's decree stands. Do you expect me to defy His Majesty's order? Feng wore a face of resentment. If not for this little vixen, how could the Emperor have stripped Father Zhang of his position? Your Highness, are you going to leave on your own? Or do I need to summon someone to throw you out? Zhang Luai truly had no desire to see this woman any longer. Feng, in a desperate attempt to grab at Zhang Luai's hem, was kicked away as she scrambled to her feet. Observing this, Feng's eyes flickered as she hastily spoke up. Your Highness, something has happened to Gu Qingheng. Zhang Luai frowned. Is it because of the whip he received last time? Feng felt somewhat guilty but still nodded in confirmation. Zhang Lui's anger boiled over. She dared to bring this up? Jinger, drag him out and give him a sound beating. Just make sure he's still alive. Feng's intention was deliberately to bring up the matter to Zhang Lui, solely to throw her off balance. The effect was achieved, but she never expected the cost to be a slap on herself. Your Highness, spare my life. Feng was pulled away directly. Considering that her cousin had been injured on her account, Zhang Lui rose to her feet and stepped out. It seems that you're looking for a continuation or a specific context to provide an elegant and appropriate English translation. Please offer the lines you'd like translated, along with any necessary context, so I may assist you effectively. For the past 2 days, Kong Lu and Lin Yuquan had been engaged in a fierce behind-the-scenes battle, while Emo Tsongyan enjoyed the spectacle. Emo Lingyun shared with him the details of his investigation in Province Su. Province Su is relatively underdeveloped, making it difficult to govern. Moreover, there are those who deliberately turn a blind eye, allowing local officials to run rampant and bandits to plunder villages. They seem to be operating as an organized group. It's almost impossible to uncover any substantial information. Feng Xiyao, sitting leisurely nearby sipping tea, frowned upon hearing Province Su. Province Su is Lin Youchuan's stronghold. Those bandits are his people, used to conceal the army he secretly nurtures there. If one were to investigate there, they would only find out about the bandits' lawlessness. No one would suspect that such a small place like Province Su could harbor a well-trained army of 20,000. At this thought, Feng Xiyao shook her head. Upon hearing this, Emo Tsongyan's brows knitted together. Emo Lingyun was astonished. He hadn't expected Lin Yuquan to be so daring, secretly raising an army. Oh, alright, you may leave for now. I'll call for you if there's anything. Emo Lingyun glanced at Feng Xiyao a few times before nodding and withdrawing. Once the person had left, Emo Tsongyan approached Feng Xiyao with a smile. Empress, come here. Seeing the gentle smile on the man's face, Feng Xiyao thought she was seeing things. Hesitantly, she stood up and walked over. This tyrant's smile resembles that of a wolf's grandmother. Is he waiting for me to walk over so he can strangle me? Feng Xiyao began to reflect. But I haven't done anything wrong recently, have I? Noticing her hesitation, Emo Tsongyan raised an eyebrow and strode over, scooping her up into his arms. Feng Xiyao leaned against his chest in fear, meeting his smiling eyes. What does the emperor wish to do? Chapter 91. Has this king interrupted you? Chapter 91. Has this king interrupted you? I have some good news for you. Kong Lu is now irrelevant. Feng Xiyao furrowed her brow slightly. Didn't they say that if Lin Yuquan moved against him, he would become the sole powerhouse? Emo Tsongyan scooped her up and seated her on the dragon throne. That was true before, but now General Qin has returned. General Qin. Feng Xiao's mind raced for a moment before she suddenly recalled who it was. Qin Feng's father is back. Emo Tsongyan nodded. General Qin wasn't framed as the books described, and the Qin family is still thriving. Does this mean our destinies can be altered? Feng Xiyao pondered for a moment before lifting her gaze to Emo Tsongyan. So the tyrant plans to groom General Qin to resist Lin Yuquan. Emo Tsongyan pinched her cheek gently. Empress, you've been working hard these past few days. Feng Xiyao swatted his hand away and sat up from his lap with disdain. Hard work? Consort Li is the one suffering. You should spend more time comforting her. After all, she loves you so much. Emo Tsongyan nodded in agreement. All right, let the Empress accompany me then. With that, he led Feng Xiyao out of Zijin Hall. Upon arriving at the embroidered spring palace, they found it quiet and peaceful. Consort Li was no longer throwing a tantrum as before. Upon hearing the emperor's arrival, Consort Li rushed out joyfully, seemingly oblivious to Feng Xiao's presence. She threw herself into Emo Tsongyan's arms and began to weep bitterly. Well, cousin, I thought you'd never come see Bowning again. Emo Tsongyan lifted her out of his embrace, noticing the tears streaming down her face like pear blossoms in rain, a picture of immense sorrow. All right, consider this a lesson to help you grow wiser. Control your temper. Emo Tsongyan sighed. Consort Li wept uncontrollably. Glancing at the two of them holding hands, she felt a surge of anger. Cousin, why did you bring her here? To mock me. Emo Tsongyan was aware of Feng Xiao's previous intervention on her behalf against Kong Shuer. Seeing her provoke Feng Xiao again, he was displeased. You were bullied by Imperial Noble Consort Kong last time, and it was the Empress who came to your aid. Why do you still speak to her like that now? Consort Li shot a disdainful look at Feng Xiao. She disliked anyone who vied for her cousin's attention. Feng Xiao, aware of her rival's prideful nature, simply shook her head helplessly. At the Gu mansion. Upon learning that Gu Qingheng was injured, Zhang Lui promptly arrived at the Gu residence. Since her marriage, she had refrained from visiting to avoid any misunderstandings. The household was both surprised and delighted to see her. Lady Gu held her tightly and wept for a long time. Upon learning about her recent mistreatment, she held onto Zhong Luoi's hand with concern. It's all Grandma's fault. If I had more power, our little E wouldn't have been bullied in that merciless place. Father Gu was furious. I warned your aunt that he wasn't a good man, but she wouldn't listen. Now, even our daughter is suffering there. Feeling the genuine care from everyone, Zhang Luai was deeply moved. As a child, she loved coming to the Gu family because it was where she found her closest kin. After exchanging a few words, she led Jinger to Gu Qingheng's courtyard. Upon seeing her, Gu Qingheng, who was sitting beneath a pavilion playing the zither, revealed a hint of joy in his eyes. Little E, why are you here? Zhang Luai strolled calmly under the pavilion and glanced at the instrument he had just played. Cousin, your zither skills are still as impressive. Listening to it eases the heart. Gu Qingheng hailed from an esteemed scholarly family, exuding an aura of erudition. He was renowned in Shangjing for his mastery of the zither, and was known for his gentlemanly demeanor and handsome, heroic features, characterized by his sword-like eyebrows and sparkling eyes. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the praise, Gu Qingheng's cheeks flushed. Ah, my cousin jests. Recalling Feng's words, Zhang Lui looked at him with concern. How is your injury, cousin? I've heard you were confined to bed for days. Gu Qingheng chuckled. I'm no frail scholar. How could I be so weak? It was just a single lash. Thank goodness. Zhang Lui sighed in relief. I rarely visit, so how about I play a piece for my cousin? It had been a long time since she last listened to a serious performance. Zhang Lui nodded with a bright smile. Sounds great. As the melody of the zither resounded here, in the mansion, Mo Lingyun had searched high and low but failed to locate his princess consort. Having labored diligently through his tasks, he did so solely to return home sooner and see her. Where is the Duchess? I asked the butler, who was attempting to depart. Butler. When the Feng family delivered the dowry for the princess today, they mentioned that cousin Gu had been injured. The princess immediately went to the Gu residence to pay her regards. Cousin Gu. In Mo Lingyun's mind, Feng's words involuntarily resurfaced, causing his brows to furrow deeply. When did you go? Steward. About 2 hours ago. Mo Lingyun turned and walked out with a stern expression. It seems that your request is for me to translate a piece of text into English in a manner that is both elegant and contextually appropriate. However, you haven't provided the text to be translated. Please provide the content you'd like translated, and I will ensure to render it into English with both grace and consideration for the broader narrative context. As the melody ended, Zhang Luai curled her lips into a smile. Second cousin's musical prowess is truly remarkable. It's been a long time since I've heard such a beautiful tune. It wasn't the first time Gu Qingheng had received compliments, but hearing them from Zhang Lui filled him with joy. He was about to invite her to visit often if she wanted to hear more, but considering their current status, he decided against it. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Lui's attention was diverted by an orchid nearby. She walked over for a closer look and was surprised when she saw the vase. You still have this flower, second cousin. This orchid was from a trip to the mountains that Zhang Lui took with Gu Qingheng during their childhood. Believing it had died, she hadn't given it another thought. To her surprise, Gu Qingheng had managed to nurture it so well. Gu Qingheng felt a bit flustered and approached her, whispering, I thought it was dead too, so I just left it here to grow. I didn't expect it to survive. Zhang Luai reached out to touch the orchid, nodding in agreement. Second cousin, you're too modest. I put in a lot of effort and couldn't keep it alive. For it to bloom so vibrantly now, you must have taken great care of it. Feeling exposed by the truth, Gu Qingheng became slightly embarrassed. To tend to the flowers properly, he had gone through numerous books and sought advice from a horticulturist, investing considerable time before he managed to revive them. Both were bent over the flowers, their heads close together. When Zhang Lui lifted her gaze, she accidentally met Gu Qingheng's eyes. Startled, she stepped back, only to find herself on a step. Unaware, she stumbled and nearly fell. Gu Qingheng swiftly caught her, promptly pulling her back up. Zhang Lui, having been caught, tumbled into Gu Qingheng's arms. Jinger, who was about to rush forward, watched with wide-eyed astonishment. Mo Lingyun, approaching from afar, witnessed this scene and clenched his fists tightly. With an unreadable expression, he strode over. Little E, are you all right? Concern etched on his face, Gu Qingheng held Zhang Lui's shoulders and helped her up, examining her from head to toe. Startled by the commotion, Zhang Lui looked up to see Mo Lingyun storming towards them, his anger palpable. With a cold expression, he strode over and forcefully brushed off Gu Qingheng's hand, pulling Zhang Lui into his embrace. Zhang Lui lifted her gaze to look at him. Mo Lingyun, why are you here? How dare you say that? Did this prince interrupt your little rendezvous? Mo Lingyun was as cold as ice, his gaze fiercely fixated on Gu Qingheng. Chapter 92. Can I sleep with you tonight? Chapter 92. Can I sleep with you tonight? Mo Lingyun, what are you talking about? Zhang Lui tried to pull her hand back. Isn't it obvious? Mo Lingyun's expression was grim, devoid of his usual smile. His gaze fell on Zhang Luoi's struggling movements, and his eyes grew colder. Come on, let's go home. Without waiting for a response, he firmly took her by the hand and turned to leave. As Zhang Luoi was being led away, she looked back at Gu Qingheng bashfully. Cousin, get some rest. I'll visit you again next time. Back at the mansion, Mo Lingyun released her hand and coldly walked into his study. Zhang Luoi was puzzled, unsure of what had caused his reaction. Jinger hesitated. Your Highness the Queen. What's wrong with Mo Lingyun? Why is he angry? After some thought, Jinger whispered. Your Highness, was your behavior just now with young Master Gu too intimate? Perhaps that's why His Highness misunderstood. Recalling the incident, Zhang Lui remembered Gu Qingheng had pulled her back for fear she would fall. Regardless of their intentions, their actions could easily be misconstrued given their current positions. Staring at the closed door, she pursed her lips, unsure of what to say. A servant, who had been bribed by Madame Feng, witnessed the Duke's cold demeanor as he dragged the Duchess home. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, the servant quietly slipped away. At the Zhang residence, upon hearing that Zhang Lui and Mo Lingyun had had a spat, Madame Feng's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Ouch! A twinge of pain shot through the corner of her mouth as she smiled. Zhang Lui, you wench! You dared to incite the Duke to punish us. Let's see how smug you'll be without his support. Feng knew that the more a man loved a woman, the stronger his possessiveness would be. He would never want to witness his beloved being close to another man. Come here. Feng whispered something into the servant's ear, which made the servant visibly fearful. Madam, I dare not. If the Duke finds out. Relax. Once you've finished your task, I'll give you a sum of money to leave. Even if he finds out later, no one will be able to locate you. With that, Feng threw a bag of money to the servant. This is an advance. When the job is done, go to the south of the city. Someone will give you the rest of the payment there. The servant hesitated for a moment before firmly nodding, staring at the money in his hand. Yes, I will follow your instructions, lady. Mo Lingyun secluded himself in his study for an entire day without food or drink. At night, Zhang Luoi entered with a tray of food, only to be greeted by the pungent smell of alcohol, causing her to frown. Observing Mo Lingyun sleeping face down on the desk, she approached and gazed at his slightly furrowed brow, unsure of what to say. After a moment's contemplation, she reached out to gently shake his hand, softly calling, Mo Lingyun, wake up. Mo Lingyun, ever vigilant, had sensed someone entering the study even before Zhang Luoi arrived. However, he hadn't expected it to be her. A mix of anger and urgency stirred within him. He suddenly opened his eyes, embraced Zhang Luoi tightly, and buried his face into her chest. Luor, I thought you had abandoned me. Observing him press closely against her chest, Zhang Luoi's face flushed crimson, feeling rather at a loss. Luor, I now realize my foolish mistakes from before. Please forgive me and love me again. Hearing the tone of his remorseful and anxious voice, Zhang Luoi found herself unable to bear it. After much hesitation, she gently patted his back. All right. I'll give you another chance. Before she could finish, Mo Lingyun's eyes widened in delighted surprise. He had only intended to seize the alcohol-induced courage to speak his heart. If she refused, he planned to act out. To his amazement, Luor actually agreed. Luor, are you really serious? Mo Lingyun sat up straight, his eyes shining as he gazed intently at her, fearing that she might just be comforting him due to his intoxication. Seeing the sparkles in his eyes, the slight drunkenness, yet the stubborn sincerity with which he looked at her, Zhang Luoi let out a helpless smile. It's true, but you need to eat first. Otherwise, I might change my mind. Upon hearing this, Mo Lingyun promptly sat down and started eating from the table, his pace quick as if someone were about to snatch his food away. Take your time, Zhang Luoi said with concern. She then turned to fetch him a glass of water. Mo Lingyun, thinking she was leaving, hastily grabbed her hand. Luor, where are you going? Didn't you forgive me? Zhang Luoi chuckled. I'm just getting you some water so you don't choke. Hearing this, Mo Lingyun relaxed and smiled sheepishly. I'll eat slower, Luor. Please don't go. Zhang Luoi took a chair and sat beside him, watching him eat with a smile in her eyes. Recalling the morning's events, she asked, why were you angry today? Was it because I visited my cousin? Mo Lingyun had spent the entire day in his study, reflecting on how his impulsive behavior had frightened Luor that morning. If not for Gu Qingheng's intervention, Luor would have surely fallen and been hurt. He realized then that Luor's safety far outweighed any jealousy he might feel. But at that moment, blinded by envy, he had carelessly pulled her back home without any regard for her dignity. Mo Lingyun felt a twinge of guilt. Luor, I misunderstood you. Please don't be angry. Upon realizing his mistake, Zhang Luoi began to explain, sharing her history of growing up with Gu Qingheng. Mo Lingyun's eyes darkened after listening. As an outsider, he was relieved that Luor hadn't noticed Gu Qingheng's affection for her. With this in mind, he smiled wryly. He couldn't allow them to meet alone anymore, but now was not the time to voice his thoughts. I see that it was indeed my fault. I'll apologize properly next time. Zhang Lui chuckled at Mo Lingyun's willingness to admit his mistake. It's already great that you're thinking this way, Your Highness. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Lingyun hastily finished his meal and looked at her with a serious yet cautious gaze. Luor, can we sleep together tonight? For a long time they had slept in separate rooms. Despite Mo Lingyun's protests, Zhang Lui had never budged. Seeing his earnest and pitiful expression, Zhang Lui hesitated. Observing her hesitant nod, Mo Lingyun steeled his resolve and declared, I promise I won't do anything. I'll just hold Luor while we sleep. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Lui finally nodded. All right. Luor is so understanding. Mo Lingyun embraced her, burying his head in the crook of her neck. Unseen by her, a glint flashed in Mo Lingyun's eyes. Ooh. Having tidied everything up, Mo Lingyun carried Zhang Lui back to their room, indeed doing nothing at first. They seldom slept together, and Zhang Lui clenched her fists nervously, not daring to glance at the man beside her. Mo Lingyun, on the other hand, was unashamed, gazing intently at her with sparkling eyes. Luor, you're so beautiful. Mo Lingyun couldn't help but lean down to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek. Zhang Lui opened her eyes, gazing at the man above her with a fiery intensity that made her dare not meet his gaze directly. Noticing her blush and bashfulness, Mo Lingyun couldn't resist leaning in to capture her crimson lips in a kiss. Chapter 93. Kong Shuer points at Kong Lu. Chapter 93. Kong Shuer points at Kong Lu. Feeling his wandering hands on her body, Zhang Lui frantically tried to push him away, but her efforts were in vain with her mouth occupied. After a long while, Mo Lingyun finally released the breathless Zhang Lui. With foggy almond-shaped eyes, Zhang Lui, still gasping for air, accused him. Didn't you say you wouldn't do anything? Looking at her in that state, Mo Lingyun's gaze intensified, and his body felt like it was engulfed in flames, leaving him without any rationality. Luor. He called her softly before leaning down again, silencing her protests with another fierce kiss. His hands quickly peeled off her clothes. Gradually, Zhang Lui became dizzy from his kisses and could only follow his rhythm helplessly, her arms instinctively wrapping around his shoulders. By the time she regained her senses, both of their clothes had vanished. Gazing at the delicate, porcelain skin and blushing, enchanting face of the woman beneath him, Mo Lingyun, like a lovesick fool, kissed his way from her cheeks to her neck, then to her exquisite collarbone, gradually descending further. Zhang Lui closed her eyes, holding on to him tightly as they both succumbed to the moment. On a chosen day, a significant event occurred in Great Xia that day. Someone dared to file an imperial complaint in public, kneeling all the way from the streets to the palace gates. The incident caused a stir throughout the city, as it was a rare sight to witness someone lodging a complaint directly to the emperor. Crowds gathered to observe the spectacle. Jiangju knelt, bowing at every step, until he reached the palace gates. The guards exchanged glances. The leader, seeing that the people were drawn to the commotion and unable to disperse them, returned to report the situation. Upon receiving the news, Mo Lingyun received instructions and emerged to meet Jiangju. Why have you chosen to bring your grievance before the emperor? Jiangju produced the blood-stained letter. I am but an ordinary scholar. Yet, on my journey I was violently maimed. After much struggle, I arrived in Shangjing, only to be repeatedly obstructed from taking the examinations, ultimately being banned from them permanently. After some investigation, I learned that I am not the only one subjected to such treatment. Any talented commoner without influential backing has encountered similar obstacles. Through various inquiries, I discovered that the one behind these hindrances is Kong Lu, the very Kong Lu from the Imperial Academy. This letter contains the testimonies of those wronged, just like me. I implore your excellency to present it to the emperor, to advocate for the common folk. The crowd erupted into an uproar upon hearing this. It's Master Kong, the erudite and learned Master Kong. Didn't he always claim to cherish talent? How could he suppress those with potential? Amidst the clamor, Jiangju was escorted smoothly into the palace to meet the emperor. Feng Xiyao accompanied Mo Tsongyan into the grand hall, where the civil and military officials watched the southern peace prince bring in a person. Mo Lingyun loudly recounted what he had overheard outside the palace. Upon hearing this, Kong Lu's forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Mo Tsongyan lowered his gaze at him, asking, Prime Minister Kong, is there any truth to this? Kong Lu hurriedly knelt down. Your Majesty, this old minister is innocent. Mo Tsongyan sneered, tossing the written article before him. Kong Lu, do you know who wrote this piece? Kong Lu picked it up and glanced at it, panic surging within him, though he maintained a calm exterior. Your Majesty, it was my son, the mongrel. Bold Kong Lu, you still dare to deceive me even now? This person's name is Mo Yen. It was written by me when I secretly left the palace to take part in the imperial examinations. You dared to pass off my writings as your uneducated sons. Recalling how familiar the man seemed at the time, Kong Lu instantly realized upon the emperor's revelation that it had been the emperor himself. Empress threw the blood-stained letter to him. Every fingerprint on this is from someone you've wronged. Does your majesty need to summon each of them to confront you? Kong Shuer, upon learning of her father's exposed misdeeds early in the day, rushed to Chongqing Palace and knelt down. Ancestral grandfather, my father has been found out. What should I do? The emperor will hold me accountable too. It took so much effort for me to become his woman. Please, ancestral grandfather, intervene and help me. I don't want to die. Murong, aware of Kong Lu's situation, frowned and pondered for a moment before speaking. There are things you must now forsake. Only by being unencumbered can you journey further. Kong Shuer understood the implications of his words. But they're my father and brother. Murong replied. You must protect yourself first to have a future. If you step forward as a witness, not only will you have performed a meritorious act, but the emperor, burdened with guilt for your act of justice against family, will cherish you even more. Some of Kong Lu's colleagues stepped forward to speak. I, your majesty, believe that further investigation is necessary. We must not unjustly accuse Minister Kong based solely on that person's words. These matters have yet to be thoroughly investigated. Feng Xiyao, listening from the side, could no longer bear it and interjected. Minister Li, then what do you consider as a proper investigation? All the evidence and witnesses are present now, so what else needs to be investigated? Could it be that you are in league with Kong Lu attempting to shield him? Seeing this, those who had aligned themselves with Lin Yuquan seized the opportunity to attack. Your Majesty, I believe he is trying to protect him. He has been seen in close association with Minister Kong. They must be accomplices. Esteemed Minister, this old servant also feels that Your Majesty should carefully investigate Minister Li. The official Li was momentarily rendered speechless, not daring to say another word. Kong Lu, do you admit your guilt? Empress asked coldly. Your Majesty, Kong Shuer rushed in at that moment. Upon seeing her, Kong Lu's eyes lit up. Recalling the emperor's affection for his daughter, he believed that if she pleaded on his behalf, the emperor would surely spare him. But Kong Shuer didn't even glance at her father as she fiercely bowed her head. Your Majesty, my father did indeed commit these acts. He has also colluded with the Grand Tutor to do many immoral and heinous deeds. I have evidence here, she declared, producing a letter. This was the very letter that Kong Lu had once instructed her to burn, which she had secretly kept. Eunuch Hai took the letter and passed it to Empress. It read that Jiangju had fled with intentions to report the matter to the emperor, and Kong Lu, fearing exposure, had consulted the Grand Tutor about eradicating an entire village. However, due to the fear of causing a major uproar, they could only secretly pursue Jiangju's assassination. Empress pulled out the envelope he obtained from the Grand Tutor and placed it alongside Kong Shuer's letter in front of Kong Lu. Kong Lu, do you have anything else to say? Kong Lu looked at his kneeling daughter in disbelief, unable to accept that she would betray him. Tears streaming down his face, he knelt before Empress. Your Majesty, this old minister admits my guilt. I beg for your mercy on my son. He knows nothing. You no longer have the right to negotiate with me. Empress replied coldly. Feng Xiyao observed Kong Shuer kneeling on the ground, unsure of what to say. One who would stab their own father in the back, whether to call it terrifying or heartless is hard to decide. Kong Lu, a man with a lifetime of wicked deeds, has been exposed by his own daughter. Kong Lu's face was ashen, his gaze still fixed on Kong Shuer even as he was dragged away. With the matter concluded, Empress decreed that all candidates would have to retake the exams this year, with the expenses covered by the state. He and other ministers would jointly devise the written tests, interviews, and palace examinations that followed. When it was all over, Feng Xiyao let out a sigh of relief. The incident had finally come to a close. She curved her lips into a smile, but as she lowered her eyes they met Jiangju's. Their gazes collided, evoking a sense of familiarity. Chapter 94. Zhonglui and Gu Qingheng are drugged. Chapter 94. Zhonglui and Gu Qingheng are drugged. Due to her testimony against Kong Lu, Kong Shuer was spared. Some of the Kong family members were exiled, while others were sold into slavery. All their possessions were seized by the state. As she watched the endless stream of gold and silver being carried out, Feng Xiyao couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This Kong Lu was quite the greedy one. Empress nodded. Considering the government is funding this scholarly examination, these should be ample. Feng Xiyao rubbed her hands together and looked at Empress with a cheerful smile. May the emperor kindly return the items seized from this concubine last time. Noting her sweet and cunning smile, Empress chuckled softly. The queens shall also be confiscated. What's this? That's not fair. I've done my part, haven't I? Nanan Prince's mansion. Wife, something terrible has happened. Young Master Gu was in danger at an inn. Please hurry over. Hearing this, Zhonglui was startled. Is cousin injured? The servant rushed to nod. Someone got drunk at the inn and started attacking people. Fearing for his safety, Zhonglui hastily grabbed Jinger. And where is His Highness? Jinger replied. His Highness was sent by the Emperor today to investigate the case of Kong Lu. He's not in the mansion. Concerned about Gu Qingheng's safety, Zhonglui pondered for a moment and decided to take Jinger along. You come with me to check on the situation. She then looked at the servant with his head bowed. Stay here in the mansion and inform the prince when he returns. Jinger expressed her doubt. Princess, is that person from the Gu family? Zhonglui nodded. I met him during my last visit to the Gu residence. It should be him. After giving her instructions, Zhonglui left the mansion with Jinger. The servant, seeing this, discreetly ran to the back door to relay the situation to Madame Feng. A scheming glint flickered in Madame Feng's eyes. I'll see how long you, Zhonglui, can remain smug. Arriving at the tavern, Zhonglui rushed inside with an anxious heart. The place was crowded and Jinger, fearing for Zhonglui's safety, closely followed behind her. Suddenly, Jinger was knocked over and fell to the ground. When she managed to stand up again, the figure of the princess was nowhere to be seen. Milady. A chill ran down Jinger's spine. She searched downstairs but couldn't locate Zhonglui. Running upstairs to look down, she still couldn't spot her mistress. Jinger was at a loss, panic causing cold sweat to break out on her forehead. Zhonglui was led into a private room where she saw Gu Qingheng standing by the window with his back turned to her. Cousin. With concern in her voice, she called out and stepped inside. Upon seeing her arrival, a gentle smile graced Gu Qingheng's face. Zhonglui anxiously examined him from head to toe. Cousin, are you alright? Gu Qingheng was puzzled. What do you mean, are you alright? Didn't Little Li ask me to come here? Zhonglui frowned. Seeing that Gu Qingheng was unharmed, she sighed in relief. However, something struck her, and she turned back to find the door already closed. Realizing the situation, her expression froze. Something's wrong. She turned around to open the door but found it immovable despite her efforts. Gu Qingheng also sensed the trouble and went over to try pushing the door open. Both of them exerted great strength, but the door wouldn't budge. Zhonglui's face turned pale with fear. What do they intend to do? Gu Qingheng still wore a puzzled expression. So what exactly happened? Anxious, Zhonglui recounted the events to Gu Qingheng. This morning, a servant from the Gu estate rushed to the royal palace and said that something had happened to you at the tavern. I got worried and came over, only to find out. Thinking that Jinger hadn't followed, her concern deepened. What should we do now? We have no idea where they've taken Jinger. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingheng furrowed his brows. After settling all matters, Mo Lingyun threw Lord Li, who had pleaded for Kong Lu in court, into the dungeon. As expected, this man was indeed part of Kong Lu's gang, involved in their misdeeds and lawbreaking activities. Back at the prince's estate, the curve of his lips deepened into a smile. Luor, I'm back. Not hearing any sounds, Mo Lingyun searched the room but found no one there. Thus he stepped out. Your Highness, the Duchess is nowhere to be found. After searching for a considerable time without finding the princess, Jinger promptly returned. Mo Lingyun's brow furrowed slightly. Explain carefully, how did Luor go missing? Jinger was almost in tears from anxiety as she recounted the morning's events with reddened eyes. I was tripped by someone while walking with the princess in the tavern. When I looked up again, the princess was gone. A cold glint flashed in Mo Lingyun's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. He was well aware that Luor had no feelings for Gu Qingheng. However, the thought of her being so worried about another man still made him furious enough to kill. Within the restaurant, for some inexplicable reason, Zhonglui felt a sudden surge of heat in her body, causing her to lick her dry lips. Cousin, have you noticed anything amiss with your health? Gu Qingheng had actually sensed it long ago, but didn't know how to bring it up. Observing her delicate tongue gently caress her lips, his body grew increasingly restless with desire. Assuming the stale air in the room was to blame, Zhonglui approached and threw open the window, revealing a deep pond just below. She picked up the teacup from the table and drank its contents in one go. Little E, don't drink that. Gu Qingheng was too late to stop her. Zhonglui had already finished. Putting down the cup, she asked, What's wrong, cousin? Gu Qingheng was tempted to say that the teacup might also be tainted, but he didn't know how to bring it up. Little E was so innocent and pure. He couldn't possibly ruin her. With this in mind, Gu Qingheng vigorously pounded on the door. Someone open the door. Zhonglui, not being slow-witted, felt her body growing hotter by the second. She immediately understood the situation and looked at the burning incense burner. Someone had spiked the room with aphrodisiacs. At this realization, her legs grew weak, and she gradually slumped to the ground. Little E, are you alright? Gu Qingheng wanted to help her up but was afraid he wouldn't be able to restrain himself. The room was already infused with aphrodisiacs, and Zhang Luai had also consumed the cup of soul charmer. Her entire body began to heat up, leaving her weak and limp. Seeing her collapse on the floor, Gu Qingheng still approached worriedly to help her up. Mo. Ling Yun. Unable to control herself, Zhang Luai mistook Gu Qingheng for Mo Ling Yun. Gu Qingheng too was affected by the drug. The alluring smile on the woman in his arms made him swallow hard, utterly captivated. He had always harbored feelings for Zhang Luai since childhood, and under the influence of the drug, his body lost its restraint. Little E. Gu Qingheng reached out to caress her cheeks. Zhang Luai, seeking something to cool her down, held onto his hand and pressed her face against it tightly. Mo Ling Yun, how delightful! At the mention of Mo Ling Yun's name, Gu Qingheng bit his lip to regain momentary clarity. Seeing Zhang Luai's joy as she nuzzled against the palm of his hand, Gu Qingheng's breathing quickened. The fire within him grew fiercer, driving Zhang Luai instinctively towards cooler refuge. She reached up to encircle Gu Qingheng's waist, pressing her face intimately against his chest. Chapter 95. Bear an imperial prince for me. Chapter 95. Bear an imperial prince for me. Mo Ling Yun was both furious and anxious. He marched into the tavern with his men, and the owner dared not hinder him. They searched room by room. The young lords, who were enjoying themselves with wine and merriment, jumped at the sudden intrusion of the door. They were about to lash out but held their tongues when they recognized Mo Ling Yun. Arriving at the final chamber, Mo Ling Yun kicked the door open. Before his eyes was the person he yearned for. Entwined in Gu Qingheng's embrace, their bodies pressed closely together. His face turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. The guard stood by the entrance, hesitant to enter. Mo Ling Yun stepped forward and pulled the two apart before delivering a punch to Gu Qingheng's face, knocking him to the ground. Ouch! The blow roused Gu Qingheng from his stupor. Upon recognizing the intruder, he scrambled to his feet. Without anyone to support her, Zhang Luai began to falter. But Mo Ling Yun swiftly caught her before she hit the floor. Mo Ling Yun. Zhang Luai lifted her gaze at him with sultry eyes. Her cheeks flushed and fine beads of sweat trickling down her forehead before vanishing into the undulating peaks of her chest. It was obvious to anyone that she had been drugged. Mo Ling Yun scooped her up and turned to leave. Take him along. Gu Qingheng was also escorted out of the tavern. In the carriage, Zhang Luai felt an unbearable heat coursing through her body, pushing her relentlessly into Mo Ling Yun's embrace. Mo Ling Yun, I'm so hot. Please help me. She reached up to pull aside her clothing, revealing a crimson undergarment beneath. Her fair skin contrasted sharply with the red fabric, making her complexion appear even more porcelain white, causing Mo Ling Yun's Adam's apple to bob involuntarily. Luor, bear with it for now. I'll help you when we get back. Mo Ling Yun stopped her from undressing any further. At this moment, Zhang Luai couldn't understand his words. All she knew was that she was in pain and Mo Ling Yun wasn't assisting her. Ooh. Instantly she felt wronged, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Sob, 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 you don't love me at all. Mo Ling Yun was flustered. He would willingly give her his heart if possible. How could that not be love? Sob, 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 I don't want you anymore. Zhang Luai was both distressed and heartbroken, crying so hard that she struggled to catch her breath. Her eyes and nose were reddened, and with her lips pursed, she looked pitifully weepy. This sight stirred a mixture of heat and protectiveness in Mo Ling Yun, along with the urge to tease her playfully. Hurry up then. He shouted angrily at the coachman. Groom. Upon returning to the palace, Missouri Ling Yun held her tightly and dashed into their chamber with haste. Closing the door, Zhang Luai eagerly tugged at his collar and kissed him fiercely. Mo Ling Yun pressed her against the door, his hands protectively cradling her head as he deepened the kiss. Zhang Luai reached out to pull open his shirt, revealing his muscular chest. She tenderly kissed him, gradually trailing her kisses down to his neck. Mo Ling Yun's eyes burned with arousal, and his breathing became more labored and rapid. He was not idle either, reaching to remove her clothes. When he couldn't, he simply tore them apart. Lifting her up, he wrapped her legs around his waist. Mo Ling Yun turned with her in his arms, knocking items off the table as they fell to the ground. He then placed her down upon it. Zhang Luai followed his gesture, and their hands clasped tightly together, leaving only the sound of deep breathing echoing in the room. Within the royal palace, with Kong Shui's father imprisoned, she had lost her support, but as an imperial noble consort, those serving her still dared not speak out of turn. Consort Li, having been recently released from confinement, was overjoyed by this news and joyfully devoured 2 large bowls of rice. Then, like a proud peacock, she led a grand entourage of palace maids and eunuchs back to the Chaoyang Palace. Kong Shui, who had managed to cling onto her position with great effort, hesitated to speak as she saw Consort Li enter. Humph, I said your arrogance wouldn't last long. And now you're getting exactly what you deserve. Kong Shui knelt on the ground, remaining silent. It's heard that you were the one who confirmed your father's crimes? Ahaha, what an obedient daughter you are. But for your own wealth and glory, sacrificing your own father is nothing. Isn't that just like something Kong Shuer would do? Consort Li's words were relentless, striking at every sensitive spot. After your father was imprisoned, my cousin released me and restored my position as imperial concubine. See, that's what true affection looks like. Kong Shuer clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh, yet she paid no heed to the pain. Observing her silence, Consort Li found her grand display of ridicule and arrogance unfulfilling, and thus she left with her entourage. The moment she was gone, Kong Shuer rose to her feet, her eyes burning with hatred as she fixated on Consort Li's departing figure. Bitch, I won't let you off the hook so easily. At Zijin Hall. With all matters settled, Songyun could finally heave a sigh of relief. Feng Xiyao, your majesty, please return my belongings to me, I beg you. Feng Xiyao pleaded from the palace gates all the way to his inner chambers. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Songyun couldn't help but chuckle. Does the empress truly hold such affection for these items? Of course. Who wouldn't love gold and silver treasures? Unless they have a screw loose in their head. Well, I do. They shine so brightly. Just looking at them can lift one's spirits. Feng Xiao's eyes gleamed as she spoke. Observing her evident obsession with wealth, Songyun extended his hand towards her. Come here. Feng Xiao approached him with a bright smile, her gaze filled with anticipation. Songyun held her hand, gently cradling it in his palm. There is a way for the empress to obtain those items. Feng Xiao's eyes brightened. What way? Give birth to an heir, and one day the entire palace will be yours. You can have anything you desire, and no one would dare to contest you. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiao's amiable smile faded, and she subtly withdrew her hand. Does the empress disagree? Seeing her resistant expression, the curve of Songyun's lips flattened instantly. To bear a child? My heavens, has the tyrant lost his mind? Although Feng Xiao thought this inwardly, she lacked the courage to voice such thoughts directly. She forced a smile. No, your majesty, I just feel that now isn't the right time. Songyun felt as if his mind had gone haywire to have shared his thoughts with this damned Feng Xiao. This was the dream of countless women in the harem, yet she regarded it as a sign of mental instability. Songyun believed that this was his first attempt at expressing affection to a woman, only to receive such an unexpected response, which left him fuming with anger. Feng Xiao, when do you think would be the best time then? Are you waiting until we're both past our prime? Oh no, by then I'll be gone, I won't make it to that point. No, it's just that Great Xia is still not at peace. Your majesty has many responsibilities, and having a child might hold you back. Despite the words coming from Feng Xiao's mouth, Songyun found himself unable to comprehend their meaning. It was the first time he'd heard such a hilarious yet infuriating rejection. I say we have a child, and the empress has no right to refuse. Feng Xiao, startled, darted under the table. Songyun crouched down, grabbed her foot, and pulled her with him into the confined space beneath. Chapter 96. Do you have a crush on Feng Xiao? Chapter 96. Do you have a crush on Feng Xiao? Feng Xiao's foot was grabbed, causing her to glare at Songyun in frustration. The man looked at her amusedly and couldn't resist pinching her cheek. Stop touching me. Feng Xiao slapped his hand away. The more she resisted, the more he persisted. The two of them playfully tussled under the table. Songyun noticed the jade pendant hanging from her waist, recalling how she had secretly left the palace before using this very pendant. His deep eyes darkened as he reached out to take it. This is mine, give it back. With her pendant snatched away, Feng Xiao immediately protested, getting up to retrieve it. I haven't even scolded you for sneaking out of the palace last time. Taking back the pendant will serve as your punishment. No way. This was Feng Xiao's last possession, and she was on the verge of tears as she rushed forward, mounting Songyun. How could you have the nerve to take back something you've given away? Songyun relished her struggles on his body, playfully moving the jade pendant to his other hand just as she was about to reach it, leaving Feng Xiao frustrated to the point of tears. Give it to me. Feeling his body uncontrollably heat up under her friction, Songyun's face flushed slightly, his gaze growing increasingly intense as he looked at her. It's mine. Give it to me. Unaware of the tyrant's sudden change, Feng Xiao seized the opportunity to snatch back the pendant while he was distracted. She then cunningly hid it in her bosom with a mischievous expression. It's right against my heart. Try taking it if you dare. Songyun watched her stow the item away with a smile, then proudly lifted his chin at her, his gaze implying that he didn't dare search her. At this moment the two were in very close proximity. Songyun was seated on the ground while Feng Xiao straddled him, the air thickening with a flirtatious ambience. Feng Xiao sensed something beneath her buttocks. Glancing up cautiously at Songyun's smiling face, she wondered, my goodness, has the tyrant just experienced his first flush of love? He's getting excited from just a gentle press. Worried about provoking him, Feng Xiyao tried to sneak off his body quietly. Songyun reached out to grasp her waist, pulling her back down onto him. Startled, Feng Xiyao quickly rolled away, attempting to distance herself. Where is the Empress going? Songyun held onto her hand, drawing her into his embrace. I'm starving, Your Majesty. My mother called me for a meal. Feng Xiyao chuckled nervously. Songyun raised an eyebrow. I'm hungry too. Empress, satisfy me first. Not possible. Consort Li arrived at the Zijin Hall but failed to spot the Emperor. Instead, she noticed the swaying desk. Recalling something, her face flushed red as she rushed over, a mix of anger and anxiety. In broad daylight, Feng Xiyao was impatiently seducing her cousin into such intimate acts. Consort Li stepped forward and dramatically pulled aside the curtains, only to witness Feng Xiyao straddling Songyun, both of their clothes in disarray. You both. Startled, Feng Xiyao forgot she was under the table. As she stood up, her head collided with it forcefully. Ah, it hurts. Gently yet tenderly, Songyun pulled her down and caressed her head. Fourth cousin, what are you two doing? Consort Li's face was filled with disappointment. Songyun shot her an annoyed glance. When have I ever needed to report my actions to you? Consort Li's eyes reddened as she pointed at Feng Xiyao. Fourth cousin, do you like Feng Xiyao? Feng Xiao's eyes widened. Big brother, that's not a question you should be asking. Caught off guard by the question, Songyun looked down at Feng Xiyao. Io. Feeling uneasy under his gaze, Feng Xiyao covered her head and cried out. What's wrong? Does it hurt? Songyun tenderly carried her out, holding her gently in his arms. Consort Li watched with gritted teeth. Feng Xiyao, stop pretending. You just want to catch my cousin's attention. Worried that the jade pendant might be taken away again, Feng Xiyao blinked and had an idea. She placed her hand on her head and lifted her chin at Consort Li with a smug look. Sure enough, Consort Li was provoked. She stepped forward and pulled Feng Xiyao out of Songyun's embrace. Get lost. Cousin is mine. Having successfully escaped the tyrant's arms, Feng Xiyao pretended to be upset. Since Consort Li dislikes me so much, then, Your Majesty, I shall take my leave. With that, she pretended to cover her face and ran away, sobbing. Consort Li. This didn't seem to be what she had expected at all. How could Songyun not see through Feng Xiao's tricks? He had let her go because he had matters to attend to. Fourth cousin. Consort Li looked at Songyun pitifully. You can leave as well. I have state affairs to attend to. Seeing his cold expression, Consort Li assumed that she had angered him again. She reluctantly bowed and then turned to leave. In the Nanan prince's mansion, Zhang Luai sat up, her body aching all over. Her hair was disheveled, but her body was clean, suggesting that someone had wiped her down. The memory of her wild night with Lingyun flashed through her mind, causing her face to flush red. Spotting the absence of Lingyun from the bed, she got up and dressed herself. Just as she finished putting on her clothes, Jinger entered with a wash basin in hand. Her Highness, you're awake. Jinger smiled at her, causing Zhang Luai's face to flush instantly. Having served her for several months, Jinger knew that the Duchess was bashful and held a special place in the Duke's heart. Thus, she didn't dare to say anything and went over to help with her grooming. Recalling the previous situation, Zhang Li thought of Gu Qingheng and hurriedly asked, What about my cousin? How is he? Upon mentioning this, Jinger paused in her grooming. Noticing the odd expression on Zhang Luai's face, she furrowed her brow slightly. What's wrong? It's best if the Duchess doesn't ask. His Highness will take care of everything. Understanding Lingyun's temperament, Zhang Luai feared for Gu Qingheng's safety and quickly rose to her feet. I should go and see for myself where he is. Considering how severely Gu Qingheng had been beaten, Jinger hastily held back the one who was about to leave. Duchess, it would be better if you didn't go. It might shock you. Disregarding the advice, Zhang Luai rushed to the woodshed. Without hesitation, she burst inside. Butler, you can't let her in. The butler by the entrance hurried to intercept her. You know I'm the princess, yet you still dare to block my way? The butler bowed his head. Princess, we're merely following the Duke's orders. Please don't make things difficult for us. Pushing aside those obstructing her, Zhang Luai stepped in. The first sight that met her eyes was Gu Qingheng, severely injured with his hands bound tightly in iron chains. His head hung low, seemingly unconscious. Looking at the person before her in disbelief, Zhang Luai's eyes reddened. He, her beloved cousin who had always protected her, was beaten to such a state with bruises all over his face and tattered clothes. Why would you be so cruel to him? Zhang Luai asked, unable to hold back her tears. Princess, it was the Duke's order. We were just carrying out our duties, the butler replied. Chapter 97. Luor, how could I bear to harm you? Chapter 97. Luor, how could I bear to harm you? Zhang Luai rushed into the study and found Lingyun engrossed in writing something. Upon seeing Zhang Luai approach, A gentle smile graced his lips as he set down the item in his hand. Luor, you're here. Slap. Just as Mo Lingyun finished speaking, a slap landed on his face. Did you order someone to beat Gu Qingheng up like that? Mo Lingyun seemed to ignore Zhang Luoi's accusation. He held onto her hand that struck him. Luor, does your hand hurt? Zhang Luoi's chest heaved with anger as she pulled away from his touch and glared at him fiercely. I don't need your concern. Tell me, why did you hit him? With his hand shrugged off, Mo Lingyun pushed his tongue against the soreness on his face. He intended to possess you. Your Highness, I've already shown mercy by merely beating him up. Zhang Luoi knitted her brows tightly. It was a misunderstanding. We were set up. Mo Lingyun spoke softly yet sternly. Luor, you're too innocent. You have no idea how despicable that man is. He did it on purpose. Mo Lingyun, Qingheng isn't what you think. He's innocent. Zhang Luoi held onto his sleeve. You should order your men to release him now, or he won't be able to endure it. Qingheng. Mo Lingyun sneered. You sure call him by his name affectionately. Focusing solely on saving Gu Qingheng, Zhang Luoi took a deep breath. Mo Lingyun, stop this nonsense. Let him go now. Mo Lingyun shrugged her off. He got what he deserved. I should have ended him sooner. Zhang Luoi stared at him in disbelief. Mo Lingyun, how could you become like this? He's Gu Qingheng, my family. Seeing her concern for Gu Qingheng, Mo Lingyun's anger flared. A family member, huh? More like a lover, I'd say. Zhang Luoi shot back. Mo Lingyun, you're being irrational. You think everyone is as despicable as you. Nothing happened between my cousin and me. Nothing happened? Mo Lingyun gripped her hand tightly. You didn't mention purity when you were embracing in that inn. If not for this king's timely arrival, you two might have already. Mo Lingyun, stop spreading lies. Nonsense. Your Highness, it seems you're too preoccupied with Gu Qingheng that you've forgotten who your lawful spouse is. Zhang Luoi was speechless. Since your Highness puts it that way, then let's divorce. What? Mo Lingyun found it hard to believe his ears. I said divorce so you can be with your beloved Ling sister. Zhang Luoi repeated, looking coldly at the man before her. You're divorcing me for Gu Qingheng? A hint of hurt flashed across Mo Lingyun's eyes. Zhang Luoi didn't want to prolong the argument and brushed off his hand. Your thoughts don't matter to me. With that, she lifted her foot and left the study. Mo Lingyun watched her departing figure, clenching his fists so tightly that veins bulged on his forehead. Zhang Luoi returned to the woodshed, ignoring her subordinate's objections as she lowered Gu Qingheng to the ground. With his hands now free, Gu Qingheng slumped, but Zhang Luoi supported him firmly. Uncle, please wake up. The pain in his body made Gu Qingheng frown, and he slowly opened his eyes, looking at Zhang Luoi's concerned expression. Little E, are you all right? Seeing that he was still thinking of her despite his condition, tears shimmered in Zhang Luoi's eyes. Uncle, I'll take you away from here. With that, she helped him out of the woodshed. Mo Lingyun approached, his eyes flashing with ferocity as he saw the two entwined. You good-for-nothings. You can't even stop a woman? What use are you to this prince? None dared to speak, well aware of the difference between being scolded and being lashed out at with violence. This wasn't just any woman. She was the princess. If they injured her and incurred her wrath, they might not have enough heads to lose. We're leaving. Zhang Luoi met Mo Lingyun's menacing gaze. Zhang Luoi, dare to step out of this palace without my permission, and see what happens. Gu Qingheng sensed the tension between them and halted, shaking his head at Zhang Luoi. Little E, you don't have to worry about me. Zhang Luoi looked at him with concern. Cousin, hang on, I'll take you to a doctor right away. Observing his own woman intimately embracing another man and whispering softly, Mo Lingyun strode over and roughly yanked Gu Qingheng away from Zhang Luoi, throwing him harshly to the ground. Zhang Luoi was disbelief personified. What on earth are you trying to do? Mo Lingyun stepped onto Gu Qingheng's body, locking eyes with Zhang Luoi's furious gaze. You care so much about him, don't you? Well, your Highness is determined to end his life. With those words, Mo Lingyun drew a dagger, ready to plunge it into Gu Qingheng. No. Without hesitation, Zhang Luoi reached out to intercept. Fearing he might hurt her, Mo Lingyun swiftly retracted his hand. Mo Lingyun, you can't harm him. Zhang Luoi pushed him aside, standing protectively in front of Gu Qingheng. Mo Lingyun could barely tolerate her pleading for another man, causing him to inhale deeply with anger. Quickly come and pull the princess away. Not daring to defy the prince, Jinger hesitantly stepped forward to grasp Zhang Luoi's arm. Princess, let's leave first. Zhang Luoi, however, stood steadfast before Gu Qingheng, her gaze cold as she looked at Mo Lingyun. Haven't you brought the princess down yet? At Mo Lingyun's command, the maid standing by rushed over and forcefully tried to pull Zhang Luoi away. Let me go. With so many people, Zhang Luoi was powerless to resist. Seeing that she was about to be separated from Gu Qingheng, She swiftly plucked a hairpin from her head and held it against her own throat. Get away from me. Mo Lingyun's gaze froze at the sight of her reckless action. Luo, what are you doing? Mo Lingyun, let Gu Qingheng go right now. Seeing her applying force, the hairpin pressing dangerously against her neck, Mo Lingyun trembled as he ordered. Quickly take Gu Qingheng back to the Gu residence. Now. Zhang Luo held onto the hairpin tightly, her eyes fixed on Gu Qingheng without sparing a glance at Mo Lingyun. Little E. Gu Qingheng, not wanting her to get hurt, looked at her with a pained expression as he was carried away by his subordinates. Only when Gu Qingheng was out of harm's way did Zhang Lui breathe a sigh of relief. Taking advantage of her focus on Gu Qingheng, Mo Lingyun stealthily approached and snatched the hairpin from her grasp. You'd actually dare to threaten this king for Gu Qingheng's sake? Mo Lingyun gazed at the hairpin in his hand, his eyes tinged with a crimson hue. I didn't want to, but you left me no choice. Zhang Lui bit her lip. Mo Lingyun closed his eyes and took a deep breath. None of the onlookers dared to speak, all lowering their heads in silence. Scram, all of you, from this king's presence. With a fierce roar, Mo Lingyun sent everyone else scurrying away, leaving only the two of them behind. Seeing his bloodshot gaze fixed upon her, Zhang Luo began to tremble with fear. Mo Lingyun, what do you intend to do? Are you going to kill me? Luo, how could I ever bear to harm you? Mo Lingyun chuckled softly and strode towards her. Chapter 98. I shall teach you to pen a few lines. Chapter 98. I shall teach you to pen a few lines. Lin Ling had attempted to visit Mo Lingyun several times without success. Today, she arrived at the estate with Yuer in tow, determined to see him no matter what. Upon arriving at the mansion, they witnessed a heavily injured man being dragged out. Lin Ling was somewhat puzzled. Who is this person? Yuer glanced at Gu Qingheng a few times, uncertainly saying, I believe he's the maternal cousin of Princess Nanan, with the name Gu Qingheng. He's a renowned scholar in Shangjing, and has an exceptional skill in playing the qin. Pausing for a moment, she continued, Moreover, I've heard that he was seen in a disheveled state with Princess Nanan at an inn yesterday, hugging and cuddling. Many people witnessed it. It's likely that the prince found out, which is why he was beaten like this. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling curled her lips into a mocking smile. After all, Zhang Lui is a woman. With Mo Lingyun's heart belonging to me, it's natural that she'd seek comfort in a man after being lonely for so long. As she spoke, an idea suddenly dawned on her, brightening her expression. Mo Lingyun hasn't seen me these past few days because that woman must be hindering us. I say, without the title of princess, what else does she have to cling on to Mo Lingyun? This time, the examination proceeded smoothly without any interference. The learned and knowledgeable candidates had all gathered. Among them, Jiangju stood out the most. His 10,000-character essay was meticulous, without a single error or correction. He clearly outlined the pros and cons of treating the people of Country Dragon and Great Xia equally, and he strongly endorsed such a policy. His interview also left a deep impression on the examiners. With a righteous worldview and impressive appearance, and his calm responses to their questions, he demonstrated a composed intellect. By the final imperial examination, only 5 candidates remained from the thousands, and Jiangju was one of them. In recent days, news of Jiangju had spread throughout Shangjing, piquing Feng Xiao's curiosity. She sneaked quietly behind Mo Zongyan's throne, munching and secretly observing. Feeling someone eating behind him, Mo Zongyan could easily guess who would be bold enough to do so. Jiangju stepped into the grand hall, drawing the attention of the assembled ministers. Unfazed, he respectfully bowed to Mo Zongyan, who was seated on the dais. Upon seeing him, Feng Xiyao felt an intense sense of familiarity deep within her. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not recall who this person was or which significant character from the book he resembled. The palace examination tested one's abilities, but Feng Xiyao was unable to follow their conversation. All she knew was that by the time she finished the snacks Rui had brought, the proceedings would likely be over. Let's head back to the palace. After listening to what seemed like an arcane discourse for the entire morning, Feng Xiyao left with Rui in tow. She believed that Jiangju would emerge as the top scholar. His scholarly demeanor was not just for show. Sure enough, a few days later, when the rankings were announced, Jiangju's name was placed at the very top, marking him as this year's newly crowned champion scholar. Assigned to the position of Shangshu in the Imperial Academy, he had started on a high note. Aware that the emperor intended to groom him, the elder officials congratulated him after the court session had ended. Congratulations, Scholar Jiang. Congratulations indeed. The moment this position became available, it was bestowed upon you. Your abilities must be evident to all. Jiangju smiled politely, showing neither impatience nor arrogance. Thank you, esteemed lords. After some conversation, the group took their leave. Feng Li approached Jiangju and patted his shoulder. Well done. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Meeting his mentor, Jiangju's smile grew more respectful. Thank you for saving my life back then, teacher. If not for you. No need to say that. That was in the past. Your accomplishments now are well deserved. Recalling his past struggles, Feng Li pressed his lips together. It was my incompetence, I couldn't protect you at that time. Jiangju shook his head. Their reach was too far, and teacher had your own difficulties. Back then, when Jiangju's arm was broken amidst icy winds and snow, it was Feng Li who passed by and rescued him, bringing him back to the chancellor's residence. This debt of gratitude had always been deeply ingrained in Jiangju's heart. After chatting for a while, they bid each other farewell and went their separate ways. As he left, Feng Li couldn't help but say, Xiao is now the empress. I hope you will. The warmth in Jiangju's smile faded, a hint of sadness flickering in his eyes. Master need not say, I am well aware. How grand the marriage between the emperor and empress back then had been. How could he not know about it? Feng Li held a deep admiration for Jiangju, appreciating both his talent and character. If not for Feng Xiao's betrothal to the emperor, he would have almost bestowed her hand in marriage to Jiangju. By bringing up this matter now, he was indirectly reminding Jiangju of their current differing statuses. He was urging him to let bygones be bygones and refrain from any ill-conceived notions that might harm both Feng Xiao and himself. What a twist of fate. With a sigh, Feng Li turned and left. How sharp-witted Jiangju was. How could he not discern the hidden meaning behind Feng Li's words? He lifted his gaze to the distant horizon, only to find the person he longed to see nowhere in sight. Disappointment flickered in his eyes, but he quickly lowered his lids to conceal it. The palace was vast, yet he felt insignificant within it. At Fengchun Palace, Feng Xiyao, after days of scholarly examinations, scribbled away with her calligraphy brush in hand. Fortunately, the original owner's skills allowed her to produce elegant handwriting, but she herself was culturally limited, only remembering a few poems from her primary school days. Empress entered and saw her exerting great effort in writing. It was the first time he had seen someone put so much facial strain into writing. He dismissed the others in the room and approached her. Feng Xiyao looked up at him with delight. Your Majesty, you've come just in time. Please take a look at these poems I've written. How many points do you think they deserve? Curious, Empress took them, studying them in silence for a long while. Feng Xiyao leaned in. Is there something wrong? Aren't they good? The verses are exquisite, but Empress recalled Feng Xiyao whispering before that she didn't understand such compositions. Considering it might be the work of another renowned poet she had borrowed, Empress chuckled and set the items aside. Your Majesty has written beautifully, but please don't write any more next time. Before Feng Xiyao could inquire as to why, her pen was seized by a pair of strong hands. I'll teach you how to pen a few lines. With a steady hand, Empress held hers and slowly inscribed 2 lines on the calligraphy paper. His script neat and resolute. Her hand was clasped firmly in his, their bodies proximate. Feng Xiyao lifted her gaze discreetly. Before her eyes lay the sharply defined jawline of the man, his thin lips pressed together gently. Gazing at his pursed lips, she recalled the tenderness of that spot when she had kissed him before. Feng Xiyao felt her throat involuntarily gulp. Suddenly, she realized her heart was pounding fiercely, as if it were about to leap out of her chest. Focus. Feeling the intensity of her gaze, Empress's lips curled up in a smug smile. How am I supposed to concentrate with that face of his teaching me to write? Feng Xiyao closed her eyes, forcing herself to divert her attention. No. The male lead's partner is off limits. If I were to touch him, I wouldn't even know how I'd end up dying. Chapter 99 Princess Don't Speak in Haste. Chapter 99 Princess Don't Speak in Haste. Calculating the timeline, the female lead should be making her appearance soon. At the thought that the arrival of the female lead would signal her own exit, Feng Xiyao felt an inexplicable reluctance to leave this place. Upon hearing mention of the female lead, Empress was puzzled. Who exactly was this woman Feng Xiyao spoke of, the one who would captivate him deeply? What was her status? When and where would they meet? Feeling a touch of desolation, Feng Xiyao pulled away from Empress's grasp. Your Majesty, it's best you return to your chambers for rest. This concubine is weary. With those words she turned and left the writing desk. Empress's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Feng Xiyao removed her hairpin, only to see Empress already taking over her bed with his dominant presence. What does the emperor mean by this? This is this concubine's bed. Join me. Empress patted the space beside him. Feng Xiyao was in a foul mood today and had no intention of sleeping with him. She walked over to pull him up. That won't do. This concubine snores and grinds her teeth when sleeping. It will disturb the emperor. It's better for your Majesty to return to your Zijin hall to sleep. Before Feng Xiyao could lift him, Empress pulled her into his embrace with force. Ouch! Feng Xiao's head collided directly with Empress's chest, causing her to draw a sharp breath from the pain. What's wrong? Empress tenderly lifted her head to examine her, only to find a small red mark on her forehead. Feng Xiyao angrily punched him. Songyun, what did you feed on to grow up so hard? Songyun was both amused and exasperated. It's clear that the Empress is too delicate, unable to withstand a simple collision. You! Feng Xiyao shot him an angry glare. Knowing she couldn't get rid of him, she climbed onto the bed in a huff, pulling the covers over her head to avoid looking at him. Concerned that she might suffocate, Songyun chuckled as he adjusted the blanket for her, then lay down beside her. By the middle of the night, Feng Xiyao had already learned how to find a comfortable sleeping position. Her feet rested on Songyun, and she nestled sweetly in his embrace. Songyun's hand wrapped around her waist, a gentle smile tugging at the corners of his lips. In the blink of an eye, it was almost Chaohua Festival, an annual floral celebration in Great Xia, marked with grandeur and festivities. The Fengchun Palace had already been bustling with cleaning and preparation since early morning. Feng Xiyao, having slept in until the sun was high overhead, found herself surrounded by a flurry of activity. Isn't the Chaohua Festival just about appreciating flowers? Does it require such grandeur? Rui replied. Your Highness, the Chaohua Festival is more than just admiring blooms. Many unmarried noble ladies and gentlemen will enter the palace on that day to get acquainted. If someone catches their fancy, they can request the emperor to arrange a marriage. Fancy that, it's like a matchmaking event. Feng Xiyao raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing her lips. Indeed, but it's a long-standing tradition in our Great Xia, and everyone enjoys it. Feng Xiyao nodded in understanding. Within the princess residence, Qingcheng finished her grooming and gazed at her reflection in the mirror, faintly curving her lips into a smile. Princess truly looks enchanting, as if she's a fairy with just a touch of effort in her attire, praised Chan Wanru from the side. Qingcheng was naturally beautiful, with a delicate and stunning appearance that stirred envy in Chan Wanru's heart. But this hair ornament doesn't quite suit princess's dress. Perhaps we should change it. Qingcheng chuckled softly. This hairpin was specially chosen by my master to complement this dress. How can it not look good? Upon hearing this as he entered, Li Chuang observed Qingcheng's captivating attire and gradually frowned. Wanru has a point. Princess already looks lovely. This hairpin only makes her appear common. He then expressed his disdain for the hairpin on Qingcheng's head. This hairpin is far from appealing. If Li Chuang had made such remarks before, Qingcheng would have immediately removed the hairpin and never touched it again. Looking at herself in the mirror, Qingcheng raised an eyebrow. This hairpin was specially commissioned by me and paired with this dress by my master. Do you too think you surpass my master's expertise? Li Chuang dismissed the notion. Those people only think the princess is easy to deceive and are lying to you. But this palace adores it. Qingcheng glared coldly at Li Chuang. Not having received the hair ornament, Chan Wanru was worried that Qingcheng might become agitated. She discreetly shook her head at Li Chuang and tried to appease him. The princess's preference is all that matters, of course. It may be a bit vulgar, but it still looks lovely. Isn't that right, brotherly? Li Chuang gave her a glance and nodded perfunctorily. Tomorrow is the Morning Blossom Festival. Wanru should dress up nicely too. Upon hearing this, a look of grievance appeared on Chan Wanru's face, but she pretended to be strong. All the pretty hairpins and clothing at home were given to my elder sister, but as long as I can attend with the princess, I don't mind at all. The palace's Morning Blossom Festival was an event attended by nobles and their legitimate children, a gathering of distinguished young masters and misses. Other concubine-born children could only participate in banquets held within their own households. The implications of Chan Wanru's words were clear, and Li Chuang turned his gaze towards Qingcheng. The princess has no shortage of such items. If you like them, just ask her for them. Thank you, princess, thank you. Prince Consort, Chan Wanru said happily. Qingcheng threw the comb she was holding fiercely onto the dressing table, her voice cold. Li Chuang, when did you gain the right to decide for this palace? What does the princess mean? Am I not even allowed this small privilege if you want me as your prince consort? Li Chuang had always referred to himself as the prince consort within the princess's residence. Everyone knew of Qingcheng's affection for him, and they had tacitly accepted his claim to that title. We're not yet betrothed, so you're not the prince consort just yet. Li Chuang sneered. If it weren't for the princess forcing this title on me, I wouldn't want it in the first place. Qingcheng rose to her feet, meeting his gaze with an icy stare. Since you're so reluctant to be my prince consort, I won't force you. You may leave the princess residence. Chan Wanru's eyes widened in shock. Princess, please don't say things in the heat of the moment. Qingcheng replied sternly. I'm not speaking out of anger. Li Chuang, you may go. If I see you in the palace later, don't blame me for being harsh. Li Chuang looked at her disdainfully and chuckled coldly. It's the princess word, don't regret it. With that he turned and left. Seeing Qingcheng's determined expression, Chan Wanru grew anxious. From the beginning, she knew that Qingcheng had feelings for Li Chuang. It was through fostering a closer relationship between them that they had come this far. Relying on her connection with Mo Qingcheng, despite being a concubine-born daughter, the family treated her with some courtesy due to the princess backing her. If Li Chuang were to fall out with the princess now, she would lose this leverage. Her elder sister, whom she had bullied, would seize the opportunity to get rid of her. When Ru hurried and explained to Brother Li, "He seems very angry." Mo Qingcheng looked at her coldly. "What status does this palace have that I need to apologize to him?" Chan Wanru said. "I know the princess is just speaking out of anger." Mo Qingcheng laughed spitefully. "What is Li Chuang that this palace needs to speak out of anger for him?" Chapter 100 Breaking His Leg. Chapter 100 Breaking His Leg. She glanced at Chan Wanru and playfully twirled the hairpin in her hand. "I'm talking to you too. Put away your scheming thoughts and get out now. Don't force this palace to throw you out." Chan Wanru's face froze. "I don't understand what the princess means." Mo Qingcheng sneered and pressed the hairpin against Chan Wanru's face, gently tracing it across her skin. "What you and Li Chuang did, this palace doesn't want to discuss it now, but I will get to the bottom of it. Just wait and see." Fear flickered in Chan Wanru's eyes. Suspecting that Mo Qingcheng might have found out something, she immediately pleaded innocence. "Princess, you've misunderstood us. There's nothing between Brother Li and me." Slap. Mo Qingcheng slapped her across the face, sending her crashing to the ground. "You still dare to claim there's nothing between you two? Do you really think this palace master is that gullible?" Chan Wanru was dazed from the slap, filled with fear and anger as tears rolled down her cheeks. "Scram, don't you dare soil this palace's sight." Chan Wanru didn't dare to say anything and hurriedly ran out. Li Chuang, who was standing outside the courtyard, waiting for Mo Qingcheng to apologize, saw Chan Wanru rush out with her face covered. He felt a pang of heartache. "What happened? Did Mo Qingcheng hit you?" Upon seeing Li Chuang, Chan Wanru's tears streamed down uncontrollably. "Big Brother Li." Seeing her vulnerable state, Li Chuang angrily prepared to go in and confront Mo Qingcheng. "No, Big Brother Li, don't quarrel with the princess on my account." Li Chuang was furious. "That damned woman, what right does she have to hit you?" He ignored Chan Wanru's attempt to stop him and went inside. Mo Qingcheng emerged at a leisurely pace. Upon seeing Li Chuang still there, her expression turned even colder. "Mo Qingcheng, why did you hit Wanru? How could I dare marry a woman like you? Are you planning to hit me like this after we're married?" Hearing the disdain in his tone, Mo Qingcheng sneered. "Don't flatter yourself. This palace princess has no intention of marrying you. And didn't I tell you to get out of the princess residence? How do you still have the audacity to stay here?" Li Chuang, who had never taken a liking to Mo Qingcheng, became even angrier upon hearing her speak to him in such a manner. In the past, whenever he brought up their marriage, Mo Qingcheng would never dare to speak harshly to him. "Mo Qingcheng, I thought you had changed your imperial family's arrogant and headstrong nature. That's why I agreed to marry you. But it seems you still suffer from princess syndrome. I misjudged you." Unwilling to witness this man's mere existence here, Mo Qingcheng snapped her fingers, and 4 black-clad figures promptly appeared. She pointed at Li Chuang and commanded, "Break one of his legs." The black-clad men immediately approached him. Startled by these enforcers, Li Chuang recalled that they were royal assassins who solely obeyed Mo Qingcheng. He had once seen them mercilessly kill a man who had attempted to harass her. "You can't do this. I'm the prince consort." Despite having some martial arts skills, Li Chuang was no match for the royal assassins. To begin with, his abilities were mediocre. The only reason he had been appointed as a guard in the princess's residence was because Mo Qingcheng had taken a liking to him, regardless of his martial prowess. Now that she knew his true nature, he was deemed even less valuable than a stone in a toilet. Within 2 moves, Li Chuang failed to defend himself and was struck hard on the knee by an assassin, resulting in a sickening crack. His agonized screams echoed throughout the courtyard. "Oh!" Chan Wanru shrank back in fear, crouching timidly aside. Li Chuang felt a searing pain in his leg, causing him to crash onto the ground. Seeing his pitiful state, Mo Qingcheng walked over and ruthlessly stepped on his crippled limb. "Aya! It hurts." Cold sweat dripped down Li Chuang's face as he looked at Mo Qingcheng with terror in his eyes. "Your father's negligence led to the loss of over 100 of Great Xia's soldiers. It was already merciful not to exterminate your entire clan. Yet, you dare to scheme against me." Li Chuang was astonished that Mo Qingcheng knew his intentions and dared not even breathe loudly out of fear. Seeing his cowardly demeanor, Mo Qingcheng felt disgusted. She couldn't understand why she had once found such a man attractive. Recalling how he rescued her when she fell into the water, followed by his caring and gentle demeanor now, she realized it was all premeditated. Recalling Feng Xiyao's words how after marrying him, he had secretly betrayed her with Chan Wanru, even strangling the child she had painstakingly given birth to, only to replace it with their offspring. And then, he conspired with the original male lead to topple the Great Xia. Thinking of all this, Emo Qingcheng forcefully suppressed her fury. She didn't want to kill them now. That would be too lenient for their deeds. Throw these two out of the mansion. If they ever come near the princess residence again, beat them up every time you see them. Li Chuang was unaware of why Emo Qingcheng's attitude had shifted so abruptly, but the recent brutal beating had drained his arrogance. He was dragged out of the mansion by Emo Qingcheng's subordinates and discarded onto the streets. On the morning of the Chaohua festival, Feng Xiyao was roused early by Rui to get ready and dressed up. Half asleep, she caught sight of Emo Tsongyan entering the room. Swiftly averting her gaze, she lowered her head, pretending not to have noticed him. Emo Tsongyan chuckled softly, patiently waiting for her to finish her preparations. After Feng Xiyao was done with her grooming, he approached her for a closer look, then shook his head. What's wrong? Doesn't it look good? Feng Xiyao frowned in displeasure. It's not that it doesn't look good. It just feels like something's missing. With those words, Emo Tsongyan picked up a brush from the table and gently lifted Feng Xiao's chin. Seeing him about to doodle on her face, she wore a resistant expression. What is His Majesty planning to do? This is my hard-earned makeup. Be quiet. Emo Tsongyan instructed, then focused intently on gently sketching on her face. After a while he released her. Done. Feng Xiao looked at her reflection in the mirror doubtfully. There was now a delicate red hibiscus blooming on her forehead, adding a touch of charm to her exquisite beauty. Whoa, I didn't expect the Tyrant to be so skilled. Feng Xiao admired the flower on her forehead, genuinely pleased. Does the Empress like it? A pleased smile tugged at Emo Tsongyan's lips as he basked in her praise. Feng Xiao tried to hide her fondness, saying, It's just okay, nothing extraordinary. Well, you've had your fill of admiring your own stunning beauty. Now shall we go out? The flower appreciation gathering has already begun. The flower fair was replete with blooming peach trees, their petals drifting into the river, imbuing the water with a delicate hue. Vast fields of flowers in diverse varieties adorned the scene, each one captivating in its own right. At the heart of the floral expanse stood a grand stage, reserved for ladies and gentlemen well-versed in poetry and song to showcase their literary prowess. Today, everyone was relaxed and informal. Upon Emo Tsongyan's arrival, accompanied by Feng Xiyao, a simple greeting sufficed before they could proceed with their own pursuits. One could either appreciate the flowers in silence or take to the stage to recite poems and compose verses as they pleased. Feeling a gaze upon her, Feng Xiyao lifted her gaze, only to find no one. Chapter 101. United Efforts to Separate Zhonglui and Emo Lingyun. Chapter 101. United Efforts to Separate Zhonglui and Emo Lingyun. Due to the previous incident, Chan Wanru didn't dare approach Emo Qingcheng again, and thus missed the palace's flower festival. Observing the mingling of the concubine-born children outside, she wore a look of disdain on her face. Not wanting to associate with them, she retreated to the rear garden alone. As she was admiring the garden scenery by herself, she was suddenly shoved into the lake from behind. Help! Help! Chan Wanru couldn't swim, so she could only flail wildly in the water. After struggling for a while, she felt someone grasp her hand and pull her towards the shore. When the crowd heard Chan Wanru's cries for help and rushed over, they saw her being hauled onto land by a servant, her clothes disheveled. TSK, this Miss Zhang. Good heavens, bearing one's chest in broad daylight. Instead of checking on her well-being, the onlookers began to comment on her exposed shoulder. Upon regaining consciousness, Chan Wanru shoved away the servant who had rescued her, pulled down her clothing and kicked him fiercely. How dare you, you despicable servant, ruin my clothes? Chan Wanru, how could you strike someone who was only trying to save you? Rescued by a servant, Chan Wanru wished she had drowned in the river. Now that many had witnessed her disgraceful state, her reputation was ruined. As expected, upon learning of this incident, the matriarch of the Zhang family publicly escorted Chan Wanru back home. Previously, with the princess as her ally, the Zhang family dared not do anything to her. But now that everyone knew the princess had distanced herself from Chan Wanru, they would no longer treat her with any respect. In the palace, Missouri Qingcheng heard the news and smiled contentedly. This matter isn't over yet. Gazing at the petals floating in the river, she lifted her foot to depart. Miss! At that moment, a gentle voice sounded from behind her. Emo Qingcheng turned around and saw a man walking towards her. The man had delicate features and an air of refined elegance, with a faint smile playing on his lips. This gentle demeanor left Emo Qingcheng momentarily captivated. Miss, your hairpin has fallen. Unaware of the man's identity, Jiang Ju handed the hairpin to a maid standing beside Emo Qingcheng before nodding at her and turning away. Only when he was out of sight did Emo Qingcheng resist no longer and inquire, "Who is that young noble?" Seeing the princess's curious expression, Xiaoping couldn't help but smirk discreetly. That's Jiang Ju, the scholar Jiang. He's the recent top scholar who caused a stir in Shangjing by filing a complaint to the emperor. Mo Qingqing had also heard of Zhang Ju's tale and raised an eyebrow in recognition. So he's Zhang Ju. Zhang Luo and Mo Lingyun arrived together. Following the previous incident, Zhang Luo had been cold towards him for quite some time. Noticing the awkward tension between the two, Feng Xiyao subtly tugged on Mo Tsongyan's sleeve. What's going on with them? How would I know? Mo Tsongyan was speechless. He wasn't some nosy street gossip who would meddle in others' romantic affairs. As an elder brother, you really don't care about your younger sibling at all. Mo Tsongyan was speechless. Was it still necessary for him to be concerned about Mo Lingyun, who was already grown up? If he couldn't even handle his own marital issues, that was his own incompetence. Seeing the displeased look on Zhang Luo's face, Feng Xiyao hated to see a beauty in distress. I thought Mo Lingyun had changed when I saw him reprimand that Zhang family member for Zhang Lui last time. But it seems he's still the same old him. It looks like there's truly no hope for them. In the end, they'll divorce and Zhang Lui will be forced to marry an older man. At this thought, Feng Xiyao shook her head. No way, such a beautiful and wonderful wife should be snatched up quickly. I'll write to Feng Xiao's older brother tonight to ask if he wants a wife or not. If he does, he'd better hurry back from Province Su. Mo Tsongyan's lips twitched, casting a pitiful glance at Mo Lingyun. Upon hearing this, Mo Lingyun's mood instantly soured. How could he possibly give away his beloved wife to another man? With this thought in mind, he no longer dared to engage in a silent treatment with Zhang Luo. Instead, he reached out to embrace her waist. Loving Empress, try this flower pastry. I've heard it was freshly made by the Imperial Kitchen this morning. It's supposed to be delicious. Mo Lingyun held the pastry up to Zhang Luo's mouth, speaking gently. The Emperor and Empress are right there. What are you doing? Feeling uneasy with their intimate display, Zhang Luo avoided looking at the royal couple on the stage and softly urged Mo Lingyun to stop. Luo were husband and wife. What is there for you to fear? Mo Lingyun's smile deepened as his handsome face drew closer to hers. Alright, I'll eat it. Worried about any more startling actions from him, Zhang Luo hastily took the food from his hand and ate it. Seeing that she was now engaging with him, Mo Lingyun intensified his efforts, picking up every item on the table for her to taste. Resigned, Zhang Luo ate everything he fed her until she was full. When he still persisted, she lifted her eyes to glare at him fiercely, the warning in her gaze clear. Enough, I'm not eating anymore. Looking at her puffed-up cheeks and furious apricot-shaped eyes, Mo Lingyun was tempted to kiss her. However, he knew the current situation didn't permit it. Despite his fearlessness, Luo was easily embarrassed. If he kissed her now, he might have to abstain for the next 2 years. He knew how to weigh priorities. Gently wiping the remnants of food from her lips, he met her angry gaze with tenderness. On the side, Mo Tsongyan observed the couple's interactions with a slight smile. He had heard that they had been at odds over Gu Qingheng. Now it seemed they had reconciled. Thinking of Feng Xiyao, he glanced over to see her cheeks bulging from eating, the table cleared of all its offerings. She was now stealthily reaching across to his plate. Feeling the tyrant's gaze fall upon her, Feng Xiyao, assuming he had noticed her intention to take food from his table, awkwardly smiled and promptly withdrew her hand. The food will lose its taste if it gets cold. Your Majesty, please eat while it's still hot. Indeed, women were different. Mo Tsongyan's lips curled slightly. If the Empress desires something to eat, feel free to take it. No one would dare to object. In the distance, Gu Qingheng observed Zhang Luo and Mo Lingyun's actions, a fleeting tinge of envy flickering in his eyes. Though brief, Lin Ling, who was observing him, caught sight of it. Seeing that no one else was paying attention, she rose and approached Gu Qingheng. I've heard that the Princess of Nanyang and the Prince of Nanyang aren't truly in love. The princess is often met with cold shoulders within the prince's residence. I never thought I'd have to put on a show with Prince Nanan for the emperor's sake in the royal palace. Upon hearing the voice, Gu Qingheng turned his head. Miss, who might you be? Lin Ling looked at him, a faint smile playing at the corner of her lips. I am the second miss of General Lin's residence and also the woman Mo Lingyun loves most in his heart. Gu Qingheng had heard about the affair between Mo Lingyun and Lin Ling. His gaze turned chilly at the mention of it. Lin Ling chuckled nonchalantly. I won't deceive Mr. Gu. Mo Lingyun does truly love me, often neglecting Princess Nanan for my sake. Since you have feelings for her, why not join forces with me to help them divorce? Chapter 102. Teaching Chunta Lesson. Chapter 102. Teaching Chunta Lesson. Gu Qingheng's eyes lowered coldly as he said, I have no intention of harming her. Lin Ling watched the affectionate couple on stage and clenched her fists. You seem to be deeply devoted, but I've heard that Prince Nanan treats Zhang Lui poorly. If you truly want what's best for her, why haven't you taken her out of the prince's residence and let her live happily? Knowing that Lin Ling was not an innocent person either, Gu Qingheng remained expressionless. If she desires it, I would naturally take her away. But as long as she is still the princess of Nanan, I won't do anything to tarnish her reputation. Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, Lin Ling felt frustrated. However, she believed that if this man had feelings for Zhang Luo, he would eventually join forces with her. With this in mind, she continued, I won't force you. It's up to you, Mr. Gu, to decide when you're ready. Yet, the Princess of Nanan is suffering in the prince's residence. Mo Lingyun doesn't even like her. Rumor has it that after the misunderstanding between her and you, she was severely mistreated by Mo Lingyun upon her return. Such a delicate and charming person can only endure obediently. Since Gu Qingheng was thrown back to his residence last time, he hadn't heard any news about Zhang Lui. He thought that after she clarified things with Mo Lingyun, he wouldn't do anything to her. Yet he didn't expect. He frowned deeply. Did Mo Lingyun mistreat her? Lin Ling nodded. Yes, after all, he is a prince. If the princess is involved in an affair with another man, it's only natural for him to teach her a lesson. Gu Qingheng's forehead veins pulsed with anger. Someone as kind as Little E, and Mo Lingyun actually mistreated her. Seeing how agitated he was, Lin Ling continued with their past. You know that Mo Lingyun has always had feelings for me. Unfortunately, he married Zhang Lui. He often belittled her in front of me and even neglected her to please me. As she spoke, arrogance and satisfaction tinged her tone. She knew that this woman before her wasn't an innocent one, otherwise, she wouldn't have seduced a married man. Gu Qingheng concealed his fury, his eyes filled with disdain. Miss Lin, as a maiden, how could you have the audacity to get involved with a married man? Don't you feel ashamed of yourself? Noticing the disdain in his eyes, Lin Ling gritted her teeth. If not for the need to cooperate with this man, Gu Qingheng would never have the right to speak to her like this. Mo Lingyun has always had feelings for me. If we're talking about shamelessness, Zhang Luo is the one who should be blamed. She was the one who broke us apart. Gu Qingheng detested any insults directed at Zhang Luo and immediately retorted. The shameless one here is you. They were a legitimate couple, whereas you were the one causing trouble. You. Lin Ling was at a loss for words. The one who isn't loved is the interloper. If you don't believe me, ask Zhang Luo yourself if she was neglected or mistreated. Don't try to twist things around with me. Humph. With that, Lin Ling left in a huff. Feng Xiyao had just finished her meal and was lounging in a chair, basking in the sun. As her gaze drifted to the bustling poetry stage across from her, she spotted a shifty-eyed individual. It's him. Reuniting with Chanta, Feng Xiyao was anything but calm. He flirted with me outside the Academy of Sciences and even tried to humiliate me by tying me to his bed. Well, isn't that just great? Now that he's on my turf, I won't let him off without a scrape. With that thought, she promptly stood up. What's the Empress up to? Mo Tsongyan, engrossed in savoring his wine, lifted his gaze in curiosity upon hearing her thoughts. Feng Xiyao swiftly placed a hand over her abdomen. My stomach aches. I need to attend to nature. See you in a bit. And with that, she darted away. Mo Tsongyan faintly furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment and then followed suit. Zhang Luo, witnessing their departure, was somewhat perplexed. Why did the emperor and the empress leave? Mo Lingyun's focus was entirely on his wife, caring little about others. He stealthily encircled her waist and chuckled softly in her ear. That's a matter between the couple. When did Luor become so nosy? Zhang Luo nudged him with her elbow. There are so many people here. Can't you be a bit more discreet? We're husband and wife. What's there to be afraid of with proper authority? Mo Lingyun continued holding her, his expression bold and justified. Zhang Luo. Feng Xiyao approached Chanta from behind, observing him from a distance. She pointed at Chanta, signaling to Rui, go invite that plump and pompous man over to the other side of the lake. Rui nodded. All right. Remember not to tell him who asked for his presence. Just find a way to entice him over. I understand. As Rui walked behind Chantao, Feng Xiyao darted behind a tree, wearing a mischievous grin. What's the matter, Your Majesty? A voice suddenly sounded from behind her, startling her. Seeing that it was Qin Feng, whom she hadn't seen in a while, Feng Xiyao was rather surprised. Qin Feng, why haven't I seen you these past few days? Qin Feng curled his lips into a smile. My father returned home a few days ago, so I had to leave the palace for a few days. Oh, Feng Xiyao nodded. Your father is back, so of course you'd need to spend time with him. This I understand. Qin Feng noticed Feng Xiao's unusual proximity to the tree, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Why is Your Majesty? Feng Xiao was about to speak when she recalled Qin Feng's prowess, her eyes suddenly lighting up with an idea. Qin Feng, do me a favor. Rui led Chanta to a less crowded area. My lord, please wait here. My lady will be along shortly. Assuming that some young lady had taken a fancy to him, Chanta chuckled in delight and promptly nodded. Very well, tell your lady to hurry over. Rui glanced at Feng Xiyao in the distance before turning away. Qin Feng, go fetch a sack and cover that man's head with it. The Though Qin Feng was perplexed, he still nodded in response. Yes. All the guests today were from prestigious families, both ladies and gentlemen, each strikingly handsome or beautiful. Chen Tao was pondering over when he had become so charismatic when everything before his eyes suddenly went dark. What's going on? He reached up to remove whatever was covering his head. Qin Feng swiftly kicked him in the leg, toppling him over, then stepped on his hand. Who dares treat me like this? Do you know who my father is? Before he could finish his sentence, Feng Xiyao strode over and delivered a fierce kick. Ah, Aya! Chen Tao cried out in pain from the kick. This place was sparsely populated. Most people were at the flower exhibition. Few dared to approach even if they did see Feng Xiyao. If you keep screaming, I'll kick even harder. Chen Tao's plump body wriggled on the ground as he begged desperately. Please don't hit me, I won't shout anymore. You were quite the bully, weren't you? Abusing men and oppressing women. Now you know fear. Feng Xiyao sneered, picked up a supple willow branch nearby, and lashed it fiercely at Chen Tao's bottom. Though slender, the willow branch inflicted considerable pain upon impact. With one stroke, Chen Tao howled in agony. Chapter 103 Emotsongin's hasty search for a wife for Qin Feng. Chapter 103 Emotsongin's hasty search for a wife for Qin Feng. Watching Feng Xiyao administer punishment from a distance, Mo Lingyun's lips twitched. He recalled his promise to hand Chen Tao over to her once this matter was settled. Alerted by the commotion, the guards approached. Emotsongin stepped forward to meet them. The guards promptly knelt before him. Greetings, Your Majesty. Mo Lingyun waved them off. Go check elsewhere. For now, there's no need for your patrol here. On the other side, Feng Xiyao, exhausted from her beating, discarded the willow branch. I'm dead tired. Chen Tao, having long lost the ability to cry out, lay on the ground groaning in agony. Let me tell you, if you ever dare to do such heinous acts again, I'll strip your skin off. Chen Tao wailed in response. I won't dare anymore, never again. Forgive me. It wasn't the time to finish off Chen Tao. After her lesson was delivered, Feng Xiyao signaled Qin Feng to release him. The two of them swiftly departed. Struggling to sit up, Chen Tao angrily pulled off the sack on his head, only to find that nobody was in sight. Damn it, don't let me find out who did this. He then clutched his swollen lip, groaning. Ouch, this hurts like hell. After taking just a few steps, they bumped into Emotsongin. Feng Xiyao was in a good mood today, and her smile was radiant. Ai, why is the emperor here? Emotsongin approached and gently pinched her rosy cheeks. Why, don't you want to see your emperor? Stop touching my face, you'll ruin my makeup. Feng Xiyao swatted his hand away. Ooh. Seeing the two of them playfully interacting without regard for others, Qin Feng lowered his gaze. Your Majesty, Empress, this subordinate takes his leave. Emotsongin nodded subtly. Feng Xiyao waved at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, thank you so much. Noticing Feng Xiao's lingering gaze on another man, Emotsongin stepped in front of her, blocking her view, his tone clearly displeased. How does the Empress view Qin Feng? Feng Xiyao averted her gaze. He's an excellent man, upright and selfless, and he's loyal to you. Such devoted subordinates are hard to come by. Emotsongin pressed on. If he's truly that exceptional and Qin Feng has yet to take a wife, has the Empress considered anyone suitable for him? Someone suitable? Feng Xiyao frowned. She didn't know much about the noble family's daughters. I suggest you keep an eye out, Empress. If you find someone suitable, I can arrange their marriage. Lowering his eyes, Emotsongin concealed the glint in them. All right, I'll pay more attention. A faint smile tugged at Emotsongin's lips. Let's return then. The sun is quite intense here. Yes, let's hurry. I don't want my makeup to smudge. Feng Xiyao lifted her hand to shield her head with the broad sleeve of her robe. Emotsongin chuckled softly and did the same, protecting her from the sun. You should shield yourself too, or you might get sunburned. Emotsongin found it amusing. It's fine, I'm not afraid of getting tanned. Ooh. Watching their interaction from afar, Jiangju slowly averted his gaze. After standing there for a moment, he turned and left. Following behind him, Mo Qingqing noticed Jiangju's departure and stepped into the spot where he had just been standing. Raising her eyes, she saw the backs of the Emperor and Empress. Ooh. She furrowed her brow slightly. Feeling bored, Zhonglui joined the group of chatting noblewomen. Upon seeing her, they eagerly engaged her in casual conversation. Mo Lingyun had no desire to engage in small talk with a bunch of men, so he sat alone, sipping his drink at a distance, patiently waiting for Zhonglui. Lin Ling, noticing him sitting by himself, approached him. Brother Lingyun. That voice was etched into Mo Lingyun's memory. He glanced over, his expression less than amiable. What is it? Hearing his cold tone, Lin Ling felt aggrieved. Brother Lingyun, you never used to speak to me like this before. Has something happened in the past few months? You came to me, but you didn't come out to see me. Was it because Zhang Luoyi has been persistently occupying your time, leaving you no chance to meet me? Mo Lingyun was so enraged that he wished to kill this woman. His tone turned increasingly colder. She is this king's queen. There is no such thing as entanglement. Moreover, your majesty has unraveled the truth of that past event. You were never the one who saved this king. Yet, you still have the audacity to stand before me now. Feeling somewhat guilty, Lin Ling was uneasy about being addressed directly. Lingyun, did your affection for me before only stem from the fact that I saved your life? Mo Lingyun gazed at her coldly. There is no such thing as liking or disliking you in my heart. When I found out you were the one who saved this prince's life, all I felt was gratitude. Back then, he had no comprehension of what love entailed. It wasn't until the wedding night when he lifted Zhang Luoyi's veil and saw her face that an indescribable flutter stirred within him. But he had always believed his affections lay with Lin Ling. As she was his savior, he couldn't betray her or develop feelings for someone else. Thus, he consistently remained distant with Zhang Luoyi. At that time, any sign of concern for Zhang Luoyi would provoke Lin Ling into a tantrum, insisting that he no longer cared for her. Recalling the time shortly after his marriage to Zhang Luoyi, when Lin Ling found him and fiercely scolded him for being a heartless man, her emotions back then were exceptionally agitated, as if she was terrified that he would uncover some secret. At this thought, Mo Lingyun's gaze turned fierce. Lin Ling, did you know all along that Zhang Luoyi was actually the one who saved this prince back then? That's why you were so agitated when you found out I married her. Lin Ling's face froze. No, I had no idea about this. You've always treated me as your savior. Seeing her reaction, Mo Lingyun knew the answer. He looked at her with icy eyes, his gaze piercingly cold. This damned woman pretending to be Luo, yet repeatedly using the identity of a savior to slander Luo. Back then, she hadn't ceased to say that if not for Zhang Luoyi, she would have been his princess consort. Listening to these words day in and day out, his initial fondness for Zhang Luoyi gradually crumbled, replaced by disgust towards her. Mo Lingyun's resentment towards Zhang Luoyi was subtly instilled by Lin Ling, leading him to do many hurtful things to her back then. Contemplating these thoughts, Mo Lingyun wished he could strangle the woman before him, despising his own helplessness. Big brother Lingyun. Enduring Mo Lingyun's menacing glare, Lin Ling genuinely felt scared. In the distance, Zhang Luoyi was engrossed in conversation, but her gaze caught sight of Mo Lingyun and Lin Ling. She froze for a moment. Noticing Zhang Luoyi looking their way, Lin Ling pretended to lose balance and threw herself into Mo Lingyun's arms. Get away from me! In the midst of his anger, Mo Lingyun failed to notice Zhang Luoyi's gaze and tried to push Lin Ling away with disdain. Right then, Feng Xiyao and Mo Tsongyan approached, only to witness Mo Lingyun and Lin Ling embracing each other. Instantly, flames of fury ignited in Feng Xiao's eyes. This unfaithful scoundrel and his tramp. Without hesitation, she strode forward and, before the pair could react, pulled Lin Ling away, pushing her to the ground. Empress! Mo Lingyun looked at Feng Xiyao gratefully. Shut up. Assuming he was about to defend Lin Ling, Feng Xiyao interrupted him mid-sentence. Feng Xiyao couldn't comprehend why, in infidelity cases, the mistress was usually the one punished instead of the unfaithful man. After dealing with the mistress, the man could simply find more mistresses, labeled as 4 and 5. Therefore, the most direct solution was to deal with both the unfaithful man and his mistress simultaneously, sparing no one. Mo Lingyun, this despicable man, dared to publicly embrace Lin Ling, the mistress. As an upright citizen, Feng Xiyao felt compelled to intervene. Chapter 104. The one I love has always been you. Chapter 104. The one I love has always been you. Feng Xiyao was just about to give Lin Ling a scolding when she suddenly remembered her status and couldn't behave like a shrew in public. She took a deep breath and spoke calmly instead. Lin Ling, the Chaohua Festival of Great Xia isn't a place for you to seduce men. Today you've truly angered this palace beyond measure. I wasn't trying to seduce anyone, it was an accident. Well, if it was an accident, how come you didn't accidentally fall into another man's arms? Lin Ling turned to Mo Lingyun, pleadingly, tears shimmering in her eyes. Mo Lingyun couldn't be bothered to glance at her. Instead, he anxiously looked towards Zhang Luoyi in the distance. Seeing her expressionless gaze upon him, his heart jolted with panic. Seeing Lin Ling's delicate and pitiful appearance, Feng Xiyao became even angrier. Foolish girl, who are you trying to act pitiful for? Put away your seductive tricks and don't sully this empress's sight. Noticing Mo Lingyun's cold expression, Lin Ling realized he wouldn't be coming to her aid now. She wiped away her vulnerability and slowly stood up to meet Feng Xiao's gaze. Empress, what right do you have to speak to me like that? Feng Xiao was taken aback by the sudden change in demeanor, unable to hide her astonishment. And do I have the right then? Mo Tsongyan, standing behind her, spoke with a chilling tone. His deep phoenix eyes were filled with ferocity. Upon hearing his voice, Lin Ling finally noticed the man standing behind Feng Xiyao. Brother-in-law. Slap. Feng Xiyao reached out and slapped her across the face. How can you call him brother-in-law? Do you take me for dead? Feng Xiyao, you actually hit me. Lin Ling cried out, covering her stinging cheek. Songyun retracted his gaze. Without waiting for Feng Xiyao to respond, he spoke in a cold tone. Bring Lin Ling down and give her a sound slap. Such an impertinent woman must be taught a lesson. Oh, Your Majesty, I'm your cousin. You can't treat me like this. Remove her. Lin Ling cried out. Cousin, you can't hit me. Feng Xiyao countered. Why not? You dared to entice a married man. So why can't the emperor mete out punishment? Feng Xiao's every word was laced with insinuation, causing the people around to look at Lin Ling with disdain. How can this Lin Ling, a noble lady from an esteemed family, engage in such indecent behavior with men? I've heard it's not her first time. Someone once caught her secretly meeting a man in the outskirts. What an shameless vixen. Amidst the chorus of criticism, no one came forward to defend Lin Ling, leaving her utterly humiliated. Knowing that Lingyun wouldn't intervene on her behalf, Lin Ling turned to Consort Li, who stood in the distance. Consort Li had witnessed her lunge at Lingyun, and had also heard the surrounding whispers about her. She found it hard to believe that the younger sister she had raised with love would actually have an affair with a married man. Yet, Consort Li only stared blankly, showing no intention of coming to Lin Ling's rescue. Lin Ling was dragged away by the guards. No, you can't hit me. Even as she was being pulled away, Lin Ling struggled desperately. With Lin Ling taken care of, only Lingyun remained. Feng Xiyao took a deep breath and turned around. There was no sign of Lingyun behind her. Where is he? Songyun replied. He's over there. When Zhang Luo heard that Lin Ling was to be slapped, she had turned and left. She had subconsciously assumed that Lingyun would plead for Lin Ling's sake, and she didn't want to witness that scene. Upon seeing her leave, Lingyun immediately followed. Luoer. Lingyun rushed over and embraced her from behind. Zhang Luo was taken aback, unsure why he had followed her. Luoer, listen to me. I really have nothing to do with Lin Ling anymore. There's no need for His Highness to explain to this concubine, Zhang Luo said, her face devoid of emotion. Hearing the coldness in her tone, Lingyun held her shoulders and turned her to face him. Today he would make things clear no matter what. Luoer, I used to see Lin Ling as you and have only felt gratitude towards her all these years. Before I met you, I thought I liked Lin Ling. But after meeting you, I fell for you, and I felt guilty for Lin Ling's life-saving grace. I always believed that if I loved someone else, I would be betraying her. Zhang Luo lifted her gaze, disbelief shimmering in her eyes. The Duke actually likes me? In her perception, Lingyun had always been cold towards her. No matter how well-behaved or considerate she was, it seemed he remained oblivious. Recalling the moment he lifted her veil in their wedding chamber, Lingyun felt a blush creeping up his neck as he admitted to Zhang Luo that he had fallen for her at first sight. Back then his heart raced uncontrollably, compelling him to hastily retreat. Seeing the coldness in her eyes gradually melt away, Lingyun decided to lay his heart bare. I fell for you the moment I saw you in the wedding chamber. As time passed, I found myself caring more and more about you. But, fearing I might disappoint Lin Ling, I could only remain distant with you. Remember when we were newlyweds? You were so lively and cheerful, causing chaos in the mansion every day. Yet, for some reason, I couldn't wait to finish my court duties and return home. With that, Lingyun took her hand into his. Now, I realize it was because I wanted to see you as soon as possible. Zhang Luo's eyes reddened, but she fought back her tears. So Luo, regardless of whether you're the one who saved me, the person I like and have always liked is you. Tears rolled down Zhang Luo's cheeks uncontrollably. She lifted her head to glare at him fiercely. Then why did you always scold me and ignore me? Seeing her cry, Lingyun's heart ached. He reached out gently to wipe away her tears. At that time I didn't realize I liked you. I had to suppress my concern for you with all my might. I'm not defending my actions back then, but Luo, can't you give me a chance to make it up to you? I'll compensate for all the neglect and coldness I've shown you over the years. Zhang Luo's nose turned red as she punched him in the arm. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lingyun pulled her into his embrace, his tone gentle. Okay, it was all my fault. You can hit me however you want. Tears continued to fall from Zhang Luo's eyes, causing Lingyun's heart to ache even more. This is your last chance. If you dare to make me angry again, I'll really leave you for good. Very well, I promise. Feng Xiyao, hiding behind the large tree, nodded in satisfaction. That pair has finally confessed their feelings. It's just a shame that Feng Haonan will be single again. The Empress is mistaken. Feng Haonan might already have someone he likes. Upon hearing the voices, Feng Xiyao turned to see Songyun looking at her with an amused expression. Your Majesty, why have you come over? Songyun replied. Why can't I listen when the Empress can? Feng Xiyao said. Your Majesty, it's not proper for an emperor to eavesdrop. Empress wiped the smile from his face and pulled Feng Xiyao behind him. I insist on watching. No way, this spot is mine. Neither of them was willing to back down, and they began to argue right there. Mo Lingyun was oblivious to the commotion, his heart overflowing with indescribable excitement and joy. Gripping Zhang Luo's shoulders, he leaned in for a kiss. Chapter 105. Let's go home. Chapter 105. Let's go home. Just as Mo Lingyun was about to seal the kiss, they were abruptly interrupted by a voice from behind. They turned around to see who it was. Haha, carry on, you two. Feng Xiyao was pushed forward, catching them both with puzzled expressions. She forced a laugh. Zhang Luo blushed and gently pushed Mo Lingyun away, then bowed to Feng Xiyao. I pay my respects to Her Majesty the Empress. Not wanting to be the only one feeling awkward, Feng Xiyao dragged Empress out as well. It's all right, it's all family, no need for formalities. Empress felt a bit embarrassed too. The mighty emperor had just been caught peeping. Mo Lingyun glared at the couple with evident displeasure, their behavior appearing deliberately provocative. He was somewhat annoyed. My imperial brother can't disturb me just because he can't enjoy meat himself. Carry on with your conversation, we're not to be disturbed. Feng Xiyao looked at the two with a smile on her face. Aware that she wished to continue watching, Empress took her by the hand and turned away. The Empress and I will enjoy the blossoms elsewhere. Carry on, both of you. Why are you pulling me? Feng Xiyao resisted, displeased. This is a matter for the couple now. We mustn't intrude. They finally managed to clear the air. Observing Feng Xiao's intrigued expression, Empress leaned close to her ear and whispered softly. If the Empress wishes to witness what comes next, I can certainly show you. His words effectively calmed Feng Xiyao down. She scrutinized the man before her: broad shoulders, long waist, straight legs, an enchantingly handsome face and piercing phoenix eyes. From every angle he appeared flawless. However, the thought that this man belonged to the female lead turned Feng Xiao's excitement into nothingness. Closing her eyes, she declared, I cannot touch anything that belongs to the female lead. Struggling to divert her gaze, Feng Xiyao promptly turned and fled. Who asked to see yours? Empress scowled fiercely. Damn woman, how could she remain so indifferent despite his clear intentions? Resigned, he chased after her with a sigh. Observing the pair in pursuit, Zhang Luo couldn't help but chuckle. The Empress seems even more stiff than you. Even she, who had only met the Empress a few times, could tell that the Emperor held her in a special regard. Yet Feng Xiyao was oblivious. Upon hearing Feng Xiao's description of the female lead, Mo Lingyun sighed. It looks like elder brother will have his hands full. Alright, let's head home then. Mo Lingyun retracted his gaze and took Zhang Luo's hand. I don't feel like walking. Carry me. Zhang Luo stood still, looking at him with a bright smile. Without any complaint, Mo Lingyun squatted down. Hop on. A deeper curve formed on Zhang Luo's lips as she promptly nestled against his back. Luo, you're too light. You need to eat more in the future. Okay, I got it. From a distance, Gu Qingheng witnessed the intimate scene between the two. He averted his gaze, a hint of desolation flickering in his eyes. With a swollen face and disheveled hair, Lin Ling stumbled out. You all, when Brother Murong conquers Great Xia, not a single one of you will be spared. Isn't it your own doing if you want to hold grudges? Witnessing Lin Ling's pitiful state, Gu Qingheng approached with a mocking tone. What do you mean by that? Gu Qingheng appraised her disheveled state from head to toe, curling his lips into a mocking smile. You courted Mo Lingyun, and now you're reaping what you sowed. The last thing Lin Ling wanted to hear at that moment was the word courtship. It made her face turn ashen with anger. And you're any better? Zhang Luo still doesn't fancy you. She wouldn't spare you a second glance. Gu Qingheng replied. At least I didn't do something as disgraceful as you did. Tomorrow the entire Shangjing will know that you, Lin Ling, are a shameless woman who frequently seduces men. You. Raising her hand to strike Gu Qingheng, she was promptly stopped as he grabbed her wrist. Let me tell you, Mo Lingyun and Zhang Luo have already sorted everything out between them. They'll be living happily together from now on. There's no room for you in their lives. I'm warning you, if you dare disturb them again, I won't let you off easily. With that, he roughly released her hand. Lin Ling rubbed her sore wrist and sneered coldly. On what grounds do you think you won't let me go? Who do you think you are? Barefooted ones have nothing to lose, so feel free to try it out if you don't believe me. With that icy remark, Gu Qingheng turned and left. Lin Ling was greatly angered today, her eyes blazing with fury as she watched Gu Qingheng depart. Well then, if all of you fancy Zhang Luo, I'll just have to ruin her. Night fell. After the flower ceremony concluded, Mo Qingcheng returned to the princess manor. Just as she was about to enter, Li Chuang rushed towards her. Due to his crippled legs, his walk was arduous, and his clothes were somewhat tattered, making him appear utterly disheveled. Qingcheng, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Give me another chance. Li Chuang realized that outside the princess manor he was nothing. His martial arts were inferior to others, and even his food was snatched away by others. He had been starving for quite some time. Despite his martial arts skills with his legs disabled, he stood no chance against those people. Qingcheng, please forgive me. I was tempted by Chen Wanru. You know I am just a man. Li Chuang, shut up. Mo Qingcheng took a disdainful step back. You've always been fickle and ruthless. How could Chen Wanru have tempted you? With your character, if I were to take you back, wouldn't I be inviting a wolf into the fold? Li Chuang had assumed that, given Mo Qingcheng's infatuation with him, if he showed weakness or begged for mercy, she would spare him. He would then recover and deal with her later. How could Mo Qingcheng not understand this man's viciousness? She approached Li Chuang. I'll ask you, was it all planned when I fell into the water? Did Chen Wanru push me, only for you to appear and save me? Li Chuang's gaze shifted away, evasive. Mo Qingcheng said coldly, I won't just break your other leg. Startled by her words, Li Chuang saw the seriousness on her face and quickly nodded. Yes. It was all Chen Wanru's doing. It has nothing to do with me. Mo Qingcheng took a deep breath. As expected. She turned and walked back into the mansion. Throw him far away. I'm sorry, Qingcheng. You're the one I truly want to marry. I promise I'll treat you well from now on. Mo Qingcheng couldn't fathom where Li Chuang got his confidence, thinking that she would forgive him and marry him just because he apologized. If not for future use, she would have ended his life right then and there. Due to the incident, Chen Wanru was coerced by the head of the Zhang family to become a nun in a Taoist temple. Unwilling to spend her life in such seclusion, she enticed a passing wealthy merchant. The merchant, captivated by her youthful allure, fell for Chen Wanru's persuasion and proposed to take her as his concubine at the Chen residence. The Chen family, seeing some utility in her, consented to the arrangement. Mo Qingcheng, engrossed in calligraphy practice, overheard this news. Passed this information on to Li Chuang. He's bound to make a scene, given his own difficult circumstances. Mo Qingcheng had vowed not to let the two of them off easily. Death would be too lenient. They deserved to live in infamy and disgrace. At present, eliminating them was as effortless as crushing an ant. It would be far more satisfying to toy with their fate. Chapter 106. Can Little E hug me? Chapter 106. Can Little E hug me? These past few days, the news of Lin Ling's supposed infidelity had spread throughout Shangjing, to the point that she was gossiped about even on the streets. The barrage of criticism threatened to drown her. Lin Ling dared not venture out and was confined within the mansion. Upon Morong's return, he noticed her reddened eyes and a face filled with distress. He approached and embraced her, asking, What happened? Who made you upset? Upon seeing him, Lin Ling felt even more wronged. It's all because of Mo Lingyun. He doesn't fancy me anymore. If I try to have a decent conversation with him, everyone assumes I'm a seductress, flirting with men everywhere. And then there's Gu Qingheng. Mentioning Gu Qingheng, Lin Ling couldn't help but recall his taunts. What right does he, Gu Qingheng, have to mock me? Morong dismissed her concerns. Oh come on, it's just a few words. What's the big deal? Hearing this, Lin Ling grew even more agitated. She had been working for him and yet he spoke to her like that. Didn't he know how crucial a woman's reputation was? She shook off Morong's embrace. Brother Morong, how could you say that? It's because of you that I went to find Mo Lingyun. Alright, I know you did it for me. Since Mo Lingyun doesn't like you anymore, you shouldn't go looking for him. Humph. Lin Ling turned away from him, her heart filled with resentment. A hint of annoyance flickered in Morong's eyes. If he hadn't been unable to find other women these past few days, he wouldn't have bothered with this brainless woman. After a while, without any attempt to comfort her, Lin Ling turned to look at him. Brother Morong, where have you been these past few days? I haven't been anywhere, just wandering around. He would rather wander elsewhere than come back to console her. Recalling the humiliation and grievances she had endured these past few days, Lin Ling grew even more indignant. Brother Morong, didn't you hear how everyone is mocking me now? Instead of coming back to comfort me, you have the leisure to wander outside. Have you stopped loving me? Are you seeing someone else behind my back? I warn you, I've given you everything. If you betray me, I won't let it slide. Morong felt a surge of annoyance, longing to silence the incessant woman. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his murderous intent, and donned a gentle smile on his face. Linger, I haven't been idle these past few days. I've been seeking out my father's former officials. I don't have any other women, Linger. I only love you. As he spoke, he reached out to caress her cheek. You've done so much for me, Linger. How could I possibly bear to let you down? No other woman compares to you now. If I ascend the throne one day, you will be my one and only empress. These words moved Lin Ling, and she looked up at him with tears in her eyes. Really? Morong nodded. Yes, truly. Touched Linling wept. Sob, 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 brother Murong, you can't abandon me. I love you so much, and I've given myself to you. Murong was well aware of what words Linling cherished the most. Of course I won't. Don't worry. Linling ceased her sobs. Recalling Gu Qingheng's mocking expression, indignation filled her eyes. Brother Murong, can you help me get rid of Gu Qingheng? Sure thing. With his exceptional martial arts skills, Murong could effortlessly eliminate anyone he desired. Seeing how promptly he agreed, Linling felt a sense of relief. You must kill him. He's utterly detestable. Absolutely. Whoever you despise, I'll eliminate for you. Today is an ideal day for a spring outing, with gentle breezes and radiant sunshine. To distract himself from Zhonglui, Gu Qingheng agreed to join his friends on a spring trip. As the carriage rolled into the countryside, Murong, lurking in the shadows, stealthily took out a pebble and sharply threw it at the horse's eye. The horse let out a startled cry and began to gallop wildly. The road was narrow, bordered by a cliff. Before Gu Qingheng could leap out of the carriage, it tumbled down the slope. Upon hearing the news, Zhonglui hastily rushed to Gu's residence to check on him. Fortunately, the cliff wasn't too steep. Gu Qingheng had only broken his foot and would have to rely on a wheelchair for some time. Seeing his bandaged foot as she entered, Zhonglui's heart ached with concern. Uncle, are you all right? Gu Qingheng felt a surge of joy knowing she cared for him. He smiled, lifting the corners of his lips. I'm fine. Your uncle here is blessed and resilient. I didn't meet with any fatal accident. Relieved to see him still in good spirits, Zhonglui sighed with relief. How could you be so careless? Gu Qingheng chuckled softly. I've worried little E. I promise it won't happen again. Not wanting to add to her concerns, he didn't mention that he had sensed something amiss at the time. Why would a well-trained horse suddenly become frightened? It must have been intentional, but he couldn't fathom who held a grudge against him to go to such lengths. Pushing him into the backyard, Zhonglui caught sight of the pond and a childhood memory flooded back. A smile tugged at Gu Qingheng's lips uncontrollably. What's so funny, cousin? Gu Qingheng shook his head. I just recalled how, when we were young, I accidentally fell into the water and you jumped in to save me. You were so brave even at such a young age. Upon hearing this, Zhonglui couldn't help but laugh too. Back then, she had been particularly fond of playing in the water and was an excellent swimmer. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to risk her life to save him. Cousin is my dearest family. I would have saved you no matter what. Family. Gu Qingheng was unsure whether he should feel sad or happy. He was glad that she considered him as her closest family, but at the same time, he was disheartened that she saw him only as such. After a moment of silence, Gu Qingheng let out a soft sigh, trying to console himself. Little E, can you hug me? Zhonglui crouched down to look at him. What's wrong with cousin? Nothing. I just need your hug. Maybe it will make me feel better. Cousin, do you really think I have such power? Gu Qingheng nodded resolutely. You do. Zhonglui smiled and curved her lips. If that's what cousin wants, then here's your hug. Speaking, she reached out to embrace him. Gu Qingheng held her in his arms, his hands clasped tightly around her. Emo Lingyun returned home but failed to find Zhonglui. Upon hearing about Gu Qingheng's injury, he knew without a doubt that she had rushed to the Gu residence. Upon arriving, he saw the scene of the two of them embracing, causing his face to turn livid with anger. After observing for a while, he turned and left indignantly. After holding each other for a moment, Gu Qingheng gently released her. Indeed, little Yi's hug has magical powers. I can't even feel the pain in my leg anymore. Is it really that effective? Zhonglui playfully poked his leg as she spoke. Doesn't it hurt at all? Gu Qingheng shook his head and held her hand. All right, you should head back early too. Be careful. Your frugal husband might get angry if he finds out you came to see me. The mention of Emo Lingyun brought an even sweeter smile to Zhonglui's lips. Uncle was right. I'll go back first then. I'll come visit you again in a few days. Gu Qingheng watched her with a gentle smile. Sure thing. Chapter 107 Zhonglui's Pregnancy. Chapter 107 Zhonglui's Pregnancy. Upon returning to the prince's mansion, Jinger hurried over with an anxious expression. Her Highness the Duchess. Observing her hesitation, Zhonglui slightly furrowed her brow. What's the matter? Lost for words, Jinger could only suggest. Your Highness, perhaps you should enter and see for yourself. With the Duke's temperament, only the Duchess has the ability to rein him in. Glancing towards the study, Zhonglui, unsure of what was happening, stepped inside cautiously. Out of my sight, are you all deaf? Emo Lingyun had his back to the door, and was unaware of who had entered. Observing the chaos on the floor, Zhonglui pressed her lips together tightly. Not hearing any movement behind him, Emo Lingyun turned around and saw Zhonglui. He suppressed the anger in his heart. Your Highness, what's wrong? Zhonglui asked. Emo Lingyun took a deep breath but didn't look at her. There's nothing. It's just too chaotic here. Your Highness should return to your chambers first. Upon hearing the tone of his voice, Zhang Luai knew that something must have happened. Lately, they had been very affectionate, with Emo Lingyun taking great care of her. Except in front of others, he rarely addressed her as Her Highness. She walked over and held his hand. Your Highness, what's really going on? Feeling her touch, Emo Lingyun involuntarily recalled the scene of her in Gu Qingheng's embrace. Remembering Gu Qingheng's reluctant and longing expression, he wondered if Zhang Luai felt the same attachment and longing for him. No problem. He withdrew his hand. Zhang Luai felt helpless. She lifted her gaze and looked at him seriously. Emo Lingyun, what's going on with you? Why do you call Gu Qingheng so affectionately, while you just call me Emo Lingyun? Zhang Luai. Emo Lingyun took a deep breath. Are you still hung up on Gu Qingheng? Zhang Luai looked puzzled. What do you mean by hung up? What are you talking about, Emo Lingyun? How could I possibly have feelings for my cousin? How could you two be all cozy and affectionate? Do you think I didn't see it? Worried that he might lose control and hurt her, Emo Lingyun strode towards the door without another word. It's not like that, you misunderstood. Zhang Luai panicked, grabbing his shoulder, realizing that he might have misinterpreted what had happened at the Gu residence earlier. Emo Lingyun pulled away, not sparing her a glance. Luo, I was being petty. Let me collect my thoughts for a moment. Seeing him reach the door, Zhang Luai felt a pang in her chest. Emo Lingyun, you don't trust me at all. If that's how you choose to perceive it, there's nothing more for me to say. Emo Lingyun replied coldly before departing. Zhang Luai was about to chase after him but, as she lifted her foot, dizziness overwhelmed her, causing her to sway unsteadily. At the entrance, Jinger caught sight of this and before she could utter a word, saw Zhang Luai slowly collapse to the ground. What happened to the princess? Startled, Jinger rushed inside hastily. Emo Lingyun had only taken a few steps when he heard Jinger's voice. He immediately turned back. Seeing Zhang Luai lying on the floor with a deathly pale complexion, his mind went blank. Without hesitation, he ran over and scooped her up into his arms. Luor, what's wrong with you? Quick, send for a physician. He hastily lifted her into his arms. When Zhang Luai opened her eyes again, she saw Emo Lingyun looking at her with profound concern. At the sight of her awakening, his eyes lit up. Luor, you're finally awake. Hearing the joy in his voice, Zhang Luai supported her dizzy head. What happened to me? Princess, you're pregnant. Jinger's smile stretched so wide it nearly reached the back of her ears. What? Zhang Luai thought she must have misheard. Emo Lingyun was so overjoyed he almost shed tears. He held her hand and placed it on her belly. Luor, you're pregnant, and it's already been 2 months. Zhang Luai's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Jinger frantically nodded. Yes. The doctor just confirmed it after examining you. It's absolutely true. Overwhelmed with joy, Zhang Luai was at a loss for words. She held Emo Lingyun's hand tightly, her emotions threatening to spill over into tears. Recalling that she had fainted due to his actions, guilt surged within Emo Lingyun. He embraced her and whispered apologetically into her ear. I'm sorry, Luor. It was my fault. I shouldn't have made you angry. The physician had mentioned that her fainting was a result of being upset, exacerbated by the fact that she was carrying their first child and her body was naturally weaker. At the mention of this, Zhang Luai felt a wave of injustice. Pushing away his arms around her, her tears started to fall, pattering down her cheeks. You still misunderstand me, and won't listen to my explanation. Seeing her teary face flushed red, Emo Lingyun wished he could slap himself twice. Okay, it's my fault. Luor, hit me hard. He held her hand and slapped his own face. No, I can't bear to hit the one I love. Zhang Luai merely placed her hand on his face, her eyes rimmed with red, her voice soft and tender. Emo Lingyun's body tingled at the sound of her voice. He gazed at her, then at her belly in a daze. Luor, let's be good from now on. I promise I won't be jealous for no reason again. Can you forgive me this time? Zhang Luai glared at him with her tear-filled apricot eyes before speaking after a long pause. Considering you're the father of my child, I'll forgive you. Emo Lingyun was ecstatic, gently embracing her. Jinger, observing the reconciled couple from the side, couldn't help but smile in delight. Within a few days, news of the Southern Peace Queen's pregnancy spread. The Empress Dowager was overjoyed and summoned everyone to the palace for a meal. Upon entering, Emo Tsongin and Feng Xiyao noticed the Empress Dowager holding Zhang Luai's hand, earnestly advising her on pregnancy precautions. Emo Lingyun sat behind his wife, grinning like an innocent fool, diligently jotting down the Empress Dowager's words in a small notebook. A subtle smile also graced Emo Qingqing's face nearby. Spotting their arrival, the Empress Dowager promptly greeted them. The Emperor and Empress have arrived. Come quickly, we've been waiting just for you. It was the first time Feng Xiyao had seen the Empress Dowager so delighted. She approached and bowed. "Greetings, Mother Empress." Very well, very well. Today I'm in a joyous mood, so everyone can forego the formalities." During the meal, all the delicious dishes were served towards Zhang Lui, with the Empress Dowager constantly filling her plate. The Empress Dowager was overjoyed, her smile creasing her face. Mo Qingcheng couldn't help teasing, "Mother Empress, you've truly forgotten about us now that you have a grandchild." The Empress Dowager shot her a glance. "Who asked you all to be so disappointing? If you had given me grandchildren earlier, how could I be this thrilled? If you were to have a prince consort and be with child now, I would be just as delighted." As she spoke, the Empress Dowager gently patted Zhang Lui's hand, her face radiating kindness. "Now that Lui has finally brought a grandchild into the family, no amount of spoiling seems enough for me." These days, wherever Zhang Lui went, she was treated like a precious treasure. The Empress Dowager even sent trunkloads of gold, silver, and jewels to her residence, leaving Zhang Lui overwhelmed by the favor. Mo Lingyun proudly raised an eyebrow at Mo Qingcheng. "If you're not happy, go have one yourself." "Humph." Mo Qingcheng ignored him, pouting as she continued eating. After showing off to Mo Qingcheng, he turned his attention to Mo Zongyan and Feng Xiyao, adopting a provoking expression. "Oh dear, we've actually managed to get ahead of the both of you. My apologies." Chapter 108. Greedy for wealth and beauty, incompetent yet playful. Chapter 108. Greedy for wealth and beauty, incompetent yet playful. Mo Zongyan shot a cold glance at the smug Mo Lingyun, about to refute him but, after pondering, found no suitable response and simply withdrew his gaze indifferently. Mo Lingyun's words had an unintended effect. The Empress Dowager also turned her attention to the pair. "Lingyun speaks the truth. You two were wed before them. Why hasn't the Empress shown any signs of pregnancy after so long?" Mo Zongyan remained silent, casting a meaningful look at Feng Xiyao, who was engrossed in her meal. Feeling several gazes upon her, Feng Xiyao lifted her head slowly while enjoying her feast. "Why are you all looking at me? Look at the tyrant. He hasn't only been married to me for this duration. There are numerous concubines in the harem, none of whom have conceived. If not for the tyrant's incapability, what else could it be?" The book also mentioned that the tyrant didn't have any children, even with the original female lead by his side. It seems the issue lies with the tyrant. Everyone. Mo Lingyun wanted to laugh but was afraid that his imperial brother might kill him. The Empress Dowager felt a mix of frustration and disappointment. How could she not know if her own son was capable? She just hadn't expected that after so many years of marriage, they had never consummated their union. Mo Qingcheng discreetly observed her stern older brother, surprised to discover that despite his robust appearance, if Feng Xiyao hadn't revealed this, she wouldn't have guessed it either. Feeling everyone's gazes on him, Mo Zongyan's face turned icy cold. "What's wrong?" Unaware of the situation, Zhang Lui gently tugged on Mo Lingyun's sleeve, asking for clarification. Given the delicate circumstances, Mo Lingyun covered his wife's mouth and whispered softly, "Focus on your meal, lest you ignite trouble upon yourself." Zhang Lui replied, She was naturally fond of eating, and with her pregnancy, her appetite had only grown. She was the only one at the table earnestly enjoying her food. "Does the Empress have any engagements tonight?" Mo Zongyan suppressed his anger and asked calmly. Feng Xiyao finished her fried chicken and shook her head. "No, why do you ask?" Mo Zongyan narrowed his deep eyes and said coolly, "Good to know." The Empress Dowager didn't want to witness their exchange. She shot Mo Zongyan a glance before continuing to serve Zhang Lui more food. "Come Lui, eat more. You're a great contributor to our family." Looking at Zhang Lui, who was under Mo Lingyun's protection and the Empress Dowager's affection, Feng Xiyao couldn't help but curve her lips into a slight smile. From the looks of it, Zhang Lui should be very happy this time around, with a husband who adores her and a child on the way, living joyfully as a family of three. How wonderful! While reading the book, Feng Xiyao always pitied Zhang Lui the most. Her kindness led to saving a man, causing her a lifetime of hardship, only to end without a peaceful resolution. Seeing the smile on her face, Feng Xiyao felt genuinely delighted. Could it be that my existence has altered the plot of the story? If that's the case, would it mean that the tyrant and Great Xiao will also fare well? Listening to Feng Xiao's thoughts, Mo Lingyun's heart ached as he met Zhang Lui's smiling face. He gently held her hand, hidden beneath the table. Zhang Lui blushed and shyly smiled at him. "What are you doing? Everyone is watching." "My wife, I can hold your hand however I want." Mo Lingyun looked at her earnestly, his eyes filled with concern. Mo Qingcheng ate silently, still unable to accept that she was merely a character in a book, one who met such a tragic end. All right, hurry up and eat. It's a joyous day today. As the emperor and the child's uncle, you can't neglect him. Make sure to prepare plenty of gifts. Mo Zongyan nodded. The Empress and I have already prepared presents when we heard about Princess Nanan's pregnancy. Songyun genuinely adored children, and his gaze softened accordingly. Shifting her attention to Qingqing, the Empress Dowager continued. And you, this impetuous aunt, stop being so irresponsible. Your task this year is to find me a prince consort. The mention of a prince consort reminded Qingqing of Li Chuang, that despicable man. She let out a sigh. I understand. I'll bring one back for you as soon as I leave the palace, all right? The Empress Dowager chuckled, amused by her response. You always acting unlike a princess. Ooh. From then on, Lingyun's attention was fixed on his wife. Often teased by the Empress Dowager, he dared not retort and instead playfully urged Songyun to hurry up and have a child. As night fell, Feng Xiyao was summoned to the Zijin Hall. The hall was eerily quiet, save for the gentle sound of flowing water coming from a side chamber. Intrigued, she walked over to investigate. Pushing open the door, a wave of warm air rushed towards her, revealing a vague figure hidden behind layers of gauze curtains. Your Majesty! Feng Xiyao called out into the room. After a moment of silence, Songyun's low voice echoed. Feng Xiyao looked attentively and saw his long hair cascading down his back, while his loose white robe draped loosely over his broad shoulders and narrow waist, accentuating his well-defined abs. Water droplets trickled down from his hair, landing on his collarbone before sliding sensuously over his chiseled abs, eventually making their way downward. Oh my, is the tyrant playing the role of Nye Xiaoqian here for no reason? Feng Xiyao pursed her lips. Although she wasn't particularly clever, she understood one principle. There was no such thing as a free lunch. A temptation like this man could only spell trouble. Observing Feng Xiao's wary yet lustful gaze, Songyun secretly chuckled to himself. In the few months they had spent together, he had already grasped the essence of her character and weaknesses. She was greedy, lustful, and both incompetent and playful. Empress, come here. He extended his hand slowly towards Feng Xiyao. With his muscular build, handsome features, and deep seductive voice, Feng Xiyao, aware of the danger, turned to flee but still couldn't resist. I'm here. She strode forward, shedding her clothes as she walked. Ooh. Just as she reached him, expecting a profound exchange between them, Songyun's hand reached out mercilessly to press against her forehead as she lunged forward. Oh. What are you doing? Feng Xiyao furrowed her delicate brows. Things easily obtained are seldom treasured, a principle Songyun understood well. His face softened into a gentle smile, his profound eyes narrowed slightly, and his thin lips parted. This only further captivated Feng Xiyao. She reached out to touch the man's hand, her gaze involuntarily wandering over his muscular abdomen. With a hint of flirtation in her voice, she asked, Your Majesty, did you summon this concubine for some matter? Seeing her so captivated, Songyun's self-confidence, which had been previously shaken by her, began to return. Empress. He gently caressed her face with his hand. Just as Feng Xiyao was anticipating what would come next, he withdrew his hand abruptly. Since you're here, massage my back for me. With that, Lingyun withdrew his hand. Oh. With the gentle palm removed from her face, Feng Xiyao knitted her brows deeply. A triumphant smile tugged at the corner of Songyun's lips. To ensure no unexpected incidents, he had dismissed everyone earlier that night. What comes next is the most crucial part, temptation and flirtation. He simply doesn't believe anyone could resist. Chapter 109. Would the Empress agree? Chapter 109. Would the Empress agree? As Feng Xiyao watched the man's back turn to her, she swallowed hard. She promptly sat on the edge of the hot spring and gently placed her hand on his arm. Although it wasn't her first time touching him, the firmness of his muscles still left Feng Xiyao in awe. My goodness, so solid and strong. I can't imagine what the tyrant feeds on to grow like this. After pressing her hand into his shoulder a few times, her wandering hand drifted towards his chest. So hard. The texture feels amazing. After a while, Feng Xiyao grew unsatisfied with just feeling through his clothes. Quietly, she slipped her entire hand inside. Feels so good, tyrant, come closer. Seeing her increasingly bold actions, Songyun's lips curled up in a smirk. Indeed, women were all lustful creatures, none could resist the allure of his physique. He captured her wandering hand, locking eyes with her shimmering gaze, and tempted her. Does the Empress wish to touch it? Feng Xiyao nodded eagerly, like a garlic pounding in a mortar. Songyun stood up to face her, his ample attire hinting at what lay beneath, adding an alluring charm. Smiling, he gazed at her. Come down here. Feng Xiao's eyes were fixated, completely forgetting the near-drowning incident last time. With a plunge, she dove into the water. Her clothes instantly became soaked, hugging her curvaceous form tightly, accentuating her towering peaks and well-defined contours. Upon seeing this, Songyun's eyes blazed with desire. The water in the bathtub reached her chest, and Feng Xiyao quickly swam towards him. Songyan lounged casually in the bathtub, inviting her to explore him. Your Majesty, then I won't hold back. Feng Xiyao placed her hand on his chest and slowly traced it downward, reaching his chiseled abdomen, firm with muscles, and then, Feng Xiyao suddenly snapped out of her trance, quickly retracting her hand. Why stop now? Songyan caught her recoiling hand. The room was now solely occupied by the two of them. Translucent curtains danced gently, while steam enveloped the air. Before her stood a breathtakingly handsome man, his clothes loosely draped, his gaze intense and earnest upon her. Feng Xiyao thought, if nothing happens now, not only would the tyrant have issues, but I'd be questioning myself too. Her face flushed as she suddenly reached out to encircle Songyan's neck, leaning up to kiss him. Songyan, being considerate, held her slim waist and lifted her slightly, making it easier for her to kiss him. Using this leverage, Feng Xiyao wrapped her legs around the man's waist, deepening the kiss. After a long while of kissing, her hands began to roam, unbuttoning his thin shirt. Songyan caught her wrists and whispered in her ear, if you take it off, you have to take responsibility. With such a handsome man right before her eyes, what was there to consider? Feng Xiyao, tempted beyond reason, could hardly think straight. She nodded vacantly. Okay. I'll take responsibility. With the answer obtained, Songyan released his grip on her hand and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. Reaching out, he began to remove her clothes. Soon both of them were bared to each other. After a while, muted gasps of surprise and intertwined moans filled the room. The next morning, Feng Xiyao awoke in Zijin Hall, only to find that Songyan was no longer by her side when she opened her eyes. Entirely unclothed, she didn't feel the stickiness anymore, suggesting that she had been cleaned. She stared blankly at the ceiling, desperately wanting to scream. Recalling that she still had a system, she mentally shouted for help. System, what do I do after sleeping with the tyrant? I need an answer now, I'm really anxious. The system often malfunctioned, but surprisingly it was prompt this time. A delighted voice resounded in her mind. Congratulations, host. Your life force has directly increased to 38%. Such a significant boost. Feng Xiyao heaved a sigh of relief. At least there's some good news. Recalling something, she promptly interrupted herself. Wait, I asked how to deal with the tyrant since he's the female lead's man. The system seemed unconcerned. What's there to fear? The tyrant seems to have taken a liking to you now. Once Great Xia stabilizes, you can live happily with him. If you truly can't change anything before Great Xia falls, find a way to increase your life force and make your escape. The notion that the tyrant liked her was something Feng Xiyao would never believe. He couldn't possibly have romantic feelings for her. His current fondness was merely a fleeting impression. Once the female lead arrived, all those feelings would vanish. In that case, the second option seemed more feasible. System. Is there any way to quickly increase my life force? The system found the question amusing and replied with a sardonic tone. Didn't it rise rapidly last night? Upon hearing this, Feng Xiyao was about to agree, but the thought of having to rely on sleeping with the tyrant to increase her vitality made her feel that her body wouldn't be able to endure it. At first, she had assumed the tyrant was incapable, but his performance last night had left her terrified. It wasn't just ordinary capability. He was like an animal. In the bath for a long time, then carried onto the wooden plank, she lost consciousness several times only to awaken to find him still at work. It was as if he wouldn't stop until he had exhausted her completely. Fortunately, he still had some sense of conscience and relented after her repeated pleadings. At this rate, I might as well just wait for death peacefully. Songyan appeared fresh and rejuvenated at court today, despite having engaged in battle until late into the night. Strangely, he showed no signs of fatigue. The ministers exchanged glances, wondering what could have made the emperor so cheerful. Jiangju stepped forward. Your Majesty, a message has arrived from Province Su. The people there are dissatisfied with the local government's administration. Bandits run rampant, and the citizens have even captured the county magistrate as leverage to demand an explanation from the court. Now that Feng Haonan is in their possession, the local authorities are asking for instructions. Having settled matters with Kong Lu, the next issue concerned Lin Yuquan. Songyan waved his hand. I am aware. I will dispatch someone to Province Su to handle it momentarily. Considering the magnitude of the incident in Su, Jiangju had expected the emperor to show some concern. To his surprise, such was the extent of the response. What is it, dear subject? Do you have more to add? No, Your Majesty. Jiangju lowered his gaze and retreated. Songyan had no intention of escalating the matter, lest it draw Lin Yuquan's attention. Is there anything else, my subjects? Your Majesty, I have a matter to bring to your attention. A handsome man stepped forward. Speak. It's said that Princess Nanan is with child. As her elder brother, Your Majesty has yet to father an heir. For the sake of Great Xia's future, it would be wise to allocate more time for rest. It happens that in 2 months' time, the selection of consorts will take place. Your Majesty could then enrich the harem. Songyan's expression turned cold. When did Lord Fu start meddling in my personal affairs? Fu Heng was a disciple of Feng Li and shared his stubborn character. This is not merely your Majesty's private concern. The royal lineage is intertwined with the prosperity of Great Xia's kingdom, and is a matter of great interest to the common folk. Chapter 110. It was you who tempted me last night. Chapter 110. It was you who tempted me last night. Observing the Emperor's smile turn into a cold expression, the ministers who were about to step forward to mediate immediately withered, unwilling to bear the brunt of his wrath. After settling affairs in the court, Songyan returned to Zijin Hall with a barely contained grin on his face. However, seeing the empty bed, his smile faded. Where is the Empress? The palace maid at the entrance, noticing the Emperor's grim expression, steeled herself and replied. Her Majesty the Empress got up and returned to Fengchun Palace. Upon hearing this, Songyan turned around with a stern face and walked out. In Fengchun Palace, Feng Xiyao retreated to her bed upon returning to her quarters, burying her head deep under the covers. Rui was puzzled by her behavior and approached with a bowl of crab soup. Hearing the sound of someone entering, Feng Xiyao cautiously lifted her head to peek. Seeing that it wasn't Songyan, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was her first time sleeping with a man, and Feng Xiyao wasn't yet ready to face him. Just the memory of his intensity the previous night made her feel utterly embarrassed. Rui lifted the screen and entered. Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell? I've prepared your favorite crab soup. Would you like to get up and have a bowl? No, I don't want any. Feng Xiao's voice muffled from under the covers. Rui was about to say more but caught sight of a tall figure. She stood to bow, but the man stopped her. Songyan took the bowl from Rui's hand, signaling for her to leave. Rui handed it over respectfully and retreated. Songyan gazed at the lump under the covers and reached out to poke it. Feng Xiyao shifted in response. Stop it, I'm thinking. What could the Empress possibly be pondering about? Share it with your Emperor. At the sound of this voice, Feng Xiyao fell silent, feeling both nervous and bashful. Not hearing her respond for a while, he lifted the covers off her body. Feng Xiyao was currently only wearing a thin nightgown, which revealed traces of his actions from the previous night, now faintly visible across her entire body. The sheer garment effortlessly accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her head devoid of any adornments, her hair was casually draped behind her, with a mischievous strand playfully sticking to her delicate rosy cheeks. This sight stirred a burning sensation within Songyan's body, his gaze fixated intently on the person in bed. Feeling his gaze that was impossible to ignore, and recalling the intense scenes from the previous night, Feng Xiao's cheeks flushed so red they seemed ready to bleed. She shyly reached out to cover her face, revealing only a pair of sparkling apricot-like eyes. Why are you here? Amused by her obvious attempt to hide, Songyan chuckled. I wouldn't have come to the Zijin Hall if you hadn't run away from there, would I? Observing her increasingly flushed face, Songyan lifted the spoon in his hand and offered her a spoonful of crab consommé. Rui told me you haven't eaten anything all morning. Initially, Feng Xiyao had no intention of eating, but the enticing aroma made her mouth water despite herself. Nothing was more important than a meal. She lowered her hands and opened her mouth to receive the crab consommé that Songyan was feeding her. Delicious. Perhaps it was because Songyan was feeding her, but today's crab consommé tasted even more delectable. Your Majesty, you should try some too. Feng Xiyao scooped up a spoonful and offered it to him. Songyan had already eaten when he arrived, but seeing her relish the food, he opened his mouth to take a bite as well. I wonder if it's because the Empress is feeding me, but this tastes better than usual. Caught off guard by this sudden romantic remark, Feng Xiyao wished she could bury herself back under the covers. Who among my sisters understands this, being charmed by an aloof and arrogant tyrant? After that, Feng Xiyao, with Songyan's assistance, finished a large bowl of crab broth, then contentedly lay down on the bed. Well, can the Empress now tell me why you rushed back without waiting for my return from court? Was it because I was too rough with you last night? Or did it tire you out because it went on for too long? Songyan set the bowl down, his gaze intense as he stared at her. Hearing the tyrant's blunt words, Feng Xiyao wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Is this how straightforward ancient people are? As a modern person, how am I supposed to respond to that? I can't possibly admit that I was too embarrassed to face you. That would make me seem timid. Songyan had intentionally said that. Seeing her face flush with bashfulness, he grinned triumphantly. It seemed that his performance last night had greatly pleased his wife. Even now, the memory made him blush. My wife is so adorable. She looks utterly delectable. For a moment, Feng Xiyao felt her vision darken as Songyan leaned in, pressing down on her. His hands supported himself on either side of her, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Well, do speak up. His deep, seductive voice echoed. That captivating voice again. Feng Xiyao released her grip, secretly lifting her gaze to meet his, replying softly. No discomfort at all. So it must be very comfortable then? Songyan's tone was laced with amusement that he couldn't conceal. Feng Xiyao was the most vulnerable to teasing. Frustrated and angry, she stiffened her neck. It was anything but comfortable. Your skills are terrible. The man chuckled softly. Then who was the one screaming in pleasure last night? Even. Feng Xiyao widened her eyes and quickly covered his mouth with her hand. Stop talking about it. If he continued, she would have burrowed under the bed out of embarrassment. Seeing how easily flustered she was, blushing like a tiny crab, Songyan gently removed her hand and kissed her wrist. A mischievous glint sparkled in his deep eyes. How delicate the Empress is all over. I dare not exert myself. What did you feed on to grow up like this? Oh. It would have been better if the tyrant hadn't said that. With those words, Feng Xiyao involuntarily recalled how last night she had caressed his chest. Her face flushed with fascination, wondering what he had eaten to grow so. Feng Xiyao blushed and withdrew her hand. I didn't eat anything special. It's all thanks to my natural beauty. That naturally beautiful Empress, would you allow me to relive last night's events? Songyan found this amusing and continued his teasing. No way. Without hesitation, Feng Xiyao rejected him and tried to push away to run. Before she could make any move, Songyan pounced on her, pinning her down on the bed tightly. It's too late to answer now. You. Still haunted by the overwhelming sensations from the previous night, Feng Xiyao struggled desperately. It was you who tempted me last night. She clearly remembered that he had lured her into it step by step. She wasn't some fool to be easily manipulated. Songyan kissed the nape of her neck. Who asked the Empress to have no self-restraint and lose control of her body? Feng Xiyao could only admit that, in such circumstances, only a deity could maintain composure. It was evident that she was just an ordinary mortal, vulnerable to temptation. All right, I'll be gentler in a moment. He kindly warned her as he continued. The Empress should try to keep her voice down. Otherwise, everyone in Fengchun Palace will know what we're doing. Feng Xiyao. Chapter 111 Linling's pregnancy is discovered. Chapter 111 Linling's pregnancy is discovered. Indeed, if a man's words could be trusted, then pigs would climb trees. The tyrant showed no mercy, only demanding she keep her cries soft. After their intimate encounter, he looked at Feng Xiyao, who lay motionless on the bed, with a contented expression. How could asking for less noise not be considered gentle? The next morning, Feng Xiyao was escorted out of the palace. Riding on horseback, she leaned against the man's embrace and asked curiously, "Where are we going?" Songyan held the reins with one hand and wrapped his other around her waist, planting a kiss on her forehead. Head for Province Su. Province Su. Feng Xiao's mind conjured up the images of Province Su as described in the book. Shuzhou is Lin Youquan's stronghold. The officials there protect one another, and they are all loyal to him. Ordinary information would hardly reach the tyrant's ears. There one would find Lin Youquan's elite troops. A den that could truly be called a pack of wolves. It's a 5-star danger zone. Feng Xiyao turned her head to glance at Xiao Feng and Qin Feng trailing behind them. With just the 4 of them, it was practically a suicidal mission. Your Majesty, I suddenly don't feel well. Perhaps I shouldn't go. Knowing her timid nature, Songyan coldly dismissed her plea. We're already in the outskirts. Just bear with it until we reach the next town, and I'll find you a physician. Qin Feng couldn't help stealing a few glances at her. He saw her cover her head, her face a mask of cunning, followed by a look of anger after the emperor denied her request. He smiled silently. I can skip this, can't I, Your Majesty? Feng Xiyao asked straightforwardly as the distance to Shangjing grew. Songyan looked down at her, his hand gently caressing her cheek with a tender expression. No way. Feng Xiyao. At General Lin's mansion. The general, the emperor has sent an inspector to Province Su. Should we? The man gestured, slicing his throat. Lin Youquan waved his hand. Not yet. If news of it reaches Songyan, things will escalate quickly. Besides, it's just an insignificant inspector. He won't cause any major disturbances. Send a message to Province Su and give it to Li Wide. He'll know what to do. The man nodded. Yes. As soon as the person left, Yue rushed over with a distraught expression. General Second Miss Shi. Yue was at a loss for words. Lately, with Kong Lu being captured, Lin Youquan's mood hadn't been ordinary. Recalling that he had neglected his daughter for several months, he felt a pang of guilt. What's wrong with Miss? Yue steeled herself. General, you should see for yourself. Lin Youquan furrowed his brows and headed towards Linling's courtyard. Linling never expected to be pregnant, and with Murong not by her side, she was at a loss. Upon seeing her father approach, tears instantly streamed down her face. Father! What's the matter? Noticing the paleness on her face, Lin Yuquan took hold of her shoulders and examined her from head to toe. Is there something amiss then? Saying this, Lin Yuquan turned to look at Yuer standing behind him with displeasure. Miss isn't feeling well, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and find a physician. Lin Ling couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Daddy, it's not that my body is unwell. It's because your daughter is with child. Milord, you must come and see me tomorrow. All right, my darling. We'll meet again tomorrow. Murong bid farewell to the courtesan, staggering out of the brothel unsteadily. The thought of Lin Ling's irritating countenance made him frown deeply. Initially, he had no intention of returning to the Lin residence, but with his pockets empty, he couldn't afford to linger in the pleasure house. Thus he could only rush back for more funds. It was only today by chance that Murong discovered why ancient brothels held such an enchanting allure. Shaking his head to dispel the effects of alcohol, he composed himself and set off towards the Lin estate. Li Ling, I'm back. Look what Brother Murong has brought for you. He held a string of sugared haws in his hand and sauntered into the courtyard. Unexpectedly, a large hand grabbed the collar of his shirt. Being skilled in martial arts, Murong immediately sensed something amiss and promptly reached out to resist. Brother Murong, that's my father. Murong was momentarily stunned, only to be slapped across the face in an instant. You dare hit me? He had always been pampered and adored. This was his first time being slapped in the face. Big Brother Murong, I'm pregnant. Lin Ling knew his temper and fearing he might clash with her father, hurried over to intervene. Murong was utterly dumbfounded. How could this be? He always made sure to finish outside. Were women in ancient times really so fertile? Seeing his shocked expression, Lin Yuquan grew even angrier. How dare you, you brat, to insult the daughter of this general? You truly have no desire to live. Speaking, Lin Yuquan was about to strike and end his life. Daddy, please don't. I only found out about this today. I beg you, let Brother Murong go. Lin Yuquan's face turned ashen, and he fiercely withdrew his hand. Seeing that Lin Yuquan was deeply angered, Murong's eyes darted around. He was now all alone, and Lin Yuquan possessed both the wealth and influence to rival even the emperor. It might be wise to temporarily align with Lin Yuquan, and let him battle it out with the emperor. With this thought, Murong's expression calmed. General Lin Linger and I have long pledged our lives to each other. Please let us be together. Lin Yuquan snorted coldly. You, a mere commoner with no rank or status, dare to dream of being with my daughter? Wake up from your fantasy. Hearing himself called a commoner, Murong chuckled lightly. General Lin seems unaware of my true identity. Lin Yuquan expressed his disdain. Then tell me, what kind of status do you hold? Does General know of Yishuanzi? Lin Yuquan's scornful expression froze. Then he narrowed his eyes. You mean that omnipotent Yishuanzi who can traverse heaven and earth? Murong nodded. It seems the general is aware. I don't wish to hide anything from you. I am Yishuanzi's disciple. Yishuanzi was a deity-like figure across the entire continent, known for his compassion and frequent rescue of enslaved civilians amidst warfare. His efforts had greatly contributed to the current peaceful coexistence among the three kingdoms. No one had seen him in years, leading to various speculations about his whereabouts. Some said he had ascended to godhood, while others believed he had passed away. Lin Yuquan found it hard to believe. How could someone like Yishuanzi have a disciple like you? Knowing it would be difficult to convince him easily, Murong raised his hand and silently recited an incantation before gently pointing at the sky. In that instant, the previously clear blue sky was suddenly filled with flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder. All present were convinced they had beheld a deity and knelt before Murong in awe. A deity, it's a deity. Lin Yuquan remained expressionless, for he knew these were illusions. The boy lacked the ability to wield Yishuanzi's magic. He had crossed paths with Yishuanzi in his youth and was aware of his powers. Believe me now? Lin Yuquan coldly withdrew his gaze. General, I believe you are Yishuanzi's disciple, but so what? Yishuanzi vowed not to interfere in the affairs of the three kingdoms. Murong raised an eyebrow in smug triumph. My master may abstain, but with my abilities, I can aid General in becoming the Emperor of Great Xia. Chapter 112. Because I only want to have children with you. Chapter 112. Because I only want to have children with you. 3 days later, the group arrived in Su Province. The governor of Su Province was aware of their impending visit and had been waiting eagerly. After a long wait, he hurried to greet them as the quartet approached. Governor Li Wide of Su Province pays his respects to Your Excellency, the Viceroy. Emotsongyan held Feng Xiao's hand, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. You're quite well informed. Ha ha ha, knowing that the Viceroy is visiting our Su Province, we had to make ample preparations. Upon hearing Li Wide's ingratiating tone, Feng Xiao couldn't help but wrinkle her nose. Li Wide glanced at the entwined hands of the couple before humbly suggesting, You must be weary from your journey. Why not come to my humble abode for a meal and some rest? Emotsongyan. No need, our priority is the urgent matter at hand. County Magistrate Feng was kidnapped, right? Lead us to him. Li Wide and his clerk exchanged glances before bowing to Empress. Certainly, Your Excellency, please follow me. Feng Haonan was bound at the entrance of the county office, his hands and feet securely tied, surrounded by scores of ordinary citizens. Upon arriving before Empress could speak, Li Wide's clerk promptly declared in a loud voice, "You wretched commoners, daring to kidnap an imperial official. Now that His Excellency the Governor has arrived, you'll face the consequences." Upon hearing the clerk's words, the initially composed crowd immediately became agitated. "You officials living off the people but not serving us. Bandits run rampant in the mountains, committing murder and arson. If it weren't for your neglect, we would have never resorted to such measures." The official's words infuriated Empress as well. They had come to reassure the people, but his speech seemed to be threatening them instead. Xiao Feng slapped the official across the face from the side. "Our lord hasn't spoken yet, and you dare to interject?" The official was accustomed to being tyrannical in Province Shu. This was his first time being struck, and he immediately became irate. He raised his hand to retaliate, but seeing the sword in Xiao Feng's grip, he promptly deflated. "What, do you want another slap?" Xiao Feng glared at him coldly. "I dare not, Your Excellency." The official secretly glanced at Li Wide and held back. Upon seeing his subordinate get hit, Li Wide's gaze turned poisonous. This governor was issuing a warning the moment he set foot on Li Wide's territory. Feng Xiyao watched in horror as her brother was bound to the cross, her face drained of color, filled with heartache. "Scholar, if your words cause harm to County Magistrate Feng, your execution would not be unjustified." Empress held Feng Xiao's hand and stepped forward, speaking loudly. "To the people of Province Shu, I am the imperially appointed governor, sent here to alleviate your troubles. You may share your concerns with me, and I will spare no effort to help where I can. I only ask that you release County Magistrate Feng promptly. He is innocent." As he finished, a middle-aged man stepped forward. "Your Excellency, we were forced into kidnapping the magistrate. The bandits on Mount Muya are utterly ruthless. At first, they only plundered travelers' belongings, but recently, they've been brazenly raiding our town. Several lives have been lost and my daughter. She was taken." The man broke down in tears, seething with anger. "When we reported to the authorities, those idle officials only made us wait. Even after my daughter's body was returned, they offered no explanation. In desperation to draw attention to our plight in Province Shu, we resorted to such measures." Empress listened quietly, absorbing every word. Indeed, His Majesty was unaware of these matters. "But now that I'm here, I assure you that justice will be served. So, can everyone release County Magistrate Feng now?" The crowd exchanged glances and whispered amongst themselves. They were hesitant to release Feng Haonan, fearing that the captors might turn on them once he was freed. After some discussion, the same man called out, "We won't believe mere words." Empress replied, "Then how can I convince you? You have to eliminate the bandits on Mount Muya first before we'll believe you." Seeing her brother's bowed head, Feng Xiyao clenched her fists. These common folk are innocent just like Feng Haonan. Feeling their entwined hands tighten, a fierce glint flashed in Empress deep eyes. "Very well, I can agree to your request. But you must put County Magistrate Feng down immediately and find a physician for him. Otherwise, even if the bandits on the mountain are dealt with, you'll still be imprisoned for abducting an imperial official." After soothing the citizens, the group arrived at Li Wide's residence. "This must be Lady Li, I presume?" Li Wide, captivated by Feng Xiao's stunning beauty, couldn't help but cast several admiring glances at her. Empress gaze was icy cold. "She is my wife. The two gentlemen behind me are my trusted lieutenants. I hope, Lord Li, that you won't assign them accommodations too far away." Li Wide replied hastily, Of course not, of course not. Since you've made it clear, I'll ensure to follow your instructions." Feng Xiyao shared a room with Empress, while Xiao Feng and Qin Feng were in the adjacent room. Entering the chamber, Empress took Feng Xiyao's hand. "Don't worry, those common folk didn't mean any harm. Your brother should be safe." Feng Xiyao shook her head. "I'm not just worried about my brother, but also the bandits on Mount Muya. In fact, there are actually..." She wanted to mention the hidden force of 20,000 skilled soldiers, but didn't know how to express it. She slightly furrowed her brow. Logically, the original owner couldn't have known about the troops on Mount Muya. How should I tactfully tell the tyrant? Empress chuckled inwardly and gently pinched her rosy cheeks. "In fact, I've secretly investigated what's on Mount Muya. Madam, there's no need for you to worry." Relieved by his words, Feng Xiyao pushed away the hand that was holding her face. "Who's worried about you? I was just reminding you. After all, I don't want to become a widow just yet." A smile danced in Empress eyes. "If that's the case, then Madam should hurry up and give me a child." That way, even if something happens to me, you'll still have a child to keep you company. Fancy you thinking that. A hint of a smile tugged at Feng Xiao's lips. Isn't that only reasonable? Why is it that I'm being too optimistic? Songyun leaned closer to her, his gaze earnest as he looked into her eyes. Observing their close proximity, Feng Xiao was about to retreat but found herself ensnared in his embrace. I'm not the only one willing to bear your child. Why do you keep holding on to me? Feng Xiao lowered her head slightly, feeling a hint of bashfulness. Songyun's arms around her tightened as he whispered into her ear. Because I only want to have children with you. Feng Xiao pursed her lips. A thought crossed her mind, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Sigh, let's not even talk about children. We don't even know how our story will end. Oh. No wait. Have I really been brainwashed by this tyrant? I didn't refute him and even started considering having a child in my heart. Are you unwilling? Hearing her inner turmoil, Songyun's mood soured. His seductive, deep voice resonated near her ear. Oh. Unable to withstand the man's flirtatious advances, Feng Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly. Chapter 113 Songyun's visit to a brothel. Chapter 113 Songyun's visit to a brothel. I don't know. Hearing her softened tone, Songyun continued to press for an answer. Well, once this matter is settled, we'll have a child right away. Feng Xiao shot him a reproachful glance. Do you think you're a deity who can just decide when to have a child? Songyun raised an eyebrow and smiled. I am well aware of my capabilities. If you agree, we could have 2 children in 3 years. Such a sensitive topic left Feng Xiao at a loss for words. How am I supposed to answer such a question from a tyrant? After all, I'm not truly from this world. There's still the main female lead to consider. I have no desire to compete with numerous women for a man's affection, only to end up losing my life here. Oh. Understanding her hesitation, Songyun didn't force her. Eagerly awaiting the resolution of this matter, he planned to have a thorough discussion with her upon his return. In the Hahuan building, Li Wide had arranged a feast to entertain Songyun. Qin Feng was left behind at the residence to protect Feng Xiao, while Xiao Feng accompanied him to the Hahuan building. The very name of the place hinted at its nature as a brothel. By choosing such a location for their meeting, Li Wide was clearly attempting to gauge Songyun's character. Upon entering, they found themselves promptly greeted in a side chamber, where not only Li Wide was seated, but also several merchants from Province Su. The Lord has arrived. I thought such places wouldn't be to your liking. Songyun chuckled softly. Since Lord Li has extended the invitation, how could this official decline and risk losing face in front of you? Very well, Your Excellency, please be seated. Upon Songyun's arrival, Li Wide clapped his hands, and several women in revealing attire entered. They then began to dance gracefully. Observing the entrance of a woman, Songyun's brow furrowed slightly. I thought this was a business meeting, Lord Li. What is the occasion? Li Wide waved his hand. Of course, tonight's banquet is to welcome you, Lord. No business talk tonight. Oh. Songyun curled his lips into a mocking smile. He hadn't expected such a reception. A few merchants in attendance had their eyes fixated on the entrant Ruyan. It's rumored that Miss Ruyan only appears in public once or twice a month, and her pipa playing is nothing short of mesmerizing. Lord Li, securing her presence here is truly impressive. Songyun also noticed the woman in white holding a pipa. She was indeed beautiful, with an aloof and pristine demeanor that set her apart from the other women present. However, for someone like Songyun, accustomed to the company of beauties, it was unremarkable. He gave her only a cursory glance. Xiao Feng, on the other hand, showed no interest in the woman at all, focusing solely on devouring his food. He felt that his master wouldn't be interested either. With an enchanting beauty like the Empress by his side, not only his master, but even he himself would have raised his standards significantly. Oh. Seeing Songyun also gazing at Yun, Li Wide's lips curled into a smug smile. Indeed, even heroes found it hard to resist the allure of a beautiful woman. No matter how disciplined one was, he wouldn't believe they could withstand a beauty's temptation. No matter how stunning one's wife might be over time, she would become familiar and lose her initial charm. How does Lord feel about Miss Yun? Songyun had long since inquired about Li Wide, knowing that he was not only affiliated with Lin Yuquan, but also owned the Hahuan building. Today, by presenting Ruyan, he likely intended to either bribe or entice Songyun with her charm. Withdrawing his gaze, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of Songyun's lips. Miss Ruyan possesses an extraordinary aura, indeed a rare beauty. A glint of approval flashed in Li Wide's eyes upon hearing this response. Ha ha ha, Your Excellency has excellent taste. Let's drink, let's drink. Oh. After a few cups of wine, the dancing ceased. Li Wide called out to the woman who had been playing the pipa. Yunyan, come over and meet Governor Mo. Yunyan put down her pipa and gracefully approached Songyun. Despite her aloof demeanor, her alluring strides were undeniable. Songyun could tell at a glance that this woman was trained by the Hahuan building to entice customers. Observing this, Songyun also realized that the woman was targeting him. Since they intended to plant an informant in his midst, why not lend them a hand? Miss Ruyan has met Governor Mo. The woman approached and gracefully bowed towards Songyun, her waist bending elegantly. Songyun's lips curled into a warm smile. His gaze fell upon her, seemingly captivated. Miss Ruyan, no need to be too formal. Looking at the man before her, Ruyan's eyes were entranced by his profound gaze and handsome features, as well as his noble demeanor. She was momentarily captivated. Seeing Ruyan staring blankly at Songyun, Li Wide quickly interjected. Ruyan, why don't you offer your respects with a toast to His Excellency? She snapped back to reality, picked up a cup of wine from the table, and spoke softly to Songyun. This humble servant toasts the governor, welcoming your excellency to this humble province Su. With that, she drained the cup in one go. Songyun also lifted his cup. Indeed, it's fate. If not for coming to province Su, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet a lady of such grace like Miss Ruyan. Seeing his plan unfold, Li Wide arranged for Ruyan to sit beside Songyun to accompany him in drinking. The others were somewhat displeased. They had never received such preferential treatment. Xiao Feng knew that his master had perceived Li Wide's scheme and followed them accordingly. However, observing Ruyan so close to his master, he shook his head. His master truly had a challenging task ahead. He hoped that his health would remain intact, otherwise, it would be difficult to account to Empress Dowager upon their return. It seems that you're looking for a continuation or a specific context to provide an elegant and appropriate English translation. Please offer the lines you wish to have translated or the broader context of your request, and I'll be more than happy to assist you in crafting a refined translation. The banquet proceeded well into the night, and under the influence of alcohol, Songyun's face had taken on a slight flush. Everyone at the table was drunk. Ruyan drank the wine in her hand and, feigning fragility, leaned against Songyun, resting her head on his shoulder. Ahaha, your excellency is indeed blessed with charm. Seeing no sign of refusal on Songyun's part, Li Wide burst into laughter. Lord Li is jesting. Songyun waved his hand, his words slurred with intoxication. I am aware that lady is accompanying you. Why not spend the night here? Whatever commotion arises, your wife would remain oblivious. Since Lord Li has made such a suggestion, I cannot deny you this favor. Then tonight we shall. Li Wide nodded, his smile implying understanding. Rest assured, my lord, we will keep your activities at home concealed. Xiao Feng. How pitiful our master is. In the estate, Feng Xiyao was still sitting in the courtyard, waiting for Songyun. Qin Feng, who was beside her, noticed the late hour and softly suggested, Madam, you should return to your chambers and rest. I'll inform you when master comes back. After waiting for so long with no sign of him, Feng Xiyao stood up. This unfaithful man must be entangled with some woman outside. Qin Feng had grown up with Songyun and understood his character. That's impossible. Master has always been disciplined and virtuous. Feng Xiyao narrowed her eyes at him. To describe an emperor as disciplined and virtuous, Qin Feng, who taught you your language skills? Qin Feng didn't quite grasp her meaning, but he understood that she was criticizing his literary prowess, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Empress. Chapter 114. Why did you suddenly sell yourself last night? Chapter 114. Why did you suddenly sell yourself last night? As the two stared at each other in silence, Xiao Feng entered the room. He looked at Feng Xiyao, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. Feng Xiyao glanced behind him and didn't see Songyun. Why didn't your master come back with you? She asked. Master. He had some matters that delayed him. Li Wide found Miss Ruyan for master. Xiao Feng's voice grew softer and softer, and he dared not raise his head. Miss Ruyan? He knows how to enjoy himself, leaving me waiting here for hours while he has fun. Xiao Feng didn't dare to speak and sought help from Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head without a word. He had some understanding of Feng Xiao's temperament. Unless the master returned to personally clarify matters, she wouldn't be appeased. Fuming, Feng Xiyao glanced at the two individuals standing there in a daze, their heads bowed as if they were at fault. She pursed her lips. Well, you may leave now. I'm going to rest. With that, she turned and walked back into her room, slamming the door shut behind her. The following morning, Songyun woke up groggily, only to see the woman beside him with disheveled clothes. He instinctively took a step back. At that moment, Ruyan also slowly opened her eyes and looked at the man beside her. She gave a bashful smile. My lord, did you truly mean it last night when you said you would request me from Lord Li? Songyun awkwardly got out of bed and hastily searched for his clothes. Gentlewoman Ruyan, last night I was drunk, I truly apologize. Upon hearing this, Ruyan's eyes reddened. So what His Excellency said last night was just to please me. and you made me give myself to you. The woman's tears flowed abundantly as she spoke, exuding a pitiable demeanor. Without waiting for Songyan to speak, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Li Wide entered and upon seeing Ruoyan's disheveled state on the bed, he pretended to be surprised. Lord, last night. You too. Songyan lowered his head, guilt-ridden. Just as Lord Li has witnessed. With tears in her eyes, Ruoyan nodded, appearing aggrieved. Li Wide burst into laughter. Lord, you're truly blessed. Miss Ruoyan is known for her artistry but not her promiscuity. The fact that she offered herself to you last night indicates that she has taken a liking to you. Since you've already. Why not take her in? Songyan shook his head, a look of fear on his face. Lord Li, you don't know. My wife at home is quite fierce. The reason she insisted on coming along this time was to prevent me from straying. Look at the situation now. As he spoke, Songyan sighed and shook his head, looking like a man oppressed by his wife. Upon hearing this, Li Wide stroked his beard and secretly glanced at Ruoyan. Noticing his cue, Ruoyan immediately stood up and headed towards the corner of the table, speaking as she walked. Since Lord has said so, how can I continue living with any dignity? I might as well end it all. Songyan stood there, stunned and seemingly frightened. Seeing that he had no intention of stopping her, Li Wide, fearing that Ruoyan might actually hurt herself, hurried to grab hold of her. Xiao, don't be like this. How could someone as responsible as the Lord abandon you? He then turned to Songyan. Lord, are you really going to stand by and watch Miss Run spill her blood here? With Ruoyan's attempted suicide and Li Wide's pressing, anyone in Songyan's position would have agreed at this point. Seeing their well-coordinated act, Songyan pretended to cover his face in agony. Lord Li, I do desire Miss Ruoyan but my spouse back home. Upon hearing that Songyan intended to take Ruoyan with him, a glint of cunning flashed in Li Wide's eyes. Lord, it's no issue. I'll accompany you to speak with your lady. I'm sure with me there, she won't put you in an awkward position. Feng Xiyao was not one to give face to anyone, and Li Wide's boldness piqued Songyan's interest, making him eager to see how Feng Xiyao would handle the situation. Bam bam. Feng Xiyao was roused from her sleep by the sound of knocking on the door. Irritated, she walked over and opened it. Speak. Qin Feng noticed that she was only wearing a nightgown and quickly looked down. The master has returned and is waiting for the lady in the courtyard. He asks that you prepare yourself and come join him. I understand. Feng Xiyao shut the door promptly. Without Rui around to help her dress up, Feng Xiyao simply tied her hair loosely with a hairpin and put on a plain outfit before stepping out. Upon reaching the courtyard, she saw a delicate-looking woman standing beside Songyan. The woman gave her a gentle bow as Feng Xiyao approached. Good day, sister. Feng Xiyao responded. What's going on here? Songyan subtly raised an eyebrow at her, maintaining a calm expression. Feng Xiao's eyes darted around, then a mischievous glint flickered across her face as she seemed to have figured something out. Observing her silence, Li Wide assumed she was upset. He approached and recounted the events from the previous night before addressing Feng Xiyao. Madam, it has always been customary for men to have multiple consorts. It's not easy for Lord to take a fancy to Miss Yunyan. Please consent to Lord taking her in as his concubine. Feng Xiyao scoffed. Why should this lady give my consent? Li Wide replied. They have already engaged in conjugal relations last night. Of course, Lord must take responsibility. Feng Xiyao approached and scrutinized Ruoyan from head to toe before shaking her head. Lord Li, you're mistaken. Since she's a courtesan, engaging in such activities is perfectly normal. My husband merely paid for her services. How can that be considered taking responsibility? Ruoyan gritted her teeth, appearing both aggrieved and resolute. Lady, you may insult me, but you cannot tarnish my dignity. I only sell my art, not my body. In that case, why did you suddenly sell your body last night? Yin was rendered speechless by these words. She lifted her gaze to look at Songyan, her face flushed with bashfulness. I fell in love with you at first sight, Lord. I'd be willing to work tirelessly in your household. Feng Xiyao responded. That won't be necessary. My household is already filled with servants and attendants. We don't need another one like you. How could I possibly feel at ease with a seductive woman like you around my husband? Her words left Yuanyin speechless, her eyes pleading with Songyan to intervene on her behalf. Yet the man appeared utterly cowed, not daring to utter a single word. Fists clenched, she vowed inwardly that once she entered the estate, she would teach this despicable woman a lesson. Li Wide was at a loss for words. This woman seemed impervious to any persuasion. Feng Xiyao, she said, crossing her arms nonchalantly. Your choice, pay up or deal with the consequences and leave yourselves. Yen dissipated like smoke, kneeling down with a thud and grabbing Songyan's sleeve pitifully. Sir, please say something. I truly have no other man but you. As long as I can be with you, I'm willing to be just a maid. Songyan furrowed his brows in dilemma, then, as if he had made a significant decision, spoke up. It's all right, this official will protect you. As he said that, his gaze met Feng Xiao's, and he immediately stiffened his backbone. Lady, I genuinely like Miss Ruan. Please bless our union. Feng Xiao was angered by these words. She walked over and slapped his chest. Tyrant, your chest is so hard it hurts my hand. You rascal, you dare defy me? Chapter 115. You dared to scold me? Chapter 115. You dared to scold me? You lied to me back then, saying you'd listen to everything I say. Damn it, damn it. As she spoke, she pounded on the man's chest with force. Qin Feng. He sensed something off but couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Xiao Feng found his master's cowardly expression hilarious. This was a sight unseen for a century. Songyan, growing impatient from being hit, grabbed her hand and pushed her away. That's enough. How long do you plan to carry on like this? I am the head of this household. Don't be so unreasonable. You actually scolded me. I've long grown weary of your antics. Don't force me to take drastic measures. Feng Xiao's face was filled with disbelief. You good for nothing, what do you mean? Are you thinking of divorcing me? Songyan remained silent, assisting Ruoyan to her feet. Seeing that he had effectively admitted to it, she was deeply shaken. With tear-filled eyes, she pushed past everyone and ran away. Lady. Qin Feng, worried for her safety, moved to chase after her. Get back here and let that ignorant woman ponder over her actions. Qin Feng frowned and looked up at Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow and chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. All right, my head is aching from all the noise. I need to rest. None of you are allowed to disturb me. With that, Songyan stormed back into his room and slammed the door shut. Silence. Ruya knew she had successfully secured her position. She secretly exchanged a glance with Li Wide. Li Wide smiled triumphantly. This governor wasn't as formidable as he seemed. He was willing to confront his wife just for Ruyan. Dealing with such a lustful and greedy person was nothing but effortless. On the other side, Feng Xiyao stood with her arms crossed, waiting by the wall. Suddenly, a figure flipped over the wall and landed in front of her. So quick. Songyan took her hand. Of course, I wouldn't keep my wife waiting. Feng Xiyao wrinkled her nose and huffed. Last night, I waited even longer than this. Fufufu, my intelligent, beautiful and kind wife, can you please not be angry with me anymore? At the mention of this, Feng Xiyao lifted her chin proudly. She knew this man like the back of her hand. Considering that you're on a mission, I won't hold it against you, my lady. Mesmerized by her coquettish yet adorable demeanor, Songyan leaned in and planted a big kiss on her cheek. Thank you for your understanding, my love. Feeling embarrassed by his affection, Feng Xiyao playfully glared at him. All right, let's quickly go see my brother. I'm worried about him. After gathering the necessary information, the couple secretly made their way to the room where Feng Haonan was being held captive. From the window, Feng Haonan was still bound, likely due to having seen a physician, as his complexion had lost the ghostly pallor of the past 2 days. Songyan scooped up Feng Xiyao and leapt into the courtyard. He then knocked out the 2 guards at the entrance before leading her inside. Brother. As Feng Xiyao entered, she lifted her hand to rouse Feng Haonan, who gradually opened his eyes. Yao. It had been years since they last met, so Feng Haonan hesitantly called out. Brother, it's me. We've come to rescue you. Feng Haonan glanced at Songyan behind her. Never did he expect the emperor himself to come. He was overwhelmed with emotion. Your Majesty, you've finally come. Considering the perilous situation in Province Su, he hastily added, be wary of Li Wide. He's no good. He's colluding with the bandits on Mount Muya. And there's a great secret hidden on that mountain. Feng Xiao reassured him. Brother, we all understand. Don't get too agitated. We have a way to deal with the situation in Province Su. Looking at her with concern, Feng Haonan said, Yao, I've caused you trouble as your brother. No, brother is already incredible. There isn't much description about Feng Haonan in the book, but it does say that he was as pure as a chrysanthemum and an excellent official. Logically speaking, with our father being a prime minister, his position couldn't have been lowly as a mere county magistrate. Yet, he chose to serve in this remote and impoverished place in Province Su for 5 years. The book mentioned that he was murdered by villains. It's likely that it happened during this incident. At this thought, Feng Xiao was grateful she had come here. Brother, we'll save you. Feng Haonan glanced at Songyan behind her. Your Majesty, please take my sister away first. I'll be fine. You should deal with the bandits on Mount Muya first. Songyan furrowed his brows slightly and pulled Feng Xiao down. Listen to your brother. Let's deal with Li Wide first. If we rescue your brother now, it will alert both the civilians and Li Wide. But Feng Xiao was about to protest when Songyan pulled her away. Feng Haonan will be safe for the time being. You've seen him for yourself. Dad, hang in there. I'll save you. Feng Xiyao turned back reluctantly. Feng Haonan smiled at her gently. Big brother will wait for you. They retraced their steps back. On the way, Feng Xiyao hung her head in dejection, still worried about Feng Haonan. After all, he was the original owner's biological brother. She would feel guilty if anything happened to him. Noticing her concern, Songyun considered for a moment before deciding to reveal the truth. In fact, you don't need to worry too much about your brother. He and the common folk set this up together. Feng Xiyao looked puzzled. What? Songyun chuckled softly. Feng Haonan holds a high position in the hearts of the people of Province Su. Upon arriving, he immediately cracked down on corrupt officials and treated the common folk with kindness. He genuinely cares about their well-being. The people here adore him. If I'm not mistaken, this situation must be a trap they've set up together. Since Li Wide's men have blocked all news from here, the only way for it to reach the capital is if things escalate. Feng Xiyao felt both angry and pained. Feng Haonan, that stubborn oak, when did he become so cunning? He actually deceived even me. In Feng Xiao's memory, Feng Haonan was an old-fashioned person just like her father. He was strict and methodical, but his downfall was his excessive kindness. Songyun reached out to caress her cheek, his eyes sparkling with amusement. There, aren't you glad now? Feng Xiyao took his hand. Since you told me, I'll let you hold my hand. Songyun found the situation rather amusing. If you've allowed me to hold your hand, does that mean you agree to our child's matter? Feng Xiyao blushed at his words and pulled her hand away. Didn't you say we'll discuss it after settling everything here? Why are you in such a hurry? Songyun captured her hand, holding it firmly within his grasp. I won't ask anymore, but when we get back you have to give me an answer. Otherwise. What else? You'd rather have me force your hand, wouldn't you? I'll have no choice but to take a more assertive approach. Feng Xiyao wriggled free and bolted away. Ha! Come on then if you dare. Songyun chuckled and shook his head before pursuing her. Chapter 116. What are you looking at? He's mine. Chapter 116. What are you looking at? He's mine. In the still of the night, thunder roared and lightning flashed outside their residence. Just as the two were about to retire for the night, they heard a knock on the door. Songyun exchanged a glance with Feng Xiyao before he strolled over to open it slowly. Upon opening the door, a figure dashed in, attempting to throw herself into Songyun's embrace. However, he effortlessly evaded her and tripped her with a swift kick. Ah! The woman landed on the ground with a soft cry. Who is it? With a mournful expression, Ruyan wailed. Sir, it's me. Songyun pretended to have just recognized her. His face filled with concern. Ruyan, why didn't you speak up? I thought it was a thief. Feng Xiyao crossed her arms, adopting a malicious expression. Isn't that what you are, a thief? A thief who wants to snatch someone else's husband. Ruyan's eyes reddened as she looked pitifully at Songyun, hoping he would help her up. Songyun glanced at the woman on the ground but hesitated to assist her. Feng Xiyao walked over and kicked Ruyan with her foot. Get up, you're dirtying my floor. Clean it if you know what's good for you. Ruyan clenched her teeth, pushing herself up from the ground using her hands. Observing her in white clothes with disheveled hair, Feng Xiyao tugged at her attire, clearly annoyed. Do you stay up late at night to dress up like Sadako and scare me to death so you can take my place? Yen couldn't comprehend her words and looked at Songyun with a pitiful and fearful expression. Sir, I'm scared of the thunder at night. Could you please stay with me? Before Songyun could respond, Feng Xiyao coldly interrupted. No way. How dare you ask the sir to accompany you? Are you tired of living? Or are you afraid that Yama is coming for you because of some guilty conscience, so you want to drag the sir down as your shield? Songyun admired the boldness of this fiery little woman, realizing for the first time how skillful she was at scolding people. Yen was left speechless by Feng Xiao's remarks, tears soon rolling down her cheeks as she gazed at Songyun with tear-filled eyes. What are you looking at? He's mine. Feng Xiao stood in front of the man with her hands on her hips. Yen didn't say anything, only shedding tears continuously before the man. Such a pitiable and resilient figure would surely evoke compassion from any man. Feng Xiao glared at her slowly. Fa vixen. You want to snatch my man? Dream on. Ha ha ha, it feels so good to curse at someone with no manners. Songyun pushed Feng Xiao aside from behind. Mistress, didn't you hear? Ruyan is afraid of thunder. She just wants me to accompany her. Feng Xiao wanted to laugh but maintained an angry glare. You dare push this old lady? Do you want to die? Songyun put on a fearful yet protective act, standing in front of Ruyan. Mistress, I'm just reasoning with you. As the wife of an official, your jealousy is excessive, and that's not good. Feng Xiao's chest heaved with anger. This fox spirit has come to seduce you right at our doorstep, and I can't even scold her? Songyun raised his voice too. Mistress, you're being utterly unreasonable. It seems I've been too lenient with you. With that, he took Yunyan along. Let's go, ignore her. Yunyan hurriedly followed Empress, but not before turning back to flash Feng Xiyao a triumphant smile. Observing their departure, Feng Xiyao erupted in a tirade. Well, off you go then. Don't ever show your face in my bed again. Qin Feng from the neighboring room, hearing the commotion, deliberately made his way over. Observing Feng Xiao's face flush with anger, only to quickly regain her composure, he grew concerned that she might be distressing herself to the point of foolishness. He approached her side. Madam, don't be angry. I'm not angry. What's there to be angry about anyway? Feng Xiyao entered the room and poured herself a glass of water, taking a sip. My tongue feels parched from all the scolding. Seeing her composed expression, Qin Feng found it a bit amusing. Seems like I was overthinking it. He could tell that his master was putting on an act. They were husband and wife, how could they not see through it? With this thought, Qin Feng's lips curved into a slight smile. Then, milady, please rest well. This subordinate takes his leave. Feng Xiyao finished the water in her hand. You should also go back and get some rest early. Qin Feng turned and left, gently closing the door behind him. Not bad, quite efficient. Xiao Feng, standing by the door with his arms crossed, looked at him with a wry smile. That's part of our duty. Xiao Feng chuckled. Is comforting the lady also part of our duties? How come I wasn't aware of that? Qin Feng dismissed the casual man with disinterest, walking into the room opposite and slamming the door shut. Xiao Feng stroked his chin, eyeing the two closed doors before he turned back to his own room with a hint of boredom. Following behind the man, Yu Yen complained softly. Master, did I cause you any inconvenience? Empress halted in his steps. No, that woman is inherently arrogant and haughty. Being with her truly is. He shook his head, a mix of helplessness and a sigh on his face. Seeing how much he disliked that woman, Yu Yen secretly curved her lips in delight. You Yu Yen are the one who fits my heart best. Gentle and understanding. Empress said, looking at her tenderly. The man was handsome with deep phoenix eyes, a high nose bridge, and Yu Yen felt bashful under his gaze, lowering her head with a delicate blush. Your Highness is too kind. I'm merely fulfilling my duties as a woman, and I would never object to whatever my husband wishes to do. She kept her head lowered, failing to notice the coldness in the man's eyes. They entered the room, and upon contemplating what was to come, Ruyan's face flushed with bashfulness. However, before her bashfulness could subside, Empress had already lain down on the bed and fallen asleep. Ruyan. This wasn't how she had imagined it. Wasn't he going to do anything? Your Highness, are you going to sleep? Empress, covered in blankets, gazed at her with his sharp phoenix-like eyes. Of course it's already so late. Didn't you ask me to accompany you? Observing him close his eyes, preparing to sleep, Yunrua pouted, still longing to say something. In the end, she could only grit her teeth and approach him. Just as she touched the bed, her head tilted, and she drifted into a deep sleep. Empress leaped off the bed, tossed the woman onto it, and casually pulled a blanket over her. Staring at the woman in the bed, his eyes were filled with disdain. Then he turned and jumped out the window. On the other side, Feng Xiyao was sound asleep when she suddenly felt her breath catch, causing her to abruptly open her eyes in discomfort. Oof! Pressed beneath someone, she was about to struggle but met the familiar phoenix-like eyes of the man. Her resistance ceased, and her pushing hands transformed into an embrace around his neck. They kissed for a long while. When Feng Xiyao sensed the man's hands becoming mischievous on her body, she bashfully pushed him away. Pushed aside, Empress's discontented voice echoed from above. What's wrong? Feng Xiyao shot him a reproachful glance, a hint of embarrassment tinged with anger. You even say there are people all around, don't you feel ashamed? Chapter 117. I like you. Chapter 117. I like you. Speaking of this, Empress pinched her face in displeasure. You have the nerve to say that. Your husband is accompanying another woman, and you can still sleep soundly. Jumping into the room, he had expected her to be upset and unable to sleep. Instead, he saw her sleeping with a sweet expression on her face, which made him feel rather frustrated. If he was unhappy, she couldn't be happy either. He climbed onto the bed and kissed her deeply. Listening to his words filled with jealousy, Feng Xiyao smiled, her eyes curving as she played with his hair that fell over her hand. It's because I know it's just acting, so of course I won't take it seriously. Empress huffed softly. Are you not taking the act seriously, or am I not being taken seriously by you? Feng Xiyao, feeling at a loss under his gaze, retracted her hand and pushed him away. Oh my, why are you so fond of dwelling on trivial matters? Empress turned to lie beside her, pulling her into his embrace, and whispered in her ear. I like you, so naturally I care about everything about you. Feng Xiao's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. What? The tyrant likes me? Oh my god, did I hear that wrong? Someone hit me with a stick to wake me up. Empress actually likes me. Before she could fully absorb the shock, The life value in her mind suddenly rose to 45%. Oh my god, what's going on with this life value? Songyun didn't understand her words, only assuming that she was too happy to think straight. He chuckled softly into the nape of her neck. He had known it with his charm. There was no way this woman wouldn't have feelings for him. Feng Xiyao thought she had misheard. After a long while she whispered back to him. Songyun, like me? The man kissed her forehead gently, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. Alright, go to sleep now. I'll explain everything you want to know when we get back. Feng Xiyao blinked lightly, feeling a surge of happiness. But the next moment, thoughts of the original female lead flooded her mind, leaving her heart empty. If the tyrant really likes me, what about the original female lead? Even if he likes me now, what if he changes his mind when she appears? Not wanting her to dwell on this issue further, Songyun's voice, tinged with danger, whispered into her neck. Since Madam doesn't seem to want to sleep, how about we do something else? Feeling his restrained yet fiery body, Feng Xiyao refrained from further contemplation. She closed her eyes, urging herself to fall asleep quickly. The matters of the future could wait until they returned. After a while, hearing her even breathing, Songyun opened his eyes and gazed intently at her delicate face. He was contemplating whether to tell her upon their return that regardless of the original female lead, his affection belonged solely to her, and would remain that way in the future. However, if he were to admit this, she would know that he could hear her thoughts. After much contemplation, Songyun decided to clarify the situation with her. Otherwise, there was no way this woman would accept him. Considering her carefree nature and enigmatic background, Songyun chuckled softly before gently nipping at her chin. Be you demon or spirit from any realm, if Songyun has set his eyes on you, I'll use every means necessary to keep you by my side. The following morning, as Yun was having breakfast with Songyun, she glanced up to see Feng Xiyao storming over, promptly flipping the food onto the floor. Startled, Yun tried to speak, only to be slapped across the face. Slap. Instantly she felt wronged. Why did Madam hit me? Feng Xiyao glared at her with fury. You shameless woman. You lured my husband to your side last night, and now you're even dragging him here to dine with you. Have you lost your mind? Yun Smoke was intimidated by her furious demeanor and cowered behind Songyun. My lord, I'm scared. Huh, you dare to hide? As Feng Xiyao spoke, she lunged forward to pull Yun Smoke out. Lord, save me. Yun Smoke's soft voice pleaded from behind. Songyun, suppressing his anger, forcefully pushed Feng Xiyao away as she approached. She stumbled a few steps but was fortunate enough to be caught by Xiao Feng, who had rushed over. Songyun looked at her coldly, his tone brimming with impatience. How long do you plan on causing a scene? Feng Xiyao seemed to be deeply shaken, brushing off Xiao Feng's supportive hand as she shouted loudly. How dare you ask me that? When you had nothing, who was it that stood by your side? And now with this woman you dare to speak to me like this? Songyun's voice rose in response. I've had enough of you. Your irrational behavior and lack of dignity as a lady bring shame to me just by being seen with you. Listening to their heated exchange, Ruyan couldn't help but curve her lips in satisfaction. Stepping forward, she positioned herself protectively in front of the man. Lady, please don't continue to embarrass the lord. He is a respected man, and you shouldn't make him lose face like this. You harlot born from a brothel, how dare you address me like that? Scram! Feng Xiyao pushed the person to the ground with an outstretched hand. Ruyan! Songyun called out to her with a pained heart, as if genuinely angered by the woman before him, lifting his hand as if to strike her. Feng Xiyao gazed at his descending hand, curling her lips in mocking disdain. How dare you strike me for this vixen? Madam, you truly disappoint me deeply. Scram! I never want to lay eyes on you again. I'm divorcing you. Feng Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You're divorcing me? Songyun continued his cold demeanor. Get out of here. You bastard, how could you treat me like this? Wah! Ruyan stood up, watching Feng Xiyao rush out, covering her face in tears. Unaware of the situation, Li Wide, entering the courtyard, was knocked flying by Feng Xiyao as she bolted past. Ouch, my poor old back. Observing the lady being scolded away, Xiao Feng interjected. Master, lady's temperament is just like that. How could you? Before he could finish his sentence, Songyun fiercely retorted. Why are you worried about me scolding that shrew? Have you had your eyes on her all along? Master, I haven't. Songyun ignored him and slapped Xiao Feng across the face. You unfaithful dog slave, get out of my sight. I never want to lay eyes on you again. Xiao Feng remained silent, lowered his head, and turned to leave. Just as Li Wide had risen to enter the room, he was knocked to the ground by Xiao Feng's elbow as he exited. Seeing that everyone had been chased away by Songyun, Ruyan approached him. Don't be angry, lord. Lady is just too concerned about you. Songyun intercepted her hand, reaching for him. Don't mention that shrew to this official. Ruyan's hand was pushed away, but she was secretly delighted. That woman had clearly fallen out of favor. This man would now be hers. Never mind, Your Excellency. You still have me. Upon seeing Li Wide limping in through the door, Songyan turned to Ruyan and gently smiled. Yes, you're still the one who is gentle and understanding. Chapter 118. I'll be waiting for you here. Chapter 118. I'll be waiting for you here. Seeing the governor scold his wife for Ruyan, Li Wide's anger dissipated instantly. Governor, your lady only loves you too much. Calm down, Run is still by your side. Songyan was evidently still upset by the woman's behavior. He took a deep breath. I must thank Governor Li for introducing such a fine lady like Ruyan to me. I am truly grateful. Ahaha, as long as the governor is pleased, that's all that matters. Turning to the woman standing by, he continued, Ruyan, make sure to take good care of the governor. Ruyan nodded and blushed, giving Songyan a shy smile. It's my honor to serve the governor. Songyan looked at Ruyan tenderly. Meeting a gentle and understanding lady like Miss Ruyan is also my good fortune. Observing the governor so engrossed in this romantic affair, Li Wide was more than delighted. If he continued to indulge in pleasure, with Ruyan as his distraction, he would surely have no inclination to investigate the matters at hand. Eventually, after satisfying his amusement, he would obediently return to Shangjing. The current task was to keep him occupied and prevent him from attending to official duties. Noticing the governor's infatuated gaze on Ruyan, Li Wide subtly signaled to her. Ruyan, having caught his cue, curved her lips into a smile. Songyan seemed to recall something, his expression shifting. Oh dear, I almost forgot. The bandits on Mount Muya are still waiting for me to deal with them. Li Wide promptly held him back. There's no need to worry, Your Excellency. I'll take care of it. It's not easy for you to visit Province Su, so how could I allow you to be burdened with such tasks? Songyan appeared conflicted. But I was dispatched by the Emperor to. Li Wide interrupted him. Leave these trivial matters to me. I assure you, Your Excellency, that you will be pleased. Isn't it just about finding a way to rescue Feng Haonan, and then killing a few bandits from Muya Mountain as a substitute? I have plenty of means to do that. Songyan fell silent for a moment before he finally curved his lips into a smile. Since Lord Li is so eager, I'll leave it to you then. No problem at all. You two continue. I'll excuse myself and leave first. Li Wide cast a suggestive glance at the pair. Go on then. Li Wide stepped out of the room and turned back to look at the two people inside. He saw the governor embracing Ruyan and whispering something into her ear, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. He sneered mockingly. What governor? He's just a lecher. A woman has already lured him away from his wife. Li Wide knew that such a person couldn't stir up much trouble, so he relaxed. Initially, when he saw how eager this man was to visit Feng Haonan right after arriving in Province Su, Li Wide thought he had encountered someone formidable. Little did he expect that after just a few days, this man would be so entangled with a woman that he couldn't even get out of bed. At the foot of Mount Muya, Feng Xiyao and Xiao Feng arrived at the base of Mount Muya, both frowning at the rugged mountain path before them. It would be a difficult feat to conquer even with a large army. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Xiyao suggested, why don't we go straight to the Muya bandit den to assess the situation firsthand? Xiao Feng promptly refused. No way. He felt capable enough to manage on his own, but with Feng Xiyao, an unarmed individual who held a special place in his master's heart, he couldn't afford to take any risks. Feng Xiyao stared at him. What did your master instruct you to do? Xiao Feng found himself at a loss for words. His master had instructed him to follow ladies' orders under any circumstances, but this was too risky. It would have been straightforward if he were alone, but now he had to bring along someone who might become a burden. Xiao Feng imagined that if his master were present, he wouldn't allow Lady to join the mission either. Silence hung between them as they stared at each other intently. Eventually, Xiao Feng retreated his gaze, still puzzled about why his master had asked him to work with Lady when Qin Feng would have been a better fit. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, Lady, how about you wait here for me? If I haven't returned by nightfall, go back and inform the master. At this proposal, Feng Xiyao chuckled, patting his shoulder. Xiao Feng, I didn't expect you to think so thoroughly. That's good, very good. Surprised by her agreement, Xiao Feng was taken aback. He had assumed that with Lady's impulsive, pampered and headstrong nature, she would never heed anyone else's advice. Then go quickly, I'll wait for you here. Xiao Feng nodded. Madam, it's best you hide so as not to be discovered. I understand, be careful yourself. Feng Xiyao darted into a secluded cluster of grass and waved at him. Hurry up, I'll be right here waiting. Xiao Feng acknowledged with a nod and turned to head for Woodtooth Mountain. As the sky darkened and neither Madame nor Xiao Feng returned, Qin Feng grew anxious. He went to Yuanyan's courtyard and found his master playing chess with her. Noticing Qin Feng's worried gaze, Emotesongyan pretended to be weary, wringing his sore hands. Yin assumed he was exhausted and blamed herself. It's my fault for keeping you occupied with chess. Emotesongyan sat up and gave her a gentle smile. There's no need to worry. I'll just take a rest and come back tonight to keep you company. With such a handsome and tender man by her side, treating her so gently, Yin had long forgotten Li Wide's instructions to cling to men. She nodded, concerned for him. Then please, Your Excellency, go back and rest. Oh. Back in the courtyard, Qin Feng hurried to speak up. Master, Lady and Xiao Feng have been out for so long and haven't returned yet. Considering the long stretch from morning till evening without any news, Emotesongyan's expression darkened, fearing for Feng Xiao's safety. Just as they were about to set out to search for them, Feng Xiyao and Xiao Feng reappeared. As she stepped into the courtyard, Emotesongyan rushed over and embraced her tightly. Oh. Xiao Feng, being perceptive, walked over to Qin Feng and raised his eyebrow triumphantly. Feng Xiao playfully patted his back. What's going on? Emotesongyan released her. Why did it take so long? I was about to go out looking for you. Let's talk inside. The four of them entered the house and closed the door behind them. Xiao Feng recounted what he had witnessed on Mount Muya. The Muya stronghold seems like an ordinary bandit hideout from the outside, but deep within, they are harboring almost 20,000 well-trained soldiers. Back then, Xiao Feng was astonished by the sight. The secret breeding of such a military force was a severe crime. The well-disciplined soldiers seemed to undergo rigorous training daily, much like an ordinary military force. Among them, there are even a few skilled generals. Xiao Feng had almost been discovered by these troops, but fortunately, someone passing by had interrupted the suspicious individual's scrutiny. Master, accommodating and feeding such a large number of elite soldiers would require a tremendous amount of silver. It appears that this bandit den is merely a front, established to support these soldiers' livelihood. Emotesongyan nodded, casting a glance at Feng Xiyao, from whom he had learned about this situation. Chapter 119, Slaying Emotesongyan. Chapter 119, Slaying Emotesongyan. I've also observed that the mountain path is treacherous and hard to conquer. It's narrow and bordered by steep cliffs. If there were ambushes along the way, many would be injured and wouldn't even make it to the top. If they're ambushed on their ascent, many will be hurt and won't be able to proceed at all. Emotesongyan lowered his eyelids. So, we need to devise a plan to lure the people on the mountain down. Inside the imperial palace, Kong Shuer had betrayed her own father in order to save herself. Coupled with the loss of the emperor's favor, the concubines in the harem were reluctant to speak with her. Some palace maids would even whisper behind her back when they encountered her. Every time she heard the palace maids gossiping about her, Kong Shuer would have them punished, further intensifying the resentment towards her in the harem. Recalling the emperor's previous affection for her, Kong Shuer refused to believe that he no longer had feelings for her. After spending a long time grooming herself, she summoned the courage to visit the Zijin Hall. Who's there? The guard at the entrance stopped her. Kong Shuer was exasperated. She had been stopped when she was just a palace maid, and now that she was the emperor's woman, this dog of a servant still dared to bar her way. Foolish. I am Imperial Noble Consort Kong. Do you dare to block me? The guard remained expressionless. Empress Noble Consort, His Majesty is unwell. The court physician has ordered him to rest undisturbed. No one is allowed in. Kong Shuer refused to believe it. How come I wasn't informed if the emperor is ill? Are you trying to stop me on purpose with this lie? The guard replied, Empress Noble Consort, I dare not deceive you. This is the emperor's order. No one is to disturb him. Kong Shuer gritted her teeth. If the emperor is sick, surely I, as his woman, can attend to him? The emperor has dedicated attendants to care for him. There's no need for your concern, Empress Noble Consort. Despite her efforts, Murong failed to locate Emotesongyan. Frustrated, Kong Shuer retreated to the rear garden, hoping for some solace, only to stumble upon news of the empress falling ill as well. She paused in her tracks. If the emperor was unwell, why would the empress follow suit? Pondering over this, she instinctively sensed a hidden truth behind it all. Prompted by these thoughts, she hurried to the Evergreen Palace to relay the information to those inside. Murong had set up a listening device there, ensuring he would hear any news brought by Kong Shuer. Suspecting that Emotesongyan might not be within the palace walls, Murong's first assumption was that they could have gone to Province Su. Since allying with Lin Yuquan, Lin had disclosed to him about a secret military force stationed in that region. With this in mind, Murong promptly informed Lin Yuquan of his speculation. Therefore, the provincial governor dispatched might very well be the emperor himself. Murong nodded. Absolutely. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuquan burst into laughter. Well, the emperor has actually run to Province Su, which is my territory. No matter how fortunate he is, he won't escape this time. Murong responded. General, you mean to kill Emotesongyan right there in Province Su? Of course. What a perfect opportunity. Morong still seemed somewhat hesitant. What if the emperor sends troops to reinforce him? Lin Yuquan waved it off nonchalantly. That would provide an excellent training ground for my skilled soldiers on Mount Muya. They haven't seen battle in a long while. You're truly formidable, General. Consort Li was aware that Lin Ling must still be harboring resentment after the humiliation she suffered previously. Today, she brought a collection of fine jewels and accessories to console her at the Lin residence. Instead, she found her father engaged in conversation with an unfamiliar man. Drawn closer by curiosity, she overheard that her cousin had gone to Province Su, and that her father was planning to assassinate him there. Startled, Consort Li recalled rumors she'd heard before about her father causing trouble in court and repeatedly defying her cousin's decrees. But she had always dismissed them as mere gossip, never giving them credence. Now hearing it firsthand, she was both furious and terrified. How could this be? Her aunt had always treated her and her sister kindly, and though her cousin was strict, he had doted on her since childhood. Why would her father do such a thing? Impulsively, she wanted to rush in and confront her father, but past experiences taught her caution. She couldn't act rashly. Her cousin's life was at stake. With this in mind, she turned and hurriedly left. Back in the palace, Consort Li was at a loss. She wanted to inform her aunt but feared she might blame her father as a result. After much contemplation, she decided to jot down what she had overheard on a piece of paper, and summoned her most trusted aide. Deliver this letter promptly to Province Su and entrust it to. Consort Li intended to mention Empress but hesitated, fearing that his name might arouse suspicion. Recalling that someone named Feng Xiyao was accompanying her cousin, she continued, "Give it to a person named Feng Xiyao. Make sure you deliver it personally into her hands." "Yes, your servant will obey." Watching the man depart, Consort Li sighed in relief. Joining her hands together, she prayed, "I hope this helps my cousin. I pray he remains unharmed. If possible, I wish Feng Xiyao no harm as well, lest it implicates him." In recent days, Empress had spent all his time with Ruyan, not inquiring about anything else. From a distance, Li Wide observed the pair engrossed in poetry and verse beneath a pavilion, and he was content with the situation. As long as this governor was indifferent to local affairs, Li Wide felt confident in deceiving the emperor in Shangjing. Just as he was basking in his triumph, he got a fright from Feng Xiao's furious approach. He had experienced firsthand the force of this woman's temperament, a potent mix of arrogance, overbearing behavior and irrationality. Moreover, she never repeated her insults. If she were to approach now, she would undoubtedly disrupt the two individuals in the pavilion. Spotting her coming closer, Li Wide hurriedly stepped forward to intercept her, greeting her with a jovial smile. "Good day, madam." Though this woman had a fiery temper, she was undeniably beautiful. Anyone would be captivated just by gazing at her enchanting face. Feng Xiao's expression darkened as she faced the man blocking her way. "I am perfectly fine, Sir Li. May I ask what you intend to do?" Li Wide gestured towards the pair in the distance and smiled ingratiatingly. "Madam, as you can see, Governor Li truly has feelings for Miss Ruyan. Would madam consider giving your consent? Should Lady Feng display the same understanding as Miss Yanyan, I assure you, sir, your husband would surely change his heart." Upon hearing this, Feng Xiyao crossed her arms and roared, "Lord Li, are you implying that this lady is less considerate than a courtesan?" Li Wide's face paled at her outburst, and he quickly waved his hands in denial. No, that's not what I meant." Feng Xiyao scoffed coldly. "I just feel that way, and you're right. I've always been narrow-minded, hating to share my belongings with others the most. Don't even dream of getting my approval to take in that vixen." With that, she attempted to stride forward. Li Wide promptly intercepted her, preventing her from proceeding. "Madam, you can't do this." Spotting a pawn behind Li Wide, Feng Xiao's eyes gleamed with a mischievous glint. She approached him with her arms crossed, causing Li Wide to retreat step by step in fear. The two beneath the pavilion heard a splash from the opposite side. Looking up, they saw Li Wide had fallen into the pond, desperately flailing and crying for help. Feng Xiao, standing aside, watched the struggling figure with a smug expression. Empress rushed over immediately. "You shrew, what have you done now?" Chapter 120. Still daring to present women to the emperor? Chapter 120. Still daring to present women to the emperor? Upon seeing the man approaching, Feng Xiyao, perhaps having been neglected for too long, put away her arrogant demeanor and lowered her head in a submissive manner. "Husband, it was that person who obstructed me first. You've been accompanying this wench these past few days, and I truly missed you." Her pitiful coquettish tone tugged at Empress heartstrings, his gaze involuntarily landing on her delicate, beautiful face. She slightly bowed her head, her thick, long eyelashes casting a faint shadow beneath her eyes. If not for Li Wide still struggling in the pond, he might have even mistaken her as the one being bullied. Empress gritted his teeth, forcing himself to divert his gaze. His tone was laced with fury. "But you can't treat Lord Li like that. How did I treat him? Clearly, he was the one who wasn't paying attention and fell in. Is that my fault? Feng Xiyao pretended to be vulnerable for a while, but the moment she spotted Ruyan following behind him, she dropped the act and started yelling loudly. Ruyan was delighted to witness their squabble but, glancing at Li Wide still struggling in the pond, she hastily intervened. Milady and Lord, please stop arguing. Sir Li is still in the pond. Rescue him first. Li Wide felt like crying. Surfacing, he spluttered. His face twisted in panic as he yelled. You two, stop arguing, save me first. Yet, the couple seemed deaf to his cries, persisting in their dispute. Emotsongyan. Why shouldn't I blame you? If it weren't for your arrogance, would Sir Li have accidentally fallen in? Feng Xiyao. If you didn't dote on that contemptible woman every day, would this old lady have reason to be angry? It's all because of you that I'm so irritable. Emotsongyan. My affection with Ruyan is genuine. How could a shrew like you compare? Feng Xiyao. So you admit being bewitched by that lowly woman, you ungrateful dog of a man. Why does trading insults with a tyrant feel somewhat exhilarating? The corners of Emotsongyan's mouth twitched. He certainly didn't think so. After a brief pause, just as Ruyan thought it was over, they resumed their dispute. Seeing Li Wide's struggles in the water becoming weaker, Ruyan panicked. If he died, she wouldn't be able to handle Feng Xiao's viciousness. In her urgency, she rushed forward to mediate. Please, both of you stop arguing. Lord Li is drowning. We must save him. Feng Xiao, still fuming, felt Ruyan grab her arm. Irritated, she shoved her away. Vixen, keep your hands off me. Ruyan was standing right above Li Wide's head. Pushed by Feng Xiyao, she lost her balance and toppled backward. Just as Li Wide managed to surface and was struggling to reach the bank, Ruyan's fall knocked him unconscious. Ah! A sharp cry echoed, successfully interrupting the two who were about to resume their argument. Help! Save me! Bludgeoned into unconsciousness, Li Wide could only hear Feng Xiao's faint cries for help echoing through the pond. The entire estate now knew how vicious the governor's wife was, and the servants would now avoid her path out of fear. Li Wide himself was terrified of Feng Xiyao. Upon hearing that she was coming to visit him, he struggled to crawl out of the residence as to him, that woman was no less than a devil incarnate. Due to this incident, the governor grew even more distant from her, preferring to spend his days with Ruyan. Despite being genuinely frightened that day, Ruyan was grateful for the tender care she received from the governor after being rescued by the servants. Looking at the gentle man beside her, Ruyan began to believe that he must truly love her. Feng Xiyao was strolling leisurely in the courtyard when a voice interrupted her. Mistress, someone is here to see you. The servant retreated far away and yelled at her, his demeanor suggesting that Feng Xiyao was some terrifying creature. Feng Xiyao would rather enjoy watching them cower than have them monitor her. Arriving at the entrance, she encountered a man wearing a straw hat who inquired if she was Feng Xiyao. She nodded in response. Just as she was wondering who this man was, he handed her a letter. Someone instructed me to deliver this letter into your hands personally. It's of utmost importance. With those words, the man hastily departed. Before Feng Xiyao could react, he had vanished. Feng Xiyao rushed back to her room and opened the letter. Upon reading its contents, she furrowed her brows deeply. Upon receiving Xiao Feng's signal, Emotsongyan returned to their quarters. The letter revealed that Lin Yuquan was already aware of their arrival in Province Su and was planning to eliminate them there. Emotsongyan's expression remained composed. He had anticipated Lin Youchuan's knowledge, though not so soon. Qinfang. Master, should we strike early? Emotsongyan furrowed his brow. Actually, the key here is to lure those people from Mount Muya down. Assuming he was correct, Lin Yuquan wouldn't send a large force from Shangjing since he already had troops stationed here. He was more likely to dispatch these local soldiers directly. He turned to Xiao Feng. Inform Prince Nanan at once. He knows what to do next. Xiao Feng. Yes, sir. Feng Xiao looked worried. If Lin Yuquan knows, Li Wide won't be far behind. Emotsongyan nodded. It's all right. The net is almost closed. Whether or not he knows doesn't matter now. As expected, Li Wide received a message from Lin Yuquan. His expression changed abruptly upon reading that the governor was none other than the emperor himself. Noticing his odd look, a clerk took the letter and read it too. How can that be? The governor is actually the emperor. Then he must know about what we've been doing these past few days. What are we to do now? Despite his initial shock, the clerk was still able to maintain his composure and ponder the situation. My lord, what are you afraid of? General Lin did say that we should simply kill him here. Once he's dead, we'll be hailed as great heroes. For some reason, Li Wide couldn't shake off a sense of fear. But if the emperor doesn't die, we'll all face the death penalty. The clerk's sharp eyes narrowed slightly. Shuzhou is now under General Lin's control. No matter how powerful the emperor may be, how could he possibly deal with so many people? Moreover, my lord, you've forgotten something. We still have our main force on Mount Muya. As soon as the clerk finished speaking, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. What main force? How could I not know about it? Emotsongyan entered with Qin Feng and Feng Xiyao in tow. Upon seeing Emotsongyan again, Li Wide was so frightened that he immediately knelt on the ground. Oh! The advisor turned to run, but Qin Feng caught him and threw him to the ground fiercely. Lordly, what's wrong with you? Li Wide's body trembled uncontrollably. Emperor, your majesty, spare me. I haven't done anything. Feng Xiyao snorted coldly and walked over to kick him. You abducted an innocent girl, seized the good farmland of the people, conspired with bandits. And you even dared to offer women to the emperor. I haven't settled that score with you yet. Chapter 121. Emotsongyan, how can you be so immature? Chapter 121. Emotsongyan, how can you be so immature? If the governor was the emperor, then this woman before him must be the empress. Li Wide felt like he was on the verge of death. Empress, please spare me. I was wrong, I won't dare do it again. Feng Xiyao retracted her gaze. Your mistakes extend far beyond that. These two were witnesses, and Emotsongyan had no intention of killing them now. He asked nonchalantly, did Lin Yuquan leave any instructions? Qin Feng snatched the letter from the secretary and handed it to him. Emotsongyan glanced through it and curled his lips into a light smile. You plan to have us killed here, but I doubt you have the capability for that, don't you think? Oh! Li Wide trembled, too scared to speak. Observing his fear, Emotsongyan inferred Lin Yuquan's intentions, which aligned closely with his own thoughts. Nonetheless, this was exactly what he had hoped for. Keep an eye on them. Emotsongyan took Feng Xiao's hand and turned to leave. As they stepped outside the house, he gazed at her, his eyes softening. What's wrong? Feng Xiao felt a bit bashful under his gaze. The man stretched out his hand, pulling her into his embrace. He inhaled her scent hungrily. There's nothing, I just miss you so much. It feels like it's been ages since I last held you properly. Feng Xiao found the situation amusing. What do you mean a long time? You hold me every night when we sleep, don't you? Emotsongyan shook his head, his voice low as it reverberated against her neck. How could that possibly be the same? Amused by his tender and affectionate tone, Feng Xiao laughed softly. All right, it's not the same. Oh. After holding each other for a while, seemingly oblivious to those around them, Emotsongyan reluctantly released her, gently caressing her face. It's dangerous here. I'll have Qin Feng escort you back to the palace. No, Feng Xiao was about to refuse without a second thought, but an image suddenly flashed through her mind. The scene depicted Emotsongyan being struck in the chest by an arrow. His face contorted in agony. As the image vanished, Feng Xiao felt as if someone had fiercely gripped her heart, leaving her gasping for breath and tears uncontrollably rolling down her cheeks. What's wrong? Seeing her sway and suddenly break into tears, Emotsongyan's heart ached with concern. Feng Xiao recalled never having experienced that particular scene, yet why did the sensation of sorrow feel so vividly real? She couldn't fathom why she held on to this memory, but the sight of Emotsongyan being struck by an arrow pierced her heart with a sharp pain. With fear, she grasped Emotsongyan's hand, tears streaming down her face. I don't want to go back. Assuming her tears stemmed from mere reluctance to return, Emotsongyan found her reaction both amusing and infuriating. Fine, we won't go back then. Why are you crying? Just stay here comfortably. I'll keep you safe. Hearing the solemn tone of his vow, Feng Xiao's tears fell uncontrollably once more. She reached up to embrace him. No matter what you say, I'm not going back. I want to stay with you. Oh. Emotsongyan's heart softened at her choked voice, and he held her tenderly, feeling both a pang of distress for her and joy at her attachment to him. With a playful yet irritating tone, his voice rang in her ear. Feng Xiao, you look like you're head over heels in love with me. Oh. Feng Xiao, still caught in her sorrow, snapped out of it at this disruptive remark. Frustration and embarrassment flooded her. Emotsongyan, still grinning as he held her, was suddenly pushed away. The person in his arms retreated a few steps. What are you thinking? I'm just afraid of being left a widow if you die. Tyrant. I struggled to express those feelings, and you not only failed to appreciate the sentiment, but also mocked my reluctance to lose you. Just go away. With this thought, Feng Xiao turned around angrily, intending to leave. Emotsongyan panicked and quickly embraced her from behind. All right, it's because I love you too much and can't bear to part with you. Don't be angry, okay? Hearing the man's conciliatory tone, Feng Xiao felt like laughing but managed to hold back. That's more like it. I didn't force you. You said it yourself. Amused by her proud yet adorable tone, Emotsongyan curved his lips into a smile and planted a big kiss on her cheek. So, my beloved wife, are you not angry anymore now? Feng Xiao lifted her chin and huffed. A little bit still. Upon hearing this, Songyun kissed the other side of her cheek just as fiercely. And what about now? Feng Xiyao couldn't help but giggle. Songyun, how are you so childish? Qin Feng finished dealing with the people inside the room and stepped out to see his two masters playfully teasing each other in the courtyard. Seeing the master humbly pleasing his wife, Qin Feng's lips curled into a smile. Actually, as long as madam was happy, that was all that mattered. These past few days, Ruoyun sensed that something was about to happen in the estate. Even Li Wide seemed to have vanished without a trace. The governor and his wife's relationship grew stronger by the day, leaving no room for her intervention. She wanted to consult Li Wide for a solution, but he was nowhere to be found. Xiao Feng returned intending to report to Songyun, only to find Ruyan crouching sneakily by the door, peering inside. Miss Ruyan, what are you doing? Startled by the sound, Ruyan hastily turned around. Seeing that it was only a servant from Governor Li's entourage, disdain flickered in her eyes. I'm just checking to see what the governor is up to. He hasn't visited me for days. At this, she remembered that this man was under the governor's command and would likely know why he hadn't been visiting. She quickly followed up with a question. Could you please ask the governor for me why he hasn't come to see me these past few days? Of course, it was because Li Wide had been restrained, rendering further pretense with this woman unnecessary. Xiao Feng had no intention of divulging this information. With a cold gaze he stepped inside, leaving the door shut firmly behind him. What do you mean by that? You dare to ignore me? Ruyan erupted in anger, attempting to storm in but finding herself blocked outside as Xiao Feng slammed the door shut. Xiao Feng stepped in to find Songyun intently studying a map retrieved from Li Wide's quarters. It was a detailed map of the Woodtooth bandit lair, clearly outlining the path up the mountain and the layout of the settlement. Lin Yuquan must be quite daring to entrust this to Li Wide. Songyun's lips compressed. Lin Yuquan wouldn't have the guts. It's more likely that Li Wide secretly had someone draw it. Xiao Feng nodded. Master, Prince Nanan is already encamped outside, awaiting your orders. Songyun's gaze drifted to the window with a hint of melancholy. Once Qin Feng returns, everything can begin. Feng Xiyao had a peculiar dream filled with unfamiliar and terrifying scenes. She saw herself drowning, burning, and even leaping off a cliff. What frightened her most was being pierced through the chest by Songyun's sword, while he held another woman in his arms. She abruptly opened her eyes to a searing pain in her chest. As she reached out to touch it, her hand met with a sticky residue. Instantly, the room was saturated with the pungent scent of blood. Chapter 122 Feng Xiao's Premonitory Dream. Chapter 122 Feng Xiao's Premonitory Dream. How can this be? Frightened, Feng Xiyao tumbled from the bed onto the floor. Raising her gaze, she saw Songyun advancing towards her with a sword in hand, his face twisted into a malevolence she had never witnessed before. His eyes were icy cold, revealing profound disgust. With an emotionless expression, he raised the sword high to pierce at her. Feng Xiyao reached out to grasp the sword's hilt, attempting to stop him, but the blade still pierced through her chest, blood spurting out in a fountain. A few droplets of blood splattered across the man's handsome yet sinister face, causing him to suddenly smirk wickedly. Piercing pain radiated from her chest, draining all color from Feng Xiao's face. Die! The man's eyes turned crimson red as he exerted force with his hands. Feng Xiao's entire body was impaled. No! The two people conversing next door heard Feng Xiao's voice and hurried over. Songyun pushed open the door and entered, only to see Feng Xiyao curled up on the floor with an unnaturally pale face. He rushed over to lift her onto the bed, holding her tightly in his arms. She seemed to be trapped in a nightmare, still drenched in cold sweat. Songyun held her tightly, his heart aching. It's all right. I'm here. After soothing her softly for a while, the person in his arms finally calmed down. After a moment she slowly opened her eyes. Now when Feng Xiyao saw Songyun's face again, although it was gentle, it still made her body stiffen with fear. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Songyun looked at her anxiously, reaching out to touch her forehead. Feng Xiyao retreated from his embrace uneasily. The disdainful gaze and sinister expression he had in her dream still pierced her heart with pain. She shook her head. It's nothing, just a bad dream. Seeing her still looking frightened, Songyun felt both distress and amusement. He held her hand and kissed it gently. You, even at your age, can still be so scared by a nightmare. Feng Xiyao frowned, pulling her hand back. She lifted her gaze to study the smiling man before her with sincerity. This man in my dream is entirely different from you. Yet, why were those hateful eyes and the sensation of being pierced in the chest so vivid? It was as if it truly happened. Songyun also furrowed his brows slightly upon hearing this. Her terrified appearance piqued his curiosity. Just what kind of dream could have frightened her so? After some thought, he lifted his gaze to look at her seriously. Can you tell me about the dream? Hearing the gentleness in the man's voice, Feng Xiyao reached up to embrace him, burying her face tightly against his chest. After a moment she softly replied, "It's nothing, just a nightmare." Empress didn't push her for more. Instead, he gently patted her back. "Lie down for a while first. I'll take care of a few things and come back to be with you." "Okay, go ahead." Feng Xiyao released him, a smile appearing on her face. With concern, Empress instructed her to rest well, and tucked the blanket around her before turning to leave. Only when the man had left did Feng Xiao's smile fade. She believed that there must be a reason behind such an odd dream. Thus, she entered her consciousness and summoned the system. "System. Host, you've ignored me for so long." Feng Xiao was speechless. "It's clearly you who spends every day sleeping and eating without bothering to talk to me. How can you say I'm ignoring you?" The system awkwardly chuckled and tried to appease her. "So, is there anything the host wants to ask this system?" Recalling the events of her dream, Feng Xiao summarized them for the system. "I felt like it was all real, as if it had actually happened before. I could even vividly feel the pain of being pierced in my chest." After serious contemplation, the system considered the possibility that some traces of her previous memories remained. Its expression became somewhat intricate. Seeing that it remained silent for a while, Feng Xiao impatiently patted its head. "Hurry up, you're dragging your feet when I ask something." The system circled around Feng Xiao before slowly speaking. "Host, this incident might have already taken place, or it might happen in the future, which is why you had this dream." Feng Xiao frowned deeply. "It's impossible that it's already happened. With the original host's memories, I know it didn't occur." Pausing here, she asked, "You mean it might actually happen after this incident?" The system was unsure, but seeing her fearful expression, it tried to reassure her. "It could also be just a dream of the host. Don't take it too seriously. After all, the tyrant's feelings for you have been rapidly escalating. Your life connection has already reached 50%. How could he possibly harm you?" These words reminded Feng Xiao of their harmonious and sweet moments together these past few days. The tyrant had even confessed that he liked her. So perhaps it was truly just an unintentional nightmare. At the Southern Peace Prince's mansion, Zhang Lui's belly had gradually grown bigger over the past 2 months. Besides occasional visits from the royal family and frequent gifts from the Empress Dowager, most of her time was spent eating and drinking. When Emo Lingyun was around, he would tell jokes to make her laugh. But now that he was busy with political affairs, the vast mansion felt empty, and boredom often crept up on her. Leaving her room for some fresh air, she spotted Jinger heading towards the entrance. Curious, she called out, "Jinger, are you leaving the mansion?" Jinger paused in her steps upon hearing the voice. "Your Highness, your favorite fried snacks are finished. I was just about to go out and buy some." Zhang Lui's eyes lit up at the mention. It had been a long while since she last ventured out. "Wait a moment, I'll come with you." Jinger glanced worriedly at her slightly protruding belly. Understanding her concern, Zhang Lui smiled gently. "It's all right. The imperial physician said that I should walk more and not stay in one place all the time." "All right then. Let me get you a cloak. It's getting colder these days and you're carrying 2 lives now. We need to take extra care." Zhang Lui nodded with a warm smile. Jinger draped the cloak around her and supported her as they walked out of the mansion. After being cooped up for so long, Zhang Lui's smile grew even broader. With concern for her safety, Jinger supported her gently. After taking a few steps, they quickly arrived at the stall selling fried fruits. The business at Zhang's fried fruit stall was exceptionally thriving. The fruits, with their sweet and sour taste, were delightful and highly favored by the expectant mothers in Shangjing. Spotting the crowd inside, Jinger whispered to the princess, "Your Highness, please wait here for this servant. I'll be out shortly." Zhang Lui nodded in agreement. "All right." Observing Jinger enter, Zhang Lui stood obediently in a corner, killing time as she watched the passers-by. While idly scanning the street, she caught a glimpse of a familiar face. Recently, Lin Ling had lost her appetite due to her pregnancy. Having heard that Zhangji's fried fruits were popular among pregnant women, she decided to go out for a stroll and grab some to eat. Yuer handed the fried fruit to Lin Ling. After tasting one, she found it delectable and proceeded to devour several more. Midway through her enjoyment, she sensed a gaze upon her. Raising her eyes, she saw Zhang Lui standing directly across from her. Chapter 123, Lin Ling's Miscarriage. Chapter 123, Lin Ling's Miscarriage. Gazing at her slightly protruding belly, Lin Ling involuntarily recalled the humiliating scene with Emo Lingyun. It was all because of this bitch that Emo Lingyun had spoken to her in such a manner. Filled with rage, Lin Ling's gaze turned fierce as she strode towards Zhang Lui, who watched her warily, unsure of the woman's intentions. "Why isn't Emo Lingyun here with you? How pitiful. You're even pregnant and he still doesn't care for you." Zhang Lui wasn't one to back down, firing back promptly. "Lin Ling, do you think everyone is as idle as you, spending their days seducing other people's husbands for amusement?" Lin Ling sneered. "Get your facts straight. It was Emo Lingyun who kept pursuing me. Zhang Luoi looked at her coldly. Then why were you constantly vying for the duke's attention in the palace? She chuckled as she continued. Oh, I forgot. In front of so many people, you were thrown to the ground by Her Majesty the Empress, and then punished by the Emperor with public slaps on your face. Everyone was laughing at you. The mere thought of it made Lin Ling feel ashamed, recalling the disdainful gazes from the spectators back then. She had never felt so humiliated. Lin Ling shouted loudly, drawing the attention of passers-by. You have no right to talk about me. Emo Lingyun liked me first. I am the legitimate wife of the Duke, Miss Lin, Zhang Luoi replied calmly. It's you who kept pursuing him. If he ever showed interest in you, it's merely because you impersonated his savior. Don't overestimate yourself. You, a woman who lures other men, dare to discuss on the street how my husband supposedly adores you? You're shameless. Upon hearing Zhang Luoi's words, the curious crowd instantly grasped the situation. It was the husband's former love interest gloating before the legal wife, and she had even stolen someone else's identity as the savior. One by one, they cast disdainful glances at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face paled under everyone's gaze. She glared furiously at Zhang Luoi. You be asterisk, how dare you slander me? With that, she raised her hand to slap Zhang Luoi. Zhang Luoi swiftly blocked the incoming blow, instinctively protecting her abdomen. Seeing this action and the rock behind her, a cunning gleam flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. If her belly were to hit the stone and the child was lost, it wouldn't be her fault. With this thought, she reached out to push Zhang Luoi down. Jinger had just managed to buy some fried snacks from the stall when she saw Lin Ling about to touch the princess. She hurriedly rushed forward to stand between them. How dare you? You even attempt to strike the princess of Nanning. Lin Ling pushed against Jinger. You lowly servant. I am the second miss of the general's manor. Do you dare to stop me? Jinger shielded Zhang Luoi protectively. So what if you're the second miss? Our princess is not someone you can lay a finger on. Jinger had some martial arts skills. Lin Ling was no match for her at all. Frustrated that she couldn't reach Zhang Luoi, Lin Ling glared at them fiercely before angrily pretending to leave. Seeing the crazed woman about to depart, Jinger turned back to check on Zhang Luoi, wanting to ensure that she hadn't been mistreated by the woman. Just as Jinger turned, Lin Ling seized the opportunity and rushed towards them, intending to push Zhang Luoi down. Watch out! Facing Lin Ling, Zhang Luoi saw her charging and shouted a warning. Jinger spun around and spotting someone barreling towards her, quickly raised her hand to push back. Ah! Lin Ling was shoved to the ground, her waist hitting the floor with a jolt that made her furrow her brows in pain. Miss! You were aware of Lin Ling's pregnancy, rushed to her aid upon seeing her stumble and fall out of the room. Lin Ling tried to speak but was suddenly gripped by abdominal pain, followed by a warm rush from below. Spotting the blood seeping through Lin Ling's dress, Yuer cried out in alarm. Is Miss all right? Someone come help my lady. Zhang Luoi also noticed the flow of blood from Lin Ling's lower body, and realized with dread that she was experiencing a miscarriage. A hushed voice emerged from the crowd. I recall that second miss of General Lin's residence hasn't been married yet, has she? How could she be pregnant? Person A. She indeed hasn't been married. Person B. To be with child without a formal union, how indecent. C. Seems like the rumors about this second miss soliciting other men and keeping lovers outside are true. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those who had initially shown concern for Lin Ling changed instantly. Eventually, a kind-hearted person called for servants from the Lin residence to carry Lin Ling back home. As they were leaving, Yuer glared fiercely at Zhang Luoi. If anything happens to our miss, you're all done for. Everyone had witnessed how Lin Ling had clearly rushed forward to push down Zhang Luoi, only to end up falling herself. Several onlookers who had seen the entire incident cast sympathetic gazes towards Zhang Luoi. Had it not been for her maid's quick protection, she would have miscarried. Opening her eyes, Lin Ling saw Murong and couldn't hold back her tears. She reached up to embrace the man. Sob, 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 brother Murong, we've lost our child. Murong was well aware of the events that transpired today. The news of her unwed pregnancy had already spread throughout the city, sullying her reputation. However, upon learning about the loss of the child, Murong somehow felt an unexpected sense of relief. He wasn't done having fun yet. He didn't wish to be tied down so soon. If not for Lin Youchuan's authority, he wouldn't have bothered to listen to this woman's wailing. Instead of staying safely at home while pregnant, she went out in public, where anyone could have harmed her, and unfortunately, she ended up harming herself. The mere thought of these incidents made him feel ashamed. After crying for a while, Lin Ling grew angry when Murong didn't offer any comforting words. She pulled away from him. Brother Murong, why aren't you consoling me? We've lost our child. Rubbing his temples in exasperation, Murong patted her shoulder. It'll be all right, Linger. If we lose one child, we can always try again. Right now, you need to focus on taking care of your health. It was Lin Ling's first pregnancy, carrying the child of the man she loved. Now that the baby was gone, her heart was aching with sorrow. She clung to the man. Big brother Murong, you have to avenge me. Murong furrowed his brow. How do you propose I do that? Recalling Zhang Luo's smug expression, Lin Ling's eyes were filled with hatred. It's all because of that wretched Zhang Luo that I miscarried. Go and kill her for me, avenge our child. Although Murong disliked her deeply, it was still his own child. Since Zhang Luo was responsible for the loss, he wouldn't let her off easily. He reached up to wipe away Lin Ling's tears. Alright, I promise you. I will surely eliminate that bitch and her offspring. Chapter 124. We are husband and wife. Chapter 124. We are husband and wife. Qin Feng laid an ambush at the foot of Muya Mountain and captured over a dozen bandits in one fell swoop. The captured bandits were bound and paraded on the main street of Province Su for all to see. Li Wide and his advisors were also bound and displayed alongside them. Upon seeing the corrupt official Li Wide finally brought to justice, the citizens of Province Su pelted him with rotten eggs, leaving his face splattered with stench. You wicked official, you caused the death of my wife, and now karma has caught up with you. Die, you bandits! The civilians vented their fury with both fists and insults. The approaching bandit showed no fear as he gazed at Empress and said, Boy, you have no idea who's backing us. I advise you to let us go now. It might spare you a complete burial. Xiaofeng sneered. How bold. We're quite looking forward to it. Xiaofeng spoke and threw an egg at the man's face. The man gritted his teeth. Just you wait, you'll suffer a terrible fate. With both the bandits and corrupt officials captured, Feng Xiyao led Feng Haonan out. Seeing the paleness on his face, she couldn't help but scold. Brother, did you have to push yourself so hard? A mere act would have sufficed. You didn't need to let them mistreat you. Feng Haonan chuckled and pinched her cheek. How could I have deceived them if I wasn't serious, sister? Empress was waiting for Feng Xiyao at the door. Upon seeing Feng Haonan affectionately pinch his wife's face, his expression darkened instantly. He then approached her unhappily, taking hold of her hand. Feeling her hand suddenly seized, Feng Xiyao instinctively recalled the scene from her dream. She pursed her lips and pulled her hand away. Feeling her hand suddenly empty, Empress lifted his gaze in confusion towards Feng Xiyao, wondering what had changed in her these past few days. She seemed to be avoiding him more and even hiding from him at times. I have my brother here. Perceiving the sharp look from the man, Feng Xiyao spoke with awkwardness. Feng Haonan raised his hand in a gesture of respect to Empress. Your Majesty, we are husband and wife. Disregarding Feng Haonan, Empress firmly held her hand again, his phoenix-like eyes gazing at her intently. Assuming that the couple was having a minor disagreement, Feng Haonan grinned. Yao, I'll attend to some matters first. Stay here with the Emperor. Brother, I wanted to talk to you about. Before Feng Xiyao could finish her sentence, the man gently squeezed her hand. Empress met Feng Haonan's gaze. Go on, we'll take care of things here. Feng Haonan nodded, gave Feng Xiyao a few glances, then turned and left. Yao, I didn't expect the Empress to have such a nickname. Empress released her, teasing with a smile. What's wrong with that? The man shook his head, his eyes shimmering with amusement. I just think it sounds nice. With his handsome features, his smile was even more captivating. His narrow and profound phoenix eyes gazed intently at her, causing Feng Xiyao to shift her gaze, feeling a bit embarrassed. What's so nice about it? You can call yourself Yin too. It was the first time someone had addressed him so warmly, and a surge of joy filled Empress heart. He cupped her face and swiftly planted a fierce kiss on her lips. Call me that again. Feng Xiyao was taken aback by his sudden kiss, her eyes blank as she looked up at him. What did you call me? The man clicked his tongue softly, dangerously drawing near to her. Shall I make you scream? Immature. Feng Xiyao attempted to remove the hand on her face, but alas, the man's strength was beyond her capability to budge. After struggling for a while and realizing she couldn't break free, she called out to him again. Yin. Upon hearing this, Empress finally released her comfortably, a brilliant smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Beautiful. Seeing him grin so effortlessly, Feng Xiyao awkwardly pressed her lips together. Tyrant, your aloof and arrogant persona has crumbled. Empress found the remark amusing. Who had told her he was aloof and arrogant? It was she who had always perceived him that way. Tyrant indeed. He only executed a few ministers who had pledged allegiance to his elder brother upon ascending the throne. Who knows where this rumor of his tyranny originated? Amidst the growing commotion outside, Empress led Feng Xiyao out of the room. As they emerged, their eyes met with a group of men on horseback in the distance, followed by an orderly military formation. The most menacing-looking man among them shouted, Hand over the Emperor and our brothers from Woodtooth Mountain, or we'll lay waste to Province Su. The townsfolk, seeing the large crowd closing in, retreated in fear towards Empress side. The arrogant bandit leader burst into laughter. My big brother has come to save us. You can all just wait for death. Feng Xiyao retorted. How audacious you are. The bandit leader turned to Feng Xiyao at the sound of her voice. Upon seeing her appearance, he was instantly captivated, licking his lips with a wicked grin. Big brother, I want that woman. A cold glint flashed in Songyin's eyes as he snatched the knife from Xiao Feng's hand, promptly hurling it into the arrogant man's chest, extinguishing his life instantly. Upon witnessing Songyin's blatant provocation, the general immediately raised his hand and commanded, "Slaughter them all. Not a single one left alive." With that order, soldiers swarmed towards them from all directions. The civilians, preparing to flee, were suddenly interrupted by the clashing of swords and blades. Looking up, they saw a large group of soldiers charging from another road, engaging in combat with the rebels. Stay calm, the imperial forces have arrived. Xiao Feng opened the door, allowing the defenseless people to seek refuge inside. Go in too. Given the perilous situation, Songyin insisted Feng Xiyao join them for safety. However, Feng Xiao's mind was haunted by the image of him being struck by an arrow. She held onto his hand tightly, refusing to let go. I want to be with you. Meeting her resolute gaze, Songyin realized he couldn't persuade her otherwise and reluctantly handed her over to Qin Feng. Protect her well. Qin Feng nodded, positioning himself in front of Feng Xiyao. Songyin's target was the group of leaders in the distance. He charged forward, stepping on those beneath him. The general hadn't anticipated such a sudden onslaught of soldiers. Before he could order a retreat, Songyin's sword was already swinging towards him. Spotting Feng Xiao's lack of martial arts skills, a few rebels lunged at her with their blades. Qin Feng shielded her, fending off each attacker with a swift swing of his weapon. Watching Songyin engage 4 or 5 generals from afar, Feng Xiyao grew so fearful that her palms were drenched in sweat. Be careful, she warned. As Qin Feng witnessed an attempt on Feng Xiao's life, he swiftly swept her into his arms and plunged the sword into the assailant. Feng Xiyao lay in Qin Feng's embrace, her gaze never leaving Songyin's figure. Songyin was an exceptional martial artist, having honed his skills through years of relentless dedication. Few could match his prowess. Seeing him eliminate the leaders of the rebellion, Feng Xiyao sighed in relief. Empress. Lingyun arrived at Feng Xiao's side, his eyebrows furrowing slightly as he saw Qin Feng holding her tightly. Feng Xiyao detached herself from Qin Feng's arms, giving Lingyun a perfunctory response. With an army of 30,000 at his command, Lingyun had easily suppressed the rebellious forces. They were no match for him. Songyin beheaded the leader of the rebels, and only then did he make his way over to Feng Xiyao. Relieved to see him unharmed, Feng Xiyao sighed in comfort. As Songyin approached her with a gentle smile, Feng Xiao's peripheral vision caught sight of someone on a rooftop, a bow and arrow aimed directly at Songyin. Chapter 125, The Empress has passed away. Chapter 125, The Empress has passed away. The image of Songyin being struck by an arrow flashed through Feng Xiao's mind, and without hesitation, she dashed towards him. Songyin, assuming Feng Xiyao was coming to embrace him, reached out to catch her as she ran. What's the matter? You already miss me after just a brief separation. Mid-sentence, Songyin's fingers brushed against a warm, sticky substance. Upon lifting his hand, he saw it was covered in blood. Songyin's eyes widened as he stared at the arrow piercing through her chest. Yao! Feng Xiyao felt a sharp pain in her chest and her eyelids grew heavy. Hearing Songyin call out her name, she knew he was safe and could no longer keep her eyes open. Her hand dropped limp. Empress Dowager. Upon seeing the archer attempting to flee, Lingyun snatched a bow and arrow from his subordinate and shot the man fiercely. The archer was struck by an arrow and fell from the balcony. Songyin could not afford any delay. He swiftly picked up Feng Xiyao and ran to find a physician, with Qin Feng hastily following behind. Lingyun had to stay behind to deal with the situation, watching their departure with concern. All the physicians in Province Su were summoned. Qin Feng observed as each of them emerged from the room with grim expressions. He clenched his fists in frustration. The physician inside the room took Feng Xiao's pulse and found no signs of a heartbeat. He then checked her breath, only to draw back his hand in shock. Your Majesty, the Empress has already passed away. Hearing this, Songyin fiercely grabbed the physician's collar. Her body temperature is completely normal. How can she be dead? You quack, get out of here. The physician was startled by Xiao Feng's dark, bloodshot expression and scrambled out of the room in a panic. Outside the room, Qin Feng heard that Feng Xiyao had passed away, and his heart skipped a beat. His body swayed. How can this be? It's impossible. He refused to believe it. How could someone so full of life suddenly be gone? Xiao Feng observed his distraught state, casting a helpless glance at those inside the room. He grabbed a physician who had been hastily dismissed. What do you mean? Has Empress Dowager really? The physician replied. We all checked. Her pulse was faint at first, but now, There's no sign of breath left. The chest wound is directly pierced through. No ordinary person could survive such an injury. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes reddened. He turned around and punched the pillar behind him with great force. "Oh! Scram all of you! Get out!" Fed up with the meaningless chatter of these quacks, Empress bellowed, driving everyone away. Once they were all gone, he enveloped Feng Xiyao in his arms, holding her tightly against him. "You haven't spoken to me for days. I was wondering if you didn't like me anymore. But if you don't like me, then why did you suddenly step in to take an arrow for me? I'm tough-skinned and muscular. Even if I got hit, there was no reason for you to shield me. What am I supposed to do now? I was planning on explaining things properly when we returned. I don't want the original female lead, nor will I ever like her. I only want to like you. You do love wealth, don't you? If you open your eyes, I'll give you every single piece of gold and jewel in the palace. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. Just don't die and don't treat me like this." No one replied for a long time. Empress vision blurred as tears rolled down his cheeks. Feng Xiyao had a long dream filled with familiar yet alien scenes. For the characters in them were her and Empress. She witnessed the moment she was framed upon her rebirth, as well as numerous incidents in the palace. Then she saw Empress stealthily digging away the treasures she had hidden. Upon seeing this scene, Feng Xiao's anger flared up. What nonsense is this? So that's how my treasures vanished. You despicable tyrant, you're doomed. This dream was like a grand projector, revealing vividly many events, including those involving Murong and Kong Shuer. She frowned deeply upon witnessing this, perplexed as to why the original male lead would be involved. She remembered that he should still be in his sect, romantically entangled with his senior martial sister and junior martial sister. As Feng Xiyao was lost in confusion, the scene shifted to the recent incident. When the arrow sped towards Empress, she didn't rush forward to shield him. The arrow was swift, piercing Empress's chest in an instant. Feng Xiao's eyes widened as she watched herself in the mirror, crying out and dashing towards Empress. Empress didn't have time to speak, only caressing her face with a lingering gaze before breathing his last. Upon hearing the news of Empress's demise, Lin Yuquan and Shangjing immediately mobilized to rebel. By the time Emo Lingyun rushed back, Shangjing had already fallen into Lin Youquan's hands, with the Empress Dowager and the entire royal family imprisoned. The original male lead assisted Lin Yuquan in killing Emo Lingyun, hanging his head on the city wall. Zhang Luai, unable to withstand the blow, leaped from the city wall, 5 months pregnant. Ultimately, Lin Yuquan ascended the throne, but his reign was short-lived. He was poisoned to death by Lin Ling and the original male lead, who then successfully seized control of Great Xia. Following the sudden outbreak of war among the three kingdoms, the original male lead, with his harem of beauties and his irresistible protagonist's halo, successfully annihilated the other two nations, genuinely unifying the continent. How can this be? Didn't things change significantly? Why did the outcome remain the same? Feng Xiyao shook her head in disbelief, unable to comprehend why the end result was still identical. Opening her eyes once more, she found herself back in the endless expanse. The place was a serene expanse of white. Recalling that the system was here, she immediately called out. "System, come out. Why is this happening?" After a few calls, the system emerged slowly and reluctantly. The system looked at her, its annoying voice echoing. "Host, how did you die again? And this time so thoroughly?" Feng Xiyao was about to speak when she suddenly caught the crucial point. "What do you mean died again? When have I died before?" Realizing its slip of tongue, the system hastily clarified. "Didn't you suddenly die last time, which is why I brought you here?" At the mention of this, Feng Xiyao felt a surge of helplessness. It was due to her sudden death from gaming that she ended up in this world. She vowed inwardly to never play games again. So what now? Can I revive by watching an ad? The system looked at her as if she were mad. "Do you really think that's possible, host?" Feng Xiyao was on the verge of tears. How could this happen? Recalling Empress's heart-wrenching and pained expression when she closed her eyes, Feng Xiyao felt a pang of sorrow. Would the tyrant cry if he found out she had died? Chapter 126. Lin Youquan's Rebellion. Chapter 126. Lin Youquan's Rebellion. "Feng Xiyao, do you have any way to bring me back to life? Please, I beg you." With her hands clasped together, Feng Xiyao pleaded pitifully. The system tilted its head at her, nodding and then shaking it. Feng Xiyao frowned. "Do you or do you not have a way?" System replied. "I have a way, but I dare not." Feng Xiao's eyes spun as she spoke with admiration. "You, such a great system, would actually be afraid? I don't believe it. In my opinion, you must be the smartest and most capable among all systems. Nothing is too difficult for you. So powerful that you even managed to bring me here after I died before. Surely you must have a way, right?" Feng Xiyao showered it with accolades, using every flattering phrase she could muster. until her throat grew dry. Only then did she pause, looking at it with pleading eyes. The system, feeling embarrassed by the praise, shyly covered its face. Oh my, I'm not actually that amazing as you say. Seeing its antics again, Feng Xiao's lips twitched, barely holding back the urge to smack it. The system dropped its hand and lifted its head proudly. Since the host insists, I'll grace you with my assistance this time, but don't count on it happening again. A glimmer of excitement lit up Feng Xiao's eyes, and she promptly nodded obediently. System. But as a consequence, your health points will drop from 50% to 40%. Are you still willing to proceed? Feng Xiao eagerly nodded. Yes, it's just health points. They'll go back up soon. The system frowned and kindly cautioned her. Upon your revival, there might be unforeseen circumstances. The system is just forewarning you. With all her attention on Empress, Feng Xiao nodded to everything that was said. Okay, I got it. Just do it quickly, please. Observing her urgency, the system sighed softly, dreading the electric shock punishment that awaited it later, leaving it on the verge of tears yet unable to cry. Considering the host's earnest desire to fulfill the mission, this system shall make an exceptional exception just this once. As the words faded, Feng Xiao sensed a warm current circulating within her body. Upon its disappearance, she experienced an immense sense of lightness and comfort. System. All right, you'll be able to return shortly. Feng Xiao nodded, her smile stretching wide enough to reach the back of her ears. Thank you, Tongzi. She reveled in the joy for a while, but then suddenly recalled what she had just witnessed. Taking advantage of the system's presence, she narrated the incident to it. Why is the ending still the same? The crucial point is that the tyrant even dies. The system's eyes darted around as it began pondering seriously. Suddenly, Feng Xiao heard the system snoring. She couldn't resist and punched it. At such a critical moment, you still have the mood to sleep? The system, having been scolded, whimpered pitifully with a soft, vulnerable voice. I wasn't sleeping, I was really thinking about the problem. I just went to search for information. Hearing its earnest tone, Feng Xiao's anger subsided by half. Then did you find anything? The system nodded pitifully. Yes, I did. In fact, it had already figured out the situation when she first mentioned it, but it didn't know how to convey it to her. Feng Xiao frowned. Then hurry up and tell me why. System. Well, it's not really anything significant, it's just something that the host has imagined. Feng Xiao found it hard to believe. Really? The system felt a bit guilty but still nodded resolutely. Yes, really. For days, Empress refused to eat or drink as he watched over Feng Xiao, until he eventually collapsed and was carried away by Xiao Feng to rest. Opening his eyes without seeing Feng Xiao, he rushed to her bedside, shoeless, only to find her complexion rosy and her body temperature normal. A relieved smile spread across his face. He had known it. Feng Xiao wouldn't just die like that. Feng Xiao's body remained in good condition, arousing suspicion from Qin Feng and Xiao Feng. It was implausible for a normal person to remain unscathed after 3 days of apparent death. That night, as Empress continued his routine of cleaning her body, he unexpectedly noticed the wounds on her chest beginning to heal. This sight further solidified his belief that Feng Xiao was not dead, but rather trapped within her own world. Observing his imperial brother's newfound composure, Empress couldn't help but wonder if he had gone mad. With the situation in Province Su resolved and concerns over Lin Yuquan potentially learning of this and rebelling, it was time for Empress to return and take charge. He instructed Xiao Feng and Empress to accompany him back first. Feng Xiao, still recovering from her injuries, was unable to ride a horse and had to rely on Qin Feng to accompany her in a carriage. Upon receiving the order, the group immediately set off for Shangjing under the cover of night. Lin Yuquan, having not received any news from Province Su, assumed that Empress had been killed and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Murong, aware of Empress' demise, felt a tinge of resentment that he hadn't been the one to end his life. He spoke up. General, this is the perfect opportunity for us to seize Shangjing. With his hands behind his back, Lin Yuquan gazed into the distance. This general has precisely such intentions. Already holding military authority, he led his troops to surround Shangjing early the following day. News of Lin Youchuan's rebellion soon spread far and wide. Upon hearing that her father had rebelled, Consort Li also learned of the emperor's supposed death. She shook her head in disbelief. How could that be? I clearly sent a message to cousin. Considering her aunt must be devastated by her father's rebellion, Consort Li didn't waste time in thought and dashed out, heading straight for the Shokong Palace. The Empress Dowager had also received news of her son's demise and sat there, dazed and heartbroken. Aunt, don't be sad. Cousin must still be alive. I did send him a message. The Empress Dowager lifted her gaze to look at her. The thought that her own elder brother had attempted to rebel and seize her son's throne filled her with both anger and sorrow. Seeing the unfamiliar look in the Empress Dowager's eyes, Consort Li knelt down. Aunt, please don't be angry with father. He must have been out of his mind to do such a thing. I'll talk to him. He loves me the most, he'll definitely listen to me. With that, Consort Li stumbled out in a hurry. By the time Empress returned with his men, Lin Yuquan had already seized control of Shangjing. With his troops, he broke through Lin Youquan's forces and secured the palace. Consort Li was about to venture out to reason with her father when she saw Empress return. Her eyes instantly reddened, and she rushed to embrace him. Sob, cousin, you're finally back. I knew you'd be all right. Aware that Consort Li was distressed over her father's rebellion, Empress patted her on the shoulder. There, I'm back now, aren't I? The soldiers' morale soared upon Empress's return, and they defeated Lin Yuquan within just one day. Lin Yuquan was furious, contemplating murder. If not for his elite soldiers from Province Su not being dismantled by Empress, he would never have lost. Murong had anticipated this outcome. The assassins he sent after Empress hadn't returned, indicating something had gone awry. Murong decided to pull Lin Yuquan back from his desperate, all-or-nothing stance. General, please refrain from haste. I have a strategy that ensures Empress will not be a match for you. Chapter 127 Oh Shame. Chapter 127 Oh Shame. Defeated, Lin Yuquan retreated with his rebel forces, his tail between his legs. Empress was prepared to pursue the victory, but Empress held him back. If Lin Yuquan decides to go down fighting, the people of Shangjing will suffer. Let's stabilize the situation first, and then think of a way to bring him back into the fold. Upon learning that Empress had survived, the Empress Dowager rushed over to see him, her emotions overflowing. She felt deeply indebted to this son. Seeing her rushing over, Empress approached her. Mother. The Empress Dowager looked at him with concern, her eyes reddening from excitement. It's good that you're safe, I can finally rest easy. The Empress Dowager studied him attentively for a while. Noticing Feng Xiao's absence by his side, she inquired with a tinge of puzzlement. Where is the Empress? Didn't she go out with you? At the mention of her, a sorrowful glint flickered in Empress's eyes. Empress helplessly curled the corners of his lips. Mother, imperial sister-in-law is behind, she will return in 2 days. Observing her eldest son's melancholic expression, the Empress Dowager sensed an unsettling premonition. Upon returning to the mansion, Empress spotted Zhang Luo awaiting him at the entrance. Gazing at her increasingly prominent belly, he approached her with concern. Luo, there's no need for you to wait for me outside like this, worrying about your pregnancy. Zhang Luo playfully rolled her eyes. You're making a fuss. The imperial physician said everything is fine. I just missed you. The affection and care she had received these days had gradually nurtured a more spoiled side in Zhang Luo, reminiscent of her former mischievous and willful nature. Observing the plumpness on her face, rounded and lustrous, Empress couldn't resist leaning in to give her a tender peck on the cheek. I've missed Luo too, and our little one in your belly. Zhang Luo was bashful. Being kissed so openly by Empress in front of so many people flushed her delicate cheeks crimson. Well then, do you miss me more or our little one in your womb? Amused, Empress scooped her up playfully. Come, let's talk about it in our room. Seeing the mischievous glint in his eyes, Zhang Luo pounded him lightly in protest. Shameless. Back in their chamber, Empress gently placed her on the bed, gazing at her with earnestness. Zhang Luo cupped his face and gave him a gentle kiss on the lips. Why are you looking at me like that all of a sudden? The sight of her reminded Empress of his imperial brother and sister-in-law. If it were him and Luo, he would have been driven mad with longing. He sat down and recounted the events in Province Su, including the news of Feng Xiao's passing. How can that be? It's impossible. Zhang Luo found it hard to accept that such a vibrant and kind person could suddenly be gone. Fearing that her pregnancy might be affected, Empress embraced her. But Brother Emperor always said that sister-in-law was fine, and I believed him too. Zhang Luo frowned. Why? Because there were no signs of decay on sister-in-law's body. According to Brother Emperor, the wound on her chest is even healing gradually. Inside the carriage heading back to Shangjing, Qin Feng took meticulous care of Feng Xiyao, stuffing cotton throughout the carriage to prevent any jolts from hurting her. Observing her peaceful slumber, her cheeks flushed and her temperature normal, Qin Feng gradually began to believe the emperor's claim. She was not dead. When the emperor initially instructed him to bring the empress back and insisted she was alive, Qin Feng had thought the ruler had lost his mind. Now it seemed the emperor was indeed correct. As the carriage rolled into the woods, nearing Shangjing with each passing moment, Qin Feng glanced back at the woman in the carriage, a subtle smile tugging at his lips. Suddenly a group of armed men wielding clubs emerged from the forest, blocking their path. Qin Feng promptly pulled on the reins, lifting his gaze to regard them with a cold stare. One road, one tree, by me they stand. Want to pass? Pay the toll. A familiar script, a familiar ploy. Not wanting to waste time, Qin Feng spat out fiercely. Scram! A bald, burly man stepped forward, sizing Qin Feng up with disdain. Upon seeing his handsome and clean-cut appearance, he burst into laughter. Right up my alley. Observing the crowd surging around him, Qin Feng didn't spare them a second thought, for they were mere hillside bandits. However, there was someone important in the carriage, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The burly man who had spoken noticed Qin Feng's glance at the carriage and assumed there must be some treasure inside. Brothers, this kid must have gold and silver in his carriage. Let's all attack together. Upon the man's words, the crowd swarmed forward like a hive of bees. But just as they neared the carriage, Qin Feng leaped down and kicked one of the attackers away with a swift kick, then turned to deliver a punch that sent another reeling and vomiting blood. Those who were about to charge forward were immediately deterred by the sight of their comrade being killed with a single blow. They trembled as they looked back at the ringleader. Boss, this kid knows martial arts. The man sneered. Just a brat who knows some basic moves. Charge together, and whoever takes him down will get half of what's in the carriage. Under such a tempting reward, there would surely be fearless fighters. Upon hearing the man's words, the previously hesitant group charged fearlessly forward. Qin Feng didn't hold back either, taking down one attacker after another as they approached. Noticing Qin Feng's martial prowess, the man drew out his chained hammer and threw it at him. Qin Feng deftly sidestepped, allowing the others to seize their chance and encircle him with their chains. They then coordinated their efforts, binding his hands together. Ha ha ha, boss, we've got him. The man laughed heartily. Boy, you're still too inexperienced. Qin Feng glared at him coldly. You there. Go check the carriage and see what treasures it holds. At this, Qin Feng strained with all his might, nearly breaking free from the grasp of the dozen men holding him. The man sneered at Qin Feng before approaching the carriage to lift its curtain. However, upon seeing who was inside, he let out a startled cry. Boss, no treasure here, but there's a fairy. With that, he lifted the carriage curtains for all to see. The exquisite and delicate face of the woman inside the carriage captivated everyone, causing a momentary silence in the air. The woman's face was flushed and exquisite, as if she were sleeping peacefully. The man frowned. Go check what's going on. A surge of intense killing intent flickered in Qin Feng's eyes as he struggled fiercely. Get lost, don't touch her. The man sneered mockingly, then provocatively reached out to touch Feng Xiao's face. In the next instant, he was startled and tumbled down from the carriage in a panicked rush. Boss, it's a corpse. The woman inside is dead. How is that possible? Her complexion looks normal. With all his might, Qin Feng broke free from the shackles binding him, picked up the sword on the ground, and struck down at the person nearest to him. Rumble. At that moment, a deafening thunderclap echoed through the sky, followed by a sudden burst of lightning. The flickering lightning illuminated Qin Feng's face, casting eerie shadows that intensified the murderous intent in his eyes. Qin Feng. Just as Qin Feng was about to eliminate everyone, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. The bright and sweet voice sent shivers down his spine. Everyone present heard the voice too, freezing in their tracks. Chapter 128. Why are you staring at me like that? Chapter 128. Why are you staring at me like that? Feng Xiyao stepped out of the carriage. After lying down for days, she stretched her aching limbs. The man's eyes widened in fear. Didn't you say she was dead? The one who had lifted the carriage curtain rolled out and scrambled away on his hands and knees, his voice trembling. She is truly dead. I just checked and she wasn't breathing. She wasn't breathing at all. Seeing their pale faces, Feng Xiyao looked at the body on the ground and realized that they had been robbed. Oh! Qin Feng stared at her, his eyes filled with delight. The man, evidently a seasoned veteran, quickly regained his composure. Boys, regardless if she's human or a ghost, such a beautiful woman must be brought back to me as my lady of the mountain. Upon seeing Feng Xiao's striking beauty, the onlookers' initial fear dissipated, and they promptly rushed forward once more. Qin Feng pierced one of the attackers with his sword, then turned to shield Feng Xiao. Your Highness, please go in first. Leave this to me. With that, he swung his sword, felling several more assailants. Feng Xiao leaned against the carriage door, watching the advancing crowd warily. Noticing Qin Feng's prowess, a man wielding a large iron hammer stepped forward. Youngster, I'll take you on. Seeing that the man was no ordinary opponent, Qin Feng tightened his grip on his sword. The man swung his hammer fiercely at Qin Feng, who deftly sidestepped the blow and crushed the hammer beneath his foot. Struggling to retrieve his weapon, the man saw that Qin Feng held it firmly in place. Forced to abandon his hammer, he raised his hands to engage Qin Feng in close combat. Qin Feng raised the sword in his hand and slashed it across the man's throat the instant he charged forward. Blood spurted out, and the man staggered before collapsing to the ground. Upon seeing their leader fall, the rest of the group dropped their weapons in fear and scattered in all directions. Recalling the disrespectful man towards Feng Xiyao earlier, Qin Feng threw his sword at the fleeing figure, piercing through his chest and sending him crashing to the ground. Noticing his intention to pursue, Feng Xiyao promptly called out to stop him. Qin Feng, don't chase after them. Qin Feng halted in his tracks, turning back to look at her. Seeing her standing unharmed before him, he felt as if he was in a dream. With the others gone, Feng Xiyao met Qin Feng's dazed expression, furrowing her brow. Why are you looking at me like that? Watching her lively presence engaging in conversation, Qin Feng came back to his senses and hastily cast his gaze down, concealing the emotions surging within him. Noble consort, you've finally awakened. The emperor will be thrilled to see you. Speaking of Empress, Feng Xiyao curiously surveyed her surroundings. Where is he? Why did he leave me here? Qin Feng replied. Lord Lin Yuquan has risen in rebellion. The emperor had to return to suppress it. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiao's furrowed brows relaxed. Recalling the events from her dream, she felt relieved that Empress was unharmed. That's good. We mustn't let Lin Yuquan succeed. She looked at Qin Feng, noticing blood on his face and an injury on his wrist. She stepped forward to attend to him. Extending a handkerchief to him, she said, Take this. Your hand is injured. You should quickly tend to it in the carriage. Qin Feng glanced at the handkerchief in her hand, concerned that his blood might stain her sight. He stepped back and knelt on the ground. Thank you, Empress. A gentle smile graced Feng Xiao's lips. There's no need for such formality with me. Qin Feng shook his head. This is the etiquette of a subject towards the ruler in Great Xia. Besides, I'm covered in dirt and blood, and I fear it may frighten you, Your Majesty. Feng Xiyao chuckled softly. Then use this to wipe off first. Don't walk around looking like a bandit, or others might mistake us for one. Qin Feng raised his head and gingerly took the handkerchief from her. Clean yourself up and bandage your hand quickly. We must hurry back. That dream had left her with an uneasy feeling. Now, all she wanted was to return to Shangjing as soon as possible and see Empress closely. Qin Feng clenched the handkerchief in his hand. Yes, Empress. Empress had been busy lately, uprooting Lin Youquan's faction within the court and apprehending anyone connected to the Lin family. Lin Ling and Lin Yuquan had fled, leaving the Lin residence deserted. With Lin Youquan's fall from grace, those opportunistic officials clamored for the Empress to cast Consort Li into the cold palace. Back then, Lin Youquan's arrogance had provoked many, and now that he was gone, they vented their anger on Consort Li. Surveying the pile of memorials requesting the demotion of Consort Li, Empress felt a headache coming on. The next day in court, when the ministers didn't hear any news of the Empress's decision, they grew restless and pressed on. Your Majesty, Lin Yuquan deserves death 1,000 times over. His kin too have benefited. This subject humbly requests that Your Majesty exile Consort Li to the cold palace. Your Majesty, this subject concurs. This subject also concurs. Several individuals stepped forward to speak. Empress gazed coldly at those below, not uttering a word. At that moment Feng Li stepped forth. Your Majesty, this subject believes that since Consort Li has already married into the royal family, she is no longer a member of the Lin family and should not be held accountable. Upon hearing Feng Li's plea, the minister who had initially proposed the punishment was displeased and promptly countered. Prime Minister Feng, Consort Li has enjoyed the accolades brought about by Lin Yuquan. If so, she must equally bear the consequences of the mistake. Feng Li lifted his gaze to look at the speaker, who was the father of Shanguren. It was well known that Consort Li had once made life difficult for Shanguren. It seemed he had come to seek retribution. Minister Zhang, as a father yourself, you need not be so relentless. Zhang Heng. Your Majesty, you must not be too lenient with the Lin family. Enough. Cutting him off mid-sentence, Empress spoke with a chilly tone. Zhang Heng, by your logic, the Empress Dowager is also of the Lin family. Are you suggesting that she should suffer as well? Zhang Heng was startled and promptly knelt down. Your Majesty, I did not mean that. Empress snorted coldly. That's exactly what I think. Consort Li has done nothing to betray me or Great Xia. She should not be implicated in this matter. If anyone dares to bring it up again, I will not spare them. In the embroidered spring palace, upon hearing the emperor defending her in the court, Consort Li blushed and gently pressed her lips together. I knew that cousin likes me. Inger nodded. Yes, His Majesty protected Empress despite the objections of the court officials. It seems that Empress holds a more significant position in his heart than that lady in Fengchun Palace. Consort Li lifted her chin proudly. Of course. Cousin and I have been childhood sweethearts, growing up together. After her moment of pride, Consort Li suddenly remembered that she hadn't seen Feng Xiyao for a long time. Her curiosity couldn't be contained. Where's the Empress? Why didn't she come back with cousin? Inger shook her head. This servant doesn't know either. Having finished his affairs in the court, Empress thoughts were solely on Feng Xiyao. Anxious, he waited for Qin Feng to bring her back, But the awaited day came and went without any sign of them. Your Majesty, the governor of Province Zhang reports that many people have died on the road to Province Shu. He requests that Your Majesty send someone to investigate. Upon hearing that it was on the way to Province Shu, Empress expression shifted. Chapter 129 Let's have a child right away. Chapter 129 Let's have a child right away. Unsettled, Empress left the palace without hesitation. Unexpectedly, as he reached the palace gates, his eyes met with the person he had been yearning for day and night. Having not seen each other for a long time, Feng Xiyao missed Empress dearly and rushed towards him. She flew into his arms like a butterfly in the rain, holding onto him tightly with both hands. After a long moment of stunned silence, Empress wrapped his arms around her in return, fearing that she might vanish in the next second, thinking it was all just a dream. Feeling suffocated by his embrace, Feng Xiyao playfully patted his back in displeasure. Are you trying to strangle me, Your Majesty? Only upon hearing her voice did Empress reluctantly release her, his gaze hastily yet earnestly scanning her from head to toe. You're finally awake. Recalling her sudden revival, Feng Xiyao broke free from his embrace, fearing he might ask questions she couldn't answer. I wasn't meant to die just yet. How could I so easily depart this world? Please don't ask how I suddenly came back to life. I'm still making up an explanation. Aware of the many secrets shrouding her, Empress chose not to probe further, as long as she was alive and well. Your Majesty. Qin Feng waited for them to release each other before approaching. Well done on safely bringing the Empress back to the capital. Your efforts were invaluable. Looking at the smiling Empress, Qin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. I merely fulfilled the mission Your Majesty assigned to me. It's hardly a great achievement, and besides. Recalling the events on their journey, Qin Feng felt deeply remorseful towards Feng Xiyao. If not for his incompetence, she would not have come so close to being harmed. Alright, let's discuss this inside the palace. Standing at the gate like this isn't proper at all. Empress could barely bear to part from her, so he took her hand and led her into the royal palace. Upon entering, Qin Feng recounted the incident they encountered on the road, expressing his self-blame. Empress nodded, realizing that it was Qin Feng who had taken care of the matter in Province Zhang as reported. After hearing the full story, Empress waved his hand dismissively. Well done. You've worked hard. Go rest now. Yes, Your Majesty. Qin Feng bowed respectfully towards the couple. His gaze gently fell upon Feng Xiyao before he turned and left. Feng Xiyao also offered him a smile, watching as he left. Seeing her eyes follow Qin Feng, Empress felt a pang of jealousy and reached out to turn her face back to him. What are you looking at? Is he more pleasing to the eye than I am? With her gaze forcibly redirected, Feng Xiyao pulled away his hand. He went through so much trouble to bring me back safely, and even risked himself to protect me from the bandits. Can't I even spare a thoughtful glance for him? Empress turned around and sat on the dragon throne. That's his duty, you don't have to dwell on it. Feng Xiyao knew she couldn't reason with this possessive man and nodded reluctantly. Yes, everything the emperor says is right. Hearing her perfunctory tone, Empress chuckled and reached out to her. Come here. Feng Xiyao pressed her lips together and walked over. As soon as their hands touched, Empress exerted force, pulling Feng Xiyao into his embrace. He held her on his lap, lowering his chin onto the top of her head, and picked up an envelope from the table. Take a look. This is the report I had sent to track Lin Youquan's whereabouts. He's heading south. South. Feng Xiyao frowned, carefully recalling the events she had seen in her dream. Kong Shuer has already made contact with the original male lead. Now that he has pledged allegiance to Lin Youquan, after the failed rebellion, it's likely that the original male lead plans to take Lin Youquan to find that person. With this thought, Feng Xiyao felt a foreboding premonition. The book mentioned that the original male lead once saved the emperor of country Zhao, who promised him one wish in return. In the previous life, the original male lead was able to resist the tyrant due to the troops given to him by the emperor of country Zhao. However, the emperor of country Zhao hadn't anticipated that after the original male lead destroyed Great Xia, his ambitions would only grow, leading him to turn against country Zhao itself. Now with Lin Youquan by his side, they've headed south. Who knows if it's for the purpose of borrowing troops? If so, Feng Xiyao couldn't bear to contemplate the possibility. Is there any way for the emperor to stop them? Lin Youquan has already left the borders of Great Xia. It'll be difficult to apprehend him now. Initially, he had intended to reassure the people of Great Xia, and with Lin Youquan's army surrendering to the imperial court, he chose not to pursue them. Little did he know that he was letting a tiger loose from its cage. But Empress believed that with Great Xia's strength, there was no need to fear country Zhao. Should they invade, he was confident in their ability to withstand the attack. He recalled Feng Xiyao mentioning how the original female lead's presence had caused him to let his guard down. coupled with the theft of military authority by Lin Ling, which led to the tragedy. Now, without those factors, Great Xiao would surely not succumb. Feng Xiyao was at a loss for words, but she was immensely relieved that the events of her dream hadn't come to pass. The thought of Mo Lingyun and Zhang Luoi, that ill-fated couple, stirred a pang of distress within her. How is the Princess of Nan'an doing? Is she well now? Mo Songyan held her tightly, his voice reverberating from the nape of her neck. The Princess of Nan'an is Mo Lingyun's cherished one. He spoils her rotten. How could anything happen to her? At the mention of cherished one, Feng Xiyao couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, very cherished. There's even a more precious little one growing in her belly. Speaking of this, Mo Songyan turned her around, seating her on his lap facing him. So what do you think, Empress? The ministers have been pestering me with concerns about an heir, causing quite a headache. Now that you're back, let's quickly conceive a child. The man's straightforward words flushed Feng Xiao's face, and she glanced at him bashfully with a hint of coyness. I'm not a god, of course, he replied, but I understand one principle. Feng Xiao stared at him with her lovely eyes. What is it? The more you sow, the more you shall reap. Upon hearing that Feng Xiyao had come back to life, Mo Lingyun was mostly relieved and joyful, for his imperial brother would no longer grieve. You said the Empress. Zhang Loi started, puzzled. How could someone who had passed away suddenly return to life? Mo Lingyun shook his head. Empress is already extraordinary, so there's nothing strange about this. Oh, I see. Zhang Loi nodded, half believing and half doubting. Gazing at his wife's obedient and lovely appearance, Mo Lingyun leaned down to give her a passionate kiss on the lips. After releasing her, his voice turned husky, and he cast a reproachful glance at her belly. This little one has kept me pent up for so long. If it's a boy, I'll have to teach him a lesson when he comes out. Zhang Luoi blushed at his deep, hoarse tone, chiding him. What if it's a girl? Mo Lingyun raised an eyebrow and smiled. I couldn't bear to discipline a girl. I'd feel terrible if I hurt her. Humph, you're so smooth-tongued. Looking at her charming, smiling face, the man playfully picked up a sour fruit leather and offered it to her mouth. Upon seeing her consume it, he spoke. Lu or the imperial physician said we can share a bed again in 3 months. Zhang Luoi, upon hearing this, immediately wanted to spit out what was in her mouth. Mo Lingyun promptly leaned down and kissed her, mumbling, eating it means you've agreed. Chapter 130. Kong Shui's departure. Chapter 130. Kong Shui's departure. Lin Yuquan had fled, but he would return sooner or later. With the original male lead by his side, Feng Xiyao was at a loss on how to handle the situation. Her mind blank, she sat on the swing lost in thought. Suddenly, a person came to her mind. Kong Shu had been in contact with the original male lead all along and had betrayed them this time. If she wasn't eliminated, trouble would surely ensue later on. Killing her might solve the problem, but Feng Xiyao didn't want her to die so easily. Recalling that Consort Li hated Kong Shu the most, Feng Xiyao promptly made her way to the embroidered spring palace. Consort Li was tending to her flowers when Feng Xiyao suddenly appeared, causing her to clutch her chest in fright. Are you trying to scare me to death, so you can have my cousin all to yourself, Empress? Though Consort Li lacked intelligence, she genuinely loved Mo Songyan. If she were to learn that her beloved cousin had almost fallen victim to Kong Shui's schemes, she would undoubtedly wish to tear Kong Shui's skin off. Consort Li is still in the mood to jest with this palace? Didn't you know that your cousin almost lost his life in Province Su? The mention of Mo Songyan immediately sobered Consort Li's demeanor. What do you mean? Didn't I send word to you all? Feng Xiyao took a bite of the delicacy on her table. Yes, we're fortunate you did. But, do you know who informed your father that the emperor was not in the palace? It dawned on Consort Li at this moment. How could father have known such crucial information about her cousin's absence from the palace when even she was unaware? Seeing her confusion and consternation, Feng Xiyao sipped her tea before speaking deliberately. After returning to the palace, I made a point to investigate. Kong Shu had made a fuss and sought out the emperor at that time. And then, Lin Yuquan found out that the emperor was not in the palace. With that, the message was clear even to the least perceptive. She stood up in anger, realizing now that it didn't make sense for father to have such timely knowledge about her cousin's situation without a valid source. If not for Kong Shui's betrayal, why would father have been provoked into rebellion? It was all because of her. With this thought, she stormed off to confront Kong Shu. Wait, there's one more thing I need to tell you. What else? Consort Li was now seething with fury, seeing everyone in a negative light. Feng Xiyao touched her nose. Back when I fell into the water, it was also Kong Shu who pushed me. You were just a scapegoat. What? Consort Li's eyes widened. Feng Xiyao looked at her pitifully and nodded. The drowning incident had led to her confinement. The false accusation against the Empress that she had left the palace without permission, causing her loss of authority to assist in managing the 6 palaces. Then came the fake poisoning plot that made her cousin depose her. Now, there was the added offense of endangering her cousin, which Consort Li could by no means tolerate. She stormed off, her anger fueling her steps as she took all the palace maids and eunuchs with her. Seeing her leave in a rage to confront Kong Shuer, Feng Xiyao curved her lips into a smile and followed suit. Chaoyang Palace. Upon learning that the emperor was unharmed, Kong Shuer's relief was short-lived as Consort Li arrived at Chaoyang Palace, accompanied by her entourage. What do you want? The connection between her cousin's mishap and herself inflamed Consort Li's fury, prompting her to order her servants to wreak havoc in Kong Shuer's quarters. Due to Kong Shuer's recent loss of favor, the fickle palace maids and eunuchs, who were known for their discriminatory treatment, had ceased their respectful demeanor towards her. They frequently used Consort Li's name as an excuse to ransack her palace. Valuable items had already been seized, leaving her quarters devoid of anything of worth. Witnessing the destruction of her last belongings, Kong Shuer's face turned ashen with fury. Lin Baoning, you the daughter of a convicted traitor, what right do you have to treat me this way? I'll go and tell. Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, Consort Li struck her across the face with vehemence. You go ahead. Let's see if you have the fate to step out of the Chaoyang Palace alive. Seeing the fury in Consort Li's eyes, as if she were ready to devour her, Kong Shuer grew terrified. It was you, wasn't it? You secretly spread the news of the emperor's absence from the palace, which led to all these mishaps. Covering her face, Kong Shuer was bewildered. How could Consort Li know? She had been so cautious, not even her closest maid was aware. Observing her fearful demeanor, Consort Li became even more convinced of her suspicion. Come here, both of you. Obey my command and beat this woman to death. As her words faded, the palace maids and eunuchs promptly swarmed around Kong Shuer, delivering kicks and punches. Ah, help. You dogs, I am the emperor's woman. How dare you hit me? Help. Feng Xiyao stood by the entrance, watching the scene with an amused expression, her arms crossed. Silence. After a long while, as Kong Shuer's cries grew weaker, Feng Xiyao finally stepped in to intervene. Beaten to the brink of unconsciousness, Kong Shuer saw Feng Xiyao as her savior, stretching out her hand in desperate appeal. Empress, save me. Please save me. Feng Xiyao instructed Consort Li to lead the others out first. She had something crucial to discuss with Kong Shuer. Consort Li glared fiercely at the person on the ground. I'll deal with you later. After everyone left, Feng Xiyao looked at the woman on the ground, beaten and disheveled. In her dream, she had witnessed a conversation between Kong Shuer and the original male lead, revealing that she had always believed he was some sort of divine being. Do you know that by running to Chongqing Palace to inform that person about the emperor's whereabouts, you nearly caused the emperor's death? Kong Shuer was taken aback, then shook her head. That can't be true. He was the previous emperor. How could he harm the current one? Who told you he was the former emperor? That person merely knows a bit of illusion magic. You truly believed he was a deity, didn't you? Kong Shuer refused to accept it. He even helped me become the emperor's woman. Feng Xiyao coldly revealed the truth to her. That was just the emperor's way of flattering and destroying both you and your father, manipulating your father to compete against Lin Yuquan. Upon hearing this, Kong Shuer stood frozen, recalling her foolishness in exposing her father to the emperor. Seeing the despair on her face, Feng Xiyao finally felt a sense of satisfaction. She was someone who never forgave and forgot. Kong Shuer had once pushed her into an icy lake, nearly taking her life. Feng Xiyao had never forgotten that grudge. Tears streamed down Kong Shuer's face as she screamed at Feng Xiyao. You're lying. The emperor took me to the Lantern Festival, asked me to grind ink for him every day. He couldn't have just been using me. Believe it or not, you're going to die anyway. I'm the emperor's woman. You can't do this. Feng Xiyao ignored her and walked out, leaving the room. Then Consort Li entered with her entourage, and soon cries of agony could be heard coming from inside. Kong Shuer's brief period of favor in the harem was soon forgotten when she fell out of grace. Few remembered her afterwards. With concerns that Kong Shuer might cause more trouble in the afterlife, Feng Xiyao instructed her subordinates to dispose of Kong Shuer's body in the abandoned palace. It was a place where no one frequented throughout the year. Even if it were discovered, no one would spare a thought for a woman fallen from grace. Chapter 131. Emotsungen, return my treasure. Chapter 131. Emotsungen, return my treasure. Upon hearing the news of Kong Shuer's demise, Emotsongen's face remained expressionless. He had long intended to punish that woman, and Consort Li had unintentionally relieved him of a major headache. Now with Lin Yuquan having fled south, if what Feng Xiyao said was true and he had gained the military support of country Zhao, an attack on Great Xiao would be imminent. Emotsongen needed to prepare accordingly. In the Shokong Palace, the Empress Dowager, upon seeing Feng Xiyao again, immediately took her hand to examine her from head to toe. Noticing that her once plump cheeks had slimmed down, and her chin had become sharper, She pulled her to sit down, filled with concern. Your Majesty has lost weight. Feng Xiyao touched her cheek. Yes, I have lost a bit, but in a couple of days I'll regain it, so there's no need for mother to worry. The Empress Dowager was aware of the events in Province Su and knew that Feng Xiyao had taken an arrow for her son, nearly losing her life in the process. A wave of guilt washed over her. She instructed the nanny nearby. Fetch me my Pearl of the Night and the rainbow headdress, as well as the Empress's phoenix seal. At the mention of the Pearl of the Night, Feng Xiao's eyes instantly lit up. Wow, a Pearl of the Night. Seeing her sparkling eyes, the Empress knew that she liked it and smiled gently. The nanny quickly brought the items and placed them one by one in front of Feng Xiyao. The Pearl of the Night lay quietly in its box. Although it didn't emit light during the day, its flawless translucent beauty captivated Feng Xiao's gaze. Next to it was an extravagantly adorned phoenix headdress, studded with various gems, and dazzlingly brilliant. Beside it was a phoenix seal carved from Hetian jade. Each item was enough to guarantee a lifetime of leisure and joy, making Feng Xiao's eyes shine with desire. Observing her obvious delight, the Empress covered her mouth and chuckled softly. I'll gift the Pearl of the Night and the phoenix headdress to the Empress. Feng Xiao seemed overwhelmed by the generosity. All for me. The Empress Dowager nodded with a gentle smile. Does the Empress not like them? I do. I've always loved anything that sparkles since I was little. The Empress Dowager teased her. I was worried that the Empress might not fancy them. Feng Xiao responded earnestly. How could that be? Whatever mother gives, I will cherish it. The joy of having a mother-in-law who doesn't meddle and occasionally showers one with treasures. Who wouldn't love that? Seeing her happiness, the Empress Dowager took out the phoenix seal and placed it in her hands. This phoenix seal should have been given to the Empress from the start. There was a misunderstanding, but now I'll personally hand it over. Holding the substantial piece of Hetian jade in her hand, Feng Xiao's heart was surprisingly tranquil. Accepting this token meant she would truly begin managing the harem. Feng Xiao felt that she might not be up to the task. As someone who typically approached tasks with a casual demeanor, she believed that what was assigned to her usually wasn't of great significance. However, it was evident that this matter was far from ordinary. Noticing her reluctance, the Empress Dowager's brow furrowed slightly. What's the matter with the Empress? Do you have any concerns? Feng Xiao pressed her lips together, taking a moment before speaking slowly. Imperial mothers entrusting of such significant authority to your subject is a sign of trust. Your subject is determined to manage the 6 palaces diligently, but I genuinely fear that I lack the capability. Assuming she was worried about subduing the concubines in the harem, the Empress Dowager soothingly patted her hand. I'm entrusting this to you now because I know the Empress can handle it well. If you're concerned about any disobedient concubine, just discipline them accordingly. No one will dare interfere. Hearing the Empress Dowager's heartfelt words, Feng Xiao found herself without an excuse to decline and could only nod in agreement. Forgive me, Your Majesty. I shall manage the 6 palaces with utmost dedication. Satisfied, the Empress Dowager nodded. The more she saw this obedient and sensible daughter-in-law, the more the Empress Dowager adored her. It was truly her son's good fortune to have married such a woman. She couldn't help but sigh, reflecting that the late emperor, that old brute, had at least done one right thing by arranging this well-behaved daughter-in-law for his son. After finishing his official duties, Empress came to Fengchun Palace to find Feng Xiao. He saw her sitting there, holding the phoenix seal in a daze, her mind seemingly elsewhere. Approaching her, he took the seal from her arms and weighed it in his hand. Feeling the emptiness in her embrace, Feng Xiao snapped back to reality and immediately rushed to reclaim it. What does the emperor want with my belongings? Give them back. Empress held the item high above her reach, a playful glint in his narrow phoenix eyes. What do you mean your things? Everything within the palace, including you, belongs to your majesty. As he spoke, he leaned down and gave her a forceful peck on the cheek. Feng Xiao was not in the mood for his antics and snatched back the phoenix seal, placing it carefully back into its box. This is a gift from my mother. Don't damage it. Hearing the hint of frustration in her voice, Empress approached her. Does the Empress not wish to have the authority to govern the 6 palaces? Feng Xiao shot him a glance, choosing not to share her thoughts with him. Empress recalled what Empress had told him when he came to pour out his sorrows. Empress said that he had presented Zhang Luo with countless treasures, but she didn't even spare them a glance. She wasn't interested in his wealth or power. She simply didn't like him as a person. At this thought, Empress grew anxious. If Feng Xiao didn't want the phoenix seal now, didn't that mean she didn't wish to be his empress? No, he wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. With this in mind, Empress embraced Feng Xiao from behind. In truth, there's nothing much to it. As empress, you just need to receive their daily greetings and reprimand those who displease you. It doesn't entail any heavy responsibilities. Feng Xiao frowned. This isn't how it is on TV. Hearing her mention TV again, Empress promptly cut her off. In Great Xia, being an empress is like that. You can do as you please. Feng Xiyao was delighted upon hearing this. Does that include leaving the palace freely? That's not possible. Feng Xiyao freed herself from his grasp. Then why did you say I could do anything I wanted? Empress replied. If the empress wishes to leave the palace, just inform me, and I'll accompany you. Feng Xiyao took a deep breath. Alright, your words make it sound so effortless. I'm curious now and want to give it a try. Seeing her finally nod in agreement, Empress lips curled into a pleased smile. Feng Xiyao retrieved the luminous pearl once again, carefully holding it in the palm of her hand for inspection. As it was already evening, the candles in the room provided only dim light. Nevertheless, the night pearl emitted a gentle glow. Mother Empress actually gave such a precious item to you. This pearl is the peace offering from country Zheng, when they sought reconciliation with Great Xia. There's none other like it in the world. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiyao cherished it even more. How invaluable. I must keep it well then. Saying that, she gently placed it back into the box. Look, this phoenix headdress is also from Mother Empress. Isn't it lovely? Feng Xiyao picked up the headdress and delicately played with the precious jewels on it. Empress nodded, turned around and sat down. He picked up the tea on the table and sipped it lightly. Yes, the treasures Mother Empress gave you are incredibly precious. More so than her care for her own son. When speaking of the gifts bestowed upon her by the Empress Dowager, Feng Xiyao recalled the dream where she saw the tyrant digging up all her treasures, which infuriated her so much that she put the items down and glared angrily at the man who was leisurely sipping his tea. Empress, you've taken away my treasures. Now return them to me at once. Chapter 132. I don't want it tonight. Chapter 132. I don't want it tonight. Empress was surprised that she knew about it. He spat out the tea in his mouth. He wanted to ask how she found out, but realized that doing so would only incriminate himself. He wiped the guilt off his face and looked at her innocently. Empress, do you have any proof that I took it? Without proof, your words are slander. Feng Xiyao was displeased by his audacity. She tugged on his clothes. I saw it with my own eyes. Return it to me now. You even had the nerve to take something that Mother Empress gave me. How shameless. Empress found the situation amusing. He stood up and stared at her intently with his phoenix eyes. How dare you say that I'm shameless? Don't accuse me wrongly. Feng Xiao's face flushed red from anger. In those few days, you were the only one who visited Fengchun Palace every day. No one else dared to do such a thing. Empress was confident that she had slept soundly that night, and no one had seen him take anything. He spoke with audacity. I have more treasures than you could ever imagine. How could I, a king, stoop so low as to steal from someone else? Feng Xiao looked at his stubbornness and released her grip on him, angrily walking away to sit in a huff at a distance. You shameless tyrant. You stole my treasure and still deny it. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, eventually turning her gaze away from him. Just as the two of them were in silence, an elderly maid entered and bowed before them. Your Majesty, Her Majesty the Empress, the weather has turned cooler lately. The Empress Dowager has instructed this servant to bring you both some porridge to warm your bodies. With those words, she placed the porridge on the table. The aroma wafted, causing Feng Xiao's mouth to water. She glanced softly at the steaming congee. Noticing the tyrant smiling at her, she huffed and averted her gaze. Feeling that the atmosphere was off, the nanny cautiously spoke up. The Empress Dowager worries that you two might not enjoy it, but her concern is for your health. She even instructed this servant to ensure you both finish it. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiyao felt a secret delight. She deliberately put on a stern face. Since Mother has said so, I cannot disappoint her kindness. With that, she picked up the congee and drank it heartily, not wanting to leave any for the tyrant. Empress. Alright, we'll drink it. You may leave now. Yes. The nanny, seeing the Empress finish her drink, smiled softly and retreated with pursed lips. After everyone had left, Empress approached and took the bowl from her hands. There was barely any liquid left. Was it tasty? Feng Xiyao licked her lips and shot him a glance. Why don't you try it yourself and find out? Upon witnessing her delicate tongue dart out, Empress' gaze darkened as he set the bowl down. Aren't you going to drink it? The man remained silent, his gaze burning with intensity as he looked at her. If you're not going to drink it, then I will. Feng Xiyao picked up the bowl again and continued to drink with gusto. How delicious. Tyrant, you don't want any of this. Empress was about to stop her, but seeing how much she enjoyed it, he retracted his hand. He had already tried to intervene. Any consequences that followed could not be blamed on him. The Empress Dowager's face crinkled with laughter upon learning that they had both consumed the soup. Excellent. It seems that I won't have to wait much longer to hold my grandchild. She had specially requested the imperial physician for that porridge, ensuring that their evening would be filled with passion. Empress Dowager, your wisdom knows no bounds. The nursemaid chimed in with praise. Elsewhere, after the two went to bed, Feng Xiyao found herself inexplicably hot. She tugged at her collar. Despite wearing only a sheer nightgown and the air turning cooler, she was still burning up. Listening to the sounds of his restlessness, Empress lips curled into an wicked smile. He turned towards her, his thin lips barely grazing her face. With a low, seductive voice he asked, "Is the Empress having trouble sleeping?" The touch of his lips brought a momentary chill to her cheek, causing Feng Xiyao to involuntarily draw closer to him. "Doesn't the Emperor feel the heat as well?" "No." As he spoke, he gave her a gentle kiss on the lips. Feng Xiyao felt a coolness spread through her body, urging her to seek more solace in his embrace, longing to deepen the kiss. But Empress only gave her a fleeting kiss before releasing her. "It's late. Get some rest." With that, he rolled over to the other side of the bed. The warmth was gone, replaced only by the cold indifference of his back turned towards her. Feng Xiyao felt a surge of hurt. She wrapped her arms around him from behind, her fair hands gently exploring his body. Empress pulled her hand down and turned to face her. "If the Empress doesn't want a child, she shouldn't tease me." Feng Xiyao, acting on instinct to find comfort, hastily withdrew her hand upon hearing his words. "Humph, who wants to have a child with you?" Empress's face nearly twisted in anger. He wondered if the medicine was fake. This damn woman still dared to refuse him at such a crucial moment. Her body was scorching hot, and feeling the tyrant's displeased gaze upon her, Feng Xiyao no longer had the energy to think about anything else. She burrowed back into his embrace like a small fish. Now she understood the problem lay with the kanji. Clenching her teeth, she cursed the tyrant for watching her drink that entire bowl. But her most pressing concern now was to alleviate the heat in her body before she felt like she was burning alive. "Well, we've already slept together before, so what's one more time?" With that thought, she immediately kissed him. Empress's heart raced from her kiss, but remembering what she had just said, he pushed her away harshly. "What is the Empress doing?" Seeing him act this way again, Feng Xiyao gritted her teeth. "Isn't it obvious? I'm sleeping with you." "No, I don't want to tonight," he declared. Feng Xiyao straddled him. "Then how can you be in the mood?" Empress supported her waist, helping her settle comfortably, and curved the corners of his lips slightly. "Unless the Empress agrees to bear a child." Feng Xiyao nodded casually. Yes. We'll have children." Satisfied with her response, Empress flipped over, pinning her beneath him. His deep phoenix eyes shimmered with a triumphant smile. "In that case, let me take the lead." Without waiting for her consent, he initiated an irresistible kiss, their tongues intertwining passionately. Feng Xiyao pulled off his clothes, feeling a coolness on her palm as it touched his muscular chest, causing her to close her eyes in contentment. In no time, her clothes were removed, revealing her snowy white and tender skin to the air. They continued their activities until the wee hours of the morning when the sky began to brighten. Only then did the man cease his movements. Seeing her asleep with her eyes closed, he reached out to pinch her nose. "You can even fall asleep during this? Useless." The next morning, Feng Xiyao was awakened by Rui. "Empress, you must hurry up and get out of bed. The concubines are waiting in the main hall to pay their respects." After being tormented all night, Feng Xiyao felt utterly drained. She reluctantly got out of bed. "That tyrant is indeed like a dog, showing no concern for my well-being at all. It's as if he's the one who had to take the medicine." Chapter 133, Consortly, you're framing me. Chapter 133, Consortly, you're framing me. After everything was in order, Feng Xiyao brought Rui before the assembly. She took her seat on the high throne, scanning the concubines below with a lowered gaze. Having not managed the harem previously, she had never met Empress's women other than Consortly. Today marked the first encounter with the rest. Gazing at the array of beauties both plump and slender, she couldn't help but envy Empress's lifestyle, feeling a tinge of jealousy within her. "Salutations to Her Majesty the Empress." All the concubines bowed before Feng Xiyao. Seated upright, Feng Xiyao wore a dignified and graceful smile. "Rise." Only then did they stand up. Amidst the commotion, a delicate and attractive woman stumbled, then abruptly collapsed. "What's wrong with concubine Shan?" The people around hastily rushed to support her. Feng Xiyao cast a glance at Rui, who shook her head, equally clueless about why the woman had suddenly fainted. Once they helped the woman sit down on a chair, Feng Xiyao spoke softly. "Is something amiss with concubine Shan's health?" A palace maid from concubine Shan's entourage stepped forward. Replying, "Her Majesty the Empress, our lady has always been frail. She stood outside for quite some time, thus leading to this fainting spell." "Ah, it must be low blood sugar." Feng Xiyao scrutinized concubine Shan carefully. The woman's complexion appeared normal, without the slightest hint of paleness that was typical of someone with low blood sugar. Feng Xiyao herself had experienced low blood sugar before. During an 800-meter test, she had suffered an episode, turning her face shockingly pale. Fortunately, her physical education teacher noticed and bought several lollipops from the school convenience store for her. With this thought, she frowned and instructed Rui, "Go summon the imperial physician for a checkup." Upon hearing about the imperial physician, Shen Guren hurriedly raised her hand to stop her. "There's no need. This concubine is suffering from an old ailment. There's no need to call the imperial physician." Feng Xiyao called Rui back and focused her gaze on the maid. After observing her closely and noticing her relief when the imperial physician was dismissed, she reached a conclusion. Consort Li waved her handkerchief and glared at the palace maid who had spoken earlier. Shen Guren should discipline her maid well. What was the meaning behind those words? Are you implying that your mistress fell ill because of waiting too long for Her Majesty the Empress? The palace maid lowered her head. This servant didn't mean that. With a mocking tone, Consort Li mimicked the maid's soft voice. You didn't? But isn't that exactly what you were implying? Then she taunted Shen Guren. If your frail body can't manage, just inform the emperor that you won't be coming to pay respects. We wouldn't want you to infect us with any illnesses. Consort Li was well aware that it was her lady-in-waiting Shen's father who had persistently urged her cousin to dethrone and confine her to the cold palace last time. That grudge was still fresh in her mind. Feng Xiyao was impressed by Consort Li's quick thinking. She nodded in approval. Consort Li, you're slandering me. Feeling wronged, Shen concubine looked at Feng Xiyao with reddened eyes. Empress, this concubine didn't mean that. Feng Xiyao knew whether Shen concubine meant it or not. She waved her hand dismissively. You know it in your heart. No need to explain to this palace. With so many women around, it was like watching multiple dramas unfold simultaneously. For the rest of the time, Shen concubine suffered a one-sided defeat under Consort Li's barrage of remarks. No matter what Consort Li said, Shen concubine could only weep pitifully, offering no resistance. Eventually, Feng Xiyao, having had enough of the spectacle, dismissed everyone with boredom. Once they were gone, Rui finally spoke up. Your Highness, this servant believes Shen concubine meant exactly that. You have no idea how triumphant her father is in court now that Lin Yuquan is out of the picture. This concubine Shen Si relies on her father's modest contribution in the defeat of Lin Yuquan. Now, she actually dares to put on an act in front of your majesty. Perhaps tomorrow, the court will be abuzz with rumors of your majesty mistreating the imperial concubines, being wicked and jealous. Feng Xiyao sat leisurely, listening quietly to Rui's analysis. What Rui said made sense, but Feng Xiyao wasn't afraid. Let them talk. If such a rumor were to spread, she wouldn't mind owning it. Exiting Fengchun Palace, concubine Shen Si wiped away her meek expression and grabbed Consort Li, who was about to leave. Her eyes were fierce. Consort Li, you, the daughter of a convicted traitor, dare to give me trouble? Do you want to die? Consort Li had been able to behave arrogantly before because of her father, a general. But now that Lin Youchuan's rebellion had failed, who would still be afraid of her? Turning back, Consort Li replied, How have I given you trouble? I merely spoke the truth. Unlike certain individuals who are two-faced, doing disgusting things behind people's backs. Concubine Shen Si was not as gentle as she appeared. With some status and cruel tactics, those in the harem who were neither favored nor influential all submitted to her. Aside from the previous humiliation by Consort Li, concubine Shen had never experienced such public embarrassment before. Consort Li's thoughts had been preoccupied with her cousin, leaving no room to scold her. Concubine Shen had essentially sought out the abuse herself, and now held the blame against the other woman. Disinclined to further engage with this woman, Consort Li turned and left. With gritted teeth, concubine Shen watched her departure, noticing a nearby pond. She gestured to Imperial Noble Consort Lu beside her. Imperial Noble Consort Lu shook her head in fear, but, intimidated by concubine Shen's fierce gaze, she could only steel herself and charge towards Consort Li. A loud splash echoed as Consort Li was knocked into the pond. Help! I can't swim. Struggling fiercely, Consort Li was tossed about, swallowing water with each bob. Upon hearing of Consort Li's drowning incident, Feng Xiyao hurried to the embroidered spring palace. In the biting cold, Consort Li was shivering uncontrollably, her lips turning purple from the chill. Feng Xiyao frowned. What exactly happened here? Yuer burst into tears and knelt down. Empress, it was Imperial Noble Consort Lu. She pushed my lady into the pond. Imperial Noble Consort Lu hung her head as she knelt. Empress, I didn't do it on purpose. I merely accidentally brushed against Consort Li, and she fell in. Princess Shen Si's lips curled up in satisfaction. Yuer shook her head. Imperial Noble Consort Lu did it on purpose. This servant saw with her own eyes that she deliberately bumped into my lady. At that time, they were laughing at my lady by the bank, not allowing this servant to call for help. I beg Empress to avenge my lady. Imperial noble consort Lu glared at Yuer, her eyes filled with warning. You lowly dog of a servant, how dare you frame me? Have you no regard for your own life? Feng Xiyao spoke up, displeased. Imperial noble consort Lu, this empress is still here. When did it become your place to decide who lives or dies? Imperial noble consort Lu flinched at Feng Xiao's gaze and quickly lowered her head, pleading, Your Majesty, forgive this concubine. I was merely angered that this dog of a servant dared to frame me, nothing more. Feng Xiyao gazed at her coldly. We'll see about that. At that moment, Shanguren smiled gently and interjected. Empress, Imperial noble consort Lu is usually timid. She surely didn't mean any harm. Please don't be angry. Hearing Shanguren's protective tone, Feng Xiyao had a good idea of what was going on. It seemed that this Shanguren was the one pulling the strings. Otherwise, how could such a lowly imperial noble consort, with no conflict with consort Li, have any reason to push her down without cause? Chapter 134 Congratulations, Your Highness, it's a girl. Chapter 134 Congratulations, Your Highness, it's a girl. Slap. Feng Xiyao was one to act before speaking, and she fiercely slapped concubine Shenxi across the face. The impact left an immediate handprint on her cheek, causing her to sway slightly to the side. Concubine Shenxi touched her face in disbelief, her pretense of vulnerability forgotten. She lifted her eyes to glare fiercely at Feng Xiyao. This damned woman had dared to strike her. Why can't I hit you? Feng Xiao's gaze was icy cold. Concubine Shenxi swallowed her fury and replaced her expression with one of sorrow. Empress, why did you strike this concubine? What have I done wrong? Feng Xiyao gently pinched her chin, her tone icy cold. You, as the head of Chuxiu Palace, failed to discipline Imperial noble consort Lu, allowing her to push consort Li into the pond. Shouldn't you be punished for that? The cautious concubine Shun was intimidated by Feng Xiao's aloof expression and dared not speak. After a moment of silence, she reluctantly admitted. This concubine acknowledges her fault. Feng Xiao released her grip and turned away her gaze. The emperor arrives. A sharp and clear voice echoed through the air. Having heard about consort Li's mishap, Empress hurried over. What happened here? Feng Xiyao glanced at the kneeling figure. Consort Li was allegedly pushed into the pond by Imperial noble consort Lu due to an accident. It's been bitterly cold lately, and she hasn't regained consciousness yet. Empress furrowed his brows and stepped forward to examine the unconscious consort Li. This is an internal matter of the harem. The empress can decide on the punishment for the queen. Seizing the tyrant's cue, Feng Xiyao addressed the group. Considering Imperial noble consort Lu did not act out of malice, I shall sentence her to 2 months of confinement and a year's loss of salary. If anything were to happen to consort Li, your life would be the price to pay. With that, she turned to Shenxi noble concubine, who looked at Empress with a distressed expression. As for Shenxi noble concubine, for failing to manage the people in your own palace, you will be confined for a month. If there's a next time, I will not show leniency. Seeing that the emperor had not spared her a glance, Shenxi noble concubine lowered her head, aggrieved. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty the Empress, for your mercy. Very well, you may withdraw. Do not disturb consort Li's rest. All the women in the harem knew that the emperor was always busy, and they rarely saw him in a year. Now that they had just met him, Shenxi noble concubine reluctantly clenched the handkerchief in her grip as she turned to leave, casting a resentful glare at Feng Xiyao before doing so. Feeling her resentful gaze, Feng Xiyao found the situation rather amusing. Why are you glaring at me? It's his problem if Tyrant doesn't come to see you. I didn't stop him. Empress shot her a glance. If anyone was to blame for his distraction from other women, it was her. Take good care of consort Li. I'll come to see her again when she wakes up. After instructing Yuer, he took Feng Xiao's hand and led her out of the embroidered spring palace. As they strolled through the imperial garden, evening had already arrived, casting a golden glow upon them. A cool breeze blew, causing Feng Xiyao to shiver and draw her shoulders together. Empress removed his cloak, gently draping it over her before securing it tightly around her. If you knew it was cold, why didn't you wear a cloak before coming out? Feng Xiao's smile bloomed as she felt the warmth seeping into her body, enveloped by his familiar scent. Just as autumn began, how was I to know it would be this chilly today? Empress raised an eyebrow. Didn't you drink that porridge last night because you were cold? At the mention of this, Feng Xiyao recalled the embarrassing sensation from the previous night, her face flushing instantly as she shot him a glare. Immoral. With that, she stomped away in a huff. Empress chuckled and pulled her back, holding her tightly. Feng Xiyao glared at him unhappily. What are you doing? Empress bent down and scooped her up into his arms. It's still quite a distance to Fengchun Palace. Didn't you say you were too lazy to walk? Surprised that he remembered her words, Feng Xiyao hugged his neck with a grin. In that case, Your Majesty, thank you very much. Empress carried her along, saying, I expect compensation for this. Upon hearing his mischievous tone, Feng Xiao's ears couldn't help but flush red. Let me go. I don't want you to carry me anymore. Empress replied. If not me, who else would you want to be carried by? Feng Xiao. Anyway, not you. The next morning, as Rui had predicted, the palace was abuzz with rumors that Feng Xiao enjoyed tormenting the concubines and was overly jealous and arrogant. Feng Xiao generally tried to ignore rumors, but as they grew increasingly absurd, she knew it was time to take action. She identified the source of the gossip and discovered that they were from Shangairen's palace. Without hesitation, Feng Xiao ordered her people to severely punish these gossip mongers. Princess Chun was slapped several times and then placed under house arrest. With both physical punishment and loss of salary, the rumors were eventually quelled. Winter arrived in the blink of an eye. Wrapped up like a dumpling, Zhang Luoi's protruding belly made her waddle out of the room much like a penguin. Spotting the heavy snowfall outside, she stretched out her hand to catch the fluttering snowflakes, watching them slowly melt in her palm. Mo Lingyun, seeing this, approached her with a stern look, gently blowing warm air into her hand that he held. Luo, don't you know cold? You still dare to play with snow? Her hand enclosed in his large palm, Zhang Luoi's eyes curved into a smile, her sweetness almost overwhelming. I'm not hot? Look what you've done to me, wrapping me up so tightly. Mo Lingyun felt wronged. I was just worried you'd catch a chill. It's so cold out here. With that, he glanced at her protruding belly. Now the man was on the verge of spoiling Zhang Luoi to bits. He personally took care of everything for her, from meals to baths, as if he wanted to keep her in the palm of his hand every moment. Hearing the tone of his grievance, Zhang Luoi's heart softened. Okay. Lingyun loves me the most. The two entered the house and indulged in more sweet moments together. A few days later, as Zhang Luoi happily enjoyed the food Mo Lingyun was feeding her, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Mo Lingyun, having previously studied books on prenatal care, immediately recognized her reaction as a sign that she was going into labor. Fortuitously, he had made all the necessary preparations early on, fearing any unforeseen complications during Zhang Luoi's delivery. He promptly summoned the 3 midwives who had been residing within the estate for this very occasion. It seems that you're looking for a continuation or a specific context to provide an elegant and appropriate English translation. Please offer the lines you'd like translated or the broader context of your request, and I'll be more than happy to assist you in crafting a refined translation. Zhang Luoi's labor progressed smoothly, and within just half an hour, she gave birth to her child. A nanny dispatched by the Empress Dowager brought the child before Mo Lingyun. As he gazed at the wrinkled little infant, he frowned slightly, a hint of disdain in his expression. Nanny's laughter concealed her eyes behind wrinkles. Congratulations, Your Highness, it's a girl. A girl. In disbelief, he pondered how, with both him and Luo being good-looking, their child could be so unattractive. Reluctantly, he cradled the infant, examining her from left to right, before finally uttering 3 words. She's so ugly. Upon hearing this, Nanny couldn't help but chuckle. Your Highness, all newborns look like this. Both you and the Duchess are so handsome and beautiful. As the child grows, she'll surely blossom into a lovely beauty. Mo Lingyun nodded, half convinced, then promptly rushed into the room with the baby in his arms. Chapter 135 Emotionju. Chapter 135 Emotionju. Luo, it's a girl. Zhang Luoi weakly nodded. The nanny had informed her of this when the child was born. Seeing her exhausted to the point of being unable to keep her eyes open, Mo Lingyun's heart ached. You should rest now that you're tired. A wet nurse will come to take care of the baby later. Zhang Luoi nodded and drifted into a deep sleep with her eyes closed. Holding his daughter in his arms and with the woman he loved sleeping by his side, Mo Lingyun felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. In Country Zhao, Murong brought Lin Yuquan to Country Zhao to borrow troops from the emperor. Initially, the emperor was reluctant to lend him any soldiers. However, upon learning that Murong was Yi Xuanzi's disciple, he dared not offend Yi Xuanzi. Coupled with the fact that Murong was his savior, the emperor eventually agreed to lend him the troops. Murong handed over the military power to Lin Yuquan. General Lin, now that we have an army, I believe you can surely defeat Empress. Lin Yuquan was overjoyed, the memory of being forced to flee from Empress filling him with indignation. Last time I fell for his tricks. This time he won't be so fortunate. Following the two through the bumpy journey, Lin Ling, usually composed, had lost her composure. Her hair was disheveled, her dress stained with mud, and she appeared quite haggard. Upon hearing that her father would now have an army to retaliate, she joyfully embraced the man. Brother Murong is so incredible. Just a few words and you convinced the emperor to give father an army. Looking at her weathered face, Murong silently withdrew his hand. I'm glad I could help General Lin. Though he spoke casually, rescuing the emperor of Country Zhao had taken immense effort and nearly cost him his life. Initially, he planned to wait for the right moment to ask the emperor for money to live a carefree life, or for troops to conquer Great Xia. becoming a lascivious ruler with a harem. But now, for the sake of eliminating Empress, he was willing to let Lin Yuquan have this advantage. Lin Yuquan accepted the military authority and, accompanied by his soldiers and troops, marched northward with grandeur. Upon hearing the news of Zhonglui's childbirth reaching the palace, Feng Xiyao rushed to Empress with an abundance of health tonics, her face brimming with excitement. Your Majesty, I want to leave the palace to visit my sister-in-law and the baby. Empress had just finished his court session, and hadn't even had time to remove his dragon robe. No way. Feng Xiao's brows knitted in displeasure as she looked at him. Why not? Empress tapped her nose gently. Because I'm going with you. Feng Xiao exhaled in relief, fearing that he was about to erupt into another fit of madness. Then hurry up. Concerned about his sluggishness, Feng Xiyao took matters into her own hands to help him change, ultimately delaying them by another half an hour. After 2 hours, the two finally strolled leisurely into the prince's estate. As it wasn't yet time for the child's full moon celebration, the only guests were a few uncles and aunts from the royal family. The child had grown, no longer resembling the wrinkled newborn they once were. Now plump, rosy and tender, they filled Empress heart with immense affection. Apart from feeding and sleeping, the child was held in his arms constantly, as he meticulously cared for them. He was overly protective of Zhonglui, not allowing her to do anything that might tire her out. When Feng Xiyao and Empress entered the room, they found Empress engrossed in playfully interacting with their swaddled infant, while Zhonglui lay on the bed, watching him with a mixture of amusement and helplessness. Spotting the pair, she lightly tapped Empress, drawing his attention away from their daughter. Your Majesty, Empress. Feng Xiyao was eager to see the child and promptly rushed over. Let me hold them. Empress was somewhat reluctant, but under his elder brother's warning gaze, he carefully placed the baby in her arms. Be careful, Princess Consort. Don't drop the child. Gazing at the sweet-smelling infant swaddled in blankets, Feng Xiao's heart melted completely. Look, Empress, isn't it adorable? She held the baby up for him to see. The man looked at the pink, tiny infant and furrowed his brow. So small. What do you know? Just-born infants are even smaller than this. Empress had never seen a newborn before. However, as he gazed at the peaceful sleeping bundle in Feng Xiao's arms, an indescribable emotion stirred within him. He curved his lips into a smile and gently stroked the baby's face with his hand. Feng Xiyao was utterly smitten and couldn't resist the urge to plant a few kisses on the child. She turned to Zhonglui. Have you thought of a name? Zhonglui shook her head. These past few days, Empress had been calling their child Treasure nonstop that they had forgotten about giving her an actual name. Empress chuckled sheepishly and held Zhonglui's hand. Our daughter feels more precious than a pearl. I just can't think of a name worthy of her. With the emperor and empress still present, Zhonglui shot a glare at the boastful man. Feng Xiyao found the situation amusing. Well, if that's the case, why not just call her Pearl Treasure? It sounds nice. Empress's eyes lit up, and he nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, Pearl Treasure. How lovely. Empress sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. He found the naming process to be quite hasty. Feng Xiyao. From now on she'll be called Emozhenju, my little pearl. Empress also joyfully referred to the child as his precious pearl. Eventually, they settled on naming her Emozhenju. Just as the two were basking in their happiness, the baby in their arms scrunched up her tiny face and burst into tears. She might be hungry. Empress handed the child over to the nanny, who carried her out. Feng Xiyao watched the baby leave with a tinge of reluctance. Seeing how much she adored children, Empress wrapped an arm around Zhonglui and addressed them both. Empress sister clearly loves children so much. Why not have one with Emperor brother soon? Upon hearing such audacious words, Zhonglui secretly pinched him in response. Empress also gazed at Feng Xiyao, eager to hear her response. Feng Xiyao raised an eyebrow and smiled. Children will come eventually, don't worry. Upon hearing this, Empress grinned mischievously at Empress. By the time they returned to the palace, it was already evening. The two walked on the snowy path towards Fengchun Palace. Feng Xiyao rubbed her hands together, her nose turning red from the cold. Empress noticed her action and reached out to hold her hand. Feeling the warmth from his body transmitted through their clasped hands, Feng Xiyao felt herself warming up all over. It's perfect weather for hot pot. Empress was curious. What is a hot pot? It's the same one from last year. A big pot filled with vegetables and meats, steaming hot, perfect for this weather. Empress recalled the scene, remembering how Feng Xiyao had fed him something extremely spicy. Even now the memory tingled his tongue. Feng Xiyao wants to eat it. I'll have Rui prepare it when we get back. Well then, His Majesty will join me, won't he? Recalling the numbing spiciness of that previous meal, Empress was tempted to decline. But hearing her joyous tone, he gritted his teeth. All right. In the end, Empress was once again stung by the heat. his slightly rosy lips turning a fiery red. The man was naturally handsome, with slightly raised phoenix eyes, a high nose bridge, chiseled cheeks, and an allure that mingled handsomeness with a masculine spirit. Now with those bright red lips, he exuded an irresistible charm, resembling a bewitching male fox spirit. Feng Xiyao couldn't resist playfully patting the man's chest and teasing him. If you can't eat it, just rinse it with water. Why insist on being stubborn? Look at you now, acting like a male vixen. Hearing such humiliating words for the first time, Emote Songyan was so enraged that he sealed her mouth with his own,